Like this video guys, for more crazier parts. Chapter 1. Ding ling ling. Suddenly, a shrill alarm sounded. Jiang Hao suddenly sat up from the bed, his heart beating violently as if it was about to jump out of his chest. His eyes widened instantly, and he covered his chest tightly with his hands. The horror and fear in his pupils had not yet dissipated. After a long pause, Jiang Hao slowly stretched out his hands, looked again and murmured, "Am I not dead?" He clearly remembered that at the last moment, Sun Ji was holding him when the monster's sharp claws pierced both of her chests. The extreme pain was still engraved deep in his soul, making him shudder. "I am reborn." He raised his hand and touched his face with trembling hands, feeling the warmth and real touch of his skin. He could feel that he was still alive. Then, he suddenly raised his head and looked around, and a familiar environment came into view. This is a small house of about 10 square meters, with mottled walls, an old desk, and a single bed that takes up most of the space. This is the rental house where he has lived for several years. Jiang Hao skillfully fumbled for his phone next to his pillow, turned on the screen, and looked at the time. September 11, 2019, 7 o'clock. He went back to 5 years ago. And it was the day before the launch of Divine Breath. Jiang Hao blinked a few times to confirm that the time was correct, and suddenly a strong sense of shock and surprise surged in his heart. After returning from 5 years later, he knew that Divine Breath would completely change the world in the future. Jiang Hao's mind quickly replayed the memories of his past life, those bits and pieces about Divine Breath, those missed opportunities, those irreparable regrets. There was a determined light in his eyes, and at the same time, a strong urge surged in his heart. He wanted to seize this opportunity of rebirth and completely change his destiny. Change the fate of Sister Zhang Ling's early death. Change Sun Ji's fate of betraying her family for him and finally dying for him. Change the fate of those brothers who trusted him and never left him in the end. He will also make those who betrayed and humiliated him pay the price they deserve. There was a cold flash in Jiang Hao's eyes. All the injustices and betrayals in his past life cut his heart like a sharp blade. He remembered those who had taken advantage of him when he was in trouble, and the faces of those who would do anything for the sake of profit and betrayed their friendship. This time, he won't give those people any chances. Thinking of this, he stood up, walked to the desk, opened the drawer, and took out a notebook. He wrote down all the strategies and experiences he could recall about Divine Breath. Jiang Hao quickly immersed himself in it, and the tip of his pen slid quickly across the paper. He was immersed in this for several hours, and when he finished recording all the key information he could remember, it was already noon. He picked up his phone and saw that it was already 12:30, and he also saw dozens of missed calls. If he hadn't turned his phone to silent mode, his train of thought might have been interrupted by him. All the calls came from the same person, Li Qiang. Li Qiang is his direct superior, a man who takes pleasure in exploiting his employees and is extremely selfish. He made 53 calls in a row. You can imagine how furious he was. He opened Fidian and saw. Sure enough, 99 plus messages were all sent by Li Qiang. Jiang Hao took a quick look at the content. From the initial questioning of why he didn't answer the phone, to the later threat of urging him to come to the company quickly or he would be fired, to the final curses and insults, every word revealed Li Qiang's arrogance and domineering. After reading this information, a cold light flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes. He thought about it and immediately knew why he was so angry. A few days ago, Li Qiang gave him an extremely important planning project of the company. He worked overtime for several consecutive days and almost exhausted all his energy. Finally, he completed the project last night. In his previous life, which was today, he arrived at the company early in the morning and handed the plan to Li Qiang. However, after Li Qiang received the plan, he simply changed the planner's name to his and submitted it directly to the company. As a result, this plan brought great success to the company and created huge benefits in the next 6 months. Li Qiang was promoted all the way with the help of this plan, but Jiang Hao, fearing that his act of stealing the results would be exposed, took the initiative and fabricated a story that Jiang Hao leaked company secrets and fired him from the company to prevent future trouble. Not only did he not gain any benefit from the plan he had worked so hard on, but he was also accused of a false crime and was ruthlessly fired. With such a disgraceful resume, Jiang Hao was unable to find a job after being fired. He fell into self-doubt for a while, and finally entered Shengzi to kill time. Now that he has been reborn, he will naturally no longer fulfill Li Qiang's wish. 15 o'clock today is the deadline for submitting proposals. It is conceivable that Li Qiang must be as anxious as an ant on hot pan. Jiang Hao sneered and decided to give Li Qiang a surprise. After putting away the notebook, he washed up slowly, went downstairs to a fast food restaurant, ordered an $8 meal, and ate leisurely. In fact, Jiang Hao's work ability is not bad. His salary plus bonus is more than 10,000 yuan a month. He should not live in such a tight situation. The reason why he lived in a shabby rental house and could only eat fast food that cost a few dollars was because he was short-sighted in his previous life and had a girlfriend named Su Qing. Su Qing appears to be as gentle as water, but in fact she is a complete white lotus. She is good at pretending to be innocent in front of others, but she is actually scheming, vicious and cruel behind others' backs. Thinking of Su Qing, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel angry. If ranked by hatred, in Jiang Hao's heart, Su Qing would definitely be ranked first. After Jiang Hao finished his meal, he went to the company. Jiang Hao walked into the company at 15 o'clock. His appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Zhang Lin rushed forward and asked angrily, "Jiang Hao, what's wrong with you? Do you know what time it is?" Manager Li is furious. "Give me the plan, I'll send it to Manager Li right away." Zhang Lin is Li Qiang's confidant. He doesn't have much working ability, but he is very good at flattery. The funny thing is that such people are quite popular in the workplace, and they often take advantage of Manager Li's power to bully him. Jiang Hao glanced at Zhang Lin calmly, "Don't bother you, I'll take it there myself. Just tell me which conference room it is." Zhang Lin was stunned. He obviously didn't expect that Jiang Hao, who used to be obedient, would dare to contradict him. His face darkened and he was about to lose his temper, but then he thought, Jiang Hao would have to face the wrath of Manager Li today, so why should he do anything unnecessary? So, he snorted coldly, pointed in the direction of conference room number 1, and said no more. Jiang Hao ignored him and walked straight to conference room number 1. Jiang Hao pushed open the back door of the conference room, walked in and took a look. Li Qiang was sitting at one end of the long table with a gloomy face. Another project team member sat opposite, talking and laughing. Jiang Hao sat down next to Li Qiang and was immediately met with a sharp gaze. Li Qiang suppressed his anger and leaned close to Jiang Hao's ear, gritted his teeth and whispered, "Why did you come just now? Give me the plan. And get out." Jiang Hao ignored his anger and smiled faintly, "Why should I give it to you?" Li Qiang's face turned pale when he heard this, and he was about to get angry when the door of the conference room was pushed open again, and General Manager Zhao Minghui walked in with an aura that could not be ignored. Secretary Qin Xian took a quick look and said to Zhao Minghui, "Boss Zhao, everyone is here. Let's start." Zhao Minghui's voice was deep and powerful. Qin Xian then briefly talked about the theme of today's meeting, and then Groups A and B presented their plans respectively. It took Group A nearly an hour to present its plan, and the plan was quite good, causing Zhao Minghui to nod frequently. Finally, Qin Xian said, "Next, let's invite Group B to present their plan. Manager Li, please go ahead." Everyone's eyes fell on Li Qiang. Chapter 2. Although Li Qiang is the leader of Group B, everyone knows his level. He is just a person who has connections but is just sitting here doing nothing. It was only after Jiang Hao was recruited 2 years ago that their group began to achieve some results. Just now when Group A was presenting its plan, Li Qiang communicated with Jiang Hao privately, but they failed to reach an agreement. Now everyone looked at Li Qiang, and Li Qiang naturally had no way to come up with a solution. Seeing that Li Qiang's face turned red but he was unable to take any action, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao knew the time was almost right, so he stood up and said, "Mr. Zhao, I have a plan here. I worked late for several days to complete it. I will show it to you in person now." When everyone heard this, they naturally understood the implied meaning of Jiang Hao's words. He had done a lot of things in the past, but in the end most of the credit was taken by Li Qiang. This time, Jiang Hao obviously no longer intends to endure it. However, with his outburst, it is conceivable that his days in the company are over, and Li Qiang will definitely not let him off easily. Zhao Minghui glanced at him and nodded. Jiang Hao went to the computer, plugged in his USB drive, and opened one of the files. At first, everyone was a little unconvinced, but as Jiang Hao introduced his solution, its uniqueness gradually emerged. His proposals were not only detailed but also innovative, and his grasp of market trends and analysis of competitors were extremely accurate. More importantly, Jiang Hao's plan includes many practical strategies that can not only increase the company's market share, but also effectively reduce costs and improve efficiency. The atmosphere in the conference room gradually changed. From the initial suspicion and disapproval, it gradually turned into surprise and appreciation. Zhao Minghui and other senior leaders began to nod frequently. They were impressed by Jiang Hao's talent and hard work. But just as they were listening attentively, Jiang Hao's voice suddenly stopped. "The plan is gone." After a pause, Jiang Hao continued, "This is the first half of my plan. It is the result of my staying up late these days. I will be able to finish the second half when I go back home and work overtime tonight. No one believes you can make the second half in one night." He must have a complete plan in his hand. As for why he didn't show it to the company, it was naturally because he wanted to use it to negotiate terms with the company. Zhao Minghui didn't say anything, and said directly, "Your plan is good, just tell me what conditions you want in order to hand over the second half." Jiang Hao said, 1 million, and let me leave the company. When Li Qiang heard this, his face turned pale instantly and his eyes seemed to be able to spit fire. He slammed the table, stood up, and pointed his finger almost at Jiang Hao's nose, and roared angrily, "Jiang Hao, who do you think you are? How dare you ask for an exorbitant price here, and even dream of leaving? You can leave if you want, but don't even think about getting a penny? You ungrateful thing!" Jiang Hao ignored his impotent rage, looked at Zhao Minghui and asked, "Does Mr. Zhao think so too?" Zhao Minghui gently raised his hand, motioning Li Qiang to sit down calmly, and at the same time turned his eyes to Jiang Hao, "I can agree to your conditions. Can I complete the plan before work tomorrow morning?" Li Qiang is a good-for-nothing and he cannot see the value of this plan. But Zhao Minghui is different. He knows that if this plan can be implemented, it will bring huge profits to the company. Not to mention 1 million, even 2 million or 5 million will be worth it. If he does well, he might even be able to move up a level. This is definitely a rare opportunity for him. "Mr. Zhao." Before Li Qiang could continue, Zhao Minghui interrupted him impatiently, "Okay. Manager Li, I will make the decision." Although Li Qiang has connections on the company's board of directors, ultimately, the company is still controlled by Zhao Minghui. Haha. Jiang Hao smiled, "Boss Zhao is still a good judge of vision. I will go to handle the formalities now, and you will receive the complete plan tomorrow." After saying that, Jiang Hao walked straight out. The resignation procedures went smoothly. Of course, before leaving the company, in order to ensure my own interests, I signed an agreement with Zhao Minghui. This 1 million is of great importance to him and no mistakes can be made. After finishing one thing, Jiang Hao returned to his workstation to pack up his things in a happy mood. Somehow, the news that Jiang Hao won $1 million bonus with a plan quickly spread within the company. Everyone looked at Jiang Hao with envy and jealousy. Damn it, I wouldn't do this even if I had $1 million bonus. I don't know what's wrong with Mr. Zhao. He actually agreed to such an outrageous thing. Damn, Jiang Hao is so lucky, right? This bonus is enough for me to work for several years. I wish I could pick up this kind of windfall someday. Well, let's just work hard and stop dreaming about such pie-in-the-sky things. After packing up his things, Jiang Hao calmly walked out of the company, and finally did not forget to look back at the office where Li Qiang was. At this moment, Li Qiang's office door opened, and Jiang Hao's eyes met his cold eyes in the air. Jiang Hao opened his mouth slightly and lip-read, "Our work is not over yet." After he finished speaking, the elevator opened and Jiang Hao walked in without hesitation. When he left the company, he just received a text message. "Congratulations, according to the National Citizenship Lottery information, you have won a set of Divine Breath holographic sensor helmets. Please go to the distribution points in prefecture-level cities across the country to collect it within 3 days." It was also at this time in his previous life that he received the award-winning information. As soon as he received the information, he couldn't help but tell Su Qing the good news. The retail price of a holographic sensing helmet is 100,000. In his previous life, Jiang Hao developed a habit of reporting to Su Qing no matter how big or small the matter was. After hearing this, Su Qing happily congratulated him on the surface, but she kept hinting at her longing for divine breath and that she had no money to buy a helmet. So, Jiang Hao foolishly gave the helmet to Su Qing. After being reborn, Jiang Hao also knows that these helmets distributed through lottery from citizens across the country have a hidden benefit, a chance to draw a talent lottery at the beginning. In her previous life, Su Qing tricked Jiang Hao into giving her a helmet. After entering the game, she drew a holy talent, which allowed her to quickly rise in the game. She then joined Aotian Pavilion, one of the top 10 guilds in Huaxia. Not only that, after Jiang Hao made some achievements in Divine Breath, she joined forces with Aotian Pavilion to suppress and annex his guild. This laid the seeds for the tragic fate of Jiang Hao and his brothers later. Looking back now, he was so stupid back then. However, this time, he will not make the same mistake again. It was still early, so Jiang Hao took a taxi directly to Yida Plaza, where the Shengzi holographic sensing helmet could be purchased and distributed. Chapter 3. Yida Plaza. Tianxing Technology Store. Tianxing Technology is the company responsible for the operation of Shengzi. The helmet draw is not only carried out by Huaxia, but also by Tianxing Technology to stimulate the enthusiasm of the whole nation to participate. The lucky winners are drawn at a ratio of 1 in 10,000 based on the global population distribution. It's not time to get off work yet. Jiang Hao came over after receiving the message. There are not many people coming to get the helmets. Jiang Hao walked into the store of Tianxing Technology. The decoration inside the store was full of futuristic technology. The promotional video of Shengzi was played on a loop on the huge LED screen, showing the grand world view, exquisite scene design and exciting battle scenes in the game, which attracted many people to stop and watch, with expectation and yearning in their eyes. Jiang Hao came to the service counter and presented his ID card. After the staff verified that it was correct, they took out an exquisite packaging box from under the counter, on which was clearly printed the logo of Shengzi. "Congratulations, Mr. Jiang. This is your holographic sensing helmet. Please keep it." The staff handed him the helmet with a smile and an instruction manual. Jiang Hao took the helmet and the instruction manual and continued to say to the staff, "Give me another set of helmets." The staff guessed that it was probably for his family, so they didn't ask any more questions and said, 100,000 yuan, just scan the code here to pay. Jiang Hao paid quickly and the staff took out another small box. Jiang Hao observed carefully and found that there was a difference in the packaging of the items bought with money and the ones given as gifts through lottery. The packaging of the items bought with money seemed to be more exquisite and high-end. Just as Jiang Hao picked up 2 boxes and prepared to leave, a somewhat harsh female voice suddenly came from the side. What kind of junk is this? The only thing you're giving away in the lottery is a defective product. Jiang Hao turned around and saw a woman with a delicate face standing in front of the service desk, holding a helmet that she had won in a lottery, with a look of dissatisfaction and disgust on her face. Ma'am, I'm sorry. The only difference between the raffle prize and the retail product is the packaging, but the product functions and quality inside are exactly the same. You don't have to worry at all. The staff explained patiently. Same? How can they be the same? Look at the packaging, it's so simple. If they are the same, then you can just change that one for me, said the woman, pointing at the product on the retail shelf. I'm sorry, ma'am, the company has a rule that different types of helmets cannot be interchanged. Another reason is that the ones given away in the raffle are all bound to personal information and cannot be replaced. The staff still maintained a professional and polite attitude. After hearing this, the woman's face became even more unhappy. She raised her voice and said, Isn't the divine breath a one-to-one equipment for each person? If I want to use a better helmet, then I can't change it. How can you do business like this? At this time, other customers in the store also began to notice the dispute here, and gradually a lot of people gathered over. Yeah, I also think this rule is a bit unreasonable. Can't I buy a better one since I have money? With such a simple packaging, how can anyone believe that its quality is the same as the retail one? Although the lottery is free, the discrimination should not be too obvious. Hey! I want to say a few words. Jiang Hao said loudly. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly stagnated. Jiang Hao turned to the staff and said, I heard that the identity information of the free helmet can also be changed. It only requires the consent of both parties on the spot, right? The staff member said, There is indeed such a rule, ma'am. If you don't want the helmet given away in the lottery, you can give it to your friends or family and buy one yourself. What? The woman's sharp voice echoed in the store, Why should I give away the things I won? Before the staff could answer, Jiang Hao interrupted, Actually, I have a solution. Both parties looked at him at the same time. Jiang Hao made his purpose clear, I can exchange the helmet I just bought with this lady. I trust Tian Xing. If you say the two helmets are of the same quality, then they are the same. Is this okay? The woman was instantly happy, her eyes fixed on the beautifully packaged box in Jiang Hao's hand. Sure. As long as both of you agree, the staff member replied. Obviously, he didn't want to dwell on this meaningless matter. Jiang Hao was secretly delighted and immediately cooperated with the staff to enter Zhang Ling's information into another complimentary helmet. You have to know that the prizes given out in this lottery are 1 in a million, and it is a lucky number that is gifted at the beginning. I wonder if this woman will regret the decision she made today when Shenkai is launched tomorrow. But this is not what Jiang Hao cares about. After Jiang Hao returned home with the two helmets, he immediately called Zhang Ling. The call was connected quickly. Hello, brother. Are you off work? Have you eaten? A crisp voice came as soon as the phone was connected. Hearing the familiar voice again, Jiang Hao's eyes couldn't help but warm up. In her previous life, Zhang Ling was diagnosed with acute leukemia a month later. Knowing that she would not live long, in order not to drag down Jiang Hao, Zhang Ling chose to end her life. Unemployment, his girlfriend's betrayal and his sister's death once made Jiang Hao's world collapse. Finally, he spent all his savings to buy a divine breath helmet, which allowed him to find a little comfort in the virtual world. But now, after being reborn, he has the opportunity to change his destiny. This time, he will never let the tragedy happen again. I'm off work. Jiang Hao suppressed his excitement and said, I haven't eaten yet. Are you off work? I bought some food. Come over and eat with me. Zhang Ling is a senior this year and is now doing an internship. She is in the same city as him, but Jiang Hao's company is a bit far from hers, so they live separately. I'm just getting ready to get off work. Tomorrow is the weekend. How about I go over tomorrow? Zhang Ling said. Come over now, pack some clothes, stay at my place tonight, and I'll take you to do some errands tomorrow morning, said Jiang Hao. Hearing his unquestionable tone, Zhang Ling was a little confused, but she still agreed readily. Okay, then I'll go over now, brother, wait for me. Okay. I'll cook first, and we'll be ready to eat when you get here. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hao was about to go to the kitchen to cook when the phone rang again. As soon as he saw the incoming call, Jiang Hao's brows furrowed instantly, and anger burned in his chest. The name jumping on the screen, Su Qing. He took a deep breath, tried to calm his turbulent emotions, and answered the phone. Why did you take so long to answer my call? Su Qing asked in a questioning tone. Jiang Hao suppressed his anger for a moment before he said coldly, busy. Tell me. What's the matter? Busy? What can you be busy with? Su Qing's tone revealed disdain. Don't think I don't know. Today you received $1 million bonus and resigned from the company. You are not busy fooling around somewhere, are you? Jiang Hao sneered. He didn't expect that the news that his plan was sold for 1 million would reach her ears so quickly. However, when he thought that Su Qing had been hooking up with Li Qiang for a long time, this was not surprising. Now think about it, Su Qing is so indifferent to meat and vegetables that she can even accept a greasy, mediocre, and pot-bellied uncle like Li Qiang. It's really disgusting. Fortunately, she always maintained the image of a white lotus in front of him, and the most intimate action between them was just holding hands. Otherwise, Jiang Hao would be even more disgusted. Chapter 4. Tell me. What do you want from me? Jiang Hao said coldly. As if sensing the coldness in Jiang Hao's tone, and that her goal had not yet been achieved, Su Qing's tone immediately softened. Brother Hao, I'm just worried that you'll spend your money recklessly. I'm afraid you'll be cheated, so I called to remind you. If it were in the past, Jiang Hao would probably be immediately attracted by Su Qing's gentle and caring words and would not think about the meaning of her words at all. But now that he has seen through Su Qing's true face, Jiang Hao feels that these words are extremely hypocritical and disgusting. Jiang Hao probably guessed her purpose and thought of teasing her. Oh? Really? Thank you so much, Qing Qing. You don't know, I just mentioned it to Mr. Zhao at that time, but I didn't expect him to really agree to buy my plan for 1 million. I haven't recovered from the surprise yet, and I haven't figured out how to spend this 1 million. On the other side, Su Qing was immediately delighted when she heard this, thinking that he was still a dog licker, and that if she only showed a little gentleness to him, he would be eager to give her his heart. But she still maintained that gentle and lovely look on her face, with a barely perceptible sense of pride in her voice. Brother Hao, you are really great. I knew you would be successful one day. This 1 million is not a small sum, we have to plan carefully and see how to spend this money. In just 2 sentences, this 1 million belongs to Jiang Hao and becomes ours. Jiang Hao sneered in his heart. Well, Qing Qing, you are right. We need to plan it carefully. Do you have any ideas? Su Qing paused for a moment before saying, Brother Hao, you've asked the right person. You know I'm in the financial management business, and we happen to have a high-quality fund with a guaranteed annualized return of 10%. If you invest 1 million, you can earn at least 100,000 a year. This is more suitable for you. When can you transfer the money over? I'll arrange it for you. The fox's tail is finally revealed. Jiang Hao was sure that once he spent the 1 million, it would be like throwing meat buns at a dog and there would be no return. After confirming Su Qing's purpose, Jiang Hao was too lazy to argue with her. Well, let's talk about it later. The money hasn't arrived yet. After saying that, Jiang Hao was about to hang up the phone. Wait. Brother Hao. Su Qing hurriedly called him. It doesn't matter if the money hasn't arrived yet, you can reserve a share first. This fund is very popular now, and if you miss it, it will be gone. You can pay a little earnest money first. Didn't you get 3 months of compensation when you resign? You can pay 50,000 yuan first, and I will help you reserve a quota of 1 million through internal channels. What do you think? Jiang Hao raised his lips in a sarcastic smile. She was really calculating. She even took his resignation compensation. He shook his head slightly, as if he could see Suqing's greedy and anxious look through the phone line. He didn't have the patience to continue dealing with her. Let's talk about this later. Let's decide when the money arrives. Suqing seemed to know that she couldn't get the upper hand in a hurry, so she stopped dwelling on the matter and said, "Okay. Brother Hao, are you free tomorrow? We haven't had dinner and played together for a long time." "I'm not free tomorrow." Without waiting for Suqing to continue asking, Jiang Hao hung up the phone. Hearing the beeping sound of the phone being hung up, Suqing's face couldn't help but twisted. A-hole. Has this dog changed his nature? Sure enough, he is such a lowly person. He suddenly became rich and he put on airs. It took Suqing a while to calm down, and then she began to think quickly in her mind about how to spend this weekend. By the way, didn't Zhongxi Yuan win a divine breath helmet? I can spend it on him tomorrow. If I can trick him into giving me the helmet, it would be like making $100,000. However, if I want to steal his helmet, I may have to have a salivary exchange with him, but when I think of his big buck teeth, it's not a good idea to do that. Alas, a handsome guy like Jiang Hao has no money, and the rich ones are too ugly. It's really embarrassing. Never mind, let's get the God's Breath helmet first. A kiss is equivalent to earning 100,000 yuan, which is still worth it. Jiang Hao had just finished finishing 3 dishes and a soup when there was a knock on the door. Jiang Hao walked quickly to the door and opened it, only to see Zhang Ling standing at the door with a warm smile on her face and a small suitcase in her hand. She was wearing a simple and elegant dress, looking fresh and refined, with her eyes flashing with dependence and joy on her brother. "Brother! I'm here!" Zhang Ling's cheerful voice rang out, like a breeze blowing across his heart, instantly dispelling the irritability in Jiang Hao's heart. Jiang Hao took her suitcase with a smile and gently ruffled her hair. "I'm glad you're here. Come in quickly. The meal is ready." The two walked into the living room together. The dining table was already filled with steaming dishes and the aroma was fragrant. Zhang Ling looked at the table full of delicacies and her eyes lit up. "Wow, brother, did you make all of this? They smell so good." As he said that, he picked up a piece of braised pork ribs and put it into his mouth. "Go wash your hands first." Jiang Hao pretended to be angry. Zhang Ling giggled, stuck out her tongue, and obediently ran to the bathroom to wash her hands. After coming out, she sat at the dining table obediently, picked up her chopsticks, and began to taste the dishes made by Jiang Hao. "Brother, your cooking skills are getting better and better. The braised spare ribs are so delicious." Zhang Ling praised while eating. Jiang Hao looked at her with a smile, his heart filled with relief. "If it tastes good, eat more. You're too thin. You need to eat more meat." Jiang Hao said as he put a few more pieces of ribs into Zhang Ling's bowl. The two of them ate and chatted, the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Jiang Hao asked Zhang Ling about her recent work and life. Zhang Ling answered one by one and told Jiang Hao some interesting things that happened in the company recently. After dinner, Jiang Hao took Zhang Ling to the living room and sat down on the sofa. "Brother, is there something you want me to come over for?" Zhang Ling asked, blinking her big eyes. Jiang Hao couldn't help but reach out and pinch her round, small, fair and delicate face. Seeing this familiar yet unfamiliar face again after 2 lifetimes, Jiang Hao's heart was filled with indescribable emotions. "Pa!" Zhang Ling slapped Jiang Hao's hand away and said in a pretended angry tone, "Brother, stop pinching my face. It's become bigger because of you. Besides, I'm grown up now. I'm not a child anymore." Jiang Hao looked at her pretending to be angry, which was both playful and cute. He took back his hand and said with a smile, "Okay, I won't pinch you anymore. Actually, I asked you to come here because I have two things to tell you." Hearing this, Zhang Ling immediately sat up straight. She knew that what Jiang Hao said must be something important. "First, I bought you a Divine Breath helmet. You should quit your internship and play Divine Breath full-time." Zhang Ling's eyes widened when she heard this. She reached out and touched Jiang Hao's forehead. "Brother, you don't have a fever, do you? Why are you talking nonsense all of a sudden? How can you make money to support your life if you don't work? Playing games can't make you eat." Jiang Hao gently took Zhang Ling's hand, pointed to the two boxes next to the sofa and said with a smile, "Brother is not teasing you, and I don't have a fever. I bought the helmet. Look what this is." "Wow!" Zhang Ling exclaimed, "It really is a Divine Breath helmet, and there are two of them. They cost 100,000 yuan. Where did you get 200,000 yuan? Chapter 5. Jiang Hao said, "Don't worry about it, I have my own way. Anyway, the helmet has been bought, you can use it without worry." Zhang Ling was still a little worried and said, "Brother, even though everyone is talking about Divine Breath outside, I still think it's not very reliable. If we can't make money, how will we live? Divine Breath will completely change the social structure in the future. The sooner we enter, the better." Jiang Hao said, "Okay. This matter is settled." "Okay." Zhang Ling always listened to Jiang Hao, so she stopped refutation. "Didn't you say there was one more thing? What was it?" Jiang Hao's face became serious, and after a pause he said, "Tomorrow, you will go to the hospital with me for a full-body checkup." Zhang Ling frowned when she heard this. "Brother, I'm in good health, why should I go to the hospital for a full-body checkup?" Jiang Hao looked at Zhang Ling, a hint of barely perceptible worry flashed across his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. "It's okay, I just want to make sure you're healthy. After all, we have to face the new challenges brought by Divine Breath together, and health is the capital of revolution." Zhang Ling listened to Jiang Hao's words. Although she still had doubts in her heart, she nodded and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." The next day, Jiang Hao and Zhang Ling came to the hospital early. Zhang Ling looked at the medical report in her hand and couldn't help but shed tears. The words "acute leukemia" were written on it, like a cold blade piercing her heart. Jiang Hao pulled her into his arms and held her tightly, as if he wanted to use his strength to shield her from all the pain and misfortune. He felt Zhang Ling's body trembling and heard her suppressed crying. His heart felt as if it was being pressed down by a huge rock and he was so sad that he couldn't breathe. Zhang Ling still couldn't escape the disaster of her previous life. "Linger, don't be afraid, I'm here." Jiang Hao's voice was low and firm. He gently stroked Zhang Ling's head, then opened his mobile phone and showed her the bank account information. "Look, I still have 1 million in my hand. I won't let anything happen to you." Zhang Ling raised her head with tears in her eyes, and saw the bank account information on Jiang Hao's mobile phone in her blurred vision. The string of numbers seemed like a beam of light in the darkness, giving her a glimmer of hope. But she quickly lowered her head again, tears falling again. "Brother, I know how important this money is to you, I can't." "Silly girl, money is more important than you." Jiang Hao interrupted her, "Don't worry. No matter how much it costs, I will cure your illness." Zhang Ling listened to Jiang Hao's words, and a warm feeling surged in her heart, but more of it was guilt and uneasiness. "Linger, do you remember what I said last night?" Jiang Hao whispered in Zhang Ling's ear, "I accidentally heard some news that Divine Breath will completely change the social structure in the future. This is not an empty talk. I am confident that within 1 year at the latest, I can cure your disease through Divine Breath." Jiang Hao wiped her tears and continued, "What you need to do now is to cooperate with the hospital's treatment and survive this year. Do you understand?" Jiang Hao looked at Zhang Ling's still somewhat distracted eyes and immediately guessed that she still had thoughts of committing suicide, so he tightened his hands on her shoulders and said in a more serious tone. Ling I warn you, you are not allowed to have any thoughts of giving up. Remember, your life belongs to me, and no one can take it away without my permission. Including yourself. You are my only relative in the world. If you leave too, have you ever thought about what will happen to me? I will go crazy, do you understand? So, for your brother, you have to stay strong and live on. No matter how big the difficulties are, we have to face them together and overcome them together. Okay. Jiang Hao's words hit Zhang Ling's heart like a heavy hammer. She looked up at Jiang Hao. His eyes, full of firmness and determination, seemed to be able to dispel all the haze in her heart. She took a deep breath and nodded heavily, Brother, I will live strong, for myself and for you. That's good. Jiang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't have any thoughts of suicide and cooperated with the hospital's treatment, it would not be a problem for her to survive a year. On the same day, Jiang Hao rented a 2-bedroom, 1 living room house near the hospital. This will allow Zhang Ling to receive treatment more conveniently and reduce the hardship of traveling back and forth. After moving into the house and having dinner, it was already 7:30 p.m. There is still half an hour until the launch of Shenkai. After Jiang Hao adjusted the equipment for Zhang Ling and explained some precautions, he lay back on his bed and put on his helmet. While waiting to enter the game, Jiang Hao visited the forum. On the forum, various posts are refreshed rapidly like stars. Jiang Hao picked a few popular posts, glanced at them, and then lost interest. These posts are basically based on previous online gaming experience, and have made some preliminary speculations and discussions on the career settings, skill systems, and task systems of Shengzi. However, Jiang Hao knows very well that the real Shengzi is a subversive game. First of all, there is no profession setting in Shenki. In Breath of God, you can go in any direction you want. It doesn't seem strange in Divine Breath to suddenly release a fireball while slashing monsters with a long sword. As long as you have enough resources, it is not impossible to transform yourself into a well-rounded warrior who is proficient in both magic and martial arts. Secondly, although Shengzi does not have a career setting, the number of skills is limited. The skills that each person can learn are limited. If you want to maximize your strength, you need to carefully select and match skills according to your own combat style and strategy. This is actually equivalent to an alternative career setting. Finally, the mission system of God's Breath is also unique. It abandons the boring kill monsters, collect, and deliver trilogy and replaces it with a dynamic plot. The NPCs in the game are no longer cold quest issuers, they have their own emotions and storylines, and every decision made by the player may change the direction of their quests and stories. For the same NPC, each person may receive different tasks. This immersive story experience makes players feel as if they are in a real virtual world. In addition, there are sensory settings, and the use of skills is divided into system guidance and free use, which are all unique features of Shenkai. Sensory settings are mainly reflected in vision, smell, touch, and pain settings. The skill casting system guidance can help novice players get started quickly, and they can cast skills autonomously with just a thought. But Jiang Hao, who came back 5 years later, knew that free display was the future and the most fundamental purpose of the existence of Divine Breath. It requires players to have an extreme understanding of the skills, to precisely control the flow of energy in the body, to guide the release of skills with thoughts, and to truly master the use of skills. What is more worthy of Jiang Hao's attention is that before the game even started, a large number of guilds were active on the internet. They launched large-scale recruitment activities and issued announcements for long-term gold collection. Among them were the large guilds that he was more familiar with, such as Aotian Pavilion, 0 Degree, DS Shenchi, Holy War, Legend of Destiny, Tianyuan, Fushuan, Yuhuaxun and other famous guilds in his previous life. These big guilds are all supported by big forces or big families. It seems that these big forces and big families seem to have mastered certain secrets from the very beginning, which is why they have been recruiting troops in Divine Breath with great fanfare. Jiang Hao thought to himself. Time passes slowly. The long-awaited launch of Shenkai has finally arrived. As the countdown ended, Jiang Hao's heartbeat accelerated. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, and with a slight feeling of dizziness, his consciousness was instantly pulled into the vast world of Divine Breath. At the same time, in certain secret bases around the world, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of military personnel entered the game the moment Shenkai was launched. Chapter 6. This is an environment that feels like being in the clouds, surrounded by white. Jiang Hao, who had experience, directly called up the panel and started setting up after the system welcome sounded. Nickname, Chasing the Wind. Sensory setting, 100%, settable range 10-100%. Appearance setting, down 20%, up or down up to 20%. Skill casting mode, free mode. Sure. The more realistic the sensory setting, the deeper the perception, and the greater the future benefits. Of course, it is best not to set it to 100% at the beginning, otherwise the extreme pain of experiencing death in person is enough to cause many people to have a mental breakdown. In previous lives, many people were arrogant or made the wrong choices, which caused them great psychological trauma after experiencing death. Jiang Hao has several years of gaming experience, and his mental qualities have been tempered. Even if his body is blown to pieces, he can adapt quickly. A 20% decrease in appearance is enough to make his originally handsome face become ordinary, and even people who are familiar with him would find it difficult to recognize him. Well, in Divine Breath, the senses can be adjusted, and the appearance can also be adjusted. Some people have taken a different approach and opened up a unique way to make money, the color industry. A person with average looks will become charming after some improvement, and a person with excellent looks will become even more stunningly beautiful. Although the appearance in Divine Breath is not credible, it does not prevent some people who are unhappy in real life from indulging themselves in Divine Breath. In addition, the game is a lawless place, so for a period of time, the color industry developed by leaps and bounds and was in full swing. After adjusting the settings, what Jiang Hao was most looking forward to finally popped up, the talent draw. Only 1 in 10,000 lottery winners who successfully log into Shenkai on the first day will have this talent lottery opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, you will need to use the extremely precious talent awakening stone later to activate your talent. After Jiang Hao decided to start the lottery, a virtual electronic screen suddenly appeared in front of him. Jiang Hao calmed down his excitement and clicked the lottery button below the virtual electronic screen. After a bright light, various talent names quickly jumped on the virtual electronic screen. Stop! Jiang Hao tapped another button. After another ray of light passed, 3 words froze on the virtual electronic screen: Hand of God. Congratulations to player Zifeng for winning the Rule talent, Hand of God. The system prompt sounded in Jiang Hao's ears. Rule talent. This was a talent he had never heard of. He only knew that talents were divided into F, E, D, C, B, A, spiritual, holy and divine. In his opinion, divine talent is the strongest talent. However, after he read the introduction of the Hand of God, Jiang Hao's eyes flashed with unprecedented shock and surprise. Hand of God, a talent that transcends ordinary talents. It can extract items below the God level to strengthen itself. One item can only extract 1 entry at most. Randomly extract terms. Jiang Hao's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up, and a lot of thoughts immediately popped up in his mind. He couldn't wait to choose to enter the game. The scene changed, and Jiang Hao appeared on a vast grassland. There is a village not far ahead, which is the so-called novice village. Behind it is a dense forest called Dark Forest, where various kinds of monsters live. It is the main resource for leveling up in the novice village. There were many people landing with Jiang Hao. After landing, they just took a look at the surrounding environment and then rushed into the village. At this moment, the entire village was already crowded with people, and many players were gathered in 3 layers inside and outside. Various noises came one after another, making it very lively. Only Jiang Hao was still frozen in place, and at this moment he was taking inventory of all the belongings on him. A novice sword with plus 10 attack power. A set of coarse cloth clothes without any added features, and of course a pair of tight shorts that cannot be worn out. There are also 5 primary blood bottles in the novice backpack, and nothing else. Primary blood bottle, instant blood recovery plus 10, blood recovery plus 2 per second, lasting for 10 seconds. Looking at these blood bottles, Jiang Hao couldn't help but want to verify his previous idea. He took out a blood bottle and silently activated his talent. Extracted the entry successfully, HP limit plus 10, HP recovery per second plus 2. Please choose. Jiang Hao suppressed his excitement and selected the entry, health limit plus 10. Just after he made his choice, the blood bottle in his hand instantly turned into powder and disappeared. Jiang Hao looked at his own attribute panel. Sure enough, the health limit increased from 40 to 50, which is really an increase of 10 points. This is simply outrageous. Jiang Hao was shocked. If there are a large number of blood bottles, does it mean that his blood volume limit will increase indefinitely in the future? Jiang Hao suppressed his excitement, then took out another primary blood bottle to extract the entry, this time choosing plus 2 blood recovery per second. After confirming that the blood recovery status had indeed increased by 2 points, Jiang Hao did not hesitate too much and immediately swallowed the remaining 3 primary blood bottles. This time, he chose to restore health plus 2 per second, so his health restored per second now becomes 8 points. You should know that, under normal circumstances, only when you leave the combat state can you recover plus 1 health per second. Jiang Hao's plus 8 health recovery per second does not matter whether he is in combat or not. As long as he is injured and loses blood, he will recover. This is such a bug. Jiang Hao suppressed his excitement and browsed through his panel properties. ID, Chasing the Wind. Talent, God's Hand. Level, 1. Experience, 0/100. HP, 50. Mana, 60. Physical attack, 40. Magic attack, 60. Armor, 0. Magic resist, 0. Strength, 3. Mental strength, 6. Constitution, 4. Agility, 3. Luck, 1. HP recovery per second plus 8. Equipment, ordinary iron sword. The initial 4-dimensional attributes of an average adult are 3 to 6 points. Judging from the attributes, Jiang Hao's physical fitness is not very good. Strength determines physical attack power, 1 strength equals 10 physical attack. Mental strength determines magic attack power and magic value, 1 mental strength equals 10 magic attack equals 10 magic value. Constitution determines health and physical strength, 1 constitution equals 10 health equals 10 physical strength. Agility determines movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed. After understanding his own attributes, Jiang Hao no longer hesitated, picked up the iron sword and headed directly towards the dark forest. Shengzi is not a regular online game. In the early stage, everyone will not have any errands to quickly gain experience and upgrade. Therefore, it is meaningless for everyone to flock to the novice village. It will disturb the normal life of the NPCs too much and will only make them feel annoyed. The only way to level up is to kill monsters. When a monster dies, a spiritual energy will float out. Only by absorbing the spiritual energy can you gain experience. Moreover, spiritual energy only recognizes distance. Whoever is closer can absorb more spiritual energy. In other words, there is no such thing as ownership here. As long as you stay next to dead monsters, you can absorb psychic energy and upgrade. Jiang Hao, who knew the inside story, did not enter the village but instead looked for monsters to level up. He directly skipped the level 1-2 red-eyed rabbits in the grassland because he knew that it would not be long before this place would be crowded with players pouring into the novice village. Relying on his ability to recover +8 health per second, he can find more powerful monsters to kill. Chapter 7. Luyun Slope. This is the habitat of the blood python. Blood cricket. Level 3. HP 380. Attack 58. Skill Death Coil. Jiang Hao carefully shuttled through the dense forests of Luyunpo, searching for the traces of the blood python with sharp eyes. Suddenly a breeze blew, and a faint fishy smell filled the air. Jiang Hao's spirits perked up. This was the benefit of tuning his senses to 100%, allowing him to keenly detect strange smells in the air. He walked in the direction where the fishy smell came from. Not far away, I saw a huge python thicker than my thigh and covered with blood-red spots curled up beside a fallen tree with its eyes closed. Jiang Hao did not rush to act, but observed first. After confirming that it was in hibernation, he took light steps and slowly walked around to the side and rear of the blood python. With several years of experience in divine breath in his previous life, Jiang Hao was confident that he could launch a sneak attack without alerting the blood python. There was a gentle breeze in the forest, and Jiang Hao was downwind of the blood python. This detail prevented his scent from waking up the sleeping blood python. Jiang Hao approached step by step, and when the distance was less than 5 meters, Jiang Hao suddenly moved and rushed straight towards the blood python. His movements were swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Just when Jiang Hao was about to approach the blood python, the iron sword in his hand flashed with cold light and pierced straight into the blood python's eye socket. Puff! Although the blood python was awakened at the last moment, it was still a step too late. As soon as it opened its eyes, it saw the rapidly enlarging silver light, and then it felt a pain in its head, and its consciousness gradually faded away. Weakness attack. A fatal blow. Jiang Hao saw a blood-red word -380 floating above the blood python's head. This effect can only be achieved in free mode, which is simulated based on the real environment. The eyes of most creatures are fragile, and the sword can easily penetrate them. After being penetrated, the sword enters the brain, and crushing the head is naturally a fatal blow. If it was the system guidance mode, Jiang Hao's attack just now would at most be an ordinary attack, causing only about -40 damage. The moment the blood python fell, a cloud of translucent mist emanated from his body. This is psychic power. Jiang Hao's face suddenly lit up with joy. He locked onto it with his mental power, stretched out his hand, and the ball of spiritual energy flew to his side and instantly merged into his body. Then a warm feeling came over me. Jiang Hao glanced at the experience value column and saw that it had increased by 10 points. Kill 9 more blood pythons and you can level up. Then it's time to collect the loot. Jiang Hao placed his hand on the blood python's corpse and silently chanted decompose in his heart. After a few ding-ding sounds, 2 white lights flashed, proving that in addition to money, 2 white-grade items also exploded. Only 3 copper coins were spent. Divine breath is as stingy as ever. Jiang Hao looked at the items again. The first is a bow weapon. Blood python longbow. Physical attack +20. The second item is a blood python skin, which can be taken back and sold to the indigenous people for money. Seeing the longbow, Jiang Hao's face suddenly brightened with joy. Later everyone knew that the drop rate of divine breath equipment was extremely low, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as 1 in 1,000. Of course, other factors that affect the explosion rate include higher level kills and lucky attributes. But no matter what, it is considered very lucky to get a weapon when killing the first monster. What's more, it is a longbow that can be used for long-range attacks, which is undoubtedly a great help to Jiang Hao at this stage. Jiang Hao looked at the iron sword and longbow in his hands, and decided to swallow the iron sword. He swallowed the iron sword to gain +10 attack power, and when equipped with a longbow, his attack power reached 60, which is a significant improvement. It is not easy to find a sleeping blood python, and an opportunity for a sneak attack like the one just now is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jiang Hao will not expect to have such a good opportunity in the future. Now that he had a longbow in his hand, he immediately thought of a better place to level up, the poison mist forest. There lives a highly poisonous monster in the poison mist forest, the poisonous demon spider. Toxic spider. Level 4. HP 420. Attack 72. Skill Poison Web Spray. Although the poisonous spiders are of a higher level than blood pythons, their movements are relatively slow, making them very suitable for long-range attacks using longbows. The biggest danger in hunting poisonous spiders is the poison in the poisonous fog forest. Once you enter it, you will be affected by the poisonous fog and continue to lose blood. But Jiang Hao is not afraid of this. The toxin in the poisonous fog forest only reduces his health by 5 per second, but don't forget that he has plus 8 health per second. As long as he is not attacked by the poisonous spider, he is invincible. The blood python longbow comes with a pot of 20 wooden arrows. With his archery skills, he will not be in any danger as long as he is not faced with the siege of 3 poisonous spiders at the same time. Jiang Hao had a plan in mind and immediately set off for the poisonous fog forest. The light in the poison fog forest is darker than that in Luyun Slope, and the visible distance is only 50 meters. As Jiang Hao stepped into the poisonous fog forest, he suddenly felt uncomfortable all over, and the words -5 and +5 kept floating above his head. Not long into the cave, Jiang Hao discovered a highly poisonous demon spider. The poisonous demon spider is not small in size, it is 1 meter tall, but its 8 legs are extremely thick, and each leg has a sharp claw at the end. Its body is dark green and covered with black spots. Its head is the most ferocious, with 2 sharp fangs in its mouth, and its 2 protruding compound eyes are flashing scarlet light, which makes people shudder at the sight of it. Before it could react, Jiang Hao quickly drew his bow and arrow. Whoosh! The arrow was so fast that it penetrated the poisonous fog in almost the blink of an eye and hit the head of the poisonous spider accurately. -58. If you don't hit the weak point, you can only deal normal damage. Jiang Hao was not discouraged. He quickly changed arrows and pulled the bowstring again. The demon spider felt the pain and immediately let out a sharp hissing sound, then quickly ran towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao retained his anticipation and let go of the bowstring. Whoosh! The second arrow was shot, and this time, Jiang Hao specifically aimed at the weak spot on the left compound eye of the demon spider. -132. Weakness attack. In his previous life, Jiang Hao specialized in magic. Although he was not an expert in archery, his archery was still good enough to deal with the slower-moving poisonous spiders. After hitting the weak point, the poisonous spider's movements became noticeably slower. Its fate was thus determined. Before it got close, Jiang Hao shot 4 arrows in succession and completely killed the poisonous spider. Collect the spoils. 13 points of spiritual energy, 4 copper coins, and 1 poisonous spider venom sac. No equipment exploded. Jiang Hao was not disappointed and continued searching in the poisonous fog forest. In less than a minute, another poisonous spider was finally found. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao drew his bow and arrow. His movements were smooth and swift, and he shot 7 arrows in succession. The poisonous spider died in the northwest. Gain 14 points of spiritual energy and 3 copper coins. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. During this time, Jiang Hao was immersed in the poisonous fog forest, hunting poisonous spiders. And Jiang Hao also killed more than 160 poisonous spiders. His level was also successfully upgraded to level 5. When his level was raised to level 5, the spiritual energy gained from killing each poisonous demon spider suddenly dropped to 6 points, more than half less than the normal kill, and the copper coins dropped were reduced to 1 or 2. With such a gratifying drop, Jiang Hao instantly lost interest in staying in the poisonous fog forest. It's getting late now and he should go back to the village. On the way, Jiang Hao took stock of today's gains. ID, Chasing the Wind. Talent, God's Hand. Level, 5. Experience, 53/1200. HP, 50. Mana, 60. Physical attack, 120. Magic attack, 60. Armor, 10. Magic resist, 0. Strength, 9. Mental strength, 6. Constitution, 4. Agility, 6. Luck, 1. HP recovery per second +8. Equipment, Blood Python Longbow, Spider Silk Gloves. For every level he gains 2 free attribute points. In order to maximize the advantages of the Blood Python Longbow, he allocates 5 free attribute points to strength and 3 free attribute points to agility. As for the future career direction, with the hand of God, as long as I have money, devour enough items to strengthen myself, and stack all the attributes, I can go in any direction I want. In addition, Jiang Hao also obtained a pair of spider silk gloves, 563 copper coins, 54 poison sacks, and a blood python skin on that day, which was a good start for his business. The spider silk gloves are white secondary equipment and do not conflict with the main weapon, so Jiang Hao did not swallow them. Spider silk gloves. Strength +1. When we returned to the novice village, it was almost dusk. This is also the busiest time of the day in the village. Chapter 8. As soon as I arrived at the village entrance, I heard noisy voices, most of which were complaints. Brothers, I'm going to quit the game, this monster is too damn hard to kill. The level 1 red-eyed rabbit has 200 health points and it won't die after a long time of hacking. There is no experience at all. Yet, not only is it hard to kill, but its attack power is also terrifying. Even if it's a level 1 red-eyed rabbit, 1 tickle from it will take away half of your health, and 2 tickles will kill you. What's even more annoying is that the minimum sensory setting is 10%, and the pain of being torn apart by the rabbit is just like the real thing, it hurts so damn much. Woo woo. Haha. I heard that there was a SX who, in order to prove that he was not afraid of death, set his senses to 100%, and then was killed by a rabbit and instantly went offline. Later I found out that this was because he was mentally traumatized and triggered the system protection mechanism to force him to go offline. I want to ask if anyone has upgraded today? Why not? Haven't you seen people who pay others to help them kill monsters and leave them alone to absorb spiritual energy? Some rich people have even upgraded their highest level to level 4. Is it possible to play like this? I really envy those rich players who can directly buy equipment and experience. What about us? It takes a long time to kill a small monster, and we don't know if we can get equipment. Gear drops? Forget it. We killed so many red-eyed rabbits in the novice village today. If not tens of thousands, there must be several thousand. Someone has counted them and found that only 5 or 6 blank equipment dropped. The drop rate is less than 1 in 1,000. Tell me if this drop rate is impressive or not. Damn it! Who wants to play this crappy game? Hey, if you don't want to play, there are plenty of people who do. Don't you see that the major guilds are working hard to collect coins? Haha. Now a copper coin is sold for 50 yuan. Let me tell you, I helped the aboriginals catch locusts in the fields today and earned 4 copper coins, 200 yuan in my hand. Wow! You're so lucky! You actually managed to snatch the mission of the indigenous people. You are 1 in a million lucky people. If we talk about lucky people, it has to be those who win the lottery. I heard that they can get a talent from the beginning, which makes them start much higher than us. Jiang Hao skipped over the nonsense and looked for some useful information. Aotian Pavilion is recruiting thugs, 100 yuan a day, the number of places is limited, please register as soon as possible. In addition, unlimited copper coins will be collected at 150. The time in God's breath is the opposite of reality. You can make extra money by using your sleep time at night without affecting your work during the day. 100 yuan a day is still very attractive. Similar to Aotian Pavilion are other large guilds such as 0 Degree, DS Shenji, Tianyuan, Fushuan, and Yuhuaxuan. Jiang Hao looked at the people queuing up to sign up and couldn't help but sneer secretly. In his opinion, these people were no different from picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons. Shengzi had a bright future and it was unwise to waste precious time in the early stages to earn this little hard-earned money. In addition to these large guilds, there are also a large number of people with copper coins in their hands. Everyone's ratio is 150, which is also the result of negotiation among several major guilds. Others dare not offend the major guilds, so they all purchase according to this ratio. Otherwise, if free exchange is allowed, the ratio will probably be even higher. Jiang Hao has 563 copper coins in his hand. According to this ratio, it is worth 28,150 yuan. But Jiang Hao has no intention of selling these game coins, as they can be of great use now. Jiang Hao continued to read, but after a long time he still didn't find any useful information. So, he simply spent 50 copper coins to buy a top notice on the system panel, and then expressed what he wanted to say. 2 copper coins for a large number of blood bottles, and other props at high prices. Those who are interested can come to the village archway to trade. There will be fireworks effects when the pinned announcement is released, and it will remain pinned for 5 minutes. As long as you look at the panel information on site, you will basically see it. As soon as Jiang Hao's announcement came out, the atmosphere at the scene immediately became heated. Who is so rich that he actually spent 50 copper coins to post a top announcement? Even big guilds don't dare to be so extravagant. There are people who are buying blood bottles. 2 copper coins are equivalent to 100 yuan. 2 copper coins is 1 copper coin higher than Aotian Pavilion. I still have 5 blood bottles. Fortunately, I resisted and didn't sell them. Ouch! I wasted all 5 of my health bottles, losing $500 in vain. Hey, I still have 3 blood bottles, and I can make 300 yuan. Soon, a lot of people gathered around Jiang Hao. Little brother, I have 3 blood bottles. I have 2. I have 5. Why are you pushing me? My daughter is getting deformed. Even if the system adjusts 20% higher, it can't save your breasts, which proves that your breasts are 0. And they're deformed? It would be more effective if you just changed your S**X. Line up, come one by one. I'll take them all. Jiang Hao said, opening the trading windows one after another. After collecting blood bottles from more than 10 people in a row, something different suddenly appeared in Jiang Hao's trading window. Invisibility Talisman, enter invisible state after use, which lasts for 1 minute. Jiang Hao was paused. The blood bottle can restore blood for a limited time, but it will become permanent after swallowing it. Then, will the invisibility talisman also become a skill that can be used infinitely after swallowing it? In Divine Breath, the drop rate of skill books is even lower than that of equipment. If that's true, you'll make a fortune. Jiang Hao suppressed his excitement and asked, how are you going to sell this invisibility charm? The man was a shy young man. After a pause, he replied, 10 copper coins. Jiang Hao didn't bother with him and put 10 copper coins on it. The deal was done, and an excited smile immediately broke out on the young man's face. Wow! Selling a talisman for 500 yuan, this kid made a fortune. I have a fireball talisman here, do you want it? Someone suddenly said loudly behind him. Bring it here, let me see it. Jiang Hao said. The man immediately squeezed forward and put the things on the trading window. Fireball talisman, releases a fireball to attack the designated enemy after activation. Jiang Hao was not sure whether the talisman could be used to extract entries and transform them into skills, but the price was not high anyway, so he just took it and decided on it. 10 copper coins, no problem. Jiang Hao said. No problem, the man said excitedly, by the way, I have 3 blood bottles left, I'll sell them too. Good. After getting 16 copper coins, the man left with a happy face. I earned 800 yuan all at once, and people around me were envious. The transaction continues. After collecting dozens of blood bottles, the number of people around him gradually decreased. It's easy to know that the monsters in Divine Breath are extremely difficult to kill. At the beginning, without any equipment or skill bonuses, you will lose at least half of your blood as long as you are scratched by the monster, so many people have already used up their blood bottles. Plus, the big guilds had already done a round of looting, so naturally there wasn't much left. At this time, a middle-aged man with a fat body and cunning triangular eyes came up and asked, "Do you accept any props? Do you have anything to sell? Send it up for us to see," Jiang Hao asked. The middle-aged man nodded and placed 50 blood bottles in the transaction window. Jiang Hao put 100 copper coins in it without saying anything. The deal was done, and the middle-aged man placed a fireball charm and an ice cone charm in the transaction window. Jiang Hao also put down 20 copper coins to complete the deal. Then the middle-aged man put something that looked like a scroll. Jiang Hao opened it and was shocked. This is a blueprint for equipment production. Lucky bracelet. Luck +1. Requires a junior blacksmith to use it. Jiang Hao did not show his emotions, and asked calmly, "How do you want to sell this blueprint?" Chapter 9. This blueprint can be exchanged for at least one piece of equipment, plus some copper coins. The middle-aged man said quietly. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, it seemed that the other party had him in his grasp. But when it comes to bargaining, of course you ask for a high price and then pay the low price. Jiang Hao closed the transaction window directly and asked, "Anything else?" He guessed that the other party should be a game dealer. If he showed the slightest interest in the blueprint, the other party would definitely raise the price. That's why he did this. The middle-aged man was stunned, obviously not expecting Jiang Hao to close the trading window so directly. He actually bought this blueprint by chance in the afternoon with 10 copper coins. After buying it, he went to Aotian Pavilion and other big guilds to ask for the price. They were only willing to pay 20 to 50 copper coins for it. He felt it was not worth it, so he has held on to it until now. In fact, the reason why the big guilds are unwilling to purchase at a high price is that the blacksmiths, tailors, alchemists and other professions in the village do not accept apprentices at all. They have no way to develop a career, and they don't know when the blueprint will be useful. Furthermore, the lucky attribute has limited effect and it also takes up an equipment slot. It can be said that this blueprint is useless. "Brother, stop it. We can talk it over," the middle-aged man said quickly, "whatever price you want, we can negotiate." Jiang Hao pretended to hesitate for a moment and said, 60 copper coins. The middle-aged man secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This was the highest offer he had ever heard. Even if he sold it now, he would still make 50 copper coins, which equals to 2,500 yuan. It was not a waste of time. However, he did not agree immediately and wanted to negotiate a higher price, so he said with difficulty, "Brother, your price is too low, isn't it? How much do you want?" Jiang Hao asked. 120 copper coins. The middle-aged man still asked for a high price. "Add another 10 copper coins. I believe no one can bid higher than mine at this stage. I estimate it will be difficult to train a blacksmith in less than 1 or 2 months. Even if he is forged, 1 point of luck attribute will not be of much use. It can be said that it is a useless thing. I'm putting it here. I'm also gambling. If you accept it, it's a deal. If you can't accept it, then it's over," Jiang Hao said in a firm tone. "Okay." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said as if he had made some important decision. Jiang Hao opened the trading window, put in 70 copper coins, and the transaction was successful. They both had their own ulterior motives and were secretly happy in their hearts, but on the surface they both looked hurt. "Brother," the middle-aged man said warmly, "you are indeed a straightforward person. We have a pleasant cooperation this time. Can we add each other as friends?" "Okay." Jiang Hao did not refuse and accepted his friend request. Looking at his nickname, Qunta Wu Yang, it turns out that he is indeed a game businessman. But he didn't mind. This kind of person wandered among the players all day long and always had some strange and good things in his hands. More friends mean more paths. Maybe he could get some useful information or items from him in the future. Finally, Jiang Hao said, "Brother Qian, if you have time, please keep an eye out for me. I still charge 2 copper coins for each primary blood bottle. I will take unlimited items. I also want anything else that increases attack, defense, or attributes, including equipment, potions, talismans, and scrolls. As for the price, I won't let you suffer a loss. But don't charge more than the natives." Hee. Qunta Wu Yang smiled, "Brother Zufeng, don't worry, I've taken note of what you said. If there's something good in the future, I'll definitely think of you first." The two chatted for a few more minutes and then went about their business. Jiang Hao walked straight towards the inner village. Because of the arrival of the players, in order to avoid the players disturbing the lives of the indigenous people too much, the village was divided into inner village and outer village that day. Players cannot enter the inner village without permission. It can be said that except for a few shops facing the street, players have almost lost the opportunity to interact with the indigenous people. Jiang Hao first came to the tailor shop. The tailor shop is a husband and wife shop, with a middle-aged couple busy inside. Seeing Jiang Hao coming in, the two of them didn't even raise their heads. After all, there were too many players disturbing them today, asking all kinds of questions but not buying anything, which made them very annoyed. Jiang Hao didn't care, he walked straight to the counter and said loudly, "Boss, do you buy blood python skins here?" As he spoke, Jiang Hao took out the blood python skin and placed it on the counter. The middle-aged couple paused, turned their heads and looked over, and found that there was indeed a blood python skin. A hint of surprise flashed in their eyes and they walked over. The two took the blood python skin and examined it. The male boss said, "This skin is relatively intact. You can take it. 20 copper coins." "Okay." Jiang Hao responded readily without bargaining. The couple's faces suddenly lit up with joy. One of them began to count the money while the other carefully put away the blood python skin. During the process, Jiang Hao also took a look at the finished products on the display cabinet next to him. A cloth shirt with +5 armor costs 40 copper plates. Leather armor with +10 armor costs 100 copper plates. This is an outrageous price for players. And his blood python skin can at least be made into 2 or 3 pieces of leather armor. The attributes are probably not lower than those displayed in the store, but the purchase price of this blood python skin is only 20 copper coins. It's a huge profit. In Shanghai, having a special skill in life is actually very popular. The main reason is that it is too difficult to learn a career in life. After collecting the money, Jiang Hao left the store without saying too much to the two bosses. After leaving the tailor shop, Jiang Hao turned and went to the apothecary. The owner of the alchemy shop is a 70-year-old man with slightly grey hair. At this time, the old man was dozing off in the rocking chair. Jiang Hao didn't disturb him and started checking the merchandise on the display cabinet. Primary blood bottle, priced at 10 copper coins. Intermediate blood bottle, instantly restores +100 HP, restores +20 HP per second, lasts for 10 seconds. Price, 150 copper coins. If you buy blood bottles to devour, it is more cost-effective to buy primary blood bottles. Of course, it's not as cheap now as buying it from players. Jiang Hao continued to read. Primary temporary strength potion, strength +2, lasts for 5 minutes. Price, 100 copper coins. Similarly, there are primary temporary mental strength, physical fitness, and agility potions, which are also sold for 100 copper coins. Further down. Low-level poison reagent, apply the reagent to the weapon to add poison attack +5, lasting for 1 minute. Price, 50 copper coins. Jiang Hao originally planned to improve the favorability of the herbal medicine store owner and learn medicine-making techniques from him, but after receiving the lucky bracelet blueprint from Jian Tu Wu Yang, he changed his mind. He wants to change his job to a blacksmith, and then create a large number of lucky bracelets to absorb and enhance the lucky attribute. 1 point of luck may not mean much, but what about 10 or 100 points? Jiang Hao felt a little excited. Then, he put away his thoughts and said to the old man in the rocking chair, "Grandpa, would you like to collect the poison sac of the extremely poisonous demon spider?" The old man finally opened his sleepy eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Oh? You actually managed to get this thing. You are quite capable. How much is one?" Jiang Hao asked again. 30 copper coins each, the old man replied. "Isn't this price too low? Can you add a little more?" "I have a lot." Jiang Hao replied. He didn't intend to improve the old man's favor, so naturally he had to bargain for the price. The more he could save, the more he would earn. "How much do you have?" The old man also became interested. 54. Jiang Hao replied. "How much?" The old man couldn't help but jump up. Chapter 10. 54. Jiang Hao said as he took out all the poison sacks and placed them on the counter. "Haha." The old man stroked his beard and looked at the poison sacks on the table. He was obviously calculating something in his mind. "Good boy, you are very generous. How about this? I will give you 5 copper coins for each poison sack, 35 copper coins each, and I will buy them all. How about it?" Jiang Hao didn't comment, and said, "How about this, a poison sack for a bottle of low-level poison reagent?" The old man narrowed his eyes slightly, and without much thought, he agreed, "Okay. 1 poison sack can make at least 3 bottles of low-level poison reagents, which is a big profit no matter how you calculate it." After Jiang Hao received the reagents, he went to the blacksmith shop. He now has 153 copper coins in his hand, so naturally he has to convert them into strength. Naturally, this small amount of copper coins could not increase the blacksmith shop owner's favorability much. He came to the shop and directly bought 15 sharp iron arrows and left. Sharp iron arrow. Physical attack +5. Having spent all his money, Jiang Hao found an empty corner in the wild and started devouring it like crazy. He first took out 153 blood bottles. Without further ado, 100 of the bottles are used to increase the health limit. As a result, his health limit was pushed up to 1050. This is just crazy. This is not the end yet. He used all the remaining 53 blood bottles to increase the blood recovery speed. In the end, the health recovery per second was pushed up to +114. Then he took out the invisibility talisman again. Activate talent. Extracted the entry successfully, obtained the skill invisibility. Do you want to extract it? Extract. Jiang Hao couldn't help but look at his personal dashboard. The stealth skill has been learned, but this skill is not in the skill column, but in the talent sub-column. This means that skills stolen through the hand of God are not counted in the number of personal skills. Doesn't that mean he has unlimited skills? This once again refreshed Jiang Hao's understanding of rule talent. Without hesitation, he immediately took out several other talismans and began to devour them. The Ice Cone Talisman and the Fireball Talisman helped Jiang Hao to master 2 magic skills very smoothly. When he took out the second Fireball Talisman to activate his talent, a different prompt appeared. Extracted the entry successfully, obtained the skill Fireball. detected that the fireball skill has been mastered. Do you want to strengthen the skill? Is it possible? No need to think about it. Strengthen. Fireball +1, consumes 12 magic points to release a fireball at the designated target, causing 120% of the magic attack's fire damage, with a cooldown of 9 seconds. The damage value increased from 100% to 120%. The cooling time is also reduced from 10 seconds to 9 seconds. If we purchase a large number of fireball talismans in the future, wouldn't we be able to continuously strengthen the fireball technique until it reaches astonishing power? If I increase my magic attack. Just imagine how terrifying it would be if a super powerful version of fireball was cast instantly. He played a mage in his previous life, so naturally he had a deep understanding of this. Jiang Hao let out a long sigh and calmed down his excitement. Then he took out a bottle of low-level poison reagent and activated his talent. Extracted the entry successfully, obtained the skill of low-level poisoning. Do you want to extract it? It is indeed a skill, not a passive effect. If it was a passive effect, it would be terrifying. Extract. Low-level poisoning, consumes 10 magic points to activate the skill. After the physical attack hits the target, an additional +5 poison damage will be inflicted per second, lasting for 1 minute, cannot be stacked, and the cooling time is 5 minutes. Jiang Hao continued to take out low-level poison reagents for strengthening. +1 requires a bottle of low-level poison reagent. +2 requires 2 bottles of low-level poison reagents. +3 requires 4 bottles of low-level poison reagents. And so on, each level up requires double the amount of the previous level. In the end, after Jiang Hao swallowed all 54 bottles of low-level poison reagents, it was only enough to upgrade the low-level poison to +5. If he had 11 more bottles of low-level poison reagents, it could be upgraded to +6, but unfortunately he didn't have enough resources. Low-level poisoning +5, consumes 20 magic points to activate the skill. After the physical attack hits the target, an additional +60 poison damage per second will be inflicted, lasting for 1 minute, cannot be stacked, and the cooling time is 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Without poison resistance, you will suffer 60 points of poison damage every second, which is 3,600 points of damage in 1 minute. This is extremely terrifying. Even an ordinary monster at level 10 cannot withstand 1 minute of poison damage. This is also the key to his confidence in taking on the blacksmith career. Finally, Jiang Hao took out 10 sharp iron arrows and swallowed them. Physical attack power surged by 50 points again. After all the resources were consumed, Jiang Hao's panel took on a whole new look. ID, Chasing the Wind. Talent, God's Hand. God's Hand affiliated skills. Invisibility, after activating the skill, you will enter the invisible state, which lasts for 1 minute, consumes 5 magic points per second, and the cooldown time is 5 minutes. Ice Cone, consumes 10 magic points and releases an ice cone to the designated target, causing 80% of the magic attack's ice damage. After hitting the target, it will cause the target to suffer a 10% slowness debuff. The cooldown time is 10 seconds. Fireball +1, consumes 12 magic points and releases a fireball at the designated target, causing 120% of the magic attack's fire damage, with a cooldown of 9 seconds. Low-level poisoning +5, consumes 20 magic points. After activating the skill, physical attacks will deal an additional +60 poison damage per second to the target, lasting for 1 minute, cannot be stacked, and the cooling time is 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Level 5. Experience 53/1200. HP 1050. Mana 60. Physical attack 170. Magic attack 60. Armor 10. Magic resist 0. Strength 9. Mental strength 6. Constitution 4. Agility 6. Luck, 1. Special attribute, cannot be increased with free attribute points. HP recovery per second plus 114. Equipment, blood python longbow, spider silk gloves. So terrifying. With a panel like this, Jiang Hao can basically dominate the novice village. It's a pity that there is no way to test my own strength now. In divine breath, it is already dark, and there is no way to kill monsters without vision. Now that he hadn't learned how to make a living and had no place to stay, there was nothing for him to do in the game, so he decisively quit the game. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Zhang Ling's big watery eyes looking at her. "Linger, are you awake?" Jiang Hao asked after taking off his helmet. "Yeah." Zhang Ling nodded. "I've been awake for a while. Seeing that you're still not awake, I made breakfast. Now is the perfect time to eat it." Jiang Hao couldn't help rubbing her head and said with a smile, "Our Linger is still the most considerate. Let's go. Have breakfast." The two walked to the dining table together. Zhang Ling cooked a pot of millet porridge, and she also took the time to go downstairs to buy fried dough sticks and steamed dumplings. They both ate with gusto. After filling his stomach for a while, Jiang Hao asked, "By the way, Linger, what is your talent?" "Hee." Zhang Ling smiled mischievously and asked, "Brother, guess what level of talent I drew?" Seeing her so excited, Jiang Hao guessed, "Grade A." Zhang Ling shook her head, "That's not right." "Could it be?" Jiang Hao paused deliberately, then suddenly asked, "Sacred item." "It's close, but it's still not right." Jiang Hao was shocked to see that she was still smiling, and then a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, "Divine product." Chapter 11. Jiang Hao was shocked to see that she was still smiling, and then a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, "Divine product." Hee. Zhang Ling's mouth curved into a crescent shape, and she nodded gently, with a proud light in her eyes, "That's right, brother, I drew a divine talent, the heart of telepathy. It was introduced that my perception, affinity, and comprehension of the elements have been greatly enhanced. But at the end of the day I didn't feel I was strong at all. It felt like it was useless." Blah. Jiang Hao was so shocked when he heard her say that his perception, affinity, and comprehension of elements had greatly increased that the chopsticks in his hand fell unconsciously onto the table without him noticing. "Brother." Zhang Ling shook his arm, "Did you listen to me?" "Of course." Jiang Hao also reacted, "Linger, your talent is very strong. It's so strong that even I am a little envious, because your talent is among the top grades among the divine products. You can't show much advantage now because you haven't come into contact with magic. When you learn magic, especially when your elemental resistance reaches 100% in the future, your heart of telepathy talent will truly show its terrifying power." Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel a little yearning as he spoke, as if he had seen the birth of an elemental controller. "Oh. So brother, you want me to become a mage, right?" Zhang Ling said. "Of course." Jiang Hao said, "Your talent is simply born for being a mage." "But..." Jiang Hao changed the subject and his expression became serious, "Linger, you should also know that the path of a mage is extremely difficult. Especially in the early stages, it takes a lot of time to accumulate resources. This stage is more difficult than many people." "Haha. Don't worry. Brother, I'm not afraid of hardship." Zhang Ling said with a smile. "That's good. I have a guide here that may help you go smoother on the path of becoming a mage." Jiang Hao said. "What strategy?" Zhang Ling slowed down her chewing and listened attentively. Jiang Hao said, "First, you have to become an alchemist. Alchemist can be said to be the most profitable profession in Chengxi, no doubt about it. If you can improve your medicine refining skills, most of the resources can be purchased with money in the future. But the life professions in divine breath are notoriously difficult to learn. It's not that the alchemy techniques are complicated, but it's difficult to find a master. Each native in divine breath has his or her own personality and emotions. Their energy is limited, so even if they accept disciples, they won't take in too many. Who they are willing to accept, in addition to requiring a certain level of talent, the more important thing is favorability. There is a well behind the novice village. You can see it by going around the bamboo forest. Find a secret place and wait there every evening for the next few days. When you see a group of children playing near a well, be careful not to speak out to stop them at the beginning. Instead, when one of the children falls into the well and the other children run away in panic, you should then appear and rescue the child. Zhang Ling looked a little reluctant. Then the child will be okay, right? She'll be fine if you save her in time. Jiang Hao said, her grandfather is the owner of the drugstore. If you save her, you can greatly improve your favorability with the drugstore owner. When he asks you what you want in return, don't be pretentious. Just tell him that you are interested in refining medicine and want to learn from him. The owner of the pharmacy will basically not refuse. After becoming an apprentice of alchemy, you must study hard, ask questions without hesitation, and practice more. Not only do you need to master the basic techniques of refining medicine, but you also need to learn to identify various medicinal materials, understand their growing environment and the precautions for picking them. These are the basic skills for alchemists. Laying a solid foundation is crucial to your future growth. Before you become a real apprentice, you can put leveling up aside for now and focus on making medicine. If you are lucky enough to receive the skills of magic, take the time to go to the martial arts hall to practice casting magic. In free mode, there is a process of learning, becoming proficient, and adapting in the early stages. Only when you can cast it freely can you be said to have truly mastered the technique. Remember, the essence of magic lies in understanding and control, not just proficiency. Do you understand? Jiang Hao continued to instruct. Zhang Ling nodded fiercely, I remember it. That's right. And, Jiang Hao continued, you must be on guard against others. You must be wary of everyone in God's breath. You must know that God's breath can be said to be a second world, and there are huge interests involved. Sometimes people will do anything to gain benefits. Brother, I understand. I'm not a naive person. But I think Su Qing is not a good woman. Having said that, Zhang Ling quickly shut his mouth. In the past, Jiang Hao would get angry with her whenever she said something bad about Su Qing. Seeing Zhang Ling's performance, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. Everyone else can see clearly what is happening, but you insist on going down the wrong path. It's ridiculous how blind I was in my previous life. I decided to be with Su Qing, that woman, and ended up falling into an irreversible situation. But now there is still a chance to save everything, and he will never let the tragedy of the previous life happen again. Jiang Hao touched Zhang Ling's head and said softly with guilt, Ling don't worry, your brother has come to his senses and will no longer have anything to do with Amelia Su from now on. Even if there is, it is only endless hatred. This is what Jiang Hao thought in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. Zhang Ling heard this, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then turned into a gentle smile, and said in surprise, Brother, are you serious? Are you really willing to abandon Su Qing, the White Lotus? Yeah. Jiang Hao nodded, when have I ever lied to you? Haha. Good. Zhang Ling laughed loudly, then immediately stood up and pulled Jiang Hao and said, let's go. Brother. Let's go to the supermarket to buy food. We are going to have a good meal today to celebrate your new life. Jiang Hao was infected by Zhang Ling's enthusiasm, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. He stood up and let his sister hold his hand. They walked out of the house together and headed towards the nearby supermarket. On the way, Jiang Hao's heart was full of emotion. Everything in his past life was like a passing cloud, but he remembered the pain and regret deeply. Now, he has the chance to start over. He not only has to live for himself, but also has to protect the innocent and kind sister beside him. Dafa Supermarket. This is a large supermarket nearby. Jiang Ling skipped between the shelves, picking out all kinds of ingredients that Jiang Hao liked, and turned back from time to time to ask Jiang Hao for his opinion. Jiang Hao kept picking out the ones Jiang Ling liked. The two of them were competing with each other to choose what the other liked, and soon they had a full shopping cart of ingredients. At the same time, the same supermarket in another direction. A woman wearing a tight dress that outlines her graceful figure and with delicate makeup on her face is walking side by side with a young man who has a slightly pale face and somewhat empty eyes. The young man was thin, his steps were a little unsteady, and his eyes kept glancing at the woman's white neck and snow-white cleavage. "Mr. Wang, here are some oysters airlifted from the South Daxia Sea. Would you like to take some?" The woman's charming voice sounded. If Jiang Hao were here, he would recognize at a glance that the woman who was speaking was Su Qing, and the young man next to him was his enemy in his previous life, Wang Alii. Chapter 12. When Wang Alii heard about oysters, his eyes lit up. He put one hand on Su Qing's waist and said with a smile, "Qing Qing still understands me. Then let's have a few more." He. After saying that, Wang Alii couldn't help but pout and peck Su Qing on the face. Su Qing's soft fist landed on Wang Alii's shoulder. "Hate it, there are so many people here." "Hey, then let's go back early? No one will disturb us at home." There was a hint of playfulness in Wang Alii's tone, and his eyes wandered over Su Qing's body unscrupulously. At the same time, the hand that was originally on Su Qing's waist began to explore downwards. Su Qing blushed, holding Wang Alii's hand tightly with one hand, half of her body leaning on his chest, and whispered in his ear, "Mr. Wang, don't be anxious, you can eat whatever you want when you go back later." Hearing this, Wang Alii raised a wicked smile, and the desire in his eyes became even stronger. "Okay. Now that we have made our choice, let's go." "Brother." Jiang Ling saw Jiang Hao staring at the two people's backs for a long time without saying a word, and couldn't help but remind him, "You should have seen Su Qing's true face now, right? You must not be fooled by her again. Go back and make peace with her again." Jiang Hao retracted his gaze, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The reason why he lost his mind just now was not because he caught Su Qing having an affair with someone else. Instead, one day after the launch of Shenkai, Wang Alii found Su Qing again. He estimated that Su Qing had used other means to get a lottery helmet, activated the holy talent, and still embarked on the path of relying on Aotian Pavilion in the previous life. This woman is really not simple. But not to mention Su Qing, even if it is Aotian Pavilion, Jiang Hao vows to bring it down to the mortal world in this life. Jiang Hao turned to look at Jiang Ling. His expression immediately softened. "Linger, I've said it before, no matter what happens to Su Qing in the future, it won't cause me any waves." Jiang Ling saw that Jiang Hao looked normal, and she finally felt relieved. "That's good, we will go too." "Good." After returning home and having a hearty lunch, Jiang Hao put on his helmet and went to the forum to learn about the latest developments. Although the forum is full of various complaints about Shenkai, such as poor user experience, no main quests, difficulty in upgrading, difficulty in killing monsters, and inability to block pain, etc. But all this negative information cannot compare to a game coin that is as strong as this. The 150 ratio made many people see business opportunities. It is conceivable that many people who are on the sidelines will inevitably enter the game in large numbers tonight. This can be imagined from the hot scene of purchasing gaming helmets on site. There were long queues at almost all Tianxing sales outlets. Jiang Hao skipped over the news and turned his attention to the hottest topic currently being discussed, talent. The news that those lucky helmets could draw talents on the first day of logging into the game gradually spread. Now anyone who activates a talent is sought after by all the major guilds. Even if you activate the lowest level F talent, you can get a better contract in some guilds. And those with high talents are even more flocking to it. Whenever a guild recruits an A-level talent, it will publicize it on the forum to demonstrate the guild's strength and appeal. Look, the announcements that Aotian Pavilion recruited the saintly talent Meng Zhongqing'er, DS Shenxi recruited the saintly talent Zyai Digwa, and Tian Yuan recruited the saintly talent Fu Shengjin are still pinned at the top of the forum in a prominent position. These three people are players with holy talents who are well known in Huaxia. The Qing'er in the dream is Su Qing. As expected, she activated her holy talent just like in her previous life and joined Aotian Pavilion. In addition to those with holy talents, there are also some people with spiritual talents and A-level talents who have joined the guild. Many of these lucky ones were of ordinary status and simple backgrounds. Once they signed an agreement with a big guild, their fate changed dramatically, just like a carp leaping over a dragon gate. Many people who won the lucky helmet gave it away, resold it, or did not log in on the first day for various reasons. Those who missed the opportunity to activate their talent could not help but beat their chests and stamp their feet. After learning about the forum dynamics, it was already 17 o'clock. The brother and sister Jiang Hao heated up the leftover food from lunch, filled their stomachs, took a shower, and then went straight into divine breath. It was 18:30 in real time, and the sky was already getting light in divine breath. When Jiang Hao entered the game, the village was already bustling with activity. Jiang Hao did not waste any time and followed the crowd out of the village. Most of these players stopped in the grassland to search for traces of red-eyed rabbits. A small number of people who upgraded yesterday and were relatively strong went to the dark forest. Jiang Hao's direction of travel is the desert area west of the village. Level 5 to 8 ironback lizards live in the desert. Not far away, Jiang Hao encountered a group of 4 ironback lizards. Ironback lizard. Level 5. HP 580. Armor 10. Attack 76. Skill Swift Attack. Ironback lizard. Level 6. HP 650. Armor 12. Attack power 90. Skill Swift Attack. Among the 4 ironback lizards, 3 are level 5 and 1 is level 6. Jiang Hao did not hesitate any longer and activated his skill. Poisoned. Then he drew his bow and drew his arrow. Swoosh! 4 wooden arrows flew towards one of the ironback lizards one after another. Puff! There were 4 consecutive muffled sounds, and each ironback lizard was hit by a wooden arrow. -165. -158. -163. -166. This is the damage caused by 4 arrow attacks. Then, the green word -60 continued to appear on the heads of several ironback lizards. This is the poison damage added by poisoning. Even if Jiang Hao didn't take any action, the 4 ironback lizards would all die after 7 or 8 seconds. In just over 10 seconds, Jiang Hao killed 4 level 5 or 6 ironback lizards. This efficiency is too terrifying. Jiang Hao walked closer and first absorbed the 4 balls of spiritual energy. Gain a total of 68 psychic energy. At this rate of efficiency it won't be long before we can upgrade again. Then, he disassembled the 4 ironback lizards one by one. I got 23 copper coins and 2 pieces of lizard scales and nothing else. I am still very stingy. When Jiang Hao was about to retrieve the 4 wooden arrows, he suddenly discovered a problem. The wear and tear of wooden arrows is far beyond imagination. Just after killing an ironback lizard, more than half of the wooden arrows were used up. I guess this wooden arrow will be scrapped after 1 or 2 more uses. There was not much loss in killing so many poisonous spiders the day before, but the reason why the loss is so great now is because the ironback lizard has armor. Miscalculated. Jiang Hao was a little annoyed. However, it shouldn't be a big problem because he still has 5 iron arrows in his hand. Taking them in turns should get you through the day. After collecting his things, Jiang Hao continued searching in the desert. Ironback lizards are small social animals, and usually they live in a small group once you find one. It may be tricky for ordinary people, but for Jiang Hao it is an excellent leveling object. After a round of poisoning, no ironback lizard could escape the double attack of his arrows and poison. In the following time, he was like an efficient killing machine, shuttling through the desert, constantly searching for and hunting ironback lizards. Chapter 13. Finally, after killing more than 20 lizard groups, a piece of equipment dropped. Iron scale armor, white. Armor plus 25. Jiang Hao thought about it and decided not to swallow the armor. The plus 25 armor value has little effect compared to his 1050 health points. It would be better to take it back to the village and sell it to the rich people in the big guilds, and then use the copper coins to buy potions to consume it. The effect will be better this way. Jiang Hao continued searching in the desert. Half a day passed, and now he had gone deep into the wasteland. The ironback lizards around him were basically level 7 or 8, but he still couldn't find what he wanted. In fact, what he was looking for in the desert was a skeleton. The only son of the blacksmith shop owner had a dream of traveling the world with a sword since he was a child, and he didn't want to honestly inherit his father's craft and family business. After an argument with his father one time, he ran away from home in anger and never came back. But he didn't go far and eventually died in the wilderness. Jiang Hao's current task is to find his remains and send them back to the blacksmith's owner. In this way, he gained his favor and naturally became his apprentice, learning the art of forging from him. However, now that most of the wasteland has been searched, the key skeleton has still not been found. The sun was high in the sky and the desert was scorching hot. Jiang Hao's clothes were already soaked with sweat and he felt a little uncomfortable. This is also a disadvantage of having 100% senses, which makes him feel as if he is really in a harsh desert. I don't believe that I can't find the skeleton even if I search the entire wasteland. Jiang Hao secretly got angry and continued searching despite the harshness. Fortunately, he had mastered the poisoning skill before coming to the wasteland. Even when facing a group of level 7 or 8 ironback lizards, he could still kill them with one round of poisoning. It's just that the health of the level 7 or 8 ironback lizard has increased to more than 800, so it can hold out for a few seconds longer. At this time, Jiang Hao needs to pay attention to the fact that these ironback lizards will activate their skills at the last moment, a swift pounce, suddenly accelerating towards him. If he fails to evade in time, he will still be easily injured. Time passes slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was almost dusk. At this time, Jiang Hao had basically searched the entire wasteland, but still failed to find the remains of the blacksmith shop owner's son. Most of the arrows in his hand had been broken, and now only 3 iron arrows and 9 wooden arrows were barely usable. It is estimated that these arrows can only be used once, and there is no value in recovering them after they are shot. Just when Jiang Hao thought that he would return empty-handed today, he suddenly saw a cave on a barren mountain not far away. After thinking about it, Jiang Hao guessed that the blacksmith's son had run away from home, and that place would be a good place to stay. So he made up his mind to go and take a look. No matter what the result is, just go back after seeing it. The cave was not far away. 2 or 3 minutes later, Jiang Hao arrived at the entrance of the cave. However, before he could get any closer, a gust of cold wind blew out of the cave, bringing with it a foul odor unique to ironback lizards. There's a monster! Jiang Hao immediately took out the blood python longbow. And at this moment, a dark shadow suddenly attacked. Jiang Hao immediately determined that it was the swift pounce of the ironback lizard. He was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and relying on his keen intuition, he moved his body to the side the moment the black shadow pounced on him. Although the main body avoided being attacked head-on, a claw of the ironback lizard still tore a bloody wound on the shoulder in the process of dodging. A severe tearing pain came instantly. 233. Just by being tickled, Jiang Hao lost a lot of health. Jiang Hao ignored the pain in his shoulder. As long as he was not killed instantly, given 2 or 3 seconds, his powerful blood recovery ability would replenish his blood to full. The ironback lizard failed to knock Jiang Hao down completely with one blow and seemed a little annoyed. It growled and tensed its body again, preparing to launch a second round of attack. At this time, Jiang Hao also saw its figure clearly. This is a monster that is larger than a regular ironback lizard. A detection spell passed. Ironback lizard, elite. Level, 8. HP, 4000. Armor, 35. Attack, 170. Skills, Swift Pounce, Claw Blade. This is a level 8 elite monster. Jiang Hao did not dare to be careless and opened fire at full force. Poisoned. Whoosh. A wooden arrow shot out. -152. -60. If you successfully poison it and survive a minute, then find time to shoot a few more arrows, you can kill this elite ironback lizard. Next, a poison damage will appear on its head every second. The ironback lizard roared, and moved its four hooves, quickly attacking Jiang Hao. Although Jiang Hao is not as fast as the ironback lizard, he can flexibly avoid most attacks thanks to his many years of experience fighting monsters in his previous life. Even if its claws occasionally tore a cut on the body, the blood would be restored within 2 or 3 seconds. Seeing that his repeated attacks were fruitless, the elite ironback lizard's eyes became more furious, as if he was completely enraged. Its muscles were tense, and the iron scales on its back gleamed coldly in the sun. A terrifying energy was about to burst out of its body. Swift attack. If he was caught by the claws and grabbed by them several times in a row, Jiang Hao felt that he might still die. He did not dare to be careless. He seized the opportunity and threw out the ice cone that was secretly condensed in his hand. Bang! -58. The ice cone hit the ironback lizard's forelimbs accurately. After the ice cone dispersed with a bang, a layer of ice crystals condensed on its legs in an instant. As a result, the ironback lizard's fast-moving body suddenly stopped, its forehooves became uncoordinated, and it lost its balance, then fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. And its skill, Swift Pounce, was successfully interrupted. Jiang Hao naturally would not miss this good opportunity to add insult to injury. 2 arrows were shot one after the other. -308, weak point attack. -155. At this point, the elite ironback lizard was basically doomed to die, and Jiang Hao quickly distanced himself from it. Now he still has 30 magic points and can use the ice cone spell 3 times at the critical moment. If used well, 3 ice spikes can interrupt 3 of the ironback lizard's swift attacks. Of course, the ice cone technique requires extremely high skills to interrupt the ironback lizard's swift attack. First of all, you need to use the free mode, and secondly, you need to accurately hit the forelimbs with the ice cone, which will have a chance to unbalance its body and interrupt its skills. This kind of reaction and accuracy is the result of Jiang Hao's years of struggling on the brink of life and death. The ironback lizard struggled for a few times, shook off the ice crystals on its body, and continued to attack Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was not too worried as long as the ironback lizard did not launch a swift attack, so he dealt with it. Finally, a minute passed. During the process, Jiang Hao accurately cast Ice Cone twice, interrupting its 2 swift attacks and successfully killing it. A ball of even more concentrated spiritual energy floated out. Jiang Hao waved his hand and swallowed the ball of spiritual energy, gaining 45 points of spiritual energy at once. What follows is the exciting moment of touching the corpse. I don't know if there will be any surprises when I kill an elite monster for the first time. Jiang Hao placed his hands on the body. Breakdown. After the ding-ding sound, 3 white lights flashed. Jiang Hao put away the 20 copper coins and then his eyes fell on the 3 items. A pair of ironback lizard claws, a set of ironback lizard scales, the materials can probably be sold for 100 copper coins, and the last one is a piece of equipment. Lizard scale shoes, white. +2 agility. Nice property. Jiang Hao directly changed his novice cloth shoes. After everything was packed up, Jiang Hao began to look at the cave and then walked into it. The cave is not very deep, only about 10 meters in depth. Finally, in an inconspicuous corner, Jiang Hao found a pile of rocks. He walked closer and saw that there was indeed a skeleton hidden among the rocks. The skeleton's limbs were not complete, and it was obvious that they were the remains after being bitten by a monster. There was also a jade ring left next to the skeleton, which should have been used to prove the identity. Jiang Hao put it away, then used the tattered clothes on the ground to collect the remaining skeleton and packed it up and took it away. Today's goal has been achieved and it is getting late, so Jiang Hao does not stay here any longer and quickly returns to the novice village. Chapter 14. When he returned to the village entrance, the sun had just set. With the help of the afterglow, Jiang Hao ignored the noisy environment in the village and walked towards the inner village with his cloth bag on his back. However, before he could squeeze through the crowd, a group of aggressive players wearing store-produced equipment suddenly surrounded him. The leader was a burly, arrogant man with an Aotian Pavilion guild badge hanging on his chest. Guild badges can be customized at a tailor shop. It costs 10 copper coins to customize a badge. At this stage, the value of copper coins is extremely high, and people of ordinary status are really not worthy of wearing guild badges. However, seeing that he was wearing a complete set of shop products, it must have cost at least 400 or 500 copper coins. To be able to enjoy such treatment, he should be one of the senior executives of Aotian Pavilion stationed in the village. Originally, Shenkai had just been launched and time was precious, so Jiang Hao was too lazy to cause trouble for Aotian Pavilion, but he never thought that the other party would actually come to him on their own initiative. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly, "A good dog doesn't block the road." Those who had seen Aotian Pavilion blocking the people and knew that there was something good to watch suddenly became excited and watched the development of the situation with an attitude of not caring about the trouble. This guy is so tough. He doesn't even take Aotian Pavilion seriously. How dare you talk to someone from Aotian Pavilion like that? You really have guts. Tisk, it seems he is tired of living and has offended Aotian Pavilion. Let's see how he ends up. Hey, why is this young man so impulsive? Aotian Pavilion is not easy to mess with. I hope he can be safe. Hehe, most likely someone from Aotian Pavilion took a fancy to the equipment on him. Hey, if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that the shoes on his feet and the gloves on his hands were not produced by the novice village shop. He was so lucky to get 2 pieces of equipment. I don't know. Look, there's a cloth bag on his back. There might be some good stuff in it. No wonder Aotian Pavilion is targeting him. Xiao Hongjun, the leader of the crowd in Aotian Pavilion, glanced at the crowd, and the crowd that was originally whispering immediately quieted down. Xiao Hongjun's eyes fell on Jiang Hao again, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. Obviously he was interested in the equipment on Jiang Hao. But he still forced a smile on his face and said, "Little brother, I am Hong I Tian Xiang, the person in charge of Aotian Pavilion in this village, and I have a business deal to discuss with you." As soon as he mentioned the ID, Jiang Hao remembered it. In his previous life, he had dealt with Aotian Pavilion a lot. In the later period, Hong I Tianxiang had some power in Aotian Pavilion and was the commander of a legion of 10,000 people. Oh? A dog from Aotian Pavilion? Come on, bark a few more times and see what happens. Jiang Hao said coldly. This time, without waiting for Xiao Hongjun to speak, the members of Aotian Pavilion around him started shouting angrily. "FK! I think this kid wants to die. Brother Hong, I can't stand it anymore, I'll kill this guy first. I'm going to teach this little BD a lesson." As they spoke, everyone took out their weapons and threatened Jiang Hao, and Xiao Hongjun did not stop them. Jiang Hao looked at the 8 free attribute points that had not been allocated today as he had upgraded from level 5 to level 9, and put them all into agility. Jiang Hao's speed, reaction speed, attack speed, etc. were instantly improved. Facing the siege of the Aotian pavilion, he was not afraid at all. His agility instantly doubled, and he was already invincible. Jiang Hao clenched his fists and glanced at the Aotian pavilion members around him with a cold gaze. Come on together. Jiang Hao's voice was not loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. Isn't this a fool? Is he still planning to fight against Aotian pavilion with his fists? Where does he get his mysterious confidence from? He doesn't even have a weapon. This is a brat who doesn't know his place. I have identified him. No one around was optimistic about Jiang Hao, but even though there was no suspense, many people secretly turned on the video recording function to record the following battle. Haha, has this kid lost his mind? Does he think he is Superman? Watch me kill him with my sword. A member of Aotian Pavilion laughed and took the lead in attacking Jiang Hao. However, just as he took 2 steps, he felt a darkness in front of his eyes. Bang! Jiang Hao punched him on the bridge of the nose. Suddenly, the sound of bones breaking was heard. Ah! The man cried out in pain instantly. Wow, did I see that right? 45 points of damage. How is this possible? How can his damage be so high? Yet, fists can't fully exert their attack power. If he has a weapon in his hand, wouldn't he be killed in one blow? People around kept exclaiming. In fact, Jiang Hao was deliberately holding back and only exerted 40% to 50% of his strength. With a physical attack power of 170, even if he only uses half of his fists, he can still cause 80 to 90 points of damage with one punch. The man in front of him is only level 2. Unless he increases his overall quality, he really can't withstand Jiang Hao's full-strength punch. Ouch! The man was nearly killed by a single punch. Even if his senses were adjusted to 10%, the pain was unbearable for an average person. He covered his nose, blood seeped out from between his fingers, his face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were full of fear. This scene made the members of Aotian Pavilion who were ready to make a move stunned for a moment. This? How is this possible? Xiao Hongjun was secretly shocked, but he quickly adjusted his mood and said to Jiang Hao in a cold voice, Humph! You do have some skills, but you have been hostile to our Aotian Pavilion from the beginning, and your words are full of provocation and insults. Do you think that you can fight against our entire Aotian Pavilion with your own strength? You are so naive. If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving easily. Provocation? Insult? Jiang Hao said with a hint of sarcasm. You have gathered so many people here to invite me for tea? And you want me to give you an explanation? Do you want me to give you my equipment for nothing? I really don't know whether your brain has degenerated or your face has evolved. Jiang Hao's words were as sharp as a knife, and the people around him were secretly delighted after hearing them. It was only the second day after the launch of Shenkai that Aotian Pavilion started to act arrogantly, and many people had long been fed up with them. Xiao Hongjun was so angry at Jiang Hao's words that his face turned blue. He laughed in anger and said, Okay. 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 I want to see what you are capable of to be so arrogant. Brothers, don't be polite to him, teach him a lesson. Following Xiao Hongjun's order, the members of Aotian Pavilion suddenly roared and launched an attack on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was not afraid at all. His body was as fast as lightning and he easily dodged everyone's attacks. With 16 points of agility and rich combat experience in his previous life, Jiang Hao moved freely among the crowd, punching people in painful parts of the body such as the crotch, waist, and eye sockets from time to time. One punch was enough to bring a person to the brink of death. Anyone who was hit would lie on the ground wailing. Only a few people who had blood bottles in their hands felt relieved after swallowing a blood bottle. Jiang Hao moved very quickly, and soon more than a dozen members of Aotian Pavilion fell to the ground. The wailing sounds continued, and the members of Aotian Pavilion began to feel frightened and forgot to attack for a moment. Seeing that Jiao Hongzhen's eyes were getting colder, Jiang Hao knew that today would not be so easy to resolve. Jiang Hao slowly bent down and picked up an ordinary novice sword from beside a fallen Aotian pavilion member. Chapter 15. Are you ready? Jiang Hao's voice was low and powerful, as if it came from the underworld, causing the remaining members of Aotian pavilion to tremble in their hearts. Seeing this, Jiao Hongzhen shouted angrily, "Don't be afraid of him, he is alone, how can we deal with him with so many people? Come on, kill him. Whoever can take his head will be rewarded with 100,000. If even an idle player can bully Aotian pavilion, then what prestige does Aotian pavilion have here? This will affect Jiao Hongzhen's future status and prospects in Aotian pavilion. He will never tolerate such a failure." Stimulated by Jiao Hongzhen's huge reward, the members of Aotian pavilion cheered up again, shouted in unison, and rushed towards Jiang Hao aggressively. Jiang Hao no longer held back and rushed forward with his sword in hand. Puff! Jiang Hao first pierced the heart of the Aotian pavilion member who was running in front. A sure kill. Then he dodged to the side, avoiding the sword's attack, and swung the sword in his hand again. There was another muffled puff sound, and a huge head flew up directly. FK. These two were kicked off the line. It's probably caused by a severe mental trauma. Oh my god! If someone chopped off my head with a sword like this, I would probably be so scared that I would lose my connection. The spectators around were amazed. They did not expect Jiang Hao's strength to be so terrifying. He killed 2 members of Aotian pavilion in seconds with just 2 swords, and also caused them severe mental damage, so they were forced to be kicked offline by the system. However, there was no pause at the scene. Jiang Hao continued to move among the crowd. With his agility of 16 points, he was like a ghost in front of these Aotian pavilion members who were only level 2 or 3. They couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Kill him. Whoever can take his head will be rewarded with 200,000. He has limited physical strength, and we must tire him to death. Jiao Hongzhen ordered hatefully. After killing 7 or 8 people in succession, just as Jiao Hongzhen had expected, Jiang Hao's physical strength gradually ran out and he finally showed signs of fatigue. But Jiang Hao was not in a hurry at all. He had just deliberately torn a gap in the encirclement of Aotian pavilion. After giving Jiao Hongzhen a meaningful smile, he rushed directly towards the gap. Oh no! He is trying to escape. Stop him quickly! Jiao Hongzhen shouted anxiously. But because this happened in the village, he didn't gather many people, and with the hindrance of the surrounding spectators, it was impossible to block Jiang Hao in a short time. Jiang Hao did not have much physical strength now, but with his 16 points of agility, he easily got rid of the entanglement of the people from Aotian pavilion. After escaping the encirclement, Jiang Hao put away his sword, took out the blood python longbow, and then took out a wooden arrow. Whoosh! Before Jiao Hongzhen could react, the sharp arrow had already reached him. Puff! The sharp arrow pierced directly through his eye socket. Flash sale! Jiao Hongzhen's figure suddenly flickered, which was a sign that the system wanted to kick him offline, but he managed to hold back. The first time he died, he was shot through the eye socket. Jiao Hongzhen was able to endure this extreme pain. He deserves to be a strong man who can take charge of an army in the future. In terms of willpower alone, it is indeed far beyond that of ordinary people. After killing Jiao Hongzhen, Jiang Hao no longer entangled with the remaining people from Aotian pavilion and quickly headed towards the inner village. There is no such thing as red names or sin values in God's breath. The only place in the novice village where weapons are prohibited is probably the inner village. The indigenous people will not care how the players fight, as long as it does not affect their lives, they basically will not care. In the previous life, we also experienced a period of chaos for several months. Finally, under the leadership of the Jihad Guild, other major guilds responded, and finally some default rules were gradually formed. For example, certain areas are designated as safe zones, and players are prohibited from engaging in violence within the safe zones, otherwise they will be collectively attacked by major guilds. Before these rules were formed, life was particularly difficult for ordinary players. Those big guilds and powerful players would kill and rob at will, treating the weak as grass. Every day, they seemed to be walking on the edge of a knife, carefully avoiding conflicts with those powerful forces. Of course, if you don't want to live in such fear, ordinary players can also join a large guild and use some of their freedom to gain the protection of the large guild. It's only the second day of the server opening, and it's not uncommon to see people being blocked for no reason like an Aotian pavilion. It can be predicted that the novice villages will fall into even more serious chaos in the coming period of time. When the people from Aotian pavilion saw Jiang Hao enter the blacksmith shop, they didn't dare to follow him. No one dared to provoke the aboriginals. Even the octogenarian in the pharmacy is a terrifying wizard. This afternoon, some people were arguing in front of a drugstore, and this behavior seemed to have disturbed the drugstore owner's sleep. As a result, a fireball as big as a wash basin flew out of the drugstore and exploded directly among the arguing crowd. In just a moment, 5 or 6 people were blown to ashes. Even the players who were watching the excitement nearby were affected. Several of them died, and some had their clothes singed by the scorching flames. Even so, they almost lost their lives, and the rest of them were so scared that they quickly retreated. After the news spread, no one dared to act rudely in front of the shops run by the indigenous people. Jiang Hao walked into the blacksmith shop. The owner of the blacksmith shop was a taciturn, burly middle-aged man. In addition to him, there is another young apprentice in the store, who is also an aboriginal. The young apprentice was more enthusiastic. When he saw Jiang Hao coming, he quickly put down the bellows, walked over and asked, "What do you want?" In fact, the reason why he was so enthusiastic was that he was just looking for an excuse to be lazy. "I'm looking for your master," Jiang Hao said. "My master is busy, he doesn't receive guests." The young apprentice said, "Just tell me if you have anything to say. I saw an emerald green jade ring in the wilderness today, and I'd like to ask the boss to help me identify it." Jiang Hao deliberately spoke louder. Sure enough, when he heard the emerald green jade ring, the blacksmith shop owner's originally silent face moved slightly. He turned his head and saw the familiar jade ring in Jiang Hao's hand. His eyes became sharp in an instant, as if his deep memories were touched. He took a step forward, his hands shaking unconsciously, staring closely at the jade ring in Jiang Hao's hand, his voice low and urgent, Quickly let me have a look." Jiang Hao gently placed the jade ring on the counter, and the blacksmith shop owner almost couldn't wait to grab it and look at it carefully. There was a complex light flashing in his eyes, including shock, nostalgia, excitement that was difficult to conceal, and a hint of fear. This jade ring, where did you get it?" The boss's voice trembled slightly. "I found it in a cave in the wilderness. Next to it, there was a skeleton," Jiang Hao said. "What?" The boss was shocked when he heard this. That skeleton. I brought it back, do you want to see it?" Jiang Hao said as he took off the cloth bag on his back. Chapter 16. When the blacksmith shop owner saw the familiar patterns on the cloth, he staggered and the young apprentice stepped forward to help him avoid falling to the ground. When he saw the missing thumb on the right hand of the mutilated skeleton, his figure seemed to have aged by 10 years in an instant. He was absolutely sure that the skeleton was that of his son. Because before leaving, the son cut off his right thumb with a knife, using the pain of severed finger to show his determination to be free. It was at that moment that he finally compromised and set his son free, but he never imagined that this would mean they would be separated forever. The boss voice was choked with sobs, tears welling up in his eyes, but he tried hard not to let them fall. "If only I had forced you to stay at that time." Jiang Hao stood silently by, looking at the grief-stricken look of the blacksmith shop owner, and couldn't help feeling a little moved. At this moment, he thought of his parents and the Jiang family. When he was a child, his parents were the pillars of the entire Jiang family. When they were alive, he and his sister Jiangling were the darlings of the entire family and were cared for meticulously. But after their parents died unexpectedly, their lives took a sudden turn for the worse. In order to appease the Wang family's anger, they were even kicked out of the Jiang family. The foundation that their parents had worked so hard to build was also divided up by other relatives of the Jiang family. In his previous life, he actually desired that ridiculous family affection, but Su Qing and the Jiang family took away the territory he had worked so hard to build. Having lost the foundation of divine breath, this also doomed the subsequent series of tragedies to occur. Jiang Hao withdrew his thoughts, his eyes fell on the blacksmith shop owner, and comforted him, "Boss, I am sorry for your loss." The boss took a deep breath, trying to calm his heart. He looked up at Jiang Hao with gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you, young man. Thank you for bringing my son's belongings back. It means a lot to me. I don't know how to repay you." Jiang Hao was waiting for this sentence, but he remained calm and said, "Boss, I don't really need your reward. But if you're willing, I'd like to learn the art of forging from you." Upon hearing this, the boss looked at Jiang Hao, frowned and said, "Forging is not an easy job. It is precisely because it is too hard that my son is unwilling to inherit my craft." Jiang Hao said, "Boss, don't worry, I know this road is not easy, but I am also confident that I will never disgrace your reputation." Seeing the determination in his eyes, the boss said no more. "Okay. Come back in 3 days, and I will accept you as my apprentice then." Jiang Hao was delighted. As long as he could become a blacksmith, waiting for 3 days would be no problem. He could also use these 3 days to explore the opportunities in the novice village. Then, the boss directly instructed the young man to take full charge of the store affairs and left with his son's bones. When the blacksmith's owner disappeared, the young man patted Jiang Hao's shoulder and said with a smile, "Hey! From now on, I will be your senior brother." "Hello, senior brother. What is your name?" Jiang Hao replied tactfully. "My last name is Lu Chuan." "What's yours?" the young man asked. "Brother, my name is Zifeng." Jiang Hao said, then said, "By the way, brother, I have a lot of ironback lizard skins. I wonder if master will accept them. Ironback lizard skin can be used to make light armor, so of course I'll buy it. Normally, a level 5 ironback lizard skin is 50 copper coins per piece, but if it's from my junior brother, I'll charge 100 copper coins." Lu Chuan said. "This isn't a good idea, right?" Jiang Hao hesitated. Doubling the price was not a small amount. "Hai," Lu Chuan said cheerfully, "you have been accepted as a disciple by the master, so you are also considered a member of Luyuan village. The villagers all charge this price, so you don't have to feel any psychological burden." "Okay then." Jiang Hao stopped hesitating and took out all the ironback lizard skins. Level 5 is 100 copper coins, level 6 is 120 copper coins, and so on. Jiang Hao hunted more than 400 ironback lizards today and harvested more than 200 ironback lizard skins in total. After calculating the total price of all materials sold, Jiang Hao earned 31,000 copper coins. Of course, if he didn't have the identity of the blacksmith's apprentice, his income would be reduced by half. After the settlement, such a huge harvest made Lu Chuan envious. In addition, killing the ironback lizard also dropped 12,000 copper coins, and the copper coins in Jiang Hao's hand instantly soared to 43,000. The game coins in Chengzi are divided into gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins equals 10,000 copper coins. On the second day of the server opening, when others were still using copper coins as the unit of measurement, Jiang Hao had already entered the gold coin era. It can be imagined that if he digests all the copper coins in his hand, his strength will surely increase rapidly. He first purchased a batch of arrows in the store, including 500 sharp iron arrows and 500 wooden arrows without any attack power. Jiang Hao discovered that as long as the sharp iron arrows were not completely damaged, they could still be used to extract entries. When this batch of iron arrows are almost used up, they will be swallowed one by one to maximize their value. Why do we need to purchase 500 wooden arrows? Of course, it is inconvenient to recycle arrows sometimes, and wooden arrows are much cheaper than iron arrows. An iron arrow costs 10 copper coins, while a wooden arrow only costs 1 copper coin. With these 1,000 arrows, his anxiety about running out of arrows was completely solved. In addition, he also snatched 2 novice swords from the members of Aotian Pavilion as backup, so he would no longer be in the embarrassing situation of having no weapons at critical moments. Jiang Hao walked into the blacksmith shop, communicated with the blacksmith shop owner, became the blacksmith shop owner's apprentice, and then traded a large number of materials and arrows. This was witnessed by people, including members of Aotian Pavilion. When Xiao Hongjun heard the news, his face suddenly turned ugly. Aotian Pavilion's temporary residence. This is a campsite that belongs exclusively to Aotian Pavilion and was artificially opened up by Aotian Pavilion in another village. Xiao Hongjun sat on a simple wooden chair, listening carefully to his subordinate's report on Jiang Hao. The more he listened, the more his brows furrowed, and his eyes flashed with regret that was hard to conceal. He knew that he had hit a wall this time. There are more than 200 pieces of monster materials. Based on the 50% drop rate of materials, it can be inferred that he has killed at least 400 monsters. Judging from the value of those materials, they were all dropped by monsters of level 5 and above. In Luyuan village, the largest organization is their Aotian Pavilion, with more than 2,000 members, almost 1/5 of the players in the village. But even if all the members of Aotian Pavilion were mobilized, they couldn't hunt down 400 monsters above level 5 in one day. And he is just one person. Its strength is so strong that it is impossible to guess. Xiao Hongjun guessed that Jiang Hao should be a talented person, and his talent was relatively strong, at least above the spiritual level. Any talented and strong person is the object of competition among major guilds, and it is indeed not a wise move for him to make an enemy of such a person as soon as he enters the game. Xiao Hongjun was secretly upset. Brother Hong, what should we do next? Should we continue to implement the previous plan against him? Someone reminded him. No. Xiao Hongjun said, is he still in the blacksmith shop? Yes. Okay then. Let's go. Let's go and invite him together. As long as he is willing to join our Aotian Pavilion, all the previous grudges can be written off. Brother Hong, what if he doesn't want to join us? Don't want to? Xiao Hongjun's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, but then turned into peace. Even if you don't want to, try not to be an enemy. Development is the top priority now. Humph. Our Aotian Pavilion is now the strongest and largest guild in the entire Shengzi. Brother Hong also invited him personally. If he knows what's good for him, he will know what to choose. One person echoed. In my opinion, if he doesn't know what's good for him, then we don't need to be polite. I don't believe that thousands of us can't beat him so hard that he has to leave the novice village. Another person said, gritting his teeth, obviously still brooding over Jiang Hao's previous behavior. All right. Xiao Hongjun said, Shengzi is not a simple online game. You must remember that any decision you make must not affect the development of the guild. Some people's talents are far beyond ordinary people's imagination. We should try not to make enemies with this person. You should talk less later, do you understand? Seeing Xiao Hongjun's serious expression, even though everyone was still resentful, they all responded in unison, yes. Chapter 17. When the people from Aotian Pavilion arrived at the door of the blacksmith shop, the heads of major guilds such as Zero, DS Shenji, Tianyuan, Fushuan, and Yuhuaxuan had already gathered here. Seeing Jiang Hao walking out of the shop, a group of guild leaders gathered around him. The person in charge of 0 degree was quite powerful. He pushed through the crowd and stepped forward to Jiang Hao and said directly, "Little brother, I am King Hai Yi Xiao, the person in charge of 0 degree guild. I sincerely invite you to join our 0 degree guild. I can offer you a contract with an annual salary of tens of millions. What do you think?" When the people around heard the contract with an annual salary of tens of millions, the crowd was instantly in an uproar, and they all cast glances of shock, envy, and jealousy. This is the opportunity for class advancement that many people dream of. As expected, divine breath contains countless possibilities to change one's destiny. The representative of DS Shenxi saw that the situation was urgent and was not willing to fall behind. He raised his voice and tried to attract Jiang Hao's attention. "I am the owner of Dehua Island, the person in charge of DS Shenxi. We can also provide you with a contract worth tens of millions. If you have any other requirements, you can also raise them. We will definitely try our best to meet them." Afterwards, Ziwalang Qingcheng, the person in charge of Yuhuaxuan, Tong Baixiang, the person in charge of Tianyuan, and Fu Hongxiu, the representative of Fushuan, also offered contracts worth tens of millions. However, Jiang Hao did not show the slightest sign of being moved when faced with the recruitment of various major guilds. Today he hunted ironback lizards for a whole day and obtained 43,000 copper coins. Based on the current market price ratio of 150, that is more than 2 million. For him, an annual salary of tens of millions has no appeal at all. Of course, he would not lose face for these big guilds for no reason, so he replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but I am used to being undisciplined and don't want to be bound by anything. I have no plans to join a guild." Sorry. To join the guild, one has to sign a contract, and his real identity will be exposed. Before he has soul crystals that can materialize attributes and skills, and his ability to protect himself is guaranteed, he doesn't want to put his fate in the hands of others. He will not make the same mistake again as he did in his previous life. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, a rough voice suddenly came from the back of the crowd. "My Aotian pavilion is willing to offer a contract with an annual salary of 100 million, and at the same time will not restrict your freedom. You just need to prefer our Aotian pavilion under the same conditions. What do you think?" The person who spoke was Qiao Hongjun from Aotian Pavilion. As soon as Qiao Hongjun said this, the scene suddenly became noisy. An annual salary of 100 million yuan and no restrictions on freedom, such conditions are like pie in the sky, which is unbelievable. 100 million. What a huge sum of money. Aotian Pavilion is really rich and powerful, they can offer such conditions. This kid is going to be rich now. Even if he only works for a year, he won't have to worry about anything for the rest of his life. Wow! This is the only treatment for a saint-level talent. Could it be that this person also has a saint-level talent? Hehe, didn't you see how he was surrounded and attacked by dozens of Aotian Pavilion members? He killed more than a dozen of them and escaped easily. Maybe he is really a lucky guy with a holy talent. I just wonder if he will succumb to the money offensive of Aotian Pavilion. If it were me, there would be no grudge that could not be overcome by money. An annual salary of 100 million. Sign a contract for 10 or 8 years and I would be financially free. Those major guilds are also paying attention to Jiang Hao's choice. Jiang Hao ignored the of the people around him and fixed his sharp eyes on Qiao Hongjun. Before, the situation seemed like a fight to the death, but now he was condescending to make an invitation to her at a sky-high price. Jiang Hao couldn't help but secretly admire Qiao Hongjun's flexibility. However, Jiang Hao already had his mind filled with plans, and it could be said that there was no room for reconciliation between him and Aotian Pavilion. Therefore, in response to Qiao Hongjun's invitation, he raised a faint smile and said coldly, "I don't think our previous affairs have been exposed. I don't know how you still have the nerve to invite me to join Aotian Pavilion." Before Jiang Hao finished speaking, Qiao Hongjun's companions suddenly became furious. "FKU! You have no shame. Do you really think you are a piece of cake? Who do you think you are? You're just a lucky player. Don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. You just put a piece of dog-tail grass in your hand and pretend to be a big-tailed wolf. I'm giving you face. I bought a watch last year. Facing the indignant abuse from Aotian Pavilion, Jiang Hao remained calm, as if their abuse and anger could not touch him at all. He looked at the person who spoke last and replied calmly. What watch? When the people around heard this, they all chuckled. Seeing that Jiang Hao was so disrespectful to Aotian Pavilion, Xiao Hongjun's face instantly darkened. But he was the head of a large guild after all, and he was very cunning. He quickly suppressed his anger and said coldly, I believe I have shown enough sincerity today. Do you really want to be an enemy of our Aotian Pavilion? Jiang Hao chuckled and looked directly at Xiao Hongjun, with a hint of disdain in his tone. Hey? You, Aotian Pavilion, blocked me at the entrance of the village from the beginning. The purpose is self-evident. Fortunately, I have a little more means, so you can't do anything to me. I want to ask, if I don't have my strength, can I only obediently offer my equipment, or as your people just said, let me not survive in the novice village? That's right. You think your big guild is so great, but in fact you are just a bunch of bullies. Brother, I support you, a player in the crowd shouted. With someone taking the lead, others followed suit. Well said. Aotian Pavilion relies on its power to bully the weak, and it will not have a good end. That's a beautiful statement. It's simply murderous. Aotian Pavilion is really too arrogant. It's so handsome to see the little brother scolding them. The crowd around seemed to be ignited, and the public was indignant, with voices calling for condemnation of Aotian Pavilion rising one after another. Aotian Pavilion relies on its own powerful guild to bully others at will. This kind of behavior is absolutely intolerable. That's right. We play games to have fun, not to get bullied. As the voices of condemnation from the surrounding crowd grew louder, the expressions of the members of Aotian Pavilion became increasingly ugly. Finally, Jiang Hao looked at Xiao Hongjun with disdain and continued, I'm putting my words here. I will never join your Aotian Pavilion in this life. Also, don't let me see you bullying others in the future, otherwise I will kill you every time I see you. Good. Very good. Xiao Hongjun laughed in anger, I hope you don't regret your choice today. Let's go. After saying that, Xiao Hongjun waved his hand and led the members of Aotian Pavilion to quickly evacuate the scene. Jiang Hao looked at Aotians departing back, his heart calm. Seeing that things were basically settled, the others were preparing to leave. Wait! Jiang Hao called out to the leaders of the big guilds around him. Everyone stopped and turned to look at him with curiosity in their eyes. Jiang Hao smiled and said, Everyone, although I have no intention of joining any guild, it does not mean that I am unwilling to cooperate with you. I have 3 pieces of equipment to sell. Since everyone is here, how about we conduct a simple auction? When they heard Jiang Hao propose to auction the equipment, everyone's eyes lit up. What equipment? Take it out and let me see it. Now, what these guild bosses wear are all products from stores. If there is a better one, they don't mind spending a little more money to get it. Jiang Hao did not hesitate and immediately presented the information of the 3 pieces of equipment to everyone. Spider silk gloves. Strength +1. Iron scale armor, white. Armor +25. Lizard scale shoes, white. +2 agility. 1 piece of non-grade equipment and 2 pieces of white equipment. Spider silk gloves are special equipment and do not occupy normal equipment slots. It can be said that their value is no less than that of ordinary white equipment. Whoever grabs it will get an extra point of strength attribute. This attribute may not be noticeable after a while, but in the initial stage of server opening, adding an extra attribute, and it is a strength attribute, can significantly improve the strength. Okay, everyone must have understood the attributes of the equipment. Then let's start the auction of the spider silk gloves. Please place your bids. Jiang Hao said. Chapter 18. I'll offer 200 copper coins, said the owner of Peach Blossom Island, the person in charge of DS Shenchi. You want to get it with 200? I'll offer 300. Kanghai, the head of the Zero Degree Guild, said with a smile. Just a little extra strength, do you want to fight like this? Tong Baixiang, the person in charge of Tianyuan, said, I'll give you 500 copper coins. Everyone, Yu Huaxuan, am not as wealthy as you. I am just a girl with weak arms and legs. Please be kind and give this pair of gloves to me. I will pay 600 copper coins. Ziwalang Qingcheng, the person in charge of Yu Huaxuan, said with a smile. Since Captain Ziwalang has spoken, we at DS Shenchi don't want to be the ones who don't understand romance, so we'll let Yu Huaxuan take over this time. The owner of Peach Blossom Island immediately said in a generous manner. DS Shenchi and Yu Huaxuan are quite close, and the words spoken by the Peach Blossom Island master clearly have the intention of morally blackmailing other guild leaders. Sure enough, when the others heard this, they all gave up the idea of continuing to bid. Haha! I didn't expect everyone to give us Yu Hua so much face. Ziwalang Qingcheng turned to look at Jiang Hao. Of course, I don't want to let my little brother suffer a loss. I'll add another 200 copper coins. How about a total of 800? The original price of 600 copper coins had already exceeded his expectations, and now Ziwalang Qingcheng took the initiative to increase the price by 200, obviously intending to sell it at a good price. Jiang Hao did not refuse, nodded, and then completed the transaction with Ziwalang Qingcheng. Jiang Hao then continued to auction the remaining 2 pieces of equipment. Ziwalang Qingcheng was tactful enough not to participate in the bidding for the next 2 pieces of equipment. In the end, the iron scale armor, white, was bought by Fu Shiwen with negative red blood for 1050 copper coins. The lizard scale shoes, white, were bought by the owner of Peach Blossom Island from DS Shenchi for 900 copper coins. A piece of white equipment was auctioned for a sky-high price of 40 to 50,000. After the auction, the number of copper coins in Jiang Hao's hands increased significantly again. Minus the 5,500 copper coins he spent on arrows, he now has more than 40,000 copper coins left. He nodded with satisfaction and said to the people around him, "Thank you all for your support. I hope we can have the opportunity to cooperate again in the future." Everyone expressed their willingness, and then added Jiang Hao as their friend, and told him to notify them in time if he had equipment to sell. After the excitement of the auction, the crowd gradually dispersed, but Jiang Hao's ID Zhu Feng spread wildly and rapidly on the internet. Because his 3 videos went viral on the internet. The first video shows him killing more than a dozen members of Aotian Pavilion alone. Every wonderful moment was captured perfectly. After watching the video, netizens left messages in the comment section to express their shock and admiration. He almost killed someone with 1 punch. How much attack power does it take to do that? Wow! You can defeat so many people from Aotian Pavilion by yourself, Zufeng, you are really amazing. Watching Zufeng fight the monsters is a real pleasure, his skills and reaction speed are amazing. Master Zufeng, please accept me as your disciple. I also want to learn your amazing skills. The people from Aotian Pavilion are really too much. So many people actually besieged a novice player. How shameless! Speaking of which, these big guilds act so recklessly, and the government doesn't do anything about it. Yes. On the one hand, they are trying their best to encourage everyone to use their sleeping time to enter the divine breath, but on the other hand, they do not restrain these big guilds and allow them to bully the weak. There are several people in our Huangyang village who were lucky enough to get equipment, but they were also snatched away by these big guilds. We have a similar situation in Qiring village. +1. +1. I really hope that the authorities can introduce some measures to restrict the behavior of large guilds and protect the rights and interests of individual players like us. The big guilds are so rampant that they will ruin this game sooner or later. The authorities really need to take care of it. That's right. We can't let these big guilds continue to be so arrogant, otherwise we individual players will have no place to stand. They eventually shifted to criticism of the big guilds, calling on the authorities to introduce policies and measures to ensure the rights of civilian players. This appeal reached its peak in the second video. The second video shows the scene in front of the blacksmith shop, where Aotian Pavilion uses its power to force Jiang Hao to join Aotian Pavilion. During the communication, Aotian Pavilion showed their strength and arrogance, and Jiang Hao's refusal was particularly firm, which made netizens very excited and full of admiration for Jiang Hao. Great God Zufeng, well done! Facing the threats and inducements from Aotian Pavilion, you still stick to your position. It's really admirable. Look at the calm look of Master Zufeng, he is so handsome. People in Aotian Pavilion think that money can buy everything, how ridiculous. Master Zufeng, you are our role model. We will never bow to the big guild. Aotian Pavilion, do you think you can bully others at will just because you are a big guild? It's really disgusting. Down with Aotian Pavilion. Return the divine breath to its purest state. Down with Aotian Pavilion. Return the divine breath to its purest state. Down with Aotian Pavilion. Return the divine breath to its purest state. I hope the authorities will take note of this video and severely punish Aotian Pavilion for such behavior as a warning to others. Please give this video a thumbs up. As the second video spread widely, netizens' criticism of the big guilds intensified. The third video has a striking title, Master Zufeng auctions his equipment live, and the sky-high price shocks the audience. As soon as the title begins, it catches the audience's attention. After watching the whole show, there was naturally another round of enthusiasm, and under the official guidance, it was also widely spread in society. Various internet celebrities also stepped up to help spread the message. All of a sudden, all kinds of more eye-catching headlines emerged. Exclusive revelation. The secret behind the auction of the mysterious equipment of Master Zufeng and the sky-high price. Shocking! He actually makes 100,000 a day in divine breath. A whiteboard sold for 50,000? Get rich overnight. The great God Zufeng tells his own story and teaches you how to reverse your life in the divine breath. The new star of divine breath shines. Master Zufeng refuses $1 billion annual salary. Here's his confidence. A new round of wealth creation myth is coming, and it's time to change your destiny. It is conceivable that after those who have not yet entered Shengzi read these self-media contents, the excitement and yearning in their hearts will grow wildly like weeds blown by the spring breeze. Divine breath can really make people make money, and a lot of money. As these videos spread, not only ordinary people, but also governments at all levels and relevant departments of Hawaii have paid close attention to the game Shengzi and the phenomena emerging therein. In the near future, relevant measures will be issued one after another. Including but not limited to. Each guild must be officially registered and filed. Only registered guilds can use forums for promotion. Designate a safe zone and prohibit fighting within the zone. In the safe zone, if you are treated unfairly, you can file a complaint with the authorities as long as you save the video. This rule may not be too restrictive for individuals, but it is different for guilds. The authorities will directly impose penalties on the guilds. They are all on record, so they cannot escape. The introduction of these measures has undoubtedly brought extremely positive changes to the gaming environment of Shengzi. In the past, it would take about half a year for such measures to be implemented, but now, thanks to Jiang Hao's leadership, it has been advanced by 4 or 5 months. This makes the environment in the Huaxia region in Shengzi much better than other countries, the rights and interests of individual players are greatly protected, and the atmosphere in the game has become more fair and friendly. Jiang Hao, or the name Zhu Feng, has therefore become a hero in the hearts of many players. Of course, these are all things for the future. At this moment, Jiang Hao came to the pharmacy after auctioning off the 3 pieces of equipment. More than 40,000 copper coins are enough for him to buy a batch of reagents to improve attributes. Chapter 19. When Jiang Hao walked into the drugstore, Qian Tu Wuliang was already waiting there. "Brother Zufeng, you are now a big internet celebrity," Qian Tu Wuliang said. "Stop talking nonsense. What did you receive today?" Jiang Hao naturally guessed that the scene of him returning to the village just now was probably uploaded like crazy on the internet, but he was not worried. As long as his real identity was not revealed, he would not have any risks. He. Qian Tu Wuliang smiled and opened the trading window directly. He first put 400 blood bottles on it. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate and directly put 800 copper coins on it. Then, Qian Tu Wuliang placed another 4 skill talismans on it. 1 fireball charm, 1 rejuvenation charm, and 2 ice cone charms. Jiang Hao became excited when he saw the rejuvenation talisman. Rejuvenation is the skill he has always dreamed of. If there is a soul crystal to materialize it, my sister's leukemia can be alleviated. If the rejuvenation technique can be upgraded to +4 or higher level, it can be completely cured. Qian Tu Wuliang said that the price for purchasing talismans today was a bit higher, and these 4 talismans were sold at an average of 15 copper coins each. Jiang Hao didn't mind and put 60 copper coins on it. After paying the money, Jiang Hao said, "Please pay special attention to the rejuvenation talisman for me in the future. I can buy it at 100 copper coins each. I can also lower the price of other talismans to 20 copper coins each. Try to collect as many talismans as possible." Others need to consume skill books to improve their skills, but he only needs to swallow talismans. The cost is many times lower than others. Even if it was 100 copper coins per copy, it was still much lower than the price of a skill book, so he could totally accept it. No matter what, he first had to upgrade the rejuvenation spell to +4, and he offered 100 copper coins in the hope of collecting all the rejuvenation spells in the village. When Qian Tu Wuliang heard this, his eyes lit up. The talisman can only be used once, and the average market price is about 10 copper coins. If Jiang Hao's purchase price is increased tenfold, his room for operation will be much larger. "Okay. I will definitely try my best to help you collect all the talismans that exploded in the village," Qian Tu Wuliang said. "How is Dongtian Yu doing?" Jiang Hao asked again. Dongtian jade is the main material for forging lucky bracelets. When Jiang Hao received the lucky bracelet drawings, he had already asked him to help purchase Dongtian jade. "Hehe, now that you mention that, I have good news to tell you. Someone discovered a jade mine in the Lost Valley. There is Dongtian jade in it. As long as you dig carefully, you can still dig out 1 or 2 pieces in a day," Qian Tu Wuliang said. "How many pieces did you receive today?" Jiang Hao asked expectantly. Qian Tu Wuliang smiled and directly opened the trading window, then put the Dongtian jade he had collected on it. Jiang Hao took a look and saw that there were 23 pieces. This is not a small number. This is just the first day, there will definitely be more in the future, Qian Tu Wuliang said. "Okay, give me a price," Jiang Hao said. "The purchase price of Dongtian Yu blacksmith shop is 8 copper coins per piece. I will offer them 10 copper coins, so you can just give me 12 copper coins," Qian Tu Wuliang said. "I'll charge 20 copper coins per piece," Jiang Hao said. "As I said before, I will keep everything I like firmly in my hands. Money is not a problem. You can also raise the purchase price appropriately. I hope more people will see that there is money to be made and collect more Dongtian jade for me. Hehe, Brother Zufeng is still as generous as ever. Leave this matter to me." Qian Tu Wuliang patted his chest and said. After settling the money to Qian Tu Wuliang, Jiang Hao came to the counter of the pharmacy. He first bought 75 bottles of low-level poison reagents. These reagents were enough to upgrade his low-level poison skill to +7. When the skill was activated, the poison attack would surge to a terrifying level of 160 per second. Then Jiang Hao's eyes began to fall on the blue bottle. Primary magic bottle, instantly restores 10 mana points after taking it, restores +2 mana points per second, lasts for 10 seconds. 10 copper coins per bottle. Now he is also a skilled person, and his magic value needs to be improved. He estimated that buying 100 bottles would be more than enough at this stage, because he would also need to purchase mental power potions later, and the price would increase further by then. There are still 34,000 copper coins left. Jiang Hao didn't need to think too much. Since he had decided to develop in all aspects, he bought 80 bottles of each of the four-dimensional attribute potions, spending 32,000. Jiang Hao has more than 2,000 copper coins left and doesn't plan to move them for the time being. After completing the purchase, Jiang Hao found a deserted place and devoured all the items. He then looked at the property panel and became excited. ID, Chasing the Wind. Talent, God's Hand. God's Hand affiliated skills. Invisibility, after activating the skill, you will enter the invisible state, which lasts for up to 1 minute, consumes 5 magic points per second, and has a cooldown of 5 minutes. Ice Cone +1, consumes 12 magic points and releases an ice cone to the designated target, causing 100% ice damage of magic attack. After hitting the target, it will cause the target to suffer a 12% slowness debuff. The cooldown time is 9 seconds. Fireball +1, consumes 12 magic points and releases a fireball at the designated target, causing 120% of the magic attack's fire damage, with a cooldown of 9 seconds. Low-level poisoning +7, consumes 50 magic points. After activating the skill, physical attacks will deal an additional +160 poison damage per second to the target, lasting for 1 minute and 40 seconds, cannot be stacked, and the cooling time is 1 minute and 30 seconds, the cooling time starts from the end time of the last skill. Rejuvenation, consumes 20 magic points and instantly restores 20 health points of the designated target. Cooldown time is 2 minutes. Level 9. Experience 1086/4200. HP 4850. Mana 1360. Physical attack 970. Magic attack 860. Armor 10. Magic resist 0. Strength 88. Mental strength 86. Constitution 84. Agility 94. Luck 1. HP +314 per second, MP +100 per second. Equipment, Blood Python Longbow. The panel has no shortcomings, it's so terrifying. From this moment on, as long as Jiang Hao doesn't provoke those ignorant indigenous people, he can walk around the novice village with ease. After digesting the resources, Jiang Hao finally finished today's game. In the real world, Jiang Hao took off his helmet and was still full of energy. Playing the game Shengzi is equivalent to high-quality sleep, and the time in the game is exactly the opposite of the real time. There is no need to worry about staying up late to play games affecting your condition the next day. In the future, it will be normal for people to continue their daily work during the day and play Shengzi at night. He stood up, stretched his body, stretched his muscles, then walked to the window, opened the curtains, and let the first rays of morning sunlight shine into the room. The new place Jiang Hao moved to is a high-rise apartment. The height of the 28th floor gives him an excellent view. He stood by the window, and a magnificent river view slowly unfolded before his eyes. Outside the window, the river flows slowly and sparklingly, like a silver ribbon winding its way. As the morning light shines, a faint golden glow appears on the surface of the river, which contrasts with the distant skyline, creating a breathtaking beauty. The river breeze blows gently, bringing with it a moist and fresh breath, making people feel relaxed and happy. Brother, are you up? Time for breakfast. Zhang Ling said. Chapter 20. Jiang Hao walked out of the room and saw the table full of food. He asked in a somewhat reproachful tone, "Why did you get up so early? Don't you get some rest?" Zhang Ling is still ill and has started taking medication for intervention treatment. Brother, I've been lying down for a whole night. If I lie down any longer, my bones will become soft. And the doctor also said that proper exercise will be good for me. Zhang Ling replied with a smile. Jiang Hao felt both relieved and distressed when he saw his sister's optimistic attitude. He walked over and gently rubbed Zhang Ling's head, and said softly, "Okay, but remember not to force yourself. How do you feel today? Is there anything wrong?" "Brother, don't worry. Although there are some side effects from taking medicine every day, it will not affect your daily life." Zhang Ling said, "Also, as long as you enter the divine breath, although you can feel the discomfort in your body, you won't feel uncomfortable." Jiang Hao naturally knew the magic of Shengzi. It not only provided high-quality sleep, but also relieved the physical discomfort of players to some extent. Hearing his sister say this, he felt a little relieved. "That's good. If you feel uncomfortable, please tell me in time." Jiang Hao reminded. "Got it, brother. Let's have breakfast." Zhang Ling agreed with a smile. The two sat down together to enjoy breakfast, and talked about things in the game from time to time. "Brother, following your method, I really became the apprentice of the pharmacy owner, and now I am also an apprentice of the pharmacist." Zhang Ling said. "That's right. Alchemist is a very popular profession. I might even need to rely on you in the future. You must study hard." Jiang Hao encouraged. "Really?" Zhang Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement, "Then I will strive to become a real alchemist as soon as possible." Zhang Ling then said, "By the way, brother, can we let others use this strategy so that they can also become alchemist apprentices? You have a good friend and you want to help her, right?" Jiang Hao said. "Yes. I do have an older sister. She has taken good care of me and helped me a lot over the past few years. I also want to help her." Zhang Ling said. "Linger, I have emphasized to you many times the importance of divine aura. The interests involved are too great. You must not reveal your real identity." Jiang Hao said. "I know. I am sure this sister is trustworthy. I will not reveal my identity. She has helped me a lot in the past. I just want to return the favor and help her." Zhang Ling explained seriously. Jiang Hao was silent for a while. He understood his sister's feelings and knew that she always knew her limits. So he slowly said, "Okay, as long as you know your limits. The strategy for becoming an alchemist apprentice can only be used once. Although the natives of each novice village are the same, some strategies can only be used once, and the strategy for you to become an alchemist apprentice is like this. The plot of the child falling into the well will only happen once. Once someone triggers this plot, it will never happen again." "Oh, so that's how it is." Zhang Ling looked a little disappointed. Seeing his sister's slightly lost expression, Jiang Hao smiled slightly. "Although the strategies for the alchemist apprentice cannot be reused, I still have a strategy for the tailor apprentice. If she can learn tailoring well, her future will not be too bad. If you really want to help her, give it to her." Zhang Ling's eyes lit up immediately when he heard this, and he couldn't wait to ask, "Really? Brother, then tell me quickly." Jiang Hao no longer kept Zhang Ling in suspense and told her in detail how to quickly become a tailor apprentice. "Okay, after dinner I'll take you to the hospital for a follow-up check. I think we'll be able to finish the check in the morning. Is there anywhere you want to go in the afternoon?" Jiang Hao said. "No, I want to come back and make medicine, and try to become a master as soon as possible." Zhang Ling replied. "That's fine, but remember to spend an hour or two exercising every day. Yeah. I got it. After breakfast, the two went to the hospital together. The test results came out soon. Because the disease is discovered early and medication intervention is done before an acute attack, the effect is better. The first chemotherapy can be carried out after another month of conditioning. Zhang Ling suffers from acute myeloid leukemia, and the first chemotherapy cycle lasts about 7 days. If the first chemotherapy is effective, there will probably be no danger to life in the next 5 years. And this period of time is enough for him to be able to materialize the rejuvenation technique. After getting the result, Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. In this life, he finally had the ability to change his sister's fate. The two returned home, and Zhang Ling continued to study medicine making in Chengzi. Now that she has become an apprentice alchemist, she is qualified to stay in the shop. With a place to stay, she can stay in the shop even at night to continue her research on alchemy. Jiang Hao browsed the forum for a while and then left. Now, the most popular videos on the forum are those about him. The next most popular ones are the various strategy guides and battle videos released by major guilds to show their strength and attract popularity. The rest are mostly complaints about how difficult Shenkai is to play. Not finding any valuable information, Jiang Hao quickly left and went to the supermarket alone to buy some ingredients. When he got home, he saw that it was almost time, so he woke Zhang Ling up and took her to a nearby park for a jog and more than an hour of aerobic exercise. Finally, I go home to eat, take a shower, and play games. Another day begins. Luoyuan village is more lively than before, which shows that people's enthusiasm for playing Shengzi is even higher. Jiang Hao has an important mission today. Because before he took any action he saw the whole village starting to riot. Everyone looked towards the village entrance and saw that it was the indigenous people who were causing the commotion. At this time, the indigenous people in groups of 3 or 4 walked towards the village with dejected looks and gloomy expressions. When someone bravely stepped forward to ask what problem they had encountered and whether they needed help, this time the natives no longer maintained their usual arrogant look. Instead, they told everyone that a child named Xiao Hu in the village had gone missing yesterday, and the villagers had searched for him all day and night but couldn't find him, and now everyone was extremely anxious. Finally, they made a request to all the players, asking for their help, and promised to reward them handsomely as long as Xiao Hu was found. Hardcore gamers all realized that the indigenous people's initiative to issue tasks might be an important plot point, so all the big guilds in the village began to take action, and only a small number of idle players who had not joined a guild remained unmoved. They knew they couldn't snatch this kind of big plot from the big guilds. Besides, how many monsters would they encounter while searching for a child in the vast wilderness? Most players are currently unable to cope with this situation and could lose their lives if they are not careful. They don't want to get involved in this kind of high-risk, low-return business. Only guilds have the ability to organize medium to large teams to conduct in-depth searches. Seeing that the development of the plot was exactly the same as in the previous life, Jiang Hao couldn't help but smile. There is no need to accept the task, as long as you bring the child back, someone will give him a reward. Jiang Hao already had a plan in mind. He was not interested in the reward from the natives, but the teleportation stone to the only copy of the novice village, the nether cave in Xiaohu's hand. That is also where the greatest opportunity in the novice village lies. He is determined to succeed in this mission. Chapter 21. Jiang Hao, who had read the walkthrough for this mission in his previous life, roughly guessed where Xiaohu was. In the previous life, this quest was triggered when someone in the novice village was promoted to level 8. In this life, he was probably the first one to be promoted to level 8 yesterday, triggering the mission. It was a rare mission issued by the indigenous people, and all the major guilds responded very positively. Before long, the village that was originally bustling and noisy became unusually deserted. After leaving the novice village, Jiang Hao headed straight towards the Lost Valley. If nothing unexpected happens, Xiaohu should be in the mine deep in the Lost Valley. The Lost Valley was not called this name before. It was only because a group of ice fog wolves moved in here at some point that the area has been shrouded in fog all year round. The visibility for people walking in it is no more than 100 meters, and in some areas with thick fog, it is only a dozen or 20 meters. As long as the ice mist wolf chief in the Lost Valley is killed, the fog will dissipate, and the mine in the central area will then be truly open. This also creates a way to make money for the players in the novice village, mining. If it is convenient, Jiang Hao doesn't mind killing the ice fog wolf leader. After the improvement the day before, Jiang Hao's agility attribute has reached nearly 90 points. When traveling at full speed, his speed is several times that of an average person. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at the outskirts of the Lost Valley. On a hilltop, Jiang Hao saw an area covered in fog in front of him and went straight in without hesitation. Jiang Hao went straight through the outer level 4 and 5 Mad Dog areas. With his current speed, as long as he doesn't want to get entangled, let alone level 4 or 5 monsters, even ordinary monsters of level 7 or 8 will have no chance of touching the corner of his clothes. Jiang Hao went straight into the depths of the Lost Valley. The deeper you go into the Lost Valley, the thicker the fog becomes and the lower the visibility becomes. After passing through the Mad Dog area, you will reach the Ice Mist Wolf Monster Activity area. The visibility has now dropped to more than 30 meters, and Jiang Hao took out a novice sword. With such short visibility, it is difficult for bows and arrows to play their advantage. Jiang Hao held a long sword in his hand, without much concealment, and shuttled directly through the fog. The Ice Mist Demon Wolf had extremely sharp hearing. At this moment, a slight sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from the left. Jiang Hao immediately determined that this was an ice blade launched by the Ice Mist Wolf in a sneak attack, and he quickly dodged to the right. A chill passed through the body. Bang! The ice blade hit a huge rock behind him with a loud noise. When Jiang Hao looked in the direction of the ice blade's source, he only saw a figure flash by. It was obvious that the Ice Mist Wolf wanted to use the fog to continue its sneak attack. It is because the Ice Mist Wolves are cunning enough that, generally speaking, in order to wipe them out, one must resort to human wave tactics, surround the entire Lost Valley, and gradually narrow the encirclement in order to force them into a desperate situation. The more intelligent Ice Mist Wolf leader is even more cunning, and trying to find it in the fog is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. This is why Jiang Hao was not sure he could kill the Ice Mist Wolf leader. He did not want to spend his precious time searching for the Ice Mist Wolf leader. Often, the opening of a mine in a novice village requires the concerted efforts of all players in the village. But now that he saw the figure of an Ice Mist Wolf, he was unwilling to let it go. He started walking and quickly caught up. In just a few breaths, Jiang Hao caught up with the Ice Fog Wolf. Ice Mist Wolf. Level 6. HP 530. Armor 5. Attack 75. Skill Ice Blade. With a health of 530 and an attack power of 970, Jiang Hao caught up with it and chopped off its head with one sword. After collecting the copper coins and materials, Jiang Hao continued to go deeper into the Lost Valley. The probability of encountering the Ice Mist Wolf on the next journey is much higher. Next, Jiang Hao searched the Lost Valley for more than 2 hours, killed nearly 100 Ice Mist Wolves, and finally found a dark and steep mine cave. The Ice Mist Wolf actually doesn't like to live in caves, but Jiang Hao still deliberately made a lot of noise in front of the cave entrance. After waiting for a while and making sure that there was no Ice Mist Wolf in the cave, he walked into the mine. As soon as he entered the cave, Jiang Hao took out a torch and lit it. The light of the torch dispelled the darkness at the entrance of the mine, providing Jiang Hao with a visual distance of more than 10 meters. Little Tiger. Xiaohu. The environment in the mine was quite complicated, and Jiang Hao would call out softly every time he walked a distance. Jiang Hao's footsteps and soft calls echoed in the mine. At this time, in a corner of the mine, Xiaohu curled up his body, tightly pressed against the cold stone wall, his eyes full of fear and helplessness. He hugged his knees tightly with his hands, as if this could give him a little sense of security. Yesterday he was playing hide and seek with some friends in the village and he accidentally fell down, scraping his hand and starting to bleed. Coincidentally, his bleeding hand grabbed a piece of black crystal. And the accident happened at that time. Jiang Hao inexplicably appeared in a gloomy and terrifying place, the Nether Cave. As soon as Jiang Hao appeared there, he felt a biting chill, followed by low roars and various shrill howls of ghosts. He was so frightened that he kept muttering things like "I want to go home." As soon as this thought came to his mind, he experienced another dizziness, and then he appeared in a dark mine. The mine was pitch black, without a trace of light. As a child, he was naturally terrified and kept crying. He didn't know how long he cried, and he fell asleep when he was tired. In his sleepy state, he seemed to hear someone calling him. When he opened his mouth to respond, he suddenly found that he couldn't make a sound. After not eating or drinking for a day, he was naturally tired, hungry, and thirsty. His throat had become hoarse from crying and he could hardly make a sound. Xiao Hu was anxious and cleared his throat vigorously, finally uttering a weak voice, I'm here." Although the sound was small, Jiang Hao, who was more sensitive, still heard it. So Jiang Hao walked over quickly. Not long after, Jiang Hao finally found Jiang Hao. Looking at the extremely weak child in front of him, Jiang Hao immediately took out a primary blood bottle and opened it, saying, "Jiang Hao, come, drink it, and you will feel better." Finally there was something to eat. Jiang Hao almost instinctively took the primary blood bottle handed to him by Jiang Hao and drank it in one gulp without hesitation. The warm liquid slid into my throat, instantly bringing a warm current, greatly relieving the fatigue, hunger, and thirst in recent days. After letting Jiang Hao rest for a while, Jiang Hao looked at his hand and said, "Jiang Hao, can you give me the stone in your hand?" Chapter 22. When Jiang Hao heard this, he immediately recalled that a series of strange things had happened since he took the stone, and quickly threw away the crystal in his hand. Jiang Hao picked up the crystal that Jiang Hao threw away and looked at it carefully. After looking at the system panel information, he breathed a sigh of relief. Nether Cave Teleport Stone, drop blood into it to teleport to the Nether Cave, 1/2 can be used. Got the Nether Cave Teleportation Stone. The only dungeon teleportation stone in each novice village. The first time you pass through the Nether Cave, you will definitely get a treasure that is extremely important to Jiang Hao. If this treasure is used well, it can give him the ability to materialize attributes, skills, and equipment in advance. Maybe, by then my sister can cure acute leukemia without chemotherapy. With the teleportation stone in hand, Jiang Hao was not in a hurry to explore the dungeon as there was still a lot of advance work to be prepared. He decided to take Jiang Hao back first to complete the story mission. He believed that the rewards from the natives would not be small. "Jiang Hao, I will take you home," Jiang Hao said. "Okay. Thank you, big brother," Jiang Hao responded excitedly. Jiang Hao picked up Jiang Hao and whispered in his ear, "Jiang Hao, if you feel sleepy, take a nap. When you wake up, you will probably be home." Jiang Hao nodded obediently and snuggled in Jiang Hao's arms. Soon, he began to breathe evenly, and it was obvious that he had fallen asleep. Jiang Hao left the mine and entered the Lost Valley. The leader of the Ice Mist Wolf was not killed, and the Lost Valley was still covered by fog. Only because Jiang Hao had strong mental strength and excellent sense of direction could he not get lost in the fog and successfully leave the Lost Valley. But there were some unexpected things during the process. When passing through the Dongtian Jade Mine, they encountered the incident of Aotian Pavilion occupying a resource point. A team of 200 people from Aotian Pavilion discovered this mining site when they were participating in a story mission and exploring the Lost Valley. When their leader learned that Dongtian Jade was worth more than a dozen copper coins per piece, he immediately wanted to take the mining site for himself. So after communicating with Jiao Hongjun, Xiao Hongjun gave an order to occupy the mining site without thinking twice and expelled the player miners who were originally mining there peacefully. These player miners were the first ones to taste the sweetness, so how could they give up easily? They quickly posted on the forum, exposing AOT and Pavilion's domineering behavior and calling on other players to come to their support and fight against the injustice of AOT and Pavilion. For a time, public opinion on the forum was in an uproar, and many players from Luyuan village responded to the call and headed towards the Lost Valley, preparing to confront the AOT and Pavilion team. When Jiang Hao arrived at the scene, the two parties were in a fierce confrontation. There were only a few dozen minor players originally, and the supporting players were still on the way, while the AOT and Pavilion had 200 people, and they were in high spirits, obviously having an absolute advantage in numbers. We won't leave. Unless we die. What's wrong with AOT and Pavilion? Can AOT and Pavilion be lawless? This is a public resource. Why is it occupied by your AOT and Pavilion family? We have already broadcast it live. AOT and Pavilion is not afraid of being branded as a bully, so just go ahead and do it. Stealing someone's money is like killing their parents. It's no wonder that ordinary people resent them so much. Humph. It's just a game. What we're talking about here is whose fist is bigger. Tu Dang, the captain of AOT and Pavilion, sneered, if you guys know what's good for you, get out of here and don't get in the way. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. AOT and Pavilion, don't go too far. We have contacted other players, they will come to support us soon. Seeing that these people were still stubborn, Tu Dang had lost his patience. I'll give you 1 minute. If you stay here for another minute, it will be regarded as a provocation to our AOT and Pavilion. However, before he could finish his words, there was a whoosh sound, and a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Everyone only saw a flash of light, and then Tu Dang let out a scream of awe. A novice sword pierced his throat with incredible precision, and he died instantly. This scene happened so quickly that no one around could react. The members of AOT and Pavilion were stunned for a moment, and then they all roared, trying to find the murderer who shot the arrow. After a while, they locked onto a young man holding a child in one hand who was slowly walking out of the crowd. Haha! It's Zhu Feng. Windmaster is mighty. Great kill. It destroyed the prestige of AOT and Pavilion. Most people at the scene had seen Jiang Hao's video, so they naturally recognized his identity at a glance. Compared with the excitement of ordinary players, the faces of the AOT and Pavilion members suddenly turned ugly. Jiang Hao glanced at Qian Tu Wolyang in the crowd, nodded secretly, and continued to walk towards the AOT and Pavilion team. At the same time, a novice sword suddenly appeared in his hand. I remember I warned you, AOT and Pavilion, not to let me see you bullying the weak, otherwise. Jiang Hao's eyes were deep and his voice was cold, I will destroy you every time I see you. It seems that you didn't listen to what I said. The members of AOT and Pavilion quickly gathered together. After the initial fear, they thought of the huge power of AOT and Pavilion and the support behind it, and gradually became more confident. Although they were shocked by Tu Dang's death, they did not believe that Jiang Hao alone dared to confront the entire AOT and Pavilion. Humph, you're the only one who can do that. A thin player with sinister eyes, who was the deputy captain of AOT and Pavilion, stood up and said, Zhu Feng, it is undeniable that you are stronger now, but in the end, it's still about power and background. Do you think you can scare us by killing Tu Dang? How naive! Jiang Hao sneered, without saying anything more, his figure suddenly accelerated like a ghost and rushed into the crowd of AOT and Pavilion. Even though he was still holding Xiaohu in his hand, the sword in his hand still accurately took the lives of AOT and Pavilion members one after another. These people are basically ordinary members of AOT and Pavilion, and their levels are only level 3 or 4. It's good enough for them to have 1 or 2 pieces of equipment, and they naturally have no skills. Even if they are lucky enough to get a skill book, they will probably use it to exchange for money first. Therefore, Jiang Hao had almost no pressure facing them, and every time he attacked, a member of Aotian Pavilion fell. Under Jiang Hao's fierce attack, the members of Aotian Pavilion retreated one after another. Jiang Hao killed more than half of their people, and in order to prevent Xiaohu from getting hurt, he took a lot of attacks. The total damage was at least 1,000, if not 2 or 3,000. According to their estimation, even a level 10 blood cow should have fallen, but the opponent was still full of energy, and even his breath was not disordered at all. The frightened members of Aotian Pavilion no longer had the will to fight and began to flee in all directions. On the forum, people who watched the live broadcast were amazed at Jiang Hao's strength. Single-handedly slaughtered the entire group. Zhu Feng is as handsome as ever. Haha, this is really satisfying. Aotian Pavilion is usually arrogant and domineering, now someone can finally control them. Aotian Pavilion finally hit a wall. Well done. Aotian Pavilion in our village is the only one that dominates. They rely on their large numbers to bully the weak. Why doesn't our village have a Zhu Feng? I also hope that our village will produce a Feng Zhu to take away these garbage from Aotian Pavilion. Chapter 23. On the scene. Jiang Hao looked at the people fleeing in all directions and did not take the opportunity to pursue them. These minions weren't worth his time. But he did not leave immediately. Instead, he turned to look at the ordinary players and asked, "Who among you has started a live broadcast with the most viewers?" As soon as Jiang Hao said this, 5 or 6 people walked out of the crowd. Master Zhu Feng, I started a live broadcast, and I now have more than 10,000 people online. I have more than 30,000 people online. I have several thousand too. I'll give you 80,000. Master Zhu Feng, my ID is Cute Xiaozu, a senior game anchor with more than 8 million fans and more than 1.2 million online users now. The cute Xiaozu walked out of the crowd, and her figure was particularly eye-catching among the players. She has a pretty face, delicate and three-dimensional features, medium height and slim figure. She even bought a valuable light blue silk dress at a high price in the store. The hem of the dress swayed gently with her steps, like the rippling lake, with a soft luster. A few strands of hair danced in the wind, adding a bit of fairy-like elegance to her. Given that he pays so much attention to image management, it's no wonder that he has millions of fans. The cute Xiaozhu came forward, his face full of admiration, and said in a crisp voice, "Master Zhu Feng, how can I help you?" "It's you. Let me borrow your live camera to say a few words." Jiang Hao said. "No problem, I'll fully cooperate." Upon hearing this, the cute Xiaozhu immediately adjusted the camera to the best shooting angle. The audience outside the venue didn't know what Jiang Hao was going to do, and they couldn't help but become a little curious. The live broadcast room, which was already quite popular, became even more popular after Jiang Hao showed his face. The barrage of in the room flooded in like a tide, almost covering the entire screen. The Wind Chaser God has appeared. Oh my god, he's even more handsome in person than in the video. Ah! I finally saw the god of Mount Everest. Kill me to cheer everyone up. Seeking the guidance of Master Zhu Feng, I am a player from Luyuan village. Jiang Hao faced the camera and said calmly, "Hello everyone, I am Zhu Feng. I guess there should be someone from Aotian Pavilion in front of the camera. It doesn't matter if there is no one. I estimate that it won't be long before the senior executives of Aotian Pavilion will see this video. I just want to say a word to you here. If you do too much evil, you will eventually perish. It's okay in other places, but Luyuan village is definitely not a place where you can do whatever you want. I still say the same thing. If I see Aotian Pavilion bullying others again, I will kill them. Also, I have taken control of the mineral veins in the Lost Valley. The mineral veins are public resources, and anyone can come here to mine. From now on, no matter which guild dares to interfere with the mining, they will be my enemy." After saying that, Jiang Hao nodded secretly to Jian Tu Wolyang and left. As long as the mining rights are opened, Qunta Wuliang will have the opportunity to acquire more Dongtian jade. This involves the increase of his luck attribute, and he will not allow any mistakes to happen. Hearing Jiang Hao's stern warning, ordinary players at the scene, including those in the camera, suddenly became excited. Haha! The wind-chasing god is so mighty. Now Aotian Pavilion won't dare to act so arrogant anymore. Let's see who dares to come here to cause trouble in the future. With Master Zufeng here, our mining life can finally be stable. What are you waiting for? My pickaxe is thirsty. Hey, I dug up 2 pieces of Dongtian jade in half a day yesterday and earned $1,000. If no one interferes, I believe I can dig up more today. The atmosphere at the scene became extremely heated because of Jiang Hao's declaration. As long as the mining site was protected, they would have a stable source of income, which was undoubtedly a huge blessing for most ordinary players. But contrary to the atmosphere on the scene, public opinion on the internet began to diverge. Because most of the audience watching the live broadcast are not from Luyuan village, there is no second Jiang Hao in their village. After Jiang Hao walked away, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Was there a child in the arms of Master Zufeng just now? You just discovered it. Could that child be the little tiger in the plot mission?" 9 out of 10. It looks like those big guilds will be very busy. I didn't expect Master Zufeng to complete the story mission so quickly. Isn't this amazing? He might have just found it deep in the Lost Valley. He actually dared to go deep into the Lost Valley alone. I heard that if he went through the Mad Dog territory and went deeper, he would be attacked by the Ice Blade in the dark. He would die inexplicably without even knowing what the enemy was. Haha, don't you see who the Wind Chaser is? He's probably the only one who can enter and exit the Lost Valley safely. While you guys have time to chat, I have already dug up a piece of Dongtian jade. Jiang Hao went straight to the inner village when he returned to the village. The scene of him returning to the village holding a child and being welcomed into the inner village by many indigenous people quickly caused a sensation in the village. Jiang Hao paid no attention to the heated discussions of the many players behind him. After entering the inner village, he gave the child to Xiaohu's mother. Xiaohu's mother took Xiaohu and couldn't help crying. She hugged Xiaohu tightly and thanked Jiang Hao repeatedly, thank you so much. I don't know how to repay you." Jiang Hao smiled and shook his head, saying, "Don't be so polite. I was adventuring in the mines of the Lost Valley and luckily met Xiaohu and brought him back." But Xiaohu's father stepped forward, put his big hands on Jiang Hao's shoulders and said, "Young man, you saved my son's life, you can't refuse this small gift." As he spoke, Xiaohu's father took out an antique ring from his arms and handed it to Jiang Hao. Rings are rare equipment, 10 times harder to obtain than regular equipment. However, for Jiang Hao, only equipment with built-in skills and of purple or higher grade is attractive to him. Obviously, it would be nice if this quest could reward a piece of green equipment. In Jiang Hao's opinion, a reward of a ring would be more useful than giving a skill book or talisman paper. Based on the principle that no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, Jiang Hao accepted the ring. However, when he took the ring and looked at it, his eyes suddenly widened. Space ring. Space rings are special and rare equipment with no grade distinction. The larger the space they contain, the greater their value. No matter how much space there is, the special and rare properties alone show that the space ring is very valuable. More importantly, Jiang Hao suddenly thought of a possibility. Can he extract the space terms? What would happen if he could extract them and strengthen himself? Thinking of this, Jiang Hao took the space ring into his pocket without hesitation. Chapter 24. Jiang Hao found an empty corner, took out the space ring, and activated his talent to extract entries. Extracted the entry successfully, got the portable space. Do you want to extract it? It really works. Extract. Talented additional skills. Portable space, consumes a certain amount of magic points to collect items in and out of the portable space. The amount of magic points consumed is related to the volume and weight of the items. The size of the space is 27 cubic meters. A total of 27 cubic meters of space. It is equivalent to the space contained in the space ring. Seeing this, Jiang Hao became even more excited. This provides an extra layer of security for his future plans. With his experience in his previous life, he knew that there were said to be 5 levels in the Shengzi continent, and the system package would be cancelled after entering the second level. Therefore, if you want to enter the Shengzi continent in the future, you must have a space equipment, otherwise many things will become extremely troublesome. And now he accidentally obtained a portable space, which is even more rare and magical than space equipment. Because the portable space belongs to the dimensional space, which cannot be destroyed, the items in it will never fall out. If a space equipment is subjected to an attack force exceeding a certain limit, it will explode. Part of the contents will be randomly lost to an unknown space and can never be found again, and part will be scattered. There is no such danger in portable space. Even if you die, you can still open the portable space after resurrection. This is an advantage that neither system packages nor space equipment have. Jiang Hao was in a good mood after learning about the magic of portable space. Then, after he dealt with the wolf skin and wolf fangs obtained from killing the ice mist wolf, he had a total of 17,000 copper coins in his hand. Jiang Hao spent 16,000 to buy 40 bottles of each of the 4-dimensional attribute reagents. After consuming this batch of reagents, the attributes soared again. ID, Chasing the Wind. Talent, God's Hand. God's Hand affiliated skills. Invisibility, after activating the skill, you will enter the invisible state, which lasts for up to 1 minute, consumes 5 magic points per second, and has a cooldown of 5 minutes. Ice Cone +1, consumes 12 magic points and releases an ice cone to the designated target, causing 100% ice damage of magic attack. After hitting the target, it will cause the target to suffer a 12% slowness debuff. The cooldown time is 9 seconds. Fireball +1, consumes 12 magic points and releases a fireball at the designated target, causing 120% of the magic attack's fire damage, with a cooldown of 9 seconds. Low-level poisoning +7, consumes 50 magic points. After activating the skill, physical attacks will deal an additional +160 poison damage per second to the target, lasting for 2 minutes, cannot be stacked, and the cooling time is 1 minute and 30 seconds. Rejuvenation, consumes 20 magic points and instantly restores 20 health points of the designated target. Cooldown time is 2 minutes. Portable space, consumes a certain amount of magic points to collect items in and out of the portable space. The amount of magic points consumed is related to the volume and weight of the items. The size of the space is 27 cubic meters. Level 10. Experience 0/5500. HP 5250. Mana 1760. Physical attack 1370. Magic attack 1260. Armor 10. Magic resist 0. Strength 128. Mental strength 126. Constitution 124. Agility 136. Luck 1. HP plus 314 per second, MP plus 100 per second. Equipment, Blood Python Longbow. The attributes were improved again, and Jiang Hao nodded with satisfaction. The journey to the Nether Cave was no longer a suspense for him. What made him a little regretful was that after the level was raised to 10, only the psychic energy exploded by monsters above level 10 could continue to provide experience, and the psychic energy below level 10 would no longer work. If you want to continue upgrading, you have to leave the novice village. However, level has little effect on Jiang Hao. Just swallowing a bottle of reagent is equivalent to obtaining the attribute of a level up reward. In the future, it will not be level that determines your strength. Attributes, skills, equipment, etc. are the key factors that determine strength. Jiang Hao checked and found that there were still more than 900 arrows, so there was no need to replenish them. He decided to set off for the nether cave immediately. He took out the teleportation stone and dropped a drop of blood into it. After the teleportation stone absorbed the blood, it instantly emitted a mysterious light that enveloped Jiang Hao. The thought started, with a flash of light, Jiang Hao's figure disappeared from the spot and was instantly teleported to the entrance of the nether cave. Outside the nether cave, the light was extremely dim and all around was silent. Today, Jiang Hao walked step by step into the dark cave. Pa! When Jiang Hao stepped into the dark cave, the luminous stones on the wall lit up one after another, and the faint blue light illuminated the winding road ahead. Soon, he encountered his first monster, a ghost bat. The bat's wingspan was more than 1 meter long, and its eyes were flashing scarlet light. As soon as it saw Jiang Hao, it let out a sharp whistle and pounced on him. Jiang Hao responded calmly, quickly drawing the longbow and aiming at the nether bat. Whoosh! The arrow shot out like lightning. With a puff sound, the bat let out a wail, fell to the ground, struggled for a few times, and then became motionless. Flash sale. Nether bat. Level 10. HP 1200. Armor 30. Attack 500. Skill ultrasonic shock. Ultrasonic shock emits high-frequency ultrasonic waves, causing 400 points of sonic damage to the target in the fan-shaped range in front, and has a certain chance of causing the target to fall into a state of confusion, which lasts for 3 seconds and has a cooldown of 10 seconds. Jiang Hao looked at the information on the panel and instantly absorbed the spiritual energy around it. Experience increased by 40 points. Next, decompose the body. Get 35 copper coins, 1 bat blood essence, and wings of the netherworld bat. This is probably the first level 10 monster killed in Divine Breath, and it actually dropped equipment. Nether bat wings. Type, cloak. Quality, white. Level requirement, 10. Bonus. Agility plus 10. Dodge rate plus 5%. Special effects. Condensing your breath can enhance your stealth effect. Finally, a piece of equipment with level requirements and special effects bonuses was discovered. Equipment with level requirements must be at least level 10. Even if they are white, their attribute bonuses are often much higher than those of ordinary equipment without level requirements. What's more, this pair of nether bat wings has special effects, so it can be classified as special equipment. Special equipment is generally judged by its special effects, and its value fluctuates greatly. This piece of equipment in front of you that can enhance the stealth effect can sometimes even determine the outcome of a battle, especially in situations where stealth, assassination, or escaping pursuit is required. Jiang Hao's eyes fell on the special effect, and he activated his talent immediately without thinking for long. Extracted the entry successfully, agility plus 10, dodge rate plus 5%, condensing breath can improve the stealth effect. Please choose. There is no doubt that Jiang Hao chose to extract the third one. This is a passive effect and will not appear on the personal panel, but it actually greatly improves the effect of the stealth skill. Being able to restrain his aura would be of great help to his future plans. Chapter 25. It seems that I have to increase my efforts to collect invisibility charms and upgrade my invisibility skill level. The effect of concealing my breath will also be improved. Jiang Hao didn't feel sorry at all when he saw the nether bat wings turned into powder. The most valuable thing about this equipment was its special effect, which he had now extracted to strengthen himself. It was already worth the money. As soon as he came in, Jiang Hao had this harvest, and he was in a good mood and continued to explore in depth. Hua! Suddenly, a rapid and chaotic flapping sound came from the depths of the dark blue passage, and several dark bats flew out from the depths of the dark passage. The first one just now was just an appetizer. The real challenge has just begun. But this challenge is only for ordinary people. Jiang Hao, who has already upgraded his four-dimensional attributes to an extremely high level, can deal with these ordinary level 10 monsters with just one arrow. Sniff sniff. 3 arrows were shot in succession, and 3 level 10 nether bats were killed instantly. After decomposing the 3 corpses of nether bats, the harvest was not so lucky this time. I only got about 100 copper coins and 2 portions of bat blood essence. Bat blood essence can be used to refine temporary agility potions, which can be recycled at pharmacies, but the price is not too high. Jiang Hao collected the materials and continued walking into the nether cave. The deeper you go, the more bat swarms you encounter. However, no matter how large the bat colony is, they cannot escape the fate of being shot by an arrow. There were too many of them to kill them all at once, and Jiang Hao relied on his super high agility to kill them while retreating, and finally no nether bat could get close to him. Jiang Hao didn't know how many meters he went deep, until his level reached over level 11, he finally came to a spacious stone temple. As soon as he stepped into the cave, the luminous stone lit up. Then, bursts of shrill chi-chi sounds came from the cave. Jiang Hao looked up and saw that the top of the stone hall was densely covered with netherworld bats. There were so many of them that they almost covered the entire top. Fortunately, Jiang Hao doesn't have trypophobia, otherwise the crowds of nether bats would be enough to make his scalp tingle. Chi! Chi! Suddenly a sharper sound was heard. Jiang Hao looked in the direction of the sound and saw a giant beast, much larger than an ordinary nether bat, slowly flapping its wings and emerging from a dark corner of the cave. Nether Bat Leader. Level 12. HP 60,000. Armor 120. Attack 1,600. Skill 1 Ultrasonic Shock, slightly. 2 Shadow Assault, instantly turns into a black shadow and attacks a single target, causing 120% of the attack power in damage. It also adds the shadow binding effect, reducing the target's movement speed by 50% for 8 seconds. 3 Vampire Aura, a faint blood-red aura surrounds the boss. Any attack that causes damage to the boss will have a certain percentage, 20%, of the damage converted into the boss's health. Duration, permanent, until the boss dies. At the same time, there are 4 nether bat elite monsters around it, which are smaller than the nether bat leader but much larger than ordinary nether bats. Nether bat elite. Level 11. HP 8,000. Armor 80. Attack 800. Skills, Ultrasonic Shock, Shadow Strike. Shishi. After the leader of the nether bats roared twice, the ordinary nether bats that were awakened flapped their wings and attacked Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's eyes narrowed. Facing the overwhelming netherworld bats, he did not choose to resist head-on. Instead, he flashed and activated the stealth skill. After becoming invisible, he quickly walked towards a relatively narrow crack not far away. The nether bats that had lost their target kept flying around in the air. After a while, Jiang Hao flashed into the crack. The crack is more than 1 meter wide and 3 or 4 meters deep. It can be said that this is an excellent shelter. He can use the cracks to avoid the siege of the bats and then easily kill them. Swoosh! 2 arrows were shot one after the other, accurately piercing the 2 nether bats closest to the rift. Shishi! When attacked suddenly, the leader of the nether bats was the first to react, letting out 2 sharp howls, and the other nether bats then fearlessly attacked into the rift. However, due to the obstruction of the gap, the bat colony's numerical advantage could not be fully utilized. Instead, arrows were shot out from it, and each arrow was sure to take the life of a nether bat. Jiang Hao didn't know how many arrows he had shot. He felt his hands were a little numb, and the nether bats outside finally became sparse. If it weren't for his strong physique, he probably wouldn't have had enough energy to hold on for so long. At this time, the outside of the crack was basically blocked by the corpses of netherworld bats. Jiang Hao estimated the number of remaining bats and decided not to hide anymore. He walked out of the crack directly and prepared to face the remaining nether bats head-on. Poisoned. As soon as he came out, Jiang Hao activated his poisoning skill. Then he drew his bow and arrow, and shot 2 arrows straight at 2 of the nether bat elite monsters. After watching the arrows hit the 2 elite monsters, Jiang Hao quickly distanced himself. Even though these bats have the ability to fly, their speed is still far inferior to Jiang Hao, whose agility attribute reaches 136. After creating a certain distance, Jiang Hao shot 2 arrows at the other 2 elite monsters. Then, he poisoned the leader of the nether bats before he began to deal with ordinary bat monsters. One after another, -160 poison damage appeared on the heads of bosses and elite monsters. Jiang Hao's strategy was very effective. The poison damage continuously weakened the health of the nether bat leader and elite monsters, while he himself moved easily among the bats, using his superb agility and accurate archery to defeat them one by one. Watching ordinary nether bats fall one after another, the nether bat leader screamed angrily and flapped his huge wings. Shadow Raid! The leader of the nether bats instantly turned into a black shadow and pounced on Jiang Hao. The nether bat leader launched his skill too suddenly, and Jiang Hao, who was concentrating on dealing with ordinary nether bats, was hit before he could react. Bang! -1920. Jiang Hao only felt a pain in his shoulder, and his health points dropped significantly in an instant. At the same time, his speed suddenly dropped by half. This is the effect of shadow binding. The speed drops drastically, and there is also a hidden debuff state, stiffness. Although the stiffness time is not long, it is enough to give the remaining 4 nether bat elite monsters time to attack. They also knew how to seize the opportunity and launched shadow attacks on Jiang Hao one after another. Dark shadows came towards Jiang Hao one after another. -780. -790. -788. Miss. At the last moment, Jiang Hao barely recovered his mobility. He endured the severe pain and relied on his great agility to avoid the attack of the last nether bat elite monster. However, in just this short period of time, Jiang Hao's health points were less than 1000. However, as long as it is not directly fatal, Jiang Hao can quickly restore his health with his powerful blood recovery ability. Jiang Hao did not dare to hesitate, he started walking and immediately distanced himself from the group of bats. Chapter 26. Whoosh! Jiang Hao retreated while harvesting ordinary nether bats. But this time he always paid some attention to those elite monsters and leaders. Time passed slowly, and after about half a minute, the leader of the nether bats flapped its wings and flew high again. The shadow energy surrounding its body began to condense, and it was obvious that it was preparing to launch another shadow raid. Jiang Hao's heart trembled. This time he was well prepared and his eyes were closely watching the leader's every move. He put away his longbow, and the icy energy in his hands continued to gather. Just as the leader was about to disappear, the ice energy in Jiang Hao's hand instantly turned into an ice cone and was released by him. Bang! The sharp pain of the blade piercing him did not occur, but he was knocked away by a huge force. -688. It turned out that the nether bat leader was hit by Jiang Hao's ice cone technique, interrupting its shadow attack. Although the skill was interrupted, the impact force was still not to be underestimated, and it knocked Jiang Hao flying. He rolled on the ground several times before he could steady himself, and the damage was nearly 700. Jiang Hao, who has extremely rich practical experience, immediately used the invisibility skill after dodging the skills of the shadow bat leader and quickly moved 2 positions to the side. Bang bang! 4 shadow attacks fell on the place where Jiang Hao was just now, but they could only hit the air, making a series of empty sounds. 4 miss flashed above Jiang Hao's head. The attacks of the 4 nether bat elite monsters all missed. In fact, bats are located through ultrasound, and ordinary stealth skills cannot avoid the lock of Shadow Strike. But the stealth skill used by Jiang Hao has an additional passive effect, breath concealment. It is this passive effect that prevents Jiang Hao from being locked by ultrasound, which makes their skills ineffective. You know, just half a minute later, his health has only recovered to more than 4,000 points. If he is hit by the shadow attacks of the nether bat leader and the 4 elite monsters, he will most likely be killed instantly. However, Jiang Hao made the right bet. Then there is basically no suspense next. 10 seconds later, the 4 nether bat elite monsters were poisoned to death one after another. The only one that poses a slight threat is the leader of the nether bats. Jiang Hao continued to avoid the attacks of the nether bat leader while cleaning up the remaining ordinary nether bats. 2 minutes later, there was no longer a single ordinary nether bat in the stone hall. Finally, the only one left was the nether bat leader, and it took Jiang Hao nearly 10 minutes to finally kill it. With a health point of 60,000, it took 4 poisons and a lot of arrows to kill it. Who? Jiang Hao was panting, and suddenly a system voice sounded. Congratulations on becoming the first player to kill a boss-level monster. Would you like to publish your ID for announcement? Yes. Jiang Hao did not hesitate. This is an opportunity to receive a world announcement, and you can gain additional reputation by publishing your ID. Reputation can be said to be an intangible asset with many real and invisible effects. For example, if your reputation is high, the natives will naturally have a high degree of favorability towards you. For example, there are reputation requirements for entering certain special areas in the city. More importantly, there will also be reputation requirements for building a territory in the future. After Jiang Hao made his choice, all online players in Chengxi received a system announcement. Ding! Congratulations to Huaxia player Zufeng for becoming the first player to kill a boss-level monster. You will be rewarded with 10 gold coins, 100 reputation, and 10 free attribute points. The announcement was played 3 times in succession. Upon hearing the announcement, online players of Chengxi from all over the country were instantly excited. Zhu Feng. Is he the great god Zhu Feng from Luyuan village? He actually killed a leader-level monster for the first time. There is no doubt. The ID of Chengxi is unique. No one can pretend to be the master Zhu Feng. We haven't even seen a single elite monster, but they've already killed the leader first. This gap is simply unattainable. Master Zhu Feng, please accept me as your disciple. Oh, this is a world announcement. Our Huaxia area is finally making a big splash this time. God Zhu Feng is awesome. You won the first world announcement for Huaxia. We look forward to you leading our Huaxia area to greater success in the future. Haha, Master Zhu Feng, you are going to be famous all over the server. Please hug me and help me fly. What? Huaxia district actually killed the boss monster first? This is impossible. Our Greater Korea district is a global gaming powerhouse, how could Huaxia district beat us to it? This is definitely cheating. Players in the Huaxia area will use some shameful means to ask the official to investigate Zhu Feng's account immediately. Baga. They must have used cheats. The Huaxia community is the best at using these crooked methods. My god, how did he do that? The highest level in our village is only level 5. Haha, Zhu Feng? I remember this name. I wonder if there will be a national war. I am looking forward to the moment when I meet him. Once the world announcement was made, reactions varied across the globe. The most delighted were those in the Huaxia region. They posted messages on the forum to celebrate, and Zhu Feng's name instantly became a hot topic. There was more shock and suspicion in North America and the European community. Goryeo district and Dongdaedo district were full of doubt and jealousy, and it was obvious that they could not accept this fact. In a valley in a novice village in North America, thousands of players were besieging an Ice Mist Wolf leader. Just as the leader was about to fall, they suddenly received a world announcement. A white leader at the head of the group became furious. He swung the sword in his hand violently, and the tip of the sword cut through the air, causing a sharp whistle. Damn those players from Huaxia district, they actually dared to kill the boss-level monster before us. He roared, his voice like thunder, shocking the surrounding players and causing them to look sideways, and even pause in their attacks on the Ice Mist Wolf boss. The white leader was named Alex, and he was the president of the Golden Knights Guild. They had paid a great price to plan and hunt down the Ice Mist Wolf leader. They had almost concentrated all the resources of the entire novice village in order to get the first kill of the leader. However, they did not expect to be preempted by Jiang Hao. How could this not make him angry? Alex, be careful! At this moment, the leader of the Ice Mist Demon Wolf suddenly spit out an ice ball containing extremely cold air and hit him. Alex narrowed his eyes and raised the sword high in his hand. Holy gift, absolute zero! In an instant, cold air lingered above the long sword, and frost flowers were faintly condensed. The temperature of the surrounding air seemed to drop sharply. Humph, a mere demon wolf wants to hurt me. Alex growled. Then, the acrylic energy in the space suddenly poured into the sword. The tip of the sword pointed at the flying ice ball with a cold air as cold as a dragon. Ice slash! Alex shouted and swung his sword. A bright ice blue sword light cut through the sky and collided with the ice ball spit out by the Ice Mist Wolf leader in the air. Boom! The two extreme icy forces collided with each other, causing a deafening roar and sending ice chips flying everywhere, like the most violent snowstorm in winter, bursting in all directions. Chapter 27. Hundreds of players near the center of the storm were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, with 200 or 300 damage floating above their heads. Unsurprisingly, even those wearing a full set of store-produced equipment could not escape the fate of being killed instantly. Except for Alex, there was no one else alive within a radius of dozens of meters. Hundreds of elites were lost in an instant. Alex's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Everyone, concentrate your firepower and solve it as quickly as possible. All members of the Golden Knights began to carry out Alex's orders in an orderly manner. There is an ice field about 10 meters around the Ice Mist Wolf. Anyone who gets close to it will suffer freezing damage. 20 to 30 degrees of damage will float above their heads. When the health of the team in front drops below half, the next team will immediately replace them. This is how they relied on the human wave tactics to gradually reduce the health of the Ice Mist Wolf leader to its current level. Seeing that the Ice Mist Wolf was only left with a trace of blood, Alex shouted loudly, "Get out of the way, let me do it." Cut! He leaped suddenly, and a piece of extremely cold ice blade fell from the sky, following the direction of his sword tip, and fiercely chopped at the Ice Fog Wolf leader. Bang bang! Dozens or even hundreds of damages appeared above the head of the Ice Mist Wolf leader. Awoo! The Ice Mist Wolf leader could no longer bear the burden. He let out a shrill howl and then slowly fell down. Congratulations on becoming the second player to kill a boss-level monster. Would you like to publish your ID for announcement? Announce. Alex said. Then another world announcement was issued. Ding! Congratulations to the North American player Alexander the Great for becoming the second player to kill a boss-level monster. He will be rewarded with 5 gold coins, 50 reputation points and 5 free attribute points. The announcement was also played 3 times in succession. The 2 announcements, one after the other, instantly created a new wave among players around the world. Alex the Great? The North American region is still strong, and successfully won the second first kill. No matter how strong it is, it was still overtaken by the Huaxia zone. I can only say that Huaxia district is so lucky. Damn it, how could it be so close? Otherwise, the first world announcement would definitely belong to our greater North America region. Hey, I'll tell you secretly, Alex the Great is the heir of the Melon Group. A powerful person with a holy talent. This is the real coexistence of strength and background. Huaxia's Zufeng is just a fluke, how can it be compared with him? That's right, Feng Zui was just lucky and happened to kill a boss-level monster. In terms of real strength and background, our North American Golden Knight Guild is the best. Zhu Feng? Humph, he can only show off for now. When the real national war begins, we will see if he can still jump around so happily. Another boss has been killed. It seems that the global boss-level monster challenge has been fully launched. The competition is really fierce. I wonder who will be the next first kill? Jiang Hao glanced at the announcement and paid no more attention to it. At this moment, he was excitedly counting his gains. A total of nearly 400 nether bats were killed in the first level of the nether cave. A total of 14,577 copper coins, 208 bat blood essences, 3 invisibility talismans, 1 thunder talisman, and 1 skill book, blood-sucking aura were obtained. 3 invisibility charms can increase invisibility to +2. Stealth +2, after activating the skill, you will enter the stealth state, which lasts for up to 2 minutes, consumes 10 magic points per second, and has a cooldown of 4 minutes. After swallowing the Falling Thunder Talisman, he learned the Falling Thunder technique. Thunderbolt consumes 15 magic points and releases a bolt of lightning to the designated target, causing 100% of the magic attack's lightning damage. After hitting the target, there is a 2% chance of stunning the target. The cooldown time is 10 seconds. Jiang Hao learned the skill book Blood-Sucking Aura directly. Blood-Sucking Aura, a passive skill. After learning it, 5% of the damage received can be converted into health. Passive skills do not take up too much space in the skill count, so no one will complain about having too many. Although he didn't get any equipment, he was able to upgrade his stealth skill by 2 levels and learn 2 new skills. Jiang Hao was already quite satisfied. In addition, killing the boss monster will gain 10 points of reputation, plus the first kill of the boss will gain an additional 100 points. Jiang Hao's reputation has reached 110 points. The first reward for killing the leader is 10 gold coins, which is equivalent to 100,000 copper coins. After returning to the village, your strength will be greatly improved. Finally, Jiang Hao did not retain the 10 free attribute points rewarded for first killing the boss, and directly added them to his physique. Just now, when facing the siege of the Nether Bat leader, he almost died. This is only the first level of the Nether cave. It will be more dangerous as you go down. The more blood you have, the more protection you will have. After collecting the spoils, Jiang Hao walked towards the teleportation array behind the stone hall. When he stood on the teleportation array, the light flickered and Jiang Hao felt a flash before his eyes. When the space stabilized, Jiang Hao found himself standing in a completely new environment, the second level of the Nether cave. This is no longer a cave environment, but a dark and dense forest. Tall trees blocked out the sun, their branches and leaves intertwined into a dense, light-proof net. Only a few scattered rays of light could penetrate the thick, dark curtain and shine mottled on the ground. The ground under my feet was soft, covered with thick fallen leaves and moss. Every step made a slight rustling sound, which was particularly loud in this quiet environment. Jiang Hao took out a torch and lit it. With the light of torches, the surrounding scene became clearer. At this moment, several wolf howls suddenly came from the forest. Then, green lights flashed in the dense forest. As the green light grew larger, Jiang Hao gradually saw the source of the light. A group of nether wolves were slowly walking out of the shadows. There are 5 nether wolves in total. Among them are 4 ordinary nether wolves and 1 nether wolf elite. Nether wolf. Level, 12. HP, 1500. Armor, 45. Attack, 600. Skill, Shadow Strike. Nether wolf elite. Level, 12. HP, 7500. Armor, 80. Attack, 1200. Skills: Shadow Strike, Shadow Break. Shadow Strike, the Netherwolf instantly blends into the surrounding shadows, increasing its speed by 100%, and launches a surprise attack on the target from the shadows, causing damage equal to 150% of its attack power. Shadow Break condenses the shadow energy around the body to form an inky black energy wave, which is released violently forward, causing 100% dark damage to the target. Shadow Break also has a corrosion effect, causing the target to receive an additional 20% of the attack power per second in the next 5 seconds. Before the 5 Netherwolves could take any action, Jiang Hao took the lead. Poisoned. Then 2 sharp arrows flew out, one of which went straight to the elite of the Netherwolf. Chapter 28. After the 2 arrows hit him, Jiang Hao had to put away his longbow and then take out his long sword to fight the enemy. Because a Netherwolf has already launched a shadow attack towards him. -1182. -1204. 2 damage numbers popped up above Jiang Hao's head almost at the same time. The blood volume dropped a bit and it hurt a bit, but it was not fatal. Jiang Hao directly backhanded a sword. -1355. -160, poison damage. Then Jiang Hao dodged the attack of another Netherwolf with a flash, and shot out another arrow. -1318. -160. Another Netherwolf was poisoned. An ordinary Netherwolf would die in an instant within a few breaths. After Jiang Hao injured the last ordinary Netherwolf with another sword, he ignored it and turned his attention to the Netherwolf elite. In fact, as long as it can hold on for 40 to 50 seconds, the Netherwolf elite will be poisoned to death. But Jiang Hao didn't want to waste too much time. Ice Cone Technique. Fireball. Thunderfall Technique. -1185, Ice Damage. -1534, Fire Damage. -1204, Lightning Damage. 3 spells in succession landed on the Netherwolf elite, instantly reducing its health to a low state. However, when the Netherwolf was about to die, a ball of dark energy suddenly spewed out from his mouth. Shadow Breaks. -1190, Dark Damage. There was no way to avoid it, Jiang Hao took this skill head-on. Immediately afterwards, one poison damage after another floated above his head. -240, Poison Damage. -240, Poison Damage. Fortunately, he has a strong ability to recover blood, otherwise he would have fallen to the ground and couldn't get up. In fact, he didn't need to take such a radical approach. He could be more conservative and use his super high agility to kite these Netherwolves to death after poisoning them. The reason for taking such a risk is to find out the strength of these Netherwolves. Because next he will face more threats from the Netherwolves. Sure enough, Jiang Hao encountered wolf packs from time to time while searching in the dark forest. Wolf packs vary in size, with as few as 3 or 5 and as many as a dozen. But no matter how many wolves there are, each round of battle is basically resolved within 1 minute. Because no Netherwolf, even an elite one, can withstand the damage from his poison. As he hunted more and more wolves, he gradually went deeper into the dark forest. He didn't know how many wolves he had killed, but now he had arrived at the center of the dark forest. As Jiang Hao expected, there was a large wolf pack guarding the teleportation array. The wolf pack size reached more than 80. The huge one among them is the Lord-level Netherwolf. There are also 8 elite-level Netherwolves, and the rest are ordinary Netherwolves. Netherwolf King, Lord-level Boss. Level, 14. HP, 800,000. Armor, 200. Attack, 3,000. Skills, Shadow Strike, Shadow Break, Shadow Touch, Dark Blade, Wolf King's Roar. Touch of Shadow, summons dark energy tentacles to bind the enemy, causing 80% of the attack's dark damage, and entangle the enemy, reducing the opponent's movement speed and attack speed. The extent of the reduction is related to the difference in strength between the two sides. Extreme Dark Blade condenses dark energy to form a huge black energy blade to attack the enemy, causing 200% dark damage and triggering the Shadow Rip bleeding effect, causing the target to lose 500 health points per second Indiana the next 10 seconds. Wolf King Roar, a deafening howl sends out an attack covering a 50-meter radius, causing 80% sonic damage and adding a fear debuff, making the target unable to move for a short period of time. The duration of the attack is related to the difference in mental strength between the two parties. The Lord level boss is terrifying. HP reaches 800,000. Just based on the thickness of his health bar, Jiang Hao knew that this would definitely be a tough battle. What's more important is that the 3 new skills added later are extremely terrifying. As long as Jiang Hao is entangled by the touch of Shadow or the Wolf King's Roar and then suffers a blow from the Dark Blade, it will be enough to kill him instantly. That 200% dark damage is no joke, it's enough to kill him with one strike. Jiang Hao took a deep breath and soon came up with an idea. It is impossible to withstand it head-on, and you will die if you are not careful. So he could only rely on his super agility to deal with the wolves, adopt guerrilla tactics, and gradually weaken the wolf pack's strength. First, Jiang Hao quietly approached the outskirts of the wolf pack and selected a lone nether wolf as his target. The poisoned arrow flew through the air and hit the target accurately. Soon the nether wolf was corroded by the poison and fell to the ground. This scene alerted the wolves, and Jiang Hao used his stealth skill without hesitation. +2 level invisibility, even the powerful Lord level boss cannot sense it at all. So as soon as Jiang Hao disappeared, the nether wolves gradually calmed down. After verifying that the invisibility +2 would not be sensed by the nether wolf king, Jiang Hao waited for the invisibility skill to cool down before launching the second round of attack. Poisoned. Swoosh. An arrow was shot out and directly hit a nether wolf elite. Then, 3 arrows were shot out in succession. The wolves were approaching, and only then had he used his invisibility skills to escape the wolves' pursuit. This continued, Jiang Hao used his super high agility and stealth to take down at least 4 nether wolves with each attack. More than an hour later, only 1 nether wolf king was left at the scene. At this time, -160 poison damage kept flashing above the head of the nether wolf king. It had never encountered such a shameless human being before, who would launch a sneak attack and then disappear into obscurity. Now the entire tribe has been slaughtered by him, making it furious. It paces back and forth, constantly emitting low and violent roars from its mouth. Finally, when the poison damage on the nether wolf king's head disappeared, Jiang Hao's invisibility time was up. At this time, he had to approach slowly and then attack the nether wolf king from 50 meters away. There are still 2 minutes left in the invisibility cooldown, but he cannot let the nether wolf king leave the combat state, otherwise it will give it a chance to recover blood quickly, and the previous round of poison damage will be wasted. Jiang Hao knew that the real battle had just begun, and he dared not be careless. Whoosh! The arrow was shot. -1124. The nether wolf king felt the pain, kicked his 4 legs, and pounced towards the direction where the arrow came from. Jiang Hao naturally couldn't let it get close to him, so he retreated quickly. The agility of the nether wolf king is equivalent to about 100 points, so his speed is naturally not as fast as Jiang Hao. The reason why Jiang Hao kept at least 50 meters away from it was naturally to guard against its wolf king roar. Whoosh! Jiang Hao retreated while taking the opportunity to shoot an arrow at it. -1088. After shooting the arrow, Jiang Hao continued to retreat rapidly, and the distance between them always remained more than 50 meters. Jiang Hao looked extremely focused and did not dare to slack off at all. Suddenly, Jiang Hao tensed up. Here it comes. The nether wolf king howled and then flashed away. Shadow attack. The nether wolf king instantly closed the distance by 20 meters. Jiang Hao retreated as fast as he could. The wolf king roars. Chapter 29. The Nether Wolf King opened his huge mouth, and a deep and shocking roar suddenly burst out from his throat. Jiang Hao only felt a strong sense of oppression coming towards him, his eardrums buzzing, as if thousands of drums were beating in his ears at the same time, shaking his mind. -2400. Jiang Hao was in fear, and the Nether Wolf King would naturally not miss the opportunity to take advantage of him. Fortunately, Jiang Hao had kept a relatively long distance from the Nether Wolf King before, and now the distance is still more than 40 meters. If it wants to attack Jiang Hao, it has to get closer. Jiang Hao watched the Nether Wolf King approaching rapidly, and prayed in his heart, hoping to regain his mobility as soon as possible. Soon, the Nether Wolf King finally came within 20 meters. The dark energy around it surged wildly and gathered between its front paws. Jiang Hao's heart was filled with alarm. He knew that it was a sign that the Nether Wolf King was about to use the dark blade. Along with the low roar of the Nether Wolf King, an energy blade as black as ink and sharp as a knife took shape instantly. Then, the Nether Wolf King swung its front paws, and the energy blade slashed towards Jiang Hao with a whistling sound that tore through the air. Jiang Hao's eyes were fixed on the approaching black blade light, his heartbeat accelerated, and finally at the last moment, he regained control of his body. Jiang Hao stretched his body and, at the last moment, cleverly moved sideways a few steps. Bang! The extremely dark blade brushed past the corner of his clothes, making a sharp sound of breaking wind, and slashed the ground behind him, leaving a deep crack and raising dust. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately afterwards, he did not give the Nether Wolf King a chance to catch his breath. Having just used several skills in succession, the Nether Wolf King is at his weakest at this moment. Jiang Hao quickly took out the arrow and pulled the bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow hit the head of the Nether Wolf King directly. -2688, weak point attack. Swoosh! -1287. -1315. Just when Jiang Hao was fighting with the Nether Wolf King, the third world announcement suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to Huaxia player Lei Shen for becoming the third player to kill a boss-level monster. He is rewarded with 2 gold coins, 20 reputation points and 2 free attribute points. The announcement was played 3 times in succession. There had been 2 world announcements before, and the third one did not cause much sensation. There were only 3 world announcements, and the Huaxia region alone accounted for 2 of them, which made other countries in the world even more envious. As soon as the world announcement was over, Aotian Pavilion immediately posted a message on the forum to celebrate, widely announcing that their guild's Thunder God and the Holy Talent Master Meng Zongking Er had teamed up to lead a team to kill the leader. The post also included a battle video. Although the final blow in the video was delivered by Thunder God, Wang Alii, Meng Zhongqing Su Qing, performed the best throughout the battle. This was also the first time that the holy talent was displayed in front of people. Qing'er's talent in the dream is Thunder Control. Effect 1, absorb lightning energy, convert it into your own health and magic points, and increase magic attack power. Effect 2, can automatically comprehend thunder skills below God level. Effect 3, during the existence of thunderclouds, the cooldown time of all your thunder skills is reduced to 20% of the original. The 3 talent effects make her feel at ease in battle, especially the last one, which allows her to release thunder skills almost unlimitedly in the area covered by thunderclouds, causing continuous and fierce attacks on the boss monster. At least 1/3 of the boss monster's health was taken away by her alone. It is not an exaggeration to say that one person is more powerful than thousands of troops. In addition, Qing'er in the dream had a good image, which won her a lot of fans in a short period of time. Similarly, Aotian Pavilion also made a big appearance and won considerable popularity for the guild. While Aotian Pavilion was preparing for the celebration banquet, on the other side, the battle between Jiang Hao and the Nether Wolf King reached a white-hot stage. Jiang Hao kept shooting arrows while retreating, and each arrow landed accurately on the body of the Nether Wolf King. Although he could not trigger the weak point attack again, the continuous damage caused the Nether Wolf King's health to continue to drop. The Nether Wolf King, who had recovered his strength, roared continuously, but he was still unable to catch sight of Jiang Hao. Poisoned. Whoosh. -1306. -160, poison damage. The +7 poisoning can last for 2 minutes and can cause more than 19,000 poison damage to the Nether Wolf King. Jiang Hao had no idea how many rounds of poison he had given the Nether Wolf King. At this time, the Nether Wolf King's health was finally reduced to less than 10%. Ouch! The Nether Wolf King suddenly roared, and its eyes immediately turned blood red, with every hair on its body standing up. Then its body began to swell, and its muscles bulged, as if some power was awakening in its body. Violent! Jiang Hao's heart trembled. Whoosh! The arrow hit the soft abdomen of the Nether Wolf King directly. -1842, penetration damage. Injured again, the Nether Wolf King stared at Jiang Hao with his red eyes and started moving. Call out! In just a moment, the distance closed by more than 10 meters, and the speed of the Nether Wolf King increased dramatically after going berserk. Jiang Hao no longer hesitated and retreated quickly. At this time, Jiang Hao discovered that the Nether Wolf King, after going berserk, was even faster than him. Invisible. With a swish, Jiang Hao's figure disappeared in front of the Nether Wolf King. Seeing that he had lost track of the enemy, the Nether Wolf King howled wildly and frantically destroyed the surrounding environment, trying to find Jiang Hao's trace. However, Jiang Hao's stealth skill was too advanced, and even the Nether Wolf King in his violent state could not detect his breath. Shadow attack. Shadow breaks. The Dark Blade. The furious Nether Wolf King was venting his anger without regard for the consequences, constantly using his powerful skills in an attempt to force Jiang Hao to reveal his whereabouts. However, no matter how he vented his anger, he still couldn't force Jiang Hao out. The Wolf King roars. In the end, the Nether Wolf King couldn't help but use his ultimate skill. The powerful sonic impact spread out. Fortunately, Jiang Hao secretly hid 50 meters away, and the sonic impact of the Nether Wolf King ultimately failed to force Jiang Hao to show up. Seeing that the poison time was about to end, Jiang Hao had to cancel his invisibility. He couldn't let the Nether Wolf King out of combat. Whoosh! -1315. The Nether Wolf King still has more than 70,000 health points left. When the Nether Wolf King spotted Jiang Hao, he immediately used his skills without hesitation. Shadow attack. The Nether Wolf King instantly closed the distance between himself and Jiang Hao. Touch of Shadow. -2400. In an instant, Jiang Hao's health dropped by nearly half, and he seemed to be in a dark energy tide. The dark energy tentacles around him were like living things, entwining themselves madly around him, greatly limiting his ability to move. Fireball. A flash of fire appeared on Jiang Hao's palm, condensing into a blazing fireball. Burn! With a low shout, the fireball instantly flew out of his hand and hit the ground. Boom! A blazing fireball exploded, and a wave of fire swept around. Chapter 30. Those dark energy tentacles that were originally ready to move, under the impact of the fire wave, seemed to have encountered a natural enemy, and they retreated and avoided it. Jiang Hao took this opportunity, struggled violently, and used the brief gap brought by the fireball spell to break free from the restraints of the dark energy. Although his movements were a little awkward, he finally regained his freedom. Bang! Just where Jiang Hao was just now, the Nether Wolf King pounced on him. If Jiang Hao was caught by it, he would definitely not be able to escape its 2 bites. Ice Cone Technique. With a bang, the ice cone exploded on the body of the Nether Wolf King. -1226, ice damage. Because of the slowing effect of the ice cone, the slight advantage that the violent Nether Wolf King had over Jiang Hao was instantly wiped out. Jiang Hao retreated while constantly gathering magic in his hands. Move cast. Thunderfall technique. -1218, lightning damage. Fireball. -1488, fire damage. Ice cone technique. -1185, ice damage. Jiang Hao finally found his rhythm. Whenever the Nether Wolf King wanted to speed up, he was interrupted by the ice cone spell, and then he was hit by 2 fireball spells and a thunderbolt spell. In this way, the health of the Nether Wolf King continued to decrease. Just when the health of the Nether Wolf King was about to reach the bottom, Jiang Hao's spirit reached its limit due to long-term high concentration and continuous casting. His eyes began to become blurry, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his breathing became rapid and irregular. At this critical moment, the Nether Wolf King seized the opportunity to counterattack. The Dark Blade. A pitch-black energy blade took shape again, slashing towards Jiang Hao with the power to tear everything apart. Jiang Hao's heartbeat accelerated to the limit. If this attack hit him, he would definitely be killed instantly. Hide. Jiang Hao had only one thought in his mind. He pushed his feet hard, and the powerful force made his whole body leap into the air. Swoosh! The dark blade passed by his right arm, and the icy breath of death made his spine chill. He narrowly avoided the deadly dark blade. Boom! The energy blade slashed into the ground, stirring up a cloud of flying sand and rocks. The moment he landed, Jiang Hao felt the light dim, and he knew that the Nether Wolf King was pouncing on him again. Without stopping for a moment, he slid through the Nether Wolf King. Then a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and the sword pierced the Wolf King's soft ribs. -3150, critical hit. The long sword pierced through the body of the Nether Wolf King, leaving a string of bright blood. The Nether Wolf King let out a deafening howl, his body trembled violently, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Finally, it's over. Jiang Hao muttered to himself with a cold look. The Lord-level boss with 800,000 HP was finally killed by him. Bite. The system voice interrupted Jiang Hao's thoughts. Congratulations on becoming the first player to kill a Lord-level boss. Would you like to publish your ID for announcement? Yes. Jiang Hao sat on the ground, gasping for breath, but a smile of victory appeared on his face. Ding! Congratulations to Huaxia player Zufeng for becoming the first player to kill a Lord-level boss. He is rewarded with 100 gold coins, 1000 reputation, and 100 free attribute points. Bite! Bite! The world announcement was played 3 times in a row, shocking the hearts of every online player. What's going on? Did I see it right? Master Zufeng is on TV again? Really? The first kill of a Lord-level boss. Apart from other things, the gold coin reward alone is 100. If it is converted into Huaxia coins, wouldn't it be equivalent to 50 million? Wow! Is Master Zufeng cheating? He first killed the leader-level monster, and now he has taken the first kill of the Lord-level boss. This speed is too amazing. Haha! Why are those who were praising Aotian Pavilion just now silent? You are so arrogant after killing a small leader. You even dare to challenge the great god Zufeng. Why don't you kill a Lord-level boss for everyone to see? Haha, I just went over the firewall to check the internet and saw that Master Zufeng once again won the first kill of the Lord. Those foreign players are so envious and jealous. I've also seen it, and I heard that someone has already called on the team to go to Tianxing Technology to ask for a thorough investigation of Zufeng's account. This is so funny. Tianxing Technology has already said that there is no possibility of cheats in Chenkai. That is, those who demand a thorough investigation are simply jealous of Master Zufeng's achievements, but they themselves cannot do it, so they can only make excuses. Speaking of which, who is Master Zufeng? Does anyone know his background? Who knows, but judging from his operation and skills, he must be a game expert. Hey, why worry so much? As long as Master Zufeng is our Huaxia, that's all. Real World. Washington, D.C., North America. Go check it out for me. Make sure you get the real identity of this wind chaser. It would be best if we could recruit him to work under us. If that doesn't work, we must nip it in the bud. Our great American hegemony must extend to divine breath, and we will never allow anything that threatens our hegemony. The speaker was an old man with completely white hair. This old man is none other than Odin, the president of the most powerful American empire in the world. Yes, boss. Yolanda, a capable middle-aged woman in a black business suit, nodded respectfully. I will immediately mobilize all our resources, both online and offline, to thoroughly investigate this chasing the wind. The same situation happened in the East Island country, Korea country, and the European Communist Party country. For a time, Jiang Hao's ID became the focus of attention of major forces around the world, and his identity and background became a secret that intelligence agencies of various countries were competing to pursue. However, Jiang Hao himself was completely unaware of these undercurrents. Even if he knew, he would not care, because Shenkai was an independently operated system, and even Tianxing technology had no right to interfere with its operation. Unless Jiang Hao exposes himself, no one can invade and obtain Jiang Hao's real identity. Jiang Hao ignored the disturbances from the outside world. At this moment, he was immersed in the joy of collecting the spoils. Looking at the psychic energy all over the ground, Jiang Hao shook his head helplessly. His experience had now reached the peak of level 10. He could be promoted to level 11 by simply absorbing a ball of psychic energy, but he didn't do that. Because the higher the level difference, the drop rate of killing monsters in the novice village will drop significantly. In particular, there is basically nothing to explode after exceeding level 3. And because Jiang Hao needs to learn weapon forging, he has to stay in the novice village for quite some time, and the few free attribute points given to him by the upgrade have little effect on improving his strength. Therefore, Jiang Hao had no intention of upgrading at all. Skip the psychic powers and let Jiang Hao decompose the corpse. First, he came to the Nether Wolf King. Breakdown. After a few ding sounds, 5 or 6 rays of light flashed with a swish. There are 1 purple, 2 blue, and 3 green in the light. A purple item has appeared, but I don't know what it is. Jiang Hao suppressed his excitement and picked up all the equipment one by one. Chapter 31. The 3 green items are a skill book and 2 green equipment. Skill book, Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike consumes 30 magic points. The player will enter a brief invisible state, during which the movement speed increases by 100%, and launch a sneak attack on the target, causing 80% dark damage, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Finally, there was a speed-up skill book, and Jiang Hao learned it without hesitation. Let's look at 2 more pieces of equipment. Wolf King Shoes. Type, Shoes. Quality, Green. Level requirement, 10. Bonus. Agility plus 35. Movement speed plus 5%. Attack speed plus 2%. Wolf King Helmet. Type, Helmet. Quality, Green. Level requirement, 10. Bonus. Strength plus 40. Constitution plus 20. Damage reduction plus 5%. It's an average piece of equipment with good bonus data, so Jiang Hao just wears it. Jiang Hao picked up 2 more blue items. What disappointed him a little was that these 2 blue items were materials, namely, the skin of the Nether Wolf King and the fangs of the Nether Wolf King. The wolf skin can be kept or sold to a tailor shop. But there is no doubt that this wolf skin would be sold at a low price if sold to a tailor shop. If I keep it, I don't know when it will be useful. After all, there is not even a tailor now. After thinking about it, Jiang Hao decided that he didn't need this little money, so he decided to keep the wolf skin for now. Who knows, he could turn it into equipment someday. Blue materials have a high probability of being made into blue equipment. The value of blue equipment is far higher than blue materials. Lanja doesn't have to worry about it. He can make it into equipment when he becomes a weaponsmith himself. Finally, Jiang Hao's eyes fell on the purple object. Heart of the Nether Wolf King. Type, necklace. Quality, purple. Level requirement, 10. Bonus. Mental strength plus 75. Agility plus 40. Mana limit plus 500. Casting speed plus 6%. Additional skill, Wolf King Roar. Wolf King's Roar consumes 500 magic points, launches a range attack covering a 50-meter radius, causes 80% sonic damage, and adds a fear debuff, making the opponent unable to move for a short period of time. The duration is related to the difference in mental strength between the two sides. What a great harvest! Jiang Hao calmed himself down and continued to decompose the bodies of the other nether wolves. In addition to obtaining a certain amount of copper coins and the skin and fangs of the nether wolf, you will also get 2 talismans, one is a fireball talisman and the other is a thunderbolt talisman. After extraction, the fireball and thunderbolt spells are upgraded by 1 level. Jiang Hao looked at his personal dashboard, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited by its gorgeousness. ID, Chasing the Wind. Talent, God's Hand. God's Hand affiliated skills. Stealth plus 2, after activating the skill, you will enter the stealth state, which lasts for up to 2 minutes, consumes 10 magic points per second, and has a cooldown of 4 minutes. Cone of Ice plus 1, consumes 12 magic points and releases an icicle at the designated target, causing 100% ice damage of magic attack. After hitting the target, it causes the target to suffer a 12% slowness debuff. The cooldown time is 9 seconds. Fireball plus 2, consumes 15 magic points and releases a fireball at the designated target, causing 130% of the magic attack's fire damage, with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Low-level poisoning plus 7, consumes 50 magic points. After activating the skill, physical attacks will deal an additional plus 160 poison damage per second to the target, lasting for 2 minutes, cannot be stacked, and the cooling time is 1 minute and 30 seconds. Rejuvenation, consumes 20 magic points and instantly restores 20 health points of the designated target. Cooldown time is 2 minutes. Thunderbolt plus 1, consumes 20 magic points and releases a bolt of lightning to the designated target, causing 110% of the magic attack's lightning damage. There is a 3% chance of stunning the target after hitting it. The cooldown time is 9 seconds. Level, 10. Experience, 5480/5500. Reputation, 1210. HP, 5550. Mana, 3010. Physical attack, 1770. Magic attack, 2010. Armor, 10. Magic resist, 0. Strength, 168. Mental strength, 201. Constitution, 154. Agility, 171. Luck, 1. Free attribute points, 100. HP recovery plus 314 per second, MP recovery plus 100 per second, movement speed plus 5%, attack speed plus 2%, damage reduction plus 5%, casting speed plus 6%. Equipment, Blood Python Longbow, no grade, Wolf King's Shoes, green, Wolf King's Helmet, green, Nether Wolf King's Heart, purple. Skills, Vampire Aura, green, Shadow Strike, green, Wolf King's Roar, Heart of the Nether Wolf King. Blood-Sucking Aura, a passive skill. After learning it, 5% of the damage received can be converted into health. Shadow Strike, consumes 30 magic points. The player will enter a brief invisible state, during which the movement speed increases by 100%, and launch a sneak attack on the target, causing 80% dark damage, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Wolf King's Roar consumes 500 magic points, launches a range attack covering a 50-meter radius, causes 80% sonic damage, and adds a fear debuff, making the opponent unable to move for a short period of time. The duration is related to the difference in mental strength between the two sides. Jiang Hao took a last look at the money column, 1,133,910 copper coins, equivalent to a little more than 113 gold coins. On the third day of the launch of Shenkai, Jiang Hao's overall strength has grown to the level of half a year in the previous life. Putting away the panel, Jiang Hao walked towards the teleportation array. The third and final level of the Nether Cave. Stepping into the third level of the Nether Cave, it is a cemetery-like environment, and the light is darker than the second level. A gust of cold wind blew by, and Jiang Hao couldn't help but shudder. The atmosphere here became even more depressing. If I were a little less courageous, I would have gotten myself killed without the monster having to take action. Bang! Jiang Hao looked in the direction where the sound came from, and a white bony hand emerged from the ground. Click, click. A low roar was accompanied by the sound of bones rubbing against each other. Skeleton warriors, whose bodies were made entirely of white bones, slowly crawled out from the ground. Blue flames flickered in their empty eye sockets, and they locked onto Jiang Hao. Nether Skeleton Warrior. Level 13. HP 1800. Armor 80. Attack 650. Skill Instant Slash. Nether Skeleton Warrior Elite. Level 14. HP 9000. Armor 150. Attack 1300. Skills Instant Slash, Triple Slash. There are 12 skeletons in total, one of which is an elite Nether Skeleton Warrior, and the rest are ordinary Nether Skeleton Warriors. Jiang Hao looked at these pale skeletons and couldn't help but frowning slightly. Poisoned. Whoosh! With a bang, the wooden arrow hit the skeleton directly and broke into 2 pieces in an instant. -1581. As expected, there is no toxin damage. It's easy to understand. These skeletons don't have any flesh and blood, so the poison has no way to penetrate. Moreover, because the skeleton's armor value is relatively high, the wear and tear on the arrows is relatively large. The wooden arrow that was not even half worn out just now broke with one hit. Jiang Hao thought for a moment and put away his longbow. Since poisoning was not working, it would be better to use magic to attack. Then he began to condense magic in his hands. Fireball. -2588. A fireball instantly smashed an ordinary Nether Skeleton Warrior into pieces. The Skeleton Warrior has relatively high armor, but no magic resistance, and its spell attacks are almost not weakened, and the effect is extremely significant. Jiang Hao was determined in his heart and continued to use other spells to attack the Skeleton Warriors. Ice Cone Technique. Thunderfall Technique. After casting the Ice Cone and Thunderbolt, the Fireball spell has also cooled down. Fireball. In this way, the 3 spells can be used in turn to achieve seamless connection. In addition to the equipment enhancement obtained in the second level, the use of magical attacks can kill ordinary Nether Skeleton Warriors in seconds, which is easier than the previous level. In less than a minute, Jiang Hao killed the first group of Skeleton Warriors. Chapter 32. The next step is naturally to touch the corpse. Even if they are reduced to skeletons, these monsters can still explode things. Obtained 42 copper coins and 1 soul crystal. Soul crystals are the material for refining spiritual power potions and are of relatively high value. If you ask a pharmacy to recycle them, 1 soul crystal is estimated to be worth 100 copper coins. Jiang Hao put away all the things without hesitation. After touching 11 ordinary Nether Skeleton Warriors, Jiang Hao placed his hand on the skeleton of the Nether Skeleton Warrior Elite. Breakdown. Obtained 42 copper coins, 1 soul crystal, and 1 fire blast talisman. Jiang Hao was slightly stunned, and then he was surprised. Just now he was sighing, thinking that it would be much easier to kill these skeletons if there were group attack spells. Unexpectedly, when he felt sleepy, this nether skeleton warrior elite gave him a pillow. The Pyroblast Talisman is an upgraded version of the Fireball Talisman. It can launch a large fireball, causing fire damage to all enemies within a radius of 5 meters. Jiang Hao swallowed the Pyroblast Talisman without hesitation and gained the magical skill, Pyroblast. Pyroblast consumes 150 mana points to release a large fireball, causing 100% fire damage to all enemy units within a radius of 5 meters. The cooldown time is 1 minute. After learning Pyroblast, the following battles became easier. When the second team of skeleton warriors emerged from the ground, they were greeted by a huge fireball. Pyroblast basically covers most of the skeleton warriors. A big fireball could instantly kill 60% to 70% of the entire skeleton team. The remaining skeleton warriors can be killed with just 1 or 2 rounds of attacks. It took less than half a minute, which was 2 or 3 times faster than smashing them one by one before. In this way, Jiang Hao advanced towards the center of the cemetery at a faster speed. Half an hour later, Jiang Hao arrived at the center, where tombstones were everywhere and the cold wind was even more violent, bringing a biting chill. Ghostly whispers echoed in his ears from time to time, making people feel scared. Jiang Hao looked around and saw a faint blue light flickering between the tombstones. And at this moment, the faint blue light gradually enlarged, like a ball of ghost fire. Then, with the will-o'-the-wisp fire as eyes, ghosts gradually emerged, vengeful spirits from the underworld. Netherworld. Level 14. HP 1500. Armor 0. Magic resistance 30%. Attack power 500, with mental shock, which can reduce the target's mental strength. Skill Ghostly Coil. Netherworld Elite. Level 14. HP 7000. Armor 0. Magic resistance 50%. Attack power 1000, with mental shock, which can reduce the target's mental strength. Skills Ghostly Coil, Mental Roar. Ghostly Entanglement. After the death of the ghost turns into a ghost and possesses the target, constantly absorbing the target's magic value. Mental Roar. When the ghosts gather to a certain number, they will send out mental shock waves at the same time, causing huge mental damage to the target. The more ghosts there are, the greater the damage. The vengeful spirit is a monster that is immune to physical attacks and has a relatively high magic resistance. More importantly, after death, it can emit a ghost that wraps around the body and continuously erodes the magic value. Anyone who encounters it will have a headache. However, Jiang Hao is an exception, because his mana recovery speed far exceeds the current level. After Jiang Hao learned the information about the ghosts in the underworld, they gathered towards him one by one. Jiang Hao took a look and saw that at least hundreds of them had gathered in just a short while. Pyroblast. A huge fireball fell from the sky. -1418. -1427. -1409. In an instant, 7 or 8 damage values of more than 1400 appeared above the heads of these ghostly spirits from the underworld. What made Jiang Hao a little depressed was that after the nether spirit's magic resistance was weakened, Pyroblast almost failed to kill with one strike. Although he still has 100 free attribute points if he adds them to his mental power, he can naturally use the flame explosion to kill ordinary ghosts in one blow. But he didn't do that. These 100 free attribute points had to be used at the critical moment. Because if nothing unexpected happens, the final boss of this level is very likely to be a being more powerful than the Lord level. The Nether Cave is the only copy. It does not mean that it will only appear in one place, but that every novice village has the opportunity to activate it. However, as long as one team succeeds in conquering it, this copy will disappear. In the previous life, this dungeon was conquered by a player with god-level talent from the North American Golden Knights Guild. Before this, the strongest team had stopped at the Nether Wolf King, and no one had ever set foot on the third level. After the Golden Knights Guild cleared the Nether Cave, they did not release the video of the battle in order to protect the confidentiality of the player with god-level talent. Therefore, no one knows what kind of monsters will be encountered on the third floor, and what kind of boss will be encountered in the end. Although they did not release the battle video, they announced the items that popped up in order to show off and increase the popularity of the guild. Jiang Hao also learned about the items that had exploded, which is why he was determined to get the Nether Cave. Although it is a little difficult to kill the evil spirits from the underworld, it is still possible to deal with them. As he retreated, he continuously used ice cones, fireballs, and lightning strikes to kill other evil spirits from the underworld. When the pyroblast cooldown ended, another huge fireball was thrown at the group of ghostly spirits that were left with only a little blood. And when one after another the ghosts of the underworld died, one ghost after another attached itself to him, constantly sucking away his magic points. A ghost absorbs a point of magic power per second for 2 minutes. In the previous round of attack, Jiang Hao killed more than a dozen ghostly spirits, and his magic recovery speed dropped to more than 80 points. And more vengeful spirits gathered behind. Jiang Hao had to slow down the pace of killing the ghostly spirits. The speed of the Netherworld Ghost is quite fast, even faster than the Netherworld Wolf on the second level. But Jiang Hao got the Wolf King's boots, which gave him agility plus 35 and movement speed plus 5%, greatly increasing his speed. Even the Netherworld elite couldn't catch up with him. The initiative was in Jiang Hao's hands. He kept a distance from the ghostly spirits and killed them with magic. Whenever Pyroblast was finished cooling down, he would find the right opportunity to use it, reducing the health of a group of netherworldly wraiths to a minimum, and then wait until it was finished cooling down again before using Pyroblast to kill them in a group. As time goes by, more and more ghosts attach themselves to Jiang Hao. When his mana recovery rate dropped to 20 points, Jiang Hao chose to temporarily leave the battle. Because there are estimated to be more than 200 ghostly spirits in the center of the cemetery. If he continues to kill them, his magic points will be sucked away, and he won't even be able to use his magic skills. Wouldn't he just become meat on the chopping board for the ghostly spirits to slaughter? Jiang Hao quickly retreated and at the same time turned invisible, hiding his figure from the sight of this group of evil spirits. After leaving the battle, Jiang Hao waited for about a minute. After half of the ghosts dissipated and Jiang Hao's magic recovery speed returned to 60 points, he stepped into the cemetery again to annihilate the ghosts. After several rounds of tug-of-war, the number of ghostly spirits in the cemetery was finally greatly reduced, and Jiang Hao began to be able to deal with the remaining enemies more calmly. After he killed all the remaining ghosts with another round of attacks, he came to the center of the tombs. This is a towering earthen tomb. On top of the earthen grave, a huge stone tablet was inserted crookedly, and the stone tablet was engraved with obscure ancient texts, as if recording some forgotten history. Around the stone tablet, a few wisps of blue flames flickered without wind, adding a bit of eerie atmosphere. Just as Jiang Hao was staring at the mysterious stone tablet, the air around him suddenly became extremely heavy, as if invisible pressure was coming from all directions, making him involuntarily tense his nerves. Those faint blue flames seemed to sense something and suddenly leaped up, releasing a dazzling blue light, illuminating the center of the entire cemetery as if it were daytime. Boom boom! Suddenly, a low roar came from under the grave, as if something was about to break out of the ground. Jiang Hao quickly stepped back, his eyes fixed on the shaking earth grave, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Bang! With a loud bang, the soil from the grave splashed everywhere, and a huge figure slowly stood up from the grave. Chapter 33. It was a burly zombie covered in mud and rotten cloth. Its eyes were like two balls of burning netherworld fire, revealing endless malice and evil. Nether Zombie King, King level boss. Level, 15. HP, 9.8 million. Armor, 2000. Magic resistance, 60%. Attack, 32,000. Skills, Violent Shock, Touch of Corruption, Roar of the King, Undying Body, Summon the Nether Legion. Violent Shock, the Nether Zombie King stomps on the ground, causing the surrounding ground to vibrate violently, causing 80% damage to enemies within a 20-meter range and a stun effect that lasts for 2 seconds. Touch of Corruption, when attacked by the Nether Zombie King, you will suffer continuous poison damage, reducing your health by 10% per second for 10 seconds. It cannot be stacked. Roar of the King, the Zombie King lets out a deafening roar, causing mental shock to all enemies present, reducing their attack speed and casting speed by 30% for 10 seconds. Immortal Body, when the health of the Nether Zombie King is less than 20%, the immortal state will be triggered, making it immune to all damage below 5000 for 10 seconds and quickly recovering its health to 50%. This skill can only be triggered once a day. Summon the Netherworld Army. The Netherworld Zombie King has the ability to summon a wave of Netherworld Skeleton Warriors or Netherworld Wraiths to assist in the battle. Each summoning will increase its own defense by 10%, and a maximum of 3 waves can be summoned. His 9.8 million HP. 2000 armor. You won't even lose any blood if he chops you just standing there. How to play this? The only thing that can cause damage is magic attacks. But this 60% magic resistance also greatly reduces Jiang Hao's spell damage. Let's look at its attack power. 32,000. Just touch it and it's gone. Not to mention one terrifying skill after another. Not to mention Touch of Corruption. Violent Shock is a range skill and you can be killed if you are not careful. Not to mention there is also a super skill that applies to the entire map, Roar of the King. How to hide? Jiang Hao really couldn't figure out how the man from the Golden Knight Guild in his previous life managed to kill such a terrifying king-level boss. Unless his talent is the god-level talent of instant death. Then his luck was extremely good, and the instant death effect was triggered before the Nether Zombie King exploded, and he was lucky enough to kill it. In fact, just as Jiang Hao expected, the talent of the player with god-level talent is to add a 5% instant death effect to attacks. Anyone below god level has a chance to trigger it. This is terrifying. Even the strongest boss may be defeated with 20 attacks. But Jiang Hao didn't have that kind of perverted instant death talent. Facing the Nether Zombie King in front of him, he had only one thought. Despair. Could it be that, in this life, this Nether Zombie King still cannot escape the fate of being harvested by the Golden Knight? Jiang Hao now feels a little regretful. If he had stayed in the novice village for 10 days or half a month, and piled up his attributes to a terrifying level, he would have had the strength to defeat the Zombie King before coming in. In his previous life, the Golden Knight cleared the Nether Cave about a month after the server was launched, so he had enough time to prepare well. The reason he is facing this predicament now is that he is too arrogant. It's too late to say anything now. If he can't pass this level, he will never have the chance to enter the Nether Cave again. Having missed the last treasure, Jiang Hao would have to wait at least 1 year or even 2 years if he wanted to solve Zhang Ling's problem. Wrong? Wrong. There is still a chance. Jiang Hao's eyes fell on the heart of the Nether Wolf King, which had an additional skill. Wolf King's Roar consumes 500 magic points, launches a range attack covering a 50-meter radius, causes 80% sonic damage, and adds a fear debuff, making the opponent unable to move for a short period of time. The duration is related to the difference in mental strength between the two sides. The Zombie King is a physical monster, so its mental strength must not be high. If he also uses the Wolf King's Roar when he uses the King's Roar, he can hedge some of the damage. He also has 201 points of mental strength, so after the hedge, he should have a chance to withstand the Zombie King's Roar. Even if he can't resist, doesn't he still have 100 free attribute points? Jiang Hao thought about it and decided to raise his agility to 200, and then invest all the free attribute points above and below into mental strength. The Zombie King is a relatively slow monster, and 200 points of agility should be enough to deal with him. If 272 points of mental strength cannot resist the king's roar after the hedge, then he can only accept it. Hey! Seeing that there was still a glimmer of hope, Jiang Hao was determined to seize it. At this time, the Zombie King moved. I saw it kicking its legs hard and its whole body rushing out of the tomb. Ah! The Zombie King roared, and his huge body rushed towards Jiang Hao with unparalleled momentum. Jiang Hao quickly stepped back and saw it jump high up. He knew it was about to use its skill, Violent Shock. Jiang Hao did not dare to hesitate. Shadow Attack. The speed increased significantly instantly. At the moment the Zombie King landed on the ground, Jiang Hao had already opened up a distance of more than 20 meters between him and it. Bang! A shock wave spread out from the Zombie King's landing point. Jiang Hao only felt the ground tremble a few times, but the movements of his hands were not affected. Ice Cone Technique. -2604, Ice Damage. The Zombie King's speed suddenly slowed down. Fireball. -3382, Fire Damage. Thunderfall Technique. -2860, Lightning Damage. The 60% magic resistance in Divine Breath does not simply mean reducing magic damage by 60%. Instead, approximately every 100% magic resistance reduces the damage of current magic attacks by 50%. That is to say, 100% magic resistance reduces damage by 50%, 200% magic resistance reduces damage by 75%, and 300% magic resistance reduces damage by 87.5%. And so on. No matter how high your magic resistance is, it will always cause a certain amount of damage. After performing 3 skills, Jiang Hao thought for a moment and took out the longbow. Poisoned. Whoosh! The iron arrow flew through the air. With a ding sound, the arrow hit the Zombie King. -1. -80, poison damage. It really works. Although the Zombie King has a high resistance to poison, he is not immune to it. It has been weakened by half, but it is better than nothing. After being poisoned, Jiang Hao put away his longbow and continued to attack with magic. Ice Cone Technique. Fireball. Thunderfall Technique. Take turns to perform. The Zombie King's health dropped in an orderly manner. Jiang Hao felt a little comforted, but his nerves were still tense and he dared not relax at all. It turned out that the Zombie King was still a little slow in front of Jiang Hao, who had an agility of 200 points. No matter how it chased, it could not catch up with Jiang Hao. When its health dropped to 80%, it was finally completely enraged by Jiang Hao. The Netherworld Zombie King suddenly supported himself on the ground with his hands, then looked up at the sky. Jiang Hao knew that the toughest test was coming. Chapter 34. The Netherworld Zombie King suddenly supported himself on the ground with his hands, then looked up at the sky. Jiang Hao knew that the toughest test was coming. It is about to use its full map attack skill, Roar of the King. Jiang Hao stared at the Netherworld Zombie King. Just as its mouth opened wide, Jiang Hao immediately activated the skill of the Heart of the Nether Wolf King, Wolf King's Roar. The two roars collided in the air, producing waves visible to the naked eye. Jiang Hao felt a huge pressure coming, and it turned out that the Zombie King's roar was more powerful. The mental shock came like a tide. 4556. A scarlet damage number floated above Jiang Hao's head. Not dead. Jiang Hao was delighted, his strategy worked. By resisting the king's roar and avoiding the violent shock, Jiang Hao verified that he had the possibility of killing the Nether Zombie King. He quickly adjusted his breathing, calmed his mind, and prepared for the next battle. Ice Cone Technique. Fireball. Thunderfall Technique. As he used his skills one after another, the health of the Nether Zombie King began to steadily decline again. Thanks to Jiang Hao's magic value recovery rate of 100 points per second, he can continuously attack the Nether Zombie King without worrying about the problem of running out of magic value. As the battle progressed, Jiang Hao gradually figured out the attack pattern of the Nether Zombie King. His movements became more and more skillful, and he was more adept at dodging its violent shocks and the king's roar. I don't know how much time had passed, but Jiang Hao felt his hands were a little numb. The health of the Nether Zombie King has dropped to 50%. After dodging a round of the king's roar, Jiang Hao was about to continue using magic to attack the Nether Zombie King when it suddenly roared again, and then white bone hands kept emerging from the ground. Summon the Netherworld Legion. After a while, 50 Netherworld skeleton warriors appeared. There are 5 elite monsters among them. Ice Cone Technique. After Jiang Hao slowed down the Nether Zombie King. Pyroblast. A huge fireball smashed into the legion of skeleton warriors. Because the summoned legion was relatively concentrated, the fire explosion technique directly killed nearly half of the Nether skeleton warriors with a boom. Fireball. Thunderfall Technique. 2 consecutive spells killed an elite Netherworld skeleton warrior. Ice Cone Technique. -2594. This additional deceleration skill still falls on the Nether Zombie King. The defense of the Nether Zombie King is enhanced after summoning the Nether Legion, but it is only reflected in the armor. The magic resistance has not increased, and the attack of spells and skills has not been weakened. The addition of a group of Nether skeleton warriors did not cause any trouble to Jiang Hao. Since even the Zombie King couldn't catch up with him, these Nether skeleton warriors naturally couldn't catch up with him either, and they were soon wiped out by Jiang Hao. Then everything returned to normal, and under the repeated attacks of magic skills, the health of the Nether Zombie King continued to drop. 40%. 30%. Summon the Netherworld Legion. This time, 50 ghostly spirits are summoned. The same fire explosion spell instantly killed nearly half of the evil spirits in the underworld. Then the old method was used again, controlling the speed of the Netherworld Zombie King while clearing out the Netherworld vengeful spirits. Fortunately, there were only 50 Netherworld ghosts. After killing them all, Jiang Hao's magic recovery speed dropped to 50 points, but there were still 50 points, which would not affect his continued attack on the Netherworld Zombie King. 20%. The moment the Nether Zombie King's health dropped to 20%, it finally activated another skill, Immortal Body. The Netherworld Zombie King was instantly enveloped by a layer of dark and strange light. Jiang Hao's attack landed on it but failed to cause any damage. Since he couldn't cause any harm to it in a short period of time, Jiang Hao could only escape with all his might. The Nether Zombie King, who was not controlled by the Ice Cone technique, was still a little faster than Jiang Hao. However, he could always use the Shadow Strike skill when the Nether Zombie King used Violent Shock, using the doubled speed to distance himself from the Nether Zombie King. The immortal body time of the Nether Zombie King ended, and its health was restored to 50%. What follows is another long and bloody process. It was also thanks to Jiang Hao's strong will and excellent fighting skills honed in his previous life that he was able to persevere. The health of the Nether Zombie King continued to drop. 40%. 30%. 20%. 10%. Summon the Netherworld Legion. 50 skeleton warriors and 50 ghostly spirits emerged from the ground. This was the last time that the Nether Zombie King summoned the Nether Legion. Jiang Hao knew that this was also the crucial moment to decide the outcome. He took a deep breath, concentrated himself, and prepared for this final challenge. Ice Cone Technique. Jiang Hao first slowed down the Nether Zombie King, and then quickly turned to the newly summoned Nether Legion. Pyroblast. The huge fireball drew an arc in the air, and then slammed heavily into the Nether Legion, instantly killing 20 or 30 Nether skeleton warriors and Nether ghosts. Fireball. Thunderfall Technique. Kill a Netherworld elite. At this moment, Jiang Hao was approached by a Netherworld elite. Mental Roar. 1196. Coincidentally, the Netherworld Zombie King also performed the King's Roar. Jiang Hao didn't have time to think about it. The Wolf King roars. -4535. It's over. This was Jiang Hao's last thought. Even if he was at full health, he would be killed instantly under the impact of the mental roar and the King's Roar. But what he didn't realize was that in the gap between the mental roar and the King's Roar, a green blood-adding number of +314 quietly appeared above his head. This blood recovery was like a blessing from heaven, giving Jiang Hao a glimmer of hope in his desperate situation. As a result, Jiang Hao still had 133 health points left. Not dead. Jiang Hao ignored the stabbing pain in his head. Shadow attack. The speed suddenly increased and Jiang Hao quickly opened up the distance. After pulling away, Jiang Hao panted and felt secretly thankful. Waiting for the pain in his head to fade away, he quickly adjusted his state and continued attacking the Netherworld Legion. Ice Cone Technique. Pyroblast. Fireball. Thunderfall Technique. Jiang Hao used his skills one after another, and the number of the Netherworld Legion decreased rapidly. At the same time, he did not forget to keep an eye on the movements of the Nether Zombie King to prevent it from launching a sudden sneak attack. In less than 20 seconds, when Jiang Hao's health was full again, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fireball. Jiang Hao finally killed the last elite ghost of the underworld, and he felt even more at ease. There are only a few elite Netherworld skeleton warriors left, and as long as he is careful, they will not pose any threat to him. Finally, with Jiang Hao's persistence, all the Netherworld Legion were killed. Jiang Hao's eyes fell on the only Netherworld Zombie King at the scene. Ice Cone Technique. Fireball. Thunderfall Technique. We got back on track and there were no more surprises afterwards. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Hao numbly threw out a fireball. Bite. Congratulations on becoming the first player to kill a king-level boss. Would you like to publish your ID for announcement? Chapter 35. Congratulations on becoming the first player to kill a king-level boss. Would you like to publish your ID for announcement? Jiang Hao paused. He threw down another thunderbolt. Bang! The thunder fell on the Netherworld Zombie King. The Netherworld Zombie King, who was originally standing there, just fell straight down. Dead. Jiang Hao took a few more glances at the announcement on the panel and finally confirmed that the Nether Zombie King was dead. Congratulations on becoming the first player to kill a king-level boss. Would you like to publish your ID for announcement? The system prompt sounded again. This time Jiang Hao didn't hesitate. Yes. Ding. Congratulations to Huaxia player Zifeng for becoming the first player to kill a king-level boss. He is rewarded with 1,000 gold coins, 10,000 reputation, and 1,000 free attribute points. Bite. Bite. 3 consecutive world announcements sounded again. The first kill at the Lord level was shocking enough. Now, not long after, another king level first kill appeared. Players from all over the world were instantly excited. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Are you sure this reward is serious? You only get 2 free attribute points for each level up. Isn't this 1,000 free attribute points too unbalanced? Damn it, I fought for 3 days and 3 nights and didn't even touch an elite monster, but they have already killed the king-level boss? Is there any justice in this world? Resolutely resist Tianxing's behavior of destroying the balance of the game. Request the official to give a reasonable explanation. Officials, please speak up. Is this reward too exaggerated? How can ordinary players survive? Strongly request the official to adjust the reward mechanism, so that the excessive strength of a few individuals cannot affect the gaming experience of most of our players. Yes, we ask the official to review this reward decision. If this continues, the game will lose its balance and competitiveness and become meaningless. The calls for an official explanation and the cancellation of this feature that has a huge impact on the balance of the game are becoming increasingly strong. Tianxin Technology did give an explanation. Dear players, we are aware of the heated discussions and concerns regarding first kill rewards. We hereby reiterate that Shengzi is a self-operating independent system that is not subject to interference from anyone, including our company. Everyone has their own opportunities in divine breath. Some people activate their super talents from the beginning and are born at a higher starting line than others. Some people may win the first kill reward and soar to the sky. Some people get unique opportunities and rise quietly. Some people make steady progress through continuous efforts, hard work, and accumulation. This is the charm of God's breath. It gives every player the opportunity to become a legend. As long as you don't give up, one day you will stand at the top of the world. Here, I'll give you another piece of news. The first kill reward is only available in the novice village. Once you leave the novice village, you will no longer get this reward even if you kill a more powerful boss. Finally, thank you all for your continued support and love for Shengzi. I hope you will have the courage to explore the unknown, challenge yourself, and create your own legend in Shengzi. The official did give an explanation, but it's clear that the general public didn't buy it and continued to call on everyone to boycott Divine Breath. Only those who knew some of the inside story did not join in the commotion, but continued to concentrate on managing Divine Breath. The only exception is the Huaxia district, because the rise of Jiang Hao has further stimulated people's enthusiasm for playing Shengzi. Because Huaxia's official promotion is very simple and direct, it is to call on Major VS to directly convert 1,000 gold coins into 500 million Huaxia coins, and use the opportunity to make money, make a lot of money, counterattack in life, and suddenly become rich in Shengzi to stimulate the people. In addition, Zhu Feng is originally from the Huaxia zone, so naturally it became the pride and symbol of Huaxia players. It has inspired countless players to join the world of Shengzi, hoping to replicate Zhu Feng's legend and realize their own counterattack and dreams. The turmoil in the outside world did not affect Jiang Hao's mood. At this moment, he was immersed in the joy of receiving a generous reward. Needless to say, the system rewards. Killing monsters on the third floor yielded more than 22,000 copper coins and 632 soul stones. The reason why so many soul stones exploded was that a soul stone would explode every time a ghost of the underworld was killed, which led to him having so many soul stones in his hands. We can earn a lot of money by selling this batch of soul stones. Finally, there is the corpse of the king-level boss in front of you. Breakdown. Crash. All kinds of brilliant colors burst out from it. Jiang Hao couldn't help but pick up the spoils one by one with joy. Gold coins *10. Blade of Corruption. Type, Weapon, Special. Quality, Blue. Level requirement, 10. Bonus. Strength plus 60. Agility plus 35. Attack speed plus 4%. Special effect, add poison attack for 5 seconds, causing 10% of physical attacks poison damage per second. Nether Shield. Type, Shield. Quality, Blue. Level requirement, 10. Bonus. Constitution plus 65. Strength plus 30. Damage reduction plus 10%. Skill book, Violent Shock, Blue. Violent Shock, Blue consumes 100 magic points, leaps into the air and steps on the ground, causing violent vibrations on the surrounding ground, causing 80% damage to enemies within a 10-meter range, and adding a stun effect based on strength, which lasts for 2 seconds. Ring of the Undead. Type, Ring. Quality, Purple. Level requirement, 10. Bonus. Mental Strength plus 75. Agility plus 40. Additional skill, Summon the Dead. Summon the Undead, consumes 200 mana points and summons a level 10 Nether Zombie leader to assist in the battle. Talisman, Immortal Body, Purple. Immortal Body, Purple. After use, it instantly restores 20% of the upper limit of health and triggers the immortal state, immune to all damage below 5000 for 10 seconds. Breaking Stone. Type: Special Item. Description: a rare and wonderful object between heaven and earth, containing the power to break the boundaries of space. Lord's Heart. Type: Regular Item. Description: a rule item that contains endless mysteries, a must-have for establishing a territory. Jiang Hao's gaze instantly fell on the last piece of Lord's Heart, and an indescribable shock surged in his heart. After being reborn, he knew how precious the Lord's Heart was. This was a rule item, comparable to a divine weapon. He didn't expect that one would pop up after killing a king-level boss. Without any hesitation, Jiang Hao put it directly into his personal space. Only by having a portable space where things won't fall can he feel safe. This thing is extremely difficult to explode, and it will be extremely useful in the future, so he cannot help but pay attention to it. After putting away the Lord's Heart, his attention was focused on the boundary-breaking stone. The main goal of his trip was to obtain this boundary-breaking stone. With it, he would have the opportunity to enter the second level of the Divine Breath continent ahead of time. Whether his sister can be cured of leukemia ahead of time depends on whether he succeeds in entering the second level of Shengzi continent. He also carefully put the boundary-breaking stone into his personal space before looking at the other items. By directly learning or devouring the skill book, Violent Shock, blue, and the talisman, Immortal Body, purple, Jiang Hao immediately mastered 2 more skills. In terms of equipment, Jiang Hao only put on the Ring of Domination of the Undead, purple. The Nether Shield, blue, does not suit his fighting style, so you can sell it to someone else if you have a chance. As for the Blade of Corruption, blue, special, it is naturally used to extract entries. After extracting the special effects, the low-level poisoning skills have mutated. Poisoning consumes 100 magic points. After activating the skill, after the physical attack hits the target, it will cause additional poison damage of 80 plus 10% of physical attack per second, lasting for 1 minute, cannot be stacked, and the cooling time is 3 minutes. After the mutation, the basic poison attack of the poison was reduced by half, but the physical attack increased by 10%. It can be imagined that as his strength increases in the future, the poison attack will become extremely terrifying. For this, although a top-quality blue equipment was lost, it was worth it. After all, level 10 equipment will always be eliminated in the future, and the poison attack converted into physical attack percentage will never be outdated at any time. I'll go back and buy some more poison reagents to see if I can continue to upgrade it. If I can upgrade it to a higher level, my combat effectiveness will undoubtedly take another leap forward. After collecting all the resources, Jiang Hao couldn't help but open his panel and take a look. ID: Chasing the Wind. Talent: God's Hand. God's Hand affiliated skills. Stealth +2. Cone of Ice +1. Fireball +2. Poisoning, consumes 100 magic points. After activating the skill, after the physical attack hits the target, it will cause additional poison damage of 80 plus 10% of physical attack per second, lasting for 1 minute, cannot be stacked, and the cooling time is 2 minutes. Rejuvenation. Thunderfall +1. Pyroblast. Indestructible Body, consumes 500 mana points, instantly recovers 20% of the upper limit of health, and triggers the indestructible state, immune to all damage below 5000 for 10 seconds, cooldown time is 5 minutes. Level 10. Experience 5480/5500. Reputation 12210. HP 5550. Mana 4470. Physical attack 1770. Magic attack 3470. Armor 10. Magic resist 0. Strength 168. Mental strength, 347. Constitution, 154. Agility, 240. Luck, 1. Free attribute points, 1000. HP plus 314 per second, mana plus 100 per second, movement speed plus 5%, attack speed plus 2%, damage reduction plus 5%, casting speed plus 6%. Equipment, Blood Python Longbow, no grade, Wolf King's Shoes, green, Wolf King's Helmet, green, Nether Wolf King's Heart, purple, Ring of Undead Domination, purple. Skills, Vampiric Aura, green, Shadow Strike, green, Violent Shock, blue, Summon the Undead, Ring of Undead Domination, Wolf King's Roar, Heart of the Nether Wolf King. Other. Copper Coins, 11256098, 1125 Gold Coins. At this point, the trip to the Nether Cave has come to an end. Such a harvest would probably be enough to drive anyone else crazy. Chapter 36. Luyuan Village. Pingtan Chong. This is where the Blood Spirit Flower and the Phantom Demon Flower grow. Blood Spirit Flower is the main medicinal ingredient for refining blood recovery reagents, while Magic Flower is the main medicinal ingredient for refining magic recovery reagents. It can be said that this is a resource point in the novice village that is as important as the mine. If you want to enter Pingtan Chong, you need to kill the leader, the Thunder Tiger, who is guarding the entrance of Pingtan Chong Canyon. At this time, at the entrance of Pingtan Chong Canyon, members of DS Shenshi Guild and Yuhuaxuan Guild were on high alert. The two teams joined together, and their momentum was overwhelming. There are nearly 2,000 people from the two major guilds, and their target is Thunder Tiger. The first people to discover the trace of the Thunder Tiger were Yuhuaxuan's people. But they also know that it is basically impossible for their guild to take down the Thunder Tiger with their strength, so they joined forces with the DS Shenshi Guild, with which they have a better relationship, to attack this boss monster together. As soon as they stepped into the territory of the Thunder Tiger, a strong sense of oppression came over them. With a loud roar, the huge body of the Thunder Tiger stood in front like a mountain. Thunder Tiger Leader. Level, 8. HP, 40,000. Armor, 100. Attack, 600. Skills, Instant Lightning Strike, Lightning Shield, Thunderstorm. After seeing the information on the Thunder Tiger's panel, everyone couldn't help but gasp. You have to know that the general public level is only level 4 or 5, and it is good enough if the highest attribute can reach double digits. With such strength, there is no way to break the defense of the Thunder Tiger. The owner of Peach Blossom Island, who was in charge of the dispatch of the entire team at DS Shenshi, also had an extremely grim expression on his face at this time. According to his judgment, even if all these 2,000 people died, they would not be able to shake the Thunder Tiger much. If we want to kill it now, we may have to gather the entire novice village, at least 10,000 people, and then use the human wave tactic to wear it out. Even so, the owner of Peach Blossom Island thought about it and decided to test the strength of this leader first. If it is proven that the task is impossible, it will not be too late for him to order a retreat. After making up his mind, the Peach Blossom Island Master ordered, "One group, go." A group of 100 people responded immediately upon hearing this. They were an elite team in the DS Shenshi Guild, well equipped and of higher levels than ordinary members. The elite team has strong execution capabilities, and the 100-man team is divided into 10 teams. Then, 10 of them came forward one by one to attack the Thunder Tiger. -1. -1. -16. -1. Most attacks only cause 1 point of forced health reduction to the Thunder Tiger. In Divine Breath, if the armor value is greater than or equal to 2 times the attack power, the defense will not be broken, and the attack can only cause forced reduction of 1 point of blood. This means that the attack power of most people on the scene doesn't even reach 50. Looking at the almost motionless blood bar of the Thunder Tiger, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. As the human attacks fell on it, the Thunder Tiger let out an angry roar, then leaped suddenly and pounced into the human team. -580. -592. A claw attack and a bite, both men were killed in just a moment. The Thunder Tiger became even more excited to kill when it saw these ant-like humans dared to provoke it. One human player after another was torn apart. You know, even if you adjust the senses to 10%, the pain of being torn apart on the spot is extremely intense. Among those who were killed, nearly half were forced to log off the line due to excessive mental trauma. This was the performance of the elite team. The ordinary members watching the battle from the outside felt even more frightened after seeing this bloody scene. The owner of Peach Blossom Island looked back at everyone's performance and couldn't help but shake his head secretly. He knew some inside information and knew that Divine Breath was not a simple game. He originally planned to retreat when things became impossible, but seeing the frightened expressions on everyone's faces, he made a bold decision, to let everyone experience the feeling of death. Sometimes, only after experiencing true despair and death can people unleash their inner potential and courage, but of course it can also completely defeat a person. But when I think about it, what kind of people are the guild going to recruit if they spend money to do so? Of course, we want to recruit brave people who are not afraid of difficulties and dare to challenge. Rather than those cowards who are timid and afraid of death. He turned his head and discussed secretly with Ziwalang Qingcheng, the person in charge of Yuhuaxuan, and Ziwalang Qingcheng also agreed with his point of view. So, seeing that most of the people in Group 1 were dead, the owner of Peach Blossom Island shouted to the remaining people, "Everyone, listen up. Group 1 dies, Group 2 takes over. Group 2 dies, Group 3 takes over, and so on. The Thunder Tiger in front of us may be like an insurmountable chasm for us, but it is precisely such challenges that can sharpen our will. I hereby declare that if anyone dies, if they are kicked offline by force, they will receive a reward of 200. If they can hold on and not be kicked offline by force, they will receive a reward of 500. But if you don't even have the courage to face the Thunder Tiger and face death, then there is only one result, you will be kicked out of the guild." After saying this, the owner of Peach Blossom Island looked around at everyone and said loudly, "Do you understand?" "I understand," everyone responded in unison. Most of the people at the scene were ordinary people. When they heard that they could get at least 200 yuan in reward for dying once, many players who were originally fearful began to get excited. Soon, most of the members of Group 1 were dead, and Group 2, led by the captain, bravely charged forward without fear of death. Nowadays, very few people can learn any skills, and their attack method is very simple, which is to just rush forward and slash at someone with a novice sword without caring about their life. If you are lucky and not killed by the Thunder Tiger in time, you can chop it a few more times with your swords. If you are unlucky, you may be torn into pieces by the Thunder Tiger before you even get close. In this way, group after group of people took turns to go forward and die. Later on, the face of the owner of Peach Blossom Island became worse and worse. The further back the team is, the higher the proportion of being forced off the line is, and some even back out at the last minute. Seeing that most of the ordinary members were dead, the owner of Peach Blossom Island and Ziwalang Qingcheng smiled at each other, then led their personal guards to kill. They don't have to die, but letting guild members fall one by one while they themselves hide behind is definitely not what a leader should do, and it will not be conducive to their future leadership of the guild. So even though they knew they would die, they still rushed forward resolutely and fought a desperate battle with the Thunder Tiger. As the leaders of the guild, Dahua Island Master and Ziwalang Qingcheng were fully equipped with equipment, at least those were produced by the store. The bonus in all aspects is pretty good. The two of them attacked the Thunder Tiger respectively, causing 40 to 50 points of damage. But that was all. Their attacks were considered quite prominent in the eyes of the Thunder Tiger, so they naturally received special attention from it. After 2 hits, the two were killed instantly. It wasn't long before others followed in their footsteps. At this point, nearly all of the two major guilds, DS Shenji and Yu Huaxuan, with nearly 2,000 people, were killed by the thunder-patterned tiger. On a hillside in Pingtanchang, a figure witnessed the whole process. This figure is Jiang Hao. He appeared here after being teleported out of the nether cave. Seeing the two major guilds being collectively killed, Jiang Hao couldn't help but admire them a little. In the past life, these two guilds were considered to be relatively upright and responsible. It seemed that they had paid more attention to the assessment of character from the very beginning. Jiang Hao put away his thoughts and looked at the thunder tiger. Now that I have encountered a leader monster, I naturally don't want to let it go. He started walking and after a few leaps he arrived in front of the thunder tiger. This is just a level 8 boss monster and poses little threat to Jiang Hao. In less than a minute, Jiang Hao killed him. In addition to 1 gold coin, killing the thunder tiger also dropped an item. Jiang Hao, who was originally not interested and did not hold high expectations, couldn't help but brighten up his eyes after seeing this item. Chapter 37. Jiang Hao, who was originally not interested and did not hold high expectations, couldn't help but brighten up his eyes after seeing this item. This is an equipment manufacturing blueprint, and this blueprint is actually a continuous fireball bone staff. Continuous fireball bone staff. Type: weapon, special. Quality: green. Level requirement: 8. Bonus: mental strength plus 38. Mana limit plus 200. Special effect: when casting fireball, cast an additional fireball. The attribute bonus of this staff was average, so Jiang Hao didn't pay much attention to it. What surprised him was the special effects. Jiang Hao thought, if this line is extracted, then in the future, will the fireball spell be 2 shots in a row? What if more are extracted? Wouldn't it be 3 shots in a row, 4 shots in a row, or even? When others cast a fireball, it is just a fireball, but when he casts a fireball, it may be a sky full of fireballs. Just thinking about that spectacular sight is simply jaw-dropping. As soon as this thought came to mind, Jiang Hao's heartbeat accelerated. If enough fireballs were stacked together, wouldn't it reach the level of a forbidden spell? However, this can only be verified after this bone staff is made. I still have to become a blacksmith as soon as possible. After receiving this unexpected surprise, Jiang Hao did not stop here, but started to rush to Luyuan village. At this moment, the sun was setting and it would be dark soon. But before he left, he tilted his head to look in one direction. Although the two figures were hiding relatively secretly, he still discovered them. The cute Xiao Zhu knew that his figure was exposed, so he just walked out confidently. Jiang Hao saw this somewhat familiar person coming towards him, but for a moment he couldn't remember who it was. Hello, Master Zhu Feng, I am the cute-faced Xiao Zhu. We met before when I was broadcasting the PK between you and Aotian Pavilion live in the village. The cute-faced Xiao Zhu said as he approached. After hearing this, Jiang Hao knew that she was a game anchor with millions of fans. But now her fans have exceeded 10 million, and a large part of this surge in fans is due to Jiang Hao's live broadcast in her live broadcast room. Jiang Hao nodded to her. Master Zhu Feng, I received news that DS Shenji and Yu Huaxuan guilds were hunting the boss monster here, so I came here to shoot some footage. I didn't expect to meet you. I also took the video of your fight just now, but I didn't post it. If you don't allow it to be posted, I will delete it now. The cute Xiao Zhu explained sincerely. It's okay, just publish it and add one sentence at the end, the thunder tiger has been killed by me and will not be resurrected. The medicinal material resource points in Pingtanchang will also be fully open, and no guild will be allowed to monopolize them. If any guild tries to monopolize it, I will kill it. Jiang Hao said. When the cute Xiao Zhu heard this, a look of surprise instantly appeared on his face. Jiang Hao allowed him to post videos, which would inevitably bring him huge traffic and attention, which is undoubtedly a great thing for a game anchor. It is conceivable that there will be another surge in the number of his fans. In addition, the domineering declaration of the god Zhu Feng will undoubtedly arouse the passion in the hearts of the players and make her look forward to the future development of Luyuan village even more. A novice village can open a resource point, which will bring extremely rapid development to the novice village. Thank you, Master Zhu Feng. I will definitely do as you say. Not only will I release the video, but I will also describe in detail what happened today during the live broadcast so that all players will know about your just act. The cute Xiao Zhu said excitedly. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. He didn't particularly care about fame and attention. What he cares about is that with resource points in the novice village, the players here will have more opportunities to make money, thereby improving their strength, and then hunting more monsters, and then obtaining more materials, props, and equipment. This is a virtuous cycle. And he has a large amount of game coins, so he can buy more things he wants from these players. This is his ultimate goal. By the way, great god Zhu Feng, I heard that there is a mine deep in the Lost Valley. It is another important resource point in the village, but there are ice mist wolves there. I wonder if you have any plans to eliminate the ice mist wolves and open up the mine resource point? The cute Xiao Zhu's eyes were shining with anticipation. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. Tomorrow I will find time to kill the ice mist wolf leader. Then anyone who wants to mine can go to the mine. That's great. Great god Zhu Feng, you are really the lucky star of our Luyuan village, exclaimed the cute Xiao Zhu. Then, she changed her topic and said, by the way, Master Zhu Feng, can I follow you tomorrow and spread the video of you killing the ice mist wolf? Jiang Hao thought about it. Anyway, the video of the thunder tiger had already been spread out, so adding an ice mist wolf wouldn't be a big deal. With the god's hand talent, his own strength was improving day by day. He didn't have to worry about his strength being exposed, so he replied, okay. The cute Xiao Zhu instantly became excited, then can I add you as a friend first? After Jiang Hao added her as a friend, he went directly towards Luyuan village. Until Jiang Hao's figure completely disappeared, the cute Xiao Zhu hadn't reacted yet. Her assistant couldn't help but stretched out a hand and waved it in front of her. Sister Xiao Zhu, you are not bewitched by the god Zhu Feng, are you? The cute little Zhu's eyes sparkled, his cheeks flushed slightly, and he murmured, he's so powerful, so righteous, and so gentle and gentlemanly. I'm afraid any female would find it hard to resist his charm, right? Upon hearing this, the assistant couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, little sister Zhu, if your fans heard you say this, they would be heartbroken. But having said that, Master Zhu Feng is indeed an amazing person. Not only is he powerful, but he is also very responsible. It's really admirable. It's just that he looks a little ordinary. But isn't this our little sister Zhu's advantage? If you are willing to sacrifice your looks a little, maybe you will have a chance to win Master Zhu Feng over. Cute Xiao Zhu was stunned for a moment, then she gently patted her assistant on the head and said with a smile, what nonsense are you talking about, little girl? I make a living by my own strength, how could I possibly use that kind of means? Besides, is the appearance in divine breath real? A 20% adjustment is enough to make it difficult for even your closest people to recognize you. Maybe Master Zhu Feng lowered his appearance when he entered the game. The assistant stuck out his tongue and said playfully, okay, I know you are a principled person, Xiao Zhu, and you won't judge people by appearance. But having said that, we have to prepare well for tomorrow's live broadcast. As long as we are linked to Master Zhu Feng, our popularity will rise. Maybe with this wave of popularity, we can impact the most popular game live broadcast room of the year. The cute Xiao Zhu smiled and nodded, already thinking about tomorrow's live broadcast plan. Chapter 38. When Jiang Hao returned to Luyuan village, it was already evening. At this time, the hottest topic in the village is still. Jiang Hao took 3 first kills. Next, the 2 major guilds, DS Shenji and Yu Huaxuan, joined forces to capture the thunder-pattern tiger. Crowds of people gathered in the small square of the village, and the atmosphere was bustling with discussions. The 3 first kills alone, the gold coins awarded by the system are worth more than 550 million. This is the wealth that many players dream of. It's only the 3rd day since the server was launched, and our attributes are still in the single digits, but he has already killed the boss alone. Isn't the difference in strength too big? This should be due to talent. Haven't you seen Qing'er's video in Mengzhong? She controlled the thunder and beat the leader monster without any temper. I guess the talent of Master Zhu Feng is definitely not worse than hers. He can get 3 first kills. I'm afraid his talent is god level. Qing'er in the dream? There is no comparison between her and the Master Zhu Feng, okay? What do you mean? Don't you guys read the forum? Meng Mian Xiaozu just updated a video. He killed the Thunder Tiger leader in less than a minute. He used several spells in turn, and the Thunder Tiger had no power to fight back. But in Mengzhong Qing'er, she still needed a large number of people from Aotian Pavilion to help her share the damage and attract the damage from the leader monster, so that she could barely defeat a small boss. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. I also watched the video. The boss monster that the 2 major guilds were helpless against even after losing 2,000 people was easily killed by the Master Zhu Feng. Really? Then I have to go and see the grace of the Wind Chaser. Yo, Master Zhu Feng has also announced that Pingtan Kong will be open to all players in the future, and no guild will be allowed to monopolize it. So can we go to Pingtan Kong to collect herbs and exchange them for money tomorrow? Hehe, when you had this idea, someone had already rushed out of the village at night to harvest the first wave of medicinal herbs. FK. Aren't these people afraid of death? Monsters at night are really crazy. You are not afraid of being poor, but you are afraid of death. That makes sense. I'll go buy some torches too. Is there anyone who wants to form a team to go to Pingtan to collect herbs? Let's go together. Add me. As soon as Jiang Hao returned to the village, he saw many people heading to Pingtan Chong overnight, and he couldn't help but laugh. However, this is only the case for some brave people, and the vast majority of people still stay in the village. Jiang Hao was about to go to the village shop to clean up the packages and materials in the space when he was recognized. The wind-fighting god. It really is God Zhu Feng, you are finally back. Haha, I finally saw the living god Zhu Feng. Go, how can you talk like that? Are you cursing the Wind Chaser to death? As soon as the surrounding players heard the name of Wind-Chasing God, they flocked over. For a moment, the atmosphere in the small square became even more lively. Master Zhu Feng, can you tell me how you killed those bosses alone? Master, can you guide me? I have been stuck on a mission for several days and I just can't get through it. Master Zhu Feng, I'm your fan. Can you sign an autograph for me? Jiang Hao was caught off guard by this sudden enthusiasm. Don't push me. If you push me any further, I will merge with the Wind Chaser. Wow, don't be so shameless, it's you who has to stick to others, okay? Stay away from me. Even your 20% increase can't save your scary face. Why are you moving forward? Are you trying to scare the Wind Chaser away? Facing everyone's enthusiasm, Jiang Hao said patiently, everyone, please make way. If you have any questions, you can leave a message to Cute Xiaozhu. I will take the time to let Cute Xiaozhu reply when I have time. As soon as he finished speaking, the shouting in the crowd did not diminish, but instead intensified. Jiang Hao thought to himself that this was not good. If this continued, he might not even be able to enter the shops in the village. He didn't want to waste time, so he pushed through the crowd with his great strength, and then... violent shock. As he leaped into the air, he instantly cancelled the skill, then he stepped on the shoulders of several people, crossed the crowd, and ran towards the inner village. Jiang Hao's movements were smooth and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of everyone. It took a while for the people at the scene to react. The wind chaser has left. He just flew away like that. Haha, the master is the master, even the way of escaping is so unique. Everyone continued to chase Jiang Hao until they saw him walk into the tailor's shop. At present, no one dares to make noise in the village shops. Jiang Hao successfully sold all the materials in his hands and earned about 13 gold coins. Jiang Hao looked at the 1,138 gold coins in his hand, which was undoubtedly a huge sum of money for any player. But Jiang Hao is in no rush to spend. It didn't take long before Qian Tu Wuliang ran into him. Haha! Brother Zufeng, congratulations! Congratulations! Qian Tu Wuliang smiled and clasped his fists as soon as they met. Okay, there's no need to be so polite between us. How much did you receive today? Jiang Hao asked directly. Qian Tu Wuliang also understood his character to some extent, so he directly opened the transaction window and then traded with Jiang Hao one by one. Primary Blood Bottle *600. Fireball Talisman *5. Ice Cone Charm *4. Thunder Talisman *2. Rejuvenation Talisman *5. Wind Blade Talisman *2. Fire Explosion Talisman *1. Holy Shield *1. Skill Book Purification *1. Skill Book Elemental Frenzy *1. Tama Higashida *50. After purchasing these things, Jiang Hao spent a total of 2 gold coins and 3,080 copper coins. The most expensive of these things were actually the 2 skill books. Jiang Hao paid Qian Tu Wuliang 1 gold coin for each skill book. Finally, Jiang Hao asked Qian Tu Wuliang to help purchase the bones of elite or above monsters in preparation for refining the Lianzu Fireball Bone Staff. Next, Jiang Hao came to the pharmacy. He first bought a bottle of primary poison reagent to try it out. After extracting the entry and strengthening it, the poison skill can be improved, but it takes 100 bottles of primary poison reagent to increase it to +1. Since it was proven feasible, Jiang Hao did not hesitate and immediately ordered another 1,500 bottles from the store owner. I planned to upgrade the poison to +4 first. But what made him depressed was that the store only had more than 100 bottles in stock. If he wanted more, he could only wait for the store to purchase more materials before he could make them. Facts have proved that the indigenous shops are not omnipotent. They are also restricted by practical factors such as resource collection and production cycle. Jiang Hao had no choice but to order 99 bottles first. Then, he got the same result when he wanted to buy other reagents, which were available in limited quantities. The store had to remain in business, and the pharmacy owner was unwilling to sell all the medicines to him. It seems that we still need to develop Luyuan village as soon as possible. Otherwise, the players will be weak and will be slow in collecting resources, which will affect our development speed. In the end, Jiang Hao only bought from the pharmacy. Primary Blood Bottle *200. Primary Magic Bottle *200. 100 each of the 4-dimensional attribute reagents. So Jiang Hao paid another 2 gold coins and 9,000 copper coins to the drugstore owner. Next, in order to avoid being disturbed by the players, he walked directly into the inner village, found a secluded corner, and began to activate his talents one by one to extract the items of the things he had just acquired and strengthen himself. After this round of strengthening, Jiang Hao's strength has been greatly improved. Chapter 39. ID, Chasing the Wind. Talent, God's Hand. God's Hand affiliated skills. Stealth +2. Cone of Ice +2, consumes 15 magic points and releases an icicle at the designated target, causing 110% of the magic attack's ice damage. After hitting the target, it causes the target to suffer a 15% slowness debuff. The cooldown time is 8 seconds. Fireball +3, consumes 20 magic points and releases a fireball at the designated target, causing 140% of the magic attack's fire damage, with a cooldown of 7 seconds. Poisoning +1, consumes 150 magic points. After activating the skill, after the physical attack hits the target, it will cause additional poison damage of 100 plus 12% physical attack per second, lasting for 1 minute and 10 seconds, cannot be stacked, and the cooling time is 1 minute and 50 seconds. Rejuvenation +2, consumes 40 magic points and instantly restores 60 health points to the designated target. Cooldown time is 1 minute and 40 seconds. Thunderbolt +2, consumes 25 magic points and releases a bolt of lightning to the designated target, causing 120% of the magic attack's lightning damage. There is a 4% chance of stunning the target after hitting it. The cooldown time is 8 seconds. Pyroblast +1, consumes 200 magic points to release a large fireball, causing 110% fire damage to all enemy units within a radius of 6 meters. The cooldown time is 1 minute and 50 seconds. Immortal Body. Windblade +1, consumes 15 magic points and releases a wind blade to the designated target, causing 130% of the magic attack's wind damage, with a cooldown of 9 seconds. Holy Shield, consumes 100 magic points, releases a 100-point defense Holy Light Shield to the designated target, and dispels a dark debuff state, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Portable Space, 27 cubic meters. Level, 10. Experience, 5480/5500. Reputation, 12,210. HP, 14,550. Mana, 5,470. Physical Attack, 2,770. Magic Attack, 4,470. Armor, 10. Magic Resist, 0. Strength, 268. Mental Strength, 447. Constitution, 254. Agility, 340. Luck, 1. Free Attribute Points, 1000. HP Recovery plus 314 per second, MP Recovery plus 500 per second, Movement Speed plus 5%, Attack Speed plus 2%, Damage Reduction plus 5%, Casting Speed plus 6%. Equipment, Blood Python Longbow, no grade, Wolf King's Shoes, green, Wolf King's Helmet, green, Nether Wolf King's Heart, purple, Ring of Undead Domination, purple. Skills, Purification, white, Elemental Frenzy, white, Vampiric Aura, green, Shadow Strike, green, Violent Shock, blue, Summon the Undead, Ring of Undead Domination, Wolf King's Roar, Heart of the Nether Wolf King. Purification, consumes 50 magic points and randomly dispels a negative state such as dizziness, paralysis, poisoning, frenzy, blindness, stiffness, etc. The cooling time is 30 seconds. Elemental Frenzy, consumes 100 mana points, increases elemental spell power by 10% within 10 seconds, cooldown time 1 minute. Cone of Ice, Fireball, Thunderbolt, Rejuvenation, Poison, and Pyroblast have all been improved. New skills learned, Wind Blade, Divine Shield, Purification, and Elemental Frenzy. Jiang Hao used all 800 primary blood bottles to increase his blood volume, directly increasing the blood volume thickness to more than 14,000. Since there are currently no skills that consume a lot of mana, Jiang Hao used all 200 primary magic bottles to increase the mana recovery speed, directly pushing the mana recovery speed to 500. With the improvement of attributes, physical attack and magic attack will also increase accordingly. Comprehensive strengthening. In addition, he has not used the 1000 free attribute points rewarded for being the first to kill a king level boss. If he had used them, his strength would have skyrocketed. Hey! After taking a long breath, Jiang Hao saw that it was getting late, so he quit the game. When I came to the living room, Zhang Ling had already prepared breakfast. Jiang Hao took a look at Zhang Ling's complexion. She had been taking medicine for several days in a row. Due to the side effects of the medicine, her spirit was obviously much worse than before. "Brother, come and have breakfast. Today we have your favorite fried eggs and soy milk." Jiang Ling greeted him with a smile, and there was some joy in her voice. Jiang Hao sat down, picked up the chopsticks, tasted a bite of the fried egg. The taste was just right, neither salty nor bland. He nodded with satisfaction. "Xiaoling, your cooking skills are getting better and better." Jiang Ling's face lit up. "As long as you like it, brother." "How's your game going?" Jiang Hao asked. "Nowadays, everyone is basically staying in the pharmacy to learn how to make medicine. They should be getting the hang of it soon," Jiang Ling said. "Well, it seems that you have a good talent in medicine making." Jiang Hao nodded. "Study hard and be able to endure loneliness, because if you want to learn medicine making after leaving the novice village, the cost will be several times or even dozens of times higher than it is now." "Yes, I will," Jiang Ling replied firmly. After breakfast, Jiang Hao returned to his room and was about to go to the forum to kill some time when suddenly a phone call came in. When Jiang Hao saw the caller, his eyes couldn't help but get warm. Ling Mo. His high school classmate, who followed him around like a little follower during high school, always accompanied him without regrets when he skipped classes or fought. But after graduating from high school, the two had very different academic performance and chose different universities, but they always kept in touch. Later, the two of them jointly created a guild in Divine Breath, the Blood Alliance Guild. Although the Blood Alliance Guild is not as good as those top guilds, it is extremely united and its comprehensive strength ranks among the top 20. It was for this reason that the Blood Alliance Guild also caught the attention of those top guilds. In his previous life, Jiang Hao had always been the fish that Su Qing kept in the fish pond, so he had always unilaterally believed that they were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Since Jiang Ling's death, Jiang Hao, who has become a lonely man, longs for family affection even more. One day, Su Qing brought Zhang Lan from the Zhang family to persuade the Blood Alliance Guild to join the alliance headed by Aotian Pavilion. One was his girlfriend and the other was the sister who was best to him when he was in the Zhang family. Jiang Hao agreed to join the alliance without thinking too much. Soon afterwards, under the lobbying of Su Qing and Zhang Lan, Jiang Hao accepted capital injection from Aotian Pavilion and the Zhang family, opened up management authority to Aotian Pavilion, and Su Qing and Zhang Lan served as vice presidents of the guild, with a status equal to Ling Mo. And precisely because of this act of inviting a wolf into the house, in the following period of time, Su Qing and Zhang Lan continued to launch financial offensives against the core members of the guild. More and more core members were won over by them, and Jiang Hao and Ling Mo were gradually sidelined in the guild. Things took a turn when Jiang Hao and Ling Mo led the backbone of the guild to kill a saint-level boss and revealed the Lord's heart. Needless to say, the value of the Lord's heart, Su Qing and Zhang Lan finally showed their fangs at that moment. When Jiang Hao and others were immersed in the joy of beheading the saint-level boss and obtaining the Lord's heart, Su Qing and Zhang Lan led the team to suddenly launch a sneak attack and killed Jiang Hao, Ling Mo and their loyal members. You should know that if you die in the second level of Shenkai continent, your spirit will be severely damaged and you will not be able to enter Shenkai continent within a month. It is conceivable that if you enter Divine Breath again a month later, the guild may have changed hands. The Aotian Pavilion would naturally not leave any trouble behind when doing things. After Su Qing and others launched the power grab, their masters lurking not far from Jiang Hao's actual location immediately took action to carry out the assassination mission. By the time Jiang Hao, Ling Mo and others reacted, the killer had already arrived. Jiang Hao, Ling Mo and others actually exchanged a lot of attributes and skills, and their actual strength is not weak. However, because they just died in the second layer of Shengzi continent, their spirits were severely damaged, and they were at their weakest. Naturally, they were no match for these killers. In the end, in order to buy time for Jiang Hao to escape, one brother after another fearlessly stood in front of the killer. In this way, Jiang Hao witnessed one brother after another die in front of him, including Ling Mo. Seeing Ling Mo's message again, Jiang Hao was filled with emotion. After finally calming down, he pressed the answer button. Chapter 40. Haha. Brother Hao. Long time no see, how have you been lately? On the other end of the phone, Ling Mo's voice was as cheerful as ever. Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Hao took a deep breath and said, Motzi, it's been a long time. I'm fine, how about you? What have you been busy with recently? Oh, don't mention it. I changed to another company not long ago. I am so busy that I doubt my life. As soon as I get home, I lie on the bed and play Shenkai to rest. Ling Mo said, by the way, have you bought a Shenkai helmet? If you don't have money, tell me and I will sponsor you a helmet. I think Shenkai should be very profitable. I have saved more than 200 copper coins in the past few days, which is worth less than 10,000 yuan. This is much faster than working. Jiang Hao knew that Ling Mo had entered the game from the very beginning and had developed well in the early stages. Therefore, he had no intention of intervening. Of course, the reason why he did not contact these brothers from his previous lives was because he was ashamed to face them. He planned to gather these brothers together after he had completely established himself. In this life, he will never let them have a miserable end like they did in their previous life. In this life, he has the experience of rebirth, so even if they meet again later, he can still help them grow up quickly. Now that he has no ability to protect himself, Zhu Feng's ID must not be exposed. Otherwise, not only his own country but also hostile countries will not let him go. Real safety is the foundation. Therefore, if you want to gather these brothers, the prerequisite is to at least wait until the attributes and skills are exchanged and they have the ability to protect themselves. Of course, it would be even better if the Lord's heart could be exchanged. With the Lord's heart, he can establish his own territory on earth. Territory is the foundation of his foothold on earth. By then, no one will be able to threaten his life in reality. But if you want to exchange the Lord's heart, the price will be high. But it's only a matter of time, because the most difficult to obtain Lord's heart is already in his hands. Jiang Hao put away his thoughts and replied, I am also playing Shengzi. You don't have to worry about me. Just develop well in Shengzi. We will meet again when we enter the main city. Okay. Haha. Ling Mo laughed, I look forward to the time when we brothers fight side by side. Yeah. Jiang Hao responded, and then said, Motzi, if you can make ends meet, just quit your job. The potential of this game is far more than what we see now. Moreover, with your ability, you can definitely make a name for yourself in the game. Why bother to suffer for that little salary? When we meet, I will help you make a lot of money, eat delicious food, and drink spicy drinks. Haha. Okay. I'll listen to you. I've had enough of this bullshit. Ling Mo laughed heartily, I take it seriously too. You have to help me make a lot of money when the time comes. Okay. It's a deal. Jiang Hao said firmly. The two smiled, said goodbye to each other, and hung up the phone. Jiang Hao's gloomy mood was relieved a lot when he received a call from his good brother. He opened the forum and took a look, but there was no valuable information. He simply took off his helmet, walked into Zhang Ling's room, and pressed the alarm button on her helmet. Zhang Ling got the hint and exited divine breath. She looked at Jiang Hao with a confused look and asked, Brother, what's wrong? Let's go. Stop playing for now, I'll take you out for a walk. Jiang Hao said. Okay. Zhang Ling agreed without thinking too much. The two of them spent half a day shopping in the mall, and then bought enough fresh food to last for a few days before going home. After finishing my meal, I logged into divine breath. It was already daybreak. Jiang Hao opened his friend list and found that the cute Xiao Zhu had sent him a message, asking him when he would start hunting the Ice Mist Wolf leader, so he sent her a message. Zhu Feng, where are you? Cute Xiao Zhu, I'm already outside the Lost Valley. Zufeng, okay. Wait for me for 5 minutes. Cute Xiaozhu, yes. See you then. Jiang Hao had no preparation and headed straight towards the Lost Valley. Jiang Hao was extremely fast and it took him less than 5 minutes to reach the Lost Valley. What shocked Jiang Hao was that when she met up with the cute Xiaozhu, there were already 2,000 to 3,000 people gathered around her. These people all knew that the cute Xiaozhu was going to broadcast live the hunting of the Ice Mist Wolf leader by Zhu Feng, so they came to watch. Not only that, the cute Xiaozhu had already started the live broadcast. The number of people online watching her live broadcast in her live broadcast room actually reached tens of millions. Jiang Hao first greeted the audience in the live broadcast room, then looked at the 2,000 to 3,000 people on the scene, thought for a moment and said, "Since you are all here, why don't you all contribute together? Great God Zufeng, what do you need us to do? Great God Zufeng, if you want me to give you my orders, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Lord Zufeng wants to open up the mine resource point to help us hunt down the Ice Mist Wolf leader, so we will naturally give our full support. God Zufeng, you don't have to be polite to us, just give us your orders." Jiang Hao said to the cute Xiaozhu's camera, "You should have torches in your hands, right?" Most people at the scene opened the live broadcast page on the panel, and Jiang Hao's words could be transmitted through the page. "I brought it. I brought it too. Okay." Jiang Hao continued, "When we enter the Lost Valley, light the torches. There will be more torches on the sides, and fewer towards the middle. The Ice Mist Wolf is light averse and doesn't like fire. The purpose of doing this is to force the Ice Mist Wolf to the middle. And I will kill them in the middle. This way, you will be safer." After everyone responded to the declaration in unison, Jiang Hao began to lead the team into the Lost Valley. More than 2,000 people were divided into two sides, and then according to Jiang Hao's previous instructions, the fire gradually weakened from the outside to the inside. Standing in the middle of the team, besides Jiang Hao, the only ones left were the cute Xiaozhu and her assistant. With the assistance of nearly 3,000 people, a lot of effort in searching for the Ice Mist Wolf was saved. From time to time, an ice fog wolf ran towards him, but Jiang Hao killed it instantly with an arrow. Even the elites cannot escape the bombardment of magic. This scene was broadcast live to the audience, shocking them immediately. My God, those demon wolves are like paper in front of him, they break at the slightest touch. Is this true? One arrow does over 2,000 damage. One spell does over 4,000 damage. Master Zufeng is too strong. It's not surprising that he has this much damage. Have you forgotten that he was rewarded with 1,110 free attributes just for getting the 3 first kills? Oh, yeah. How could I forget about this incredible reward? If I were given 200 to 300 points to strength and 400 to 500 points to mental strength, I could do it too. Haha, you are just dreaming. How can we compare to the Wind Chaser? However, no matter what, being able to see him kill the Ice Mist Wolf leader with my own eyes was worth the trip. The barrage of in the live broadcast room poured in like a tide, and the audience expressed their admiration and amazement for Jiang Hao, Zhu Feng. However, Jiang Hao seemed to be unaware of all this and continued to calmly kill the ice fog demon wolves that rushed towards him. After Jiang Hao killed the Ice Mist Wolf, he did not choose to absorb the spiritual energy, which benefited the nearby players. The ones who benefited the most were naturally the cute Xiaozhu and her assistant. Seeing them easily advance to the next level, the audience in front of the camera were filled with envy. The whole team advanced steadily, and soon Jiang Hao arrived at the entrance of the mine. At this time, a large group of ice fog wolves gathered in front of the mine entrance. Among the wolves, there was a snow-white ice mist demon wolf without a trace of other colors. It was even larger than the Ice Mist Demon Wolf elite and stood out. It is the leader of the Ice Mist Wolf. Chapter 41. Ice Mist Wolf Leader. Level 8. HP 38,000. Armor 80. Attack, 620. Skills, Ice Blade, Ice Shield, Ice Blast. The level 8 boss monster is not too much of a challenge for Jiang Hao. Similarly, under Jiang Hao's violent attack, the Ice Mist Wolf leader that made all the novice players despair was killed in less than a minute. Strong. Fear. Unattainable. Is this Zhu Feng's true strength? In front of the live broadcast, the audience were all dumbfounded and focused on watching Jiang Hao's performance. They even forgot to post for fear of missing any details. When the Ice Mist Wolf leader finally fell, the audience woke up from their dream, and the barrage of exploded instantly, flooding the entire live broadcast room. This fighting power is so terrifying. Are you sure we are playing the same game? Woo woo, I am a weakling, I am not worthy of being in the same world as Master Zhu Feng. Master Zhu Feng, your operation is too amazing. It is simply a grand art appreciation. I almost forgot to breathe while watching this battle just now. The pace of this battle is too fast. Master Zhu Feng, are you willing to accept a disciple? I will have no regrets if you let me serve you the chamber pot. I really want to be a pendant on the legs of the wind-chasing god. I'm also looking for a leg hair pendant, please bring it with you. After killing the Ice Mist Wolf, Jiang Hao walked up to the cute Xiao Zhu and said, if you want to level up, you can absorb that spiritual energy. But, is it okay? You don't want it? A hint of joy suddenly appeared on the cute Xiao Zhu's face. I need to control my level, no need. Jiang Hao replied. The cute Xiao Zhu understood immediately that his level might have reached level 10. If his level was too high, the drop rate of killing monsters in the novice village would drop significantly, which was not cost-effective for him at the moment. So, the cute Xiao Zhu no longer hesitated, walked quickly to the body of the Ice Mist Wolf leader, and began to absorb the spiritual energy. The other people at the scene and the audience in front of the camera were envious of the cute Xiao Zhu who had picked up another leader-level experience for free. They all wanted to take that spiritual energy for themselves, but it was just a thought. No one dared to disobey the decision of the great god Zhu Feng. Shua. After the cute Xiao Zhu absorbed the spiritual energy, her level also increased from level 6 to level 7. I have been upgraded again. Today I will be live streaming with Jiang Hao. I have been upgraded twice in a row. This speed makes the cute Xiao Zhu both surprised and a little unbelievable. Master Zhu Feng, thank you so much. The cute Xiao Zhu said to Jiang Hao excitedly. Jiang Hao smiled and shook his head, indicating that you're welcome. Then it was time for him to touch the body. Master Zhu Feng, do you need to step aside? Asked the cute Xiao Zhu. She also knew that the audience wanted to see with their own eyes what treasures the boss-level monsters could drop, but she also knew that some people didn't like others to covet their treasures. No need. At most, it's just some blue equipment and materials. You just watch from the side. Jiang Hao replied. Upon hearing this, the cute little Zhu was delighted and nodded quickly. Jiang Hao walked to the body of the Ice Mist Wolf leader and put one hand on the body of the Ice Mist Wolf leader, decompose. Ding ding. This is the sound of game coins exploding. Swish. Several rays of light flashed. This was the vision of exploding materials and equipment, 1 blue, 1 green, and 2 white. 4 rays of light in total. Big explosion. Blue equipment is out. It could also be blue material. What if it's a blue skill book? It keeps ringing. I wonder how many copper coins it will explode. The people at the scene immediately became a hot topic of discussion. Similarly, people on the internet are also looking forward to it. This is not the first time that the boss's body has been opened, because the complete video was released when Aotian Pavilion killed the boss monster before. But maybe they were killed as a team, or maybe they were just unlucky, because only 1 green light and 1 white light appeared that time, which was obviously inferior to Jiang Hao's this time. I really want to see what that blue light is, Master, please let us know more quickly. Oh my heart is pounding. Blue equipment or skill book? Reveal the answer soon. Open quickly, I can't wait to see what treasure is hidden in that blue light. Master Zufeng, if you don't open it, I will flood the screen with messages. Jiang Hao did not waste any time. He stretched out his hand and sucked all the exploded items into his palm. He guessed that the audience should also be looking forward to the items that the leader would reveal, so he displayed the explosive items one by one in front of the camera. Copper coins *8560. The white items are wolf skin and wolf bones. They are not of great value, but the wolf bones can be used to make a continuous fireball bone staff in the future, which is not bad. The green item is a talisman, Ice Explosion Talisman. The green Great Ice Explosion Talisman is naturally extremely powerful, but it can only be used once, and its value is average to ordinary people. In the eyes of the audience, this talisman is far less valuable than a green equipment. But Jiang Hao was secretly surprised because his talent could transform talismans into skills. This is also an ice skill with group attack and control effects, which is exactly the skill he desires most at the moment. In his eyes, the value of this row of ice explosion talismans is far higher than a piece of blue equipment. He calmly put away the ice explosion talisman and then looked at the last blue item. This is a piece of equipment, and Jiang Hao was not stingy in presenting it to the audience. Wolf Fang. Type, necklace. Quality, blue. Level requirement, 8. Bonus. Mental strength plus 45. Agility plus 20. Casting speed plus 4%. A necklace that increases mental strength, agility, and casting speed is considered a small luxury item. 45 points of mental strength is enough to increase magic attack damage by 450 points. It can be said that if anyone else gets this necklace, it will be enough to make him take off on the spot. Oh my god! Blue equipment actually appeared. Oh my god! This attribute is so amazing. Yes. This equipment combined with a spell, even if it's just the lowest level fireball spell, can kill people in the village. Do you feel like a piece of equipment can change the rhythm of your destiny? Ah! God, please give me a piece of blue equipment, I am willing to sacrifice my roommate and be single for the rest of my life. When the audience was full of envy, Jiang Hao's next words shocked them even more. I believe that after seeing the attributes of the demon wolf Fang, everyone must be eager to get it. I decided to auction it together with another blue equipment in 5 days. Jiang Hao then displayed the information of the nether shield. Nether shield. Type, shield. Quality, blue. Level requirement, 10. Bonus. Constitution plus 65. Strength plus 30. Damage reduction plus 10%. After reading the information about the nether shield, everyone exclaimed in amazement. The properties of this blue shield were equally amazing, with a double bonus to physique and strength, plus the special effect of damage reduction. For melee professions, it was simply the dream defensive artifact. It can be said that this nether shield is definitely a guarantee for leaving the novice village. Chapter 42. 5 days. In 5 days, the level of the first echelon of people was raised to above level 8, which was the time when these 2 pieces of equipment were needed. In order to bid for these 2 pieces of equipment, the big guilds must have gone to great lengths to collect game coins. It is conceivable that an unprecedented gold mining frenzy will inevitably be set off in Luyuan village in the next few days. After Jiang Hao announced the news, he no longer cared about the audience's reaction and left the Lost Valley. But the frenzy he caused had just begun. Aotian Pavilion Internal Group. Aosi Kengqiang, Lei Shen, Ye Qilang, Supreme Invincible, Meng Zhongqinger, Hong Yi Tianxiang and other high-level officials are on the list. Originally, Hong Yi Tianxiang was not qualified to participate in this kind of high-level guild meeting, but because today's meeting was centered around the auction of the 2 blue equipment that Zhu Feng brought out, Hong Yi Tianxiang, as the person in charge of Aotian Pavilion in Luyuan village, was invited to join as an exception. Guild leader Wang Aotian, whose game ID is Aoshi Kingkayang, was the first to speak. We must take both blue equipment. Does anyone have any objection to this? No. These two pieces of equipment can only belong to our guild. One step ahead, every step ahead, these two pieces of equipment must not fall into the hands of other guilds. No one objected. Aoshi Kingkayang continued, okay. Then we will mobilize resources to Luyuan village and make sure that the Aotian Pavilion branch collects the most game coins in Luyuan village. Everyone seconded the motion again. The meeting ended so neatly. After the meeting, Hong Yi Tianxiang was given an important task as the head of Luyuan village. He did not expect that by chance, he and Jiang Hao were from the same village, which allowed him to enter the eyes of the top management of Aotian Pavilion in advance. He also secretly vowed to do this matter beautifully so that the higher UPS would look at him with admiration. The same scene was also played out in other large guilds. What? In Luyuan village, Aotian Pavilion has the largest number of people? Then can't you find a way to recruit more people? Don't worry about the money, we will tilt the resources towards your village. Are you pigs? If everyone says 150, then it's 150. Don't you know how to raise the price secretly? As long as you deal secretly, and you don't tell him or say anything, who knows what your ratio is? Sell the talismans and materials in the warehouse as soon as possible. In any case, we must collect more gold coins and bid for those two blue equipment. All the major guilds took action. It wasn't long before Jiang Hao received good news that he had a promising future. Brother! My dear brother! Help! Many people want to sell me things, talismans, potions, and even skill books. Should I accept them or not? Zhu Feng, accept. Accept all who come. Money is in the air, but I don't have that much money. Zhu Feng, where are you? One promising money, village square. Zhu Feng, come to the pharmacy in 5 minutes, I'll give you a deposit first. Qiandu Wuliang, haha, okay. 5 minutes later, Jiang Hao and Qiandu Wuliang met at the pharmacy. He first handed over all the things he had received to Jiang Hao, and then said, Brother, so many people want to sell me things. This should be due to the blue equipment auction you put up earlier. You don't know that on the black market, the price of copper coins in Luyuan village has doubled to 1:100. I estimate that it will continue to rise. Many people sold their resources in exchange for copper coins. I have news that some guilds are even preparing to clear out their stockpiled talismans and potions in exchange for copper coins. There will definitely be more and more in the future. This will be a sky-high order. Master, you are hoarding so many of these low-level things, the risk is huge. Jiang Hao also knew that he was reminding her out of kindness, so he smiled and said, Don't worry, I know what's going on. Just keep collecting. Well then. Qiandu Wuliang heard this, and although he was confused, he did not ask any more questions and said, Because the transaction volume is really too large, your time is precious and you certainly don't want to run too often, so. Jiang Hao interrupted him, I know what you mean. I will advance you 100 gold coins as your working capital. Should it be enough to cope with it? Qiandu Wuliang said, Enough. Enough. Jiang Hao readily traded 100 gold coins to him. After taking the money, Qiandu Wuliang hesitated for a moment, and finally said, Master Zhu Feng, this huge transaction was caused by you, and you also lent me 100 gold coins for turnover, and I just played the role of running errands. If I continue with the previous transaction, I will feel guilty for taking such a high profit. These past few days, all the major guilds have been collecting game coins at all costs. They want to sell so many resources, and I can still lower the price a lot. If I still buy them at the previous price, it would be a huge loss. I propose that I will control the price and ensure that I can acquire the most resources at a relatively reasonable price. As for my profit, I won't calculate it the same way as before. I'll just take half of it as my errand fee. What do you think? Oh. Jiang Hao looked at him with scrutiny. If you calculate this way, you will lose a lot of money. Haha. Qian Tu Wuliang smiled. You can't calculate it that way. You know, without you, I wouldn't even have the chance to run errands this time. Even if you only get a 50% commission, my income will be several times or even dozens of times higher than before. I'm not losing anything. On the contrary, you can replace me at a much lower cost. Jiang Hao's eyes flashed with admiration. He was very satisfied with Qian Tu Wuliang's tactfulness. He patted Qian Tu Wuliang on the shoulder and said, "Okay, I'll do as you say. You are very smart and always know how to put yourself in the right position." When Qian Tu Wuliang heard this, a cold sweat suddenly broke out in his heart. He heard that this was a test from Jiang Hao. If he took the benefits too seriously, he would probably have no chance next time after the transaction. Compared with making a big profit once and having a long-term cooperation in the future, the latter is obviously more valuable. Qian Tu Wuliang secretly felt lucky that he was not blinded by the immediate benefits and made the right choice. Master Zufeng, don't worry, I will do my best to accomplish this matter and will not let you down. Qian Tu Wuliang promised solemnly. Jiang Hao nodded. Okay, go do your thing. Know how to make choices, understand the limits, and know when to advance and retreat. Looking at Qian Tu Wuliang's departing back, Jiang Hao nodded secretly. He was going to build his own power in the future, and Qian Tu Wuliang was undoubtedly a partner worth cultivating. It was still a little early, so after Jiang Hao consumed the resources he had just received, he headed towards the south of the village. To the south of the village is a map called Shadow Forest. Shadow Grove is adjacent to the dark forest to the east of the village. It's just that the monsters living there are stronger than those in the dark forest. The monsters in the outer areas of Shadow Jungle are all level 6 to 8 green-eyed apes. The middle area is filled with level 7 to 9 Shadow Flower Fairies. The core area is filled with level 8 to 10 poisonous spiders. Jiang Hao's target this time is naturally the poisonous spiders in the core area. The place where the corrupt demon spiders live is even worse than the place where the poisonous demon spiders live. As long as you step into the territory of the corrupt demon spider, you will suffer -50 poison damage per second. It can be said to be a forbidden area in the novice village. Chapter 43. Corrupted Spider. Level 8. HP 800. Armor 60. Attack 300. Skill Toxic Spray. Whoosh. A wooden arrow accurately killed a level 8 corrosive demon spider. After decomposing the corpse, you will get 28 copper coins and a poison sac. The poison sac is the purpose of Jiang Hao's trip. In order to obtain poison reagents, he had to provide more poison sacs to the pharmacy. One after another, the poisonous spiders were killed until it was getting dark. Jiang Hao had almost swept the entire core area of the Shadow Forest before he stopped. Jiang Hao took stock and found that he had killed a total of 625 poisonous spiders today. Obtain about 22,000 copper coins and 405 poison sacs. With this batch of poison sacs provided to pharmacies, I believe they will not lack materials for refining poison reagents for some time to come. Return to Luyuan village. Jiang Hao first went to the drugstore and sold the poison sac to the drugstore. The poison sac of the corrupt demon spider is twice as expensive as that of the poisonous demon spider, 60 copper coins each. After processing the poison sac, Jiang Hao obtained another 24,300 copper coins. After the transaction, he bought all the reagents he could for today. Finally, before going offline, he handed over resources to Qian Wuliang. After most of the day, Qian Wuliang had acquired resources worth more than 40 gold coins. Most of them are talismans, which are hoarded by major guilds and intended to be used to capture leaders. Now they are being traded in order to raise money. In addition, there are some materials, potions, equipment, and even skill books that Jiang Hao specifies to collect. Most of these things are sold by idle players. Now the exchange rate of real money for game coins in Luyuan village is high, and Qun to Wolyang's bids are generally 20% to 30% higher than others, so many people take this opportunity to sell to him. This is only the first day. I believe that as we get closer to the auction, we will be able to acquire more resources. After collecting the resources, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel happy. If he didn't take out those 2 pieces of equipment, these guilds would definitely not be willing to cash in these resources. Jiang Hao's move was to force these guilds to convert their resources into game coins, and he took the opportunity to purchase large quantities at a lower price. You have to know that once you leave the novice village, it is no longer a digitized world, but a world that is close to the real environment in all aspects. Outside the novice village, if you want to get a bottle of potion, you need a pharmacist to make it honestly. If you want a piece of equipment, you also need a blacksmith to work hard to make it. It can be said that only the novice village has some shadow of the game. In the future, no one will object to the idea that leaving the novice village will lead to entering a second real world. No one has left the novice village yet, and no one knows the situation outside. By the time people realize this, the various resources in the novice village will be several times, or even dozens of times, more expensive than they are now. Take the novice sword for example, no one seems to care about it now, and as soon as there is new equipment, it is discarded. But when you leave the novice village and your weapon is damaged, and you find that any piece of equipment in the town is measured in gold coins, and you have no money to buy equipment, having a novice sword to use can make an old player cry. Jiang Hao knew that in about a week, someone would leave the novice village and post the situation outside on the forum, and the prices in the novice village would soar. Now Jiang Hao can use 2 blue equipment to plunder the resources of Luyuan village. This is undoubtedly the best and last chance. After collecting the resources, it was getting late, so Jiang Hao chose to quit the game first. While having breakfast, Zhang Ling told him another good news: she had mastered the art of alchemy. Getting started means that she can refine low-level medicines, but the success rate is relatively low. Only when you reach the level of a junior alchemist will your success rate in refining be more stable. Good. Jiang Hao gave her an affirmative look, and then suggested, now in the novice village, because new players are given 5 bottles of blood recovery medicine, no one is interested in the blood recovery medicine in the store, and even the blood spirit flowers are almost not wanted. I will give you some money to put in, you can use it to buy game coins, and then use the game coins to stock up a batch of blood recovery medicine and blood spirit flowers. The more the better. Zhang Ling immediately understood what Jiang Hao meant and said, "Brother, do you think the price of blood recovering medicine will increase in the future?" Jiang Hao said, "Smart. I estimate that in a week, the price of blood recovery medicine will be at least 10 times higher than it is now." Zhang Ling had no doubts at all, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. "Okay, brother. I understand." After breakfast, Jiang Hao transferred 500,000 yuan to Zhang Ling's bank card. For safety reasons, his account will never have any intersection with reality, but Zhang Ling's is relatively safe as long as there is no abnormal transaction amount. 500,000 yuan would not cause any ripples in divine breath. After the transfer, Jiang Hao said, "The blood recovery medicines you received can be shipped out in half a month. Keep the recovered game coins. I will tell you how to use them when you leave the novice village. And don't be reluctant to give up the blood spirit flower. You can use it to hone your medicine refining skills. At least raise your medicine refining skills to the level of a junior alchemist before leaving the novice village. A junior alchemist can only gain a foothold in a town outside. If you are an apprentice, it will be very expensive to improve your alchemy skills outside." Zhang Ling nodded seriously and kept Jiang Hao's words firmly in mind. After parting with Zhang Ling, Jiang Hao also entered Shengzi. Having collected so many resources today, it would take time to extract their entries. Although it was dark in the game, it did not affect his extraction of entries. Therefore, apart from eating, Jiang Hao basically spent all his time in the boring extraction of entries. When daybreak came in the game, Jiang Hao had finally digested all the resources he had collected the day before. Jiang Hao let out a long breath and then started walking towards the blacksmith shop. Today is the day I agreed with the owner of the blacksmith shop to take in an apprentice. When Jiang Hao arrived at the blacksmith shop, the owner was already in the shop. When I saw the blacksmith shop owner again, he seemed to have just experienced the pain of losing his son. His face did not look good and he looked 10 years older than before. Jiang Hao stepped forward and greeted politely, "Master, I'm here." The blacksmith looked up at Jiang Hao, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He nodded and motioned Jiang Hao to follow him into the inner room. In the inner room, the owner of the blacksmith shop took out a yellowed book from the cabinet and handed it to Jiang Hao. "This is the introduction to forging. Take it and study it first. If you have any questions, come and ask me." Jiang Hao took the book and was delighted. He knew this was the first step to becoming a blacksmith. He quickly thanked him, "Thank you, master." The blacksmith waved his hand and motioned Jiang Hao to go out. Jiang Hao knew that he was in a bad mood, so he stopped disturbing him, walked out of the inner room, and found a place in the shop to study by himself. Introduction to Blacksmithing records in detail the basic theories of blacksmithing, from the identification and collection of ores and materials to smelting, forging, quenching, and other links. Each step is accompanied by fine illustrations and detailed text descriptions. Jiang Hao read carefully, and every time he understood a new knowledge point, it seemed to open a door to an unknown world for him. The life professions in Chenkai are just like learning a skill in real life. In addition to having a certain theoretical foundation, it also requires a lot of practice to consolidate and improve. This is also the reason why it took Zhang Ling several days to get started when she was learning about medicine. If Jiang Hao wants to learn forging, he also needs this learning process. However, his learning efficiency is not comparable to that of ordinary people, because the higher his mental power, the higher his learning efficiency. Jiang Hao's current mental attribute has reached 547 points, so his learning efficiency is naturally incomparable to that of ordinary people. Jiang Hao can understand knowledge points that are obscure and difficult for ordinary people just by reading them once. In less than an hour, he had thoroughly understood the original introduction to forging. He closed the book. He was already itching to try it out. Chapter 44. Jiang Hao came to the young apprentice named Yu Huanmin. At this moment, Yu Huanmin was concentrating on forging a long sword. Seeing Jiang Hao approaching, Yu Huanmin turned his head and glanced at him. "Junior brother, you are here? Have you finished reading Introduction to Forging?" "I've finished reading it and want to practice it with my senior brother," Jiang Hao said. "Oh? So fast?" Yu Huanmin was a little skeptical about the truth of what he said. After all, it took him 3 days to finish reading Introduction to Forging, and there were still many knowledge points that he didn't fully understand. Later, he kept asking his master for advice, and it took him more than a month to really get started. He paused for a moment, then said, "Junior brother, if you have time, please lend a hand." "Okay," Jiang Hao replied. Then, Jiang Hao followed and assisted Yu Huanmin. But not long after, Yu Huanmin suddenly screamed, "Ah! Failed again!" Jiang Hao watched the process of Yu Huanmin making the weapon. He had discovered long ago that there were a few subtle flaws in the treatment, which greatly reduced the balance of the entire sword and eventually caused it to collapse in the final stage. However, he did not point it out immediately. After all, he had just arrived and pointing out other people's mistakes directly might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Now that the results were consistent with his predictions, he felt more confident in his entry into the art of forging. Cough, cough. Jiang Hao coughed twice. Yu Huanmin stopped howling. "Junior brother, what's wrong?" Jiang Hao said, "Brother, I just noticed a few details. Your handling is a little different from what is described in the secret book. I wonder if it will be better after improvement. Yu Huanmin frowned slightly when he heard this, and he was obviously reserved about Jiang Hao's words, but then he showed a hint of curiosity. Junior brother, tell me, what's wrong? Jiang Hao was not polite and said directly, brother, the raw material you chose should be Xinggui iron ore if I am not mistaken. Although this ore is hard enough, its toughness is slightly insufficient. If a small amount of moonstone powder is added during smelting. Also, the temperature you controlled during quenching seems to be a bit too high. According to the description in the introduction to forging, for this kind of ore, medium temperature quenching should be used. Finally, if the cross-forging method is used to forge the sword, the toughness of the sword can be further enhanced. Yu Huanmin didn't take it seriously at first. After all, he had already learned the art of forging for half a year, while Jiang Hao had only had the secret book for an hour or two. What could he say? The reason why Jiang Hao was allowed to continue was just to give him some face. If Jiang Hao was wrong, he was prepared to give Jiang Hao a good lecture. However, as Jiang Hao's words became more profound, Yu Huanmin's expression changed from initial contempt to surprise, and finally to solemnity. Every point Jiang Hao mentioned accurately hit the problems he encountered in the forging process. Especially regarding the toughness of star iron ore and the control of quenching temperature, these were details he had not noticed before. Yu Huanmin looked at Jiang Hao in disbelief and said in amazement, Junior brother, you are really a genius in forging weapons. Come. Let's work together to forge another one. Okay. Jiang Hao nodded with a smile, and an urge to try it surged in his heart. Then the two worked together again, and this time Yu Huanmin followed Jiang Hao's suggestions completely. About half an hour later, after a lot of hard work, a new sword was finally born in their hands. Star Sword. Type, Weapon. Quality, White. Level requirement, 5. Bonus. Attack power plus 50. Strength plus 8. Wow, oh ah. I created white equipment. This way I'll have a chance to become a junior blacksmith. Junior brother, you are really my lucky star. Yu Huanmin excitedly waved the newly forged star sword, the joy on his face beyond words. With 50 attack damage plus 8 points of strength, it is indeed a good long sword. It is several levels higher than the inferior longsword, which directly elevates the value of the material. As long as he can produce white equipment stably, he can gain a foothold in the forging industry. This is what makes Yu Huanmin happy. Junior brother. Let's do it again. Then for the next 3 hours, the two of them forged 4 long swords in a row. 1 failed, 1 ungraded, and 2 white ones. Half the white output rate. This success rate has already reached the level of a junior blacksmith. Yu Huanmin waved his fist fiercely, I want to ask master for an assessment. I want to be promoted to a junior blacksmith. Haha. Yu Huanmin, who was about to walk into the inner room, suddenly stopped and said to Jiang Hao, by the way, junior brother, if you want to try it, just give it a try. The loss will be on me. Haha. It can be seen that Yu Huanmin is in a good mood, and Jiang Hao does not refuse. Thank you very much, senior brother. After Yu Huanmin left, Jiang Hao was the only one left in the blacksmith shop. There were not many people in the shop now, so Jiang Hao simply closed the door and hung up a closing sign to avoid being disturbed. Then Jiang Hao began to learn how to make equipment according to the process. The first one failed. The second one failed. The third one was still a failure. After 3 consecutive failures, the fourth one finally succeeded. Ordinary long sword. Attack plus 30. The first weapon Jiang Hao forged was an ungraded longsword. You can sell it in a shop for 100 copper coins. This extra money can only earn back about the cost of 2 sets of materials. Even including the first 3 failed products, it is still a loss. But this little money will be well worth the loss. Keep forging. The fifth one, failed. The sixth item is a gradeless long sword. As the sun was setting, players began to return to the village and Jiang Hao had to stop forging. I crafted a total of 8 weapons today, 3 of which were successfully made without grade. Considering the material cost alone, it's a small loss. If you can achieve a half success rate in creating a gradeless product, you'll be considered an entry-level player. With this calculation, if Jiang Hao continues to work hard after the shop closes at night, he will definitely be able to get in. He learned weapon forging in just 1 day, and excluding his high mental strength, he can be considered extremely talented. Now, Yu Huanman has gone to his master for assessment and he will not be back today. The evening is the busiest time in the village, and Jiang Hao also has to open his shop for business. Not long after, when the first person who stepped into the shop saw Jiang Hao busy at the forging table, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Master Zhu Feng? Why are you here? Jiang Hao naturally couldn't ruin his master's business, so he patiently replied, I'm learning something from the blacksmith and I can help take care of the shop. Is there anything you need? Haha. The man smiled, I want to ask if there are any good equipment in the store today. Jiang Hao glanced at the store and said, there are 3 white star swords. Do you want any? Can I take a look at the properties? The man asked. Jiang Hao showed him the properties of the starlight sword. The man looked at it and nodded secretly. The level 5 white equipment can increase the attack power by 130 points in total, which is a pretty good effect. How much do you sell this white equipment? Jiang Hao took a look at the price and replied, 600 copper coins a bunch. White equipment is 5 times more expensive than non-grade equipment. No wonder it is said that as long as you can build up to the level of a junior blacksmith, you can gain a foothold in divine breath. If you can create 3 or 5 pieces of white equipment a day, you can easily earn 1 or 2,000 copper coins. Chapter 45. Okay. I want all 3 white swords, the man said readily. Jiang Hao knew at a glance that he was probably a purchasing agent for a guild, otherwise he wouldn't have purchased so much equipment at one time. He didn't mind. As long as the weapons in the store were sold out, he could close the business early and continue practicing forging. In order to deal with his son's funeral, the owner of the blacksmith shop had not forged any equipment for several days, and most of the stock in the shop had been sold out. Now all that was left were the few ungraded long swords that he and Yu Huanman had forged today. Thank you for your patronage. You are welcome to come again next time. Jiang Hao said with a smile. After seeing the guests off, Jiang Hao thought for a moment and suddenly slapped his head, why am I so stupid? Jiang Hao looked at the few ungraded long swords on the counter, swept them directly into his bag, and left a few hundred copper coins. Hey, we're out of stock now, we can close the store. Jiang Hao was secretly proud of himself. He quickly closed the shop door and hung up a sign saying that the goods were sold out. However, he was not in a hurry to continue forging weapons. Instead, he handed over the goods he purchased today to Jian-Tu Wuliang and went offline. Then, after having breakfast in real life, I go online again immediately. It was now nighttime in the game, and Jiang Hao was not stingy. He spent some money to buy a few luminous stones to light up the entire shop so as not to affect his forging practice. For the next few days, Jiang Hao was immersed in forging day and night except for the necessary offline time. 4 days later, Jiang Hao put away his last lucky bracelet and activated the talent extraction entry without hesitation. Extracted the entry successfully, gained luck +1, do you want to extract it? Extract. Jiang Hao couldn't help but look at the lucky attribute. Luck, 96. A lucky value of nearly 100. In his previous life, the person with the highest luck value he had heard of was only over 20. And now he is 4 times as big as that man. Because of the blessing of luck, the success rate of crafting equipment has been getting higher and higher recently. Forging for 5 consecutive days. It only took him 1 day to get started, and another day to be promoted to a junior blacksmith. After learning the lucky bracelet drawings, he spent the next 3 days making the lucky bracelet. Now his success rate in crafting white equipment is over 90%. Such a high success rate can almost be called a miracle in the forging world. Even senior master blacksmiths cannot achieve such a high success rate when creating white equipment. This surprised old Li, the owner of the blacksmith shop. At this time, the sun was already high in the sky in the game, and old Li walked out from the inner room. After a few more days of adjustment, old Li gradually got over the pain of losing his son and felt much better. In addition, he received Jiang Hao, a gifted forging genius, which made him even more happy. Seeing that Jiang Hao finally stopped refining the lucky bracelet, he smiled and said, "Xiao Jiang, can you learn to forge green equipment from me now? With your current level, it's not long before you become an intermediate blacksmith." 2 days ago, old Li wanted Jiang Hao to study further and be promoted to a mid-level blacksmith as soon as possible, but Jiang Hao insisted on using up the Dongtian jade in his hand before studying, which delayed him for 2 days. "Master, I'm going to go out and take care of some personal matters later. I'll learn the intermediate forging technique from you in the afternoon, is that okay?" Jiang Hao said. "Okay." Hearing that Jiang Hao was finally willing to further learn the forging technique, old Li immediately smiled and thought it would be okay to delay it for an hour or 2. Jiang Hao said hello to Yu Huanman and left the blacksmith shop. Luyuan Village Square. At this time, a simple stage was temporarily built in the center of the square. When Jiang Hao arrived at the scene, a large number of players had already gathered here, and it was bustling and noisy. Seeing Jiang Hao appear, the leaders of various guilds sitting in front of the stage stood up to greet him. At the same time, various welcoming voices rang out. Live broadcast is of course an indispensable part of such a grand event that has attracted much attention. The moment Jiang Hao appeared, the number of people online in the Cute Xiaozhu's live broadcast room had exceeded 10 million. Jiang Hao nodded to everyone and walked quickly onto the stage. He looked around and found that there were not only leaders of various guilds present, but also many ordinary players who wanted to witness the grand occasion of the first blue equipment auction in Divine Breath. Jiang Hao cleared his throat and said, "Hello everyone, thank you very much for participating in today's auction. I won't waste any more time talking nonsense, and will get straight to the point of the auction." There was no fancy ceremony at the scene. Jiang Hao directly took out 10 white starlight swords and said, "10 white starlight swords, starting price 10,000 copper coins, the bidding will begin now." In order to avoid being disturbed, Jiang Hao bought up all the equipment produced in the store these days. Therefore, people outside who want to buy equipment have no way to do so. Under normal circumstances, the indigenous people would not allow this situation to happen. But old Li had just experienced the pain of losing his son, so he had no intention of running the store. Yu Huanman had just been promoted to a junior blacksmith and did not want to be disturbed. In addition, Jiang Hao spent his own money to buy all the equipment in the store, so it did not affect the store business. That's why old Li allowed the store to be closed for several days. This has also led to increasingly tight demand for white equipment in the market. Therefore, when Jiang Hao took out 10 white star swords, the scene immediately became lively. 11,000 copper coins. 12,000 copper coins. The price rose rapidly and soon exceeded 15,000 copper coins. Finally, these 10 white star swords were bought by Aotian Pavilion for 18,000 copper coins. Jiang Hao nodded with satisfaction. He sold the equipment he bought for 6,000 copper coins at a sky-high price of 18,000, making a net profit of 12,000. Then he took out 10 more starlight swords and said, "These are the last 10 white starlight swords. If you are short of equipment, hurry up and grab them." After another round of bidding, the 10 star swords were bought by the 0 Degree Guild for 20,000 copper coins. Okay, let's get into today's topic. After completing the handover with the 0 Degree Guild, Jiang Hao took out the first blue equipment, the fang of the demon wolf. Even though the properties of the demon wolf fang had long been spread on the forum, when it was seen on the scene, a low cry was still heard from the crowd. On the internet, the barrage of in the live broadcast room of the cute Xiaozhu was flooding the screen with crazy. Wow, is this blue equipment? Such powerful attributes! I wonder who will end up with the demon wolf's fang. Well, I am more looking forward to what price the first piece of blue equipment can be auctioned for. Although the top leaders of the major guilds could not be present in person, they were all closely following the auction through the live broadcast. Because the ownership of these two pieces of equipment is very likely to affect who leaves the novice village first. On the scene, Jiang Hao raised the demon wolf fang and said without further ado, I won't go into details about the properties of the demon wolf fang. The starting price is 100,000 copper coins. Bidding begins now. Chapter 46. On the scene, Jiang Hao raised the demon wolf fang and said without further ado, I won't go into details about the properties of the demon wolf fang. The starting price is 1 million copper coins. Bidding begins now. As Jiang Hao finished speaking, the entire square fell into a brief silence, and then broke out into a more heated discussion. The starting price of 1 million copper coins is equivalent to 100 gold coins. For ordinary players, it is undoubtedly an astronomical figure. But considering the rarity and powerful attributes of blue equipment at this stage, this price seems reasonable. But before long, Aotian Pavilion Hong I Tianxiang made the first offer, 1.5 million. The sudden increase of 500,000 caused an uproar at the scene. Wow! Is Aotian Pavilion so rich? The current exchange rate in Luyuan village is more than 1:100. A piece of blue equipment can be sold for more than 100 million? This is too crazy. It's just a game, is there any need to be so serious? The internet was also in an uproar. Is the rich man crazy? It's just a piece of gaming equipment, isn't this too outrageous? Yet, they asked for 150 million right away. This is just the beginning. I don't know what these people are thinking. I heard that people born in Luyuan village are making a lot of money these days. They can easily earn 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a day by mining. Ah! Why wasn't I born in Luyuan village? It turns out that reincarnation is really a technical job. The live auction continued, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense and intense. Everyone has made a lot of preparations and obviously will not be easily scared off by Aotian Pavilion. 1.6 million. Tong Baixiang from Tianyuan Guild made the offer. 2 million. This offer still came from Aotian Pavilion. When the 2 million was mentioned, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly froze, and many guild leaders couldn't help but frown slightly. Obviously, this price is beyond the affordability of some guilds. Aotian Pavilion is determined to capture the demon wolf's fang, someone commented. I don't know if there is anyone willing to continue to fight with them. At this moment, a cold voice broke the brief silence, 2.1 million. The one who spoke was Ziwalang Qingcheng from the Yuhuaxuan Guild. Hong I Tianxiang frowned slightly, but only paused for a moment, and immediately followed, 2.2 million. 2.3 million. Ziwalang Qingcheng continued to raise the price without hesitation. At this point, no one was making an offer, but the two were still confronting each other and refusing to give in. Soon the price came. 3 million. When Hong I Tianxiang quoted the price, Ziwalang Qingcheng couldn't help but turn his head and whisper with the owner of Peach Blossom Island of DS Shenxi. In the end, Ziwalang Qingcheng still showed an unwilling look and gave up raising the price. When Jiang Hao saw the expressions of the two, he knew that 3 million copper coins should be the limit. Just when he confirmed it twice and was about to drop the hammer. 3.01 million. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the back of the scene. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a masked man sitting in a secluded corner, dressed in black, looking mysterious. This sudden price increase made the whole scene boil again. Oh my god! Who is this? He's so mysterious. Is he here to cause trouble? I don't know him. I've never seen this person before. 3.01 million is only 10,000 more than the highest bid. Is this a deliberate provocation? Interesting, but I don't know how AOTN Pavilion will deal with it. Discussions on the internet have also become more intense. Who is this man in black? So arrogant. Haha, it looks like this auction won't end so easily. The arrogant AOTN Pavilion has met its match this time. Hong Yitiangxiang's face turned gloomy. He didn't expect that someone would dare to come out and mess things up at this juncture. He glanced coldly at the man in black, and then said in a deep voice, 3.1 million. The man in black didn't seem to care about Hong Yitiangxiang's anger. He chuckled with a hint of amusement in his voice, 3.11 million. Hong Yitiangxiang did not continue to raise the price. His voice was already filled with anger. He looked at Jiang Hao on the stage and questioned, where did this unknown person come from? How dare he make trouble here? Does he have enough financial resources to pay such a huge sum of money? I now require a capital verification to see if this kid can come up with so much money. Jiang Hao's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this. He looked at the masked man with a cold gaze. I don't know who you are, but I only ask you, are you sure you can afford your asking price? Yet. The masked man just nodded slightly, his gesture seemed quite casual. Okay. But I still want to give you a final warning. If you anger me, you will definitely not be able to gain a foothold in Luyuan village. Jiang Hao finished speaking, turned his head and glanced at the venue, then continued, the auction continues, 3.11 million, is there a higher price? Hong Yitiangxiang, 3.2 million. Masked man, 3.21 million. Hong Yitiangxiang, 3.3 million. Masked man, 3.31 million. Gan Li Niang. This kid is deliberately making trouble for me, right? Hong Yitiangxiang was obviously angered by the masked man's continuous price increases. He stood up, pointed at the masked man and yelled at him with gritted teeth. The other guild leaders all looked at Hong Yitiangxiang's humiliation calmly, and an expression of gloating appeared on their faces. On the stage, Jiang Hao looked at Hong Yitiangxiang with a slightly cold look in his eyes. You are from Aotian Pavilion, right? If you want to bid, then bid. If not, get out of here. Can't I question it? How can he, a powerless person with no background and a secretive person, afford such a high price? Hong Yitiangxiang said angrily, as the initiator of the auction, don't you care? Humph. Jiang Hao snorted coldly, whether he can afford the prices between him and me. This is an auction, I'll give it to whoever pays the highest price, not here to listen to you questioning this and that. If you are dissatisfied, you can leave, no one will stop you. Hong Yitiangxiang was so angry at Jiang Hao's words that his face turned blue. Usually, wherever Hong Yitiangxiang went, he was surrounded by people, and no one dared not to give Aotian Pavilion some face. But he really doesn't have the confidence to face Zhu Feng. Thinking about the task assigned by the guild's top management, and the possibility that the guild president was watching through the live broadcast, he could only suppress his anger and sit down, then obediently offered a price, 3.5 million. After a pause, the masked man said calmly, 3.51 million. Come again? Where did this guy come from? Why is he so brave? Hehe, no matter where it comes from, I feel secretly happy when I see Aotian Pavilion get humiliated. Good. Very good. Hong Yitiangxiang took a deep breath, calmed down, and continued to quote, 4 million. This was also the highest price he could offer. As long as the masked man dared to continue bidding, he would give up and focus his main energy on fighting for the shield behind him. After all, the shield is the key to getting out of the novice village. Chapter 47. However, the scene he expected did not occur. After Hong Ai Tianxiang offered a high price of 4 million, the masked man did not take any action. After confirming the price 3 times, the demon wolf fang was finally bought by Hong Ai Tianxiang. Hong Ai Tianxiang was not very excited about getting the demon wolf's fang, because the price was 1 or 2 million higher than expected. The demon wolf fang was finally sold for 4 million copper coins. Jiang Hao was in a good mood. Then he took out the last item for auction, the Netherworld Shield, and started the auction. Nether Shield. Type, Shield. Quality, Blue. Level requirement, 10. Bonus. Constitution plus 65. Strength plus 30. Damage reduction plus 10%. The Nether Shield increased physical strength and reduced damage. As soon as it appeared, the entire auction site and the internet became excited again. Compared to the Wolf's Fang, the attributes of the Nether Shield are more practical, especially for frontline tank professions. It is almost a must-have artifact. Jiang Hao raised the Nether Shield and announced loudly, Nether Shield, starting price 2 million copper coins, bidding starts now. As Jiang Hao finished speaking, bidding began to rise one after another, and soon broke through the 3 million mark. 5 million. Hong Ai Tianxiang directly shouted out an astonishing price. Obviously, he was determined to get the Nether Shield. The sudden increase in the price to 5 million made most of the guilds present lose the right to bid. 5 million. Is Aotian Pavilion crazy? Just now I spent 4 million, and now they are asking for 5 million. How many game coins did they receive? You probably don't know this, but I heard that they invested more than 1 billion yuan, and the price of Luyuan village game coins was raised by them. Wow! How cruel! They spent over 1 billion just like that. I now believe more and more that divine breath is not simple. Ha! You just realized that I, a smart guy, have long seen the potential of this game and have already started hoarding game coins, waiting to see its value increase. On the scene. Just when Hong Ai Tianxiang thought that no one could compete with him and was about to take down the Netherworld Shield, the masked man spoke again. 5.01 million. His voice was still cold and calm. 5.1 million. 5.11 million. Gan Li, damn it. Hong Yi Tianxiang couldn't hold it in any longer, 6 million. This was already his limit. For this auction, the guild had poured a lot of resources into it and prepared 10 million copper coins, or 1,000 gold coins, for him. He was sure that no other guild could match that. But he had never expected that when bidding for the demon wolf's fang, he would be ripped off by the masked man for 4 million. Now the price had been raised to 6 million by the masked man. This was his last chance to bid. If the other party continued to raise the price, he would lose the chance to get the shield. If he knew that Aotian Pavilion could only bid for one item, he would undoubtedly give priority to the Nether Shield. Now we can only pray that no one here will continue to raise the price. However, to his despair, a hateful voice sounded again, 6.01 million. Hong Yi Tianxiang's face twisted for a moment, but he quickly controlled it and said in a calm and cold tone, "Okay. You have the guts. I won't follow you. Let me see if you can come up with so much money." Yet. The masked man still nodded calmly. On the stage, Jiang Hao looked at the crowd below and said loudly, 6 million, is there anyone who wants to raise the price? 6 million for the first time. 6 million for the second time. 6 million. Third time. Deal. Jiang Hao looked at the masked man. The masked man stood up fearlessly and walked towards the stage. In full view of everyone, Jiang Hao completed the transaction with the masked man. How is this possible? How can you have 6 million copper coins? Hong Ai Tianxiang, who had originally held out a glimmer of hope that the masked man would not be able to come up with so many copper coins, now felt a mixture of shock and unwillingness. What made him even more angry was that after the masked man finished the deal with Jiang Hao, he walked straight to the owner of Peach Blossom Island of DS Shenxi and traded the shield to him. "Boss, I have fulfilled your mission." After the owner of Peach Blossom Island got the shield, Ziwalang Qingcheng next to him also showed a look of joy on his face. "Wow! Haha! That explains it. It turns out that DS Shenxi and Yi Huaxun have secretly joined forces. They first used the demon Wolf's Fang to cheat Aotian Pavilion, making them unable to compete with them for the Nether Shield. What a great way to escape, using a fake identity to confuse Aotian Pavilion. DS Shenxi and Yu Huaxun teamed up to play this beautifully. Missing out on the Netherworld Shield meant that the value of the game coins they had previously spent a lot of money to purchase was greatly reduced. Hong Ai Tianxiang glared at Peach Blossom Island Master and Ziwalang Qingcheng with cold eyes, then left with anger suppressed. At this point, the auction officially ended. Jiang Hao looked at the more than 1,540 gold coins in his account. The 500 or 600 gold coins he had consumed in the frantic purchase of various resources in the past few days were instantly returned, and the total amount was several hundred higher than before. Can't use up. This money can never be spent. After the auction, Jiang Hao returned to the blacksmith shop and continued to learn more about forging techniques from old Li. Another 2 days passed, and Jiang Hao was successfully promoted to an intermediate blacksmith, with a success rate of over 60% in refining green equipment. Then he spent another 300 gold coins to learn the 3 green equipment forging techniques from old Li. The 3 green equipment are Steel Sword, Jade Staff, and Guardian Light Armor. Steel Long Sword. Type: Weapon. Quality: Green. Level requirement: 8. Bonus: Physical attack plus 108. Strength plus 35. Jade Staff. Type: Weapon. Quality: Green. Level requirement: 8. Bonus: Magic attack plus 118. Mental strength plus 36. Guardian Light Armor. Type: Weapon. Quality: Green. Level requirement: 8. Bonus: Armor plus 88. Constitution plus 35. They were all very standard green equipment, and with the addition of the continuous fireball bone staff he learned from the blueprint, he mastered 4 types of green equipment crafting techniques. The main material of the fine steel sword, black iron ore, comes from the mine in the Lost Valley. It takes 10 pieces of black iron ore to make a fine steel sword. After the mine was opened, even though a large number of players went to mine every day, only 20 to 30 pieces of black iron ore were produced every day, which was an extremely small amount. The main material of the jade staff, Dushan Jade, also comes from the jade mine in the Lost Valley. It takes 5 pieces of Dushan Jade to make a jade staff. Dushan Jade is rarer than Dongtian Jade, with less than 10 pieces produced every day. The Guardian Light Armor requires the scale armor of the leader monster, which is even more rare. So far, the village has not been able to gather a set of materials. Therefore, with Jiang Hao in charge, old Li basically refrained from taking action. Jiang Hao consumes all the green equipment materials he collects every day, and only produces 3 or 4 pieces a day. Apart from that, the rest of the time is spent on crafting lucky bracelets and consuming resources to strengthen oneself. Because he was busy improving his forging skills in the past few days, he had no time to digest the resources he had collected. Now, he has accumulated resources worth 600 or 700 gold coins. Even if he worked without sleep, it would be enough for him to consume for several days, not to mention that there is a lot of money to be made now and the resources will bring him dozens of gold coins every day. So, next, in addition to the necessary forging equipment, Jiang Hao spent all his time devouring resources to extract items to strengthen himself. Chapter 48. 3 days later. During these 3 days, a lot of attention has been paid to Luyuan village on the forum. With the emergence of the 2 blue equipment, everyone thought that the first person to step out of the novice village would appear in Luyuan village. However, 3 days later, after obtaining the Nether Shield and gathering hundreds of the most elite teams from the DS Shenxi and Yuhuaxuan guilds who had reached level 10, they still couldn't get through the passage leading to the outside world from the novice village after 3 days. This passage is called the Path of Trials. There are 3 major obstacles to passing the trial path. First, there are so many monsters that it is difficult to pass without a team of hundreds of people reaching level 10. Of course, if you have strong talents, you don't need so many people. Second, the second biggest difficulty is the maze. This maze is not fixed, but it will be different every time you enter it. The inside of the maze is full of traps. If you are not careful, the traps will be triggered, resulting in the loss of team members. The third most difficult hurdle is the end of the trial path, the gatekeeper boss, a level 10 lord level boss. Not to mention the lord level, even the leader level is an insurmountable mountain for current players. Of course, the boss of the third level is only at the lord level when each village is cleared for the first time. After defeating it once, it will be downgraded to a leader monster. The joint team of DS Shenxi and Yihuaxun was defeated at the third level. With their current team strength, facing a lord level boss, there would be only one outcome: despair. Even if all the physical points are added and equipped with the Nether Shield, it cannot withstand the attack of the lord level boss. This made them realize that if they wanted to get out of the novice village, unless they had extraordinary talents, they could only honestly build a strong team in the novice village. However, just when everyone thought that no team would be able to leave the novice village in the short term, a world announcement shocked the entire Divine Breath. Ding! Congratulations to North American player Lays Rena for becoming the second player to kill a lord level boss. Special rewards: 50 gold coins, 500 reputation, and 50 free attribute points. Byte. Byte. The world announcement plays 3 times in a row. However, it's not over yet. Ding! Congratulations to North American player Lays Rena for becoming the first player to leave the novice village. She is rewarded with 100 gold coins, 1000 reputation, and 100 free attribute points. Byte. Byte. The world announcement was played 3 more times in succession. Ding! Congratulations to North American player Alman for becoming the second player to leave the novice village. Special rewards include 50 gold coins, 500 reputations, and 50 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations to North American player Baker for becoming the third player to leave the novice village. Special rewards include 10 gold coins, 100 reputation, and 10 free attribute points. The continuous world announcements have almost made the online players numb. When people reacted, they realized that a team from the North American region had conquered the boss guarding the novice village and successfully walked out of the novice village. Jiang Hao took a look at the announcement. He remembered that he was the first to get through the North American region in his previous life and received a lot of rewards. Lisalina, who killed the Lord level boss, is a person with God level talent. She will shine in the future and become one of the top powerhouses in the game. Alman, Baker, and others who followed her out of the novice village were also powerful players. The guild they later founded, Bloody Rose, was a giant. Jiang Hao didn't pay much attention to them. What he was thinking about now was that the green equipment he would make next would be a hot seller again. Also, Lisalina has already walked out of the novice village, and soon the situation outside the novice village will be posted on the internet. By then, the prices of various potions, props, and equipment in the novice village will surely rise sharply. But he still has more than 1,000 gold coins in his hand, and he must spend them as soon as possible. So, Jiang Hao immediately opened the chat window of Qinta Wuliang and directly threw the green equipment attribute map he made over. Qinta Wuliang, boss, what's going on? Zufeng, you spread the word that a large amount of green equipment will be auctioned in 5 days, with the quantity being no less than 20. Just like last time, you will be responsible for it then. Qinta Wuliang, boss, you are going to do something big. 20 pieces of green equipment, are we going to get rich? Zufeng, your benefits are indispensable, and I will mention the same 5 points as before. Qianchu Wuliang, all right. Thank you for your care. Zhu Feng, also, I told you not to stop purchasing resources. Don't lower the price this time. You need to increase the price by 10% every day so as to empty the warehouses of players and even guilds as soon as possible. Qiantu Wuliang, got it, boss. I'll do it right away and make sure I complete the task. Zufeng, okay. I'll trouble you next. Qiantu Wuliang, no trouble. By the way, boss, do you want to take this? This is an attribute chart. When Jiang Hao opened it, his eyes widened. Sky's tone. Requires identification to view specific properties. Zufeng, where did you get this thing? Promising future, it was found by a team in a secret cave deep in the Lost Valley. They didn't know what it was, so they brought it to me and asked me if I wanted to keep it. Zufeng, what's the price? The other party offered a high price of 2 gold coins, which is why I didn't decide immediately. Zufeng, 2 gold coins are acceptable. You should also spread the word that whoever has this material will pay a high price for it. Qianchu Wuliang, okay, boss. Hee. Jiang Hao couldn't help but let out a chuckle. The Kongming stone contains space within it and is an extremely rare material for forging space equipment. After leaving the novice village, the system package will become invalid, and the space equipment will naturally become a hot commodity that everyone is chasing after. He only needs to identify the Kongming stone, then he can extract the space and add it to his personal space. Now, as he collected more and more resources, his portable space was already close to saturation and urgently needed to be expanded. The appearance of this Kongming stone is undoubtedly a timely help. The other side. After getting Jiang Hao's approval, Qiantu Wuliang immediately contacted the previous team. There are always villains who want to harm me. After receiving the news that there are great prospects for making money, I couldn't help but laugh. The captain frowned and asked, Diamond, what makes you so happy? There are always villains who want to harm me. Hey, captain, Qiantu Wuliang has replied. He is willing to take the Kongming stone. It costs 2 gold coins. I'm rich. The other team members also became excited when they heard this. Captain, what are you waiting for? Trade with him as soon as possible. Now the copper coin market has returned to 150, but 2 gold coins are also worth 1,000,000. If several people share one, each person can get tens or even hundreds of thousands. For ordinary players like them, this is undoubtedly a windfall. But Yuan Zongxiang narrowed his eyes and said, don't worry. Who is the person behind Qiantu Wuliang? You should know, right? Zhu Feng? Isn't this well known? Someone replied. There are always villains who want to harm me. I seemed to suddenly understand what the captain meant. Qiantu Wuliang agreed so readily, and Zhu Feng is not short of money, so this Kongming stone must be of special use to him. Maybe we can raise the price a bit. Yes. Zhu Feng earned 1,000 gold coins by auctioning 2 pieces of equipment a few days ago. He is not short of money at all. I believe he wouldn't mind selling 1 or 2 more gold coins. The captain is wise. The other team members echoed. Yuan Zongxiang smiled slightly, all right, stop flattering me. Diamond, go tell Qiantu Wuliang that we have changed our minds and will sell the Kongming stone for 3 gold coins. Captain, why don't you ask for more? If Zhu Feng likes her, he might be willing to give 5 gold coins, someone suggested. Don't be greedy. We've already offered 2 gold coins, and now we're asking for 1 more coin just to test the waters. If they don't agree, we can lower the price back to 2 gold coins. But if they agree, then we've made a lot of money. Yuan Zong explained, anyway, compared to offending Zhu Feng, losing a little bit of profit is worth it. You know, with just 1 word from Zhu Feng, we might not be able to survive in Luyuan village. When everyone heard this, they were shocked and realized that they were almost blinded by interests. What is Zufeng's status in Luyuan village? A powerful existence that even Aotian Pavilion doesn't take seriously. It was he who killed the leaders of Pingtonchang and Lost Valley and opened up the Medicine Valley and Mine Cave resource points. Without Zufeng, Luyuan village would not have developed so rapidly. He is the idol of the entire Luyuan village. If he says just one word, their team will have a hard time in Luyuan village. Chapter 49. Okay. Yulan Zongxiangxiao finally made the decision, troublesome people, just do as I said just now. Yes. Captain. There are always villains who want to harm me. After saying that, he opened the panel and contacted Qian Tu Wuliang. There are always villains who want to harm me, Brother Qian, I'm sorry, someone has also taken a fancy to the Kongming stone, and that person offered 3 gold coins. Based on our relationship, if you, Brother Qian, also offer 3 gold coins, then this Kongming stone will be given to you first. After reading the news, Qian Tu Wuliang couldn't help but curl his lips, thinking that the price was really high. But he didn't indulge the other party, and replied in a tough attitude, haha. We are not fools, so don't pretend to be confused. 2 gold coins is the price we agreed on before, I won't increase it. If someone is really willing to buy a piece of material with unknown use for 3 gold coins, you can sell it to him, but if I find out that you are deliberately raising the price, I hope you can bear the consequences. There are always villains who want to harm me. I showed everyone Qian Tu Wuliang's reply, looked at Yulanzong's small chest and asked, Captain, what should we do? Yulanzong Xiangxiao shook his head helplessly, Qian Tu Wuliang is indeed a shrewd businessman. Since he has seen through our thoughts, let's not hope for the best. We should apologize sincerely first, and then sell it to him for 2 gold coins. Okay. After saying this, I started to reply that there are always villains who want to harm me and that there is a bright future ahead of me. There are always people who want to harm me, Brother Qian, I'm sorry. I was blinded by money and acted on my own. I shouldn't have tested your bottom line. I hope you can be magnanimous and don't bother with us. I will still sell the sky stone to you at the previous price of 2 gold coins. What do you think? Qian Tu Wuliang saw the reply, and his dissatisfaction dissipated a little. As an outstanding businessman, he was very good at dealing with people, so he replied, yes. Come to the village square. There are always villains who want to harm me, we are nearby, wait for me a minute. After a while, Qian Tu Wuliang successfully took down the Kongming stone and finally breathed a sigh of relief. His intuition told him that Jiang Hao attached great importance to this Kongming stone. After the handover was completed, Qian Tu Wuliang said to the people who always wanted to harm me, if you have this material in the future, contact me, and I will still charge this price. After getting the money, he will also be able to share hundreds of thousands soon. There are always villains who want to harm me, and I am in a good mood. I keep saying, of course, of course. Finally, Qian Tu Wuliang reminded, if you want to sell your game coins for cash, I suggest you wait 2 days. By then, the exchange rate may have increased. There are always villains who want to harm me. His eyes lit up. He was not stupid either. He quickly thought of something and asked, is the wind-chasing god going to hold another auction? Qian Tu Wuliang replied, yes. 5 days later, Master Zhu Feng will put dozens of green equipment up for auction, and the event will probably be no less spectacular than the last time. Dozens of pieces? Green equipment? I was shocked when there are always villains who want to harm me. Dozens of green equipment are much more powerful than 2 blue equipment. In order to break out of the novice village, those big guilds will surely try to grab as much green equipment as possible at all costs. By then, there will be another wave of game currency hunting craze. It is only natural that the exchange rate will increase. When I thought that the money I got might double, I was overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Qian, for reminding me. Haha. Brother Qian is so righteous. From now on, we will only recognize you when we have good things. Qian Tu Wolyang smiled and said, You're welcome. Happy cooperation. Okay, I have to get busy. Someone nearby heard the conversation between the two. What? Master Zhu Feng is going to hold another auction. Dozens of green equipment? Are you kidding? I don't even have a single piece of white equipment, but others have already bought green equipment wholesale. The gap in this game is too big. Haha. This is a good thing. Woohoo brothers, the opportunity to make money is here again. Hurry up. I want to mine all night. Well, I'm going to go collect herbs. Soon, the news that Jiang Hao would auction dozens of equipment in 5 days spread from Luyuan village to the forum. Finally, after the cute Xiao Zhu released a video and posted pictures of more than 20 pieces of green equipment, the news was finally confirmed. For a while, ordinary players in Luyuan village fell into a carnival again, which fully stimulated the players' enthusiasm for killing monsters, collecting herbs, mining, and looking for opportunities. Jiang Hao devoured resources while wandering around the forum. The hottest topic on the forum right now is who will get to kill the 3rd Lord level boss. For big forces, the rewards of game coins, reputation, and attribute points for killing 3 Lord level bosses are secondary. The world announcement is the most important because it can bring unparalleled popularity and prestige to the guild. Therefore, all major forces are now preparing for how to take down the boss guarding the novice village. Jiang Hao announced that a batch of green equipment would be auctioned in a few days, which undoubtedly dropped a bombshell on the forum. Did you read that right? Are there really dozens of green equipment to be auctioned? God Zhu Feng is still my god. What a big deal! But why is it still Luyuan village? The 2nd village in the world to leave the novice village, and the 1st village in Huaxia district to leave the novice village, will be Luyuan village. Hey, I'm from Luyuan village. Now the exchange rate of game coins has been increased to 1:100. Master Zhu Feng is really the god of wealth of our Luyuan village. Wow, why can't I be born in Luyuan village? I'm so envious. There is indeed an undercurrent. Jiang Hao continued browsing the forum, and suddenly his expression paused. At this time, he clicked on a newly posted post. No way! There are treasures everywhere outside the novice village? Pick a fruit from the roadside and eat it, and your mental strength will increase by 20 points. This is the live broadcast footage after the Lace Rena team walked out of the novice village. The picture shows that they encountered a fruit tree on the road, with a purple fruit hanging on the tree, which was surrounded by a misty scent. Driven by curiosity, Liselina picked the fruit. He also showed the fruit's message to the camera. Amethyst fruit. Requires identification to view specific properties. Jiang Hao didn't expect that they were so lucky that they harvested a purple crystal fruit as soon as they left the village. And he knew the effect of the amethyst fruit, it would increase mental strength by 20 points after taking it. This kind of treasure that can directly increase properties when taken, or has special effects naturally, is called natural treasure in later generations. Natural treasures are divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Just from the magnitude of adding attribute points. The ones with an increase of less than 10 points are called yellow grade, the ones with an increase of 10 to 50 points are called black grade, the ones with an increase of 50 to 100 points are called earth grade, and the ones with an increase of more than 100 points are called heaven grade. Amethyst fruit is a natural treasure of the Xian grade. It's a pity for this fruit tree. If I build up my territory, dug up this fruit tree, and then arranged for someone with wood skills or talent to take good care of it, I could get amethyst fruit regularly. Natural materials and treasures can be taken directly without limit to increase properties without any side effects. It can be imagined that in the later period, the reserves of these natural treasures will be the foundation of a force. Chapter 50. In the video, Selena felt that the fruit was extraordinary, and after obtaining the consent of her teammates, she decided to try it herself. After eating one fruit, she was immediately surprised. Oh my god! My spiritual power attribute has increased by 20 points. In order to verify the authenticity of what she said, he also retrieved the panel information. When the on-site news was confirmed, it immediately caused a sensation on the internet. It was several days later before the news reached the country. When this video came out, the sensation it caused in the country was no less than that caused on the internet overseas. Amethyst fruit? Directly increased 20 points of mental strength? Not only that, I saw the news a few days ago when I climbed over the firewall. You guys didn't know it yet, did you? The upgrade attributes after level 10 are also expected to be greatly improved. Not only the 4-dimensional attributes are fixedly increased by 1 point, but the free attribute points are also increased by 5 points. Ah! It seems that leaving the novice village is the real beginning of this game. I want to leave the novice village. The on the video are increasing at a rapid rate. Driven by this, Jiang Hao estimates that more and more information about the situation outside the novice village will soon be reported back to Daxia. Jiang Hao couldn't help but look at the money column. There were still more than 1,000 gold coins, but he couldn't spend them. Even if the major forces will sell a large amount of resources in order to raise game coins in the next few days, he estimates that he can recover a large amount of gold coins after the auction of green equipment, and the gold coins in his hands will continue to grow. However, for Jiang Hao, a unique mid-level weaponsmith, it is impossible for him to be without money. Now, as long as he can collect more resources and strengthen himself to achieve his goal, it will be fine. As for if he can accumulate more gold coins, that would naturally be a good thing. Because outside the novice village there are many places where gold coins are needed. Time goes by day. 5 days later, the auction started again. This time Jiang Hao did not show up. He gave all 32 pieces of green equipment to Jian-Tu Wuliang and asked him to host the auction. Then he continued to use the Hand of God to extract entries. However, not long after, when he picked up another bottle of primary temporary strength potion and swallowed it, a different message popped up. Ding! Extraction of entries failed. Your personal strength attribute has reached 1000, which has exceeded the enhancement limit of white items. Failed. Jiang Hao looked at the strength attribute, 1040. 1000 points are personal attributes, and 40 points are added by the Wolf King helmet. White items can't be upgraded, but green items should be able to be upgraded, right? Jiang Hao silently put away the remaining 10 bottles of primary temporary strength potion, then took out a bottle of intermediate temporary strength potion and swallowed it. Extracted the entry successfully, gained strength +5, do you want to extract it? It really works. Extract. But what puzzled him was that the intermediate temporary strength potion could increase strength by 10 points, but after extracting the entry for strengthening it only increased strength by 5 points, which was reduced by half. In order to verify his guess, Jiang Hao swallowed the 3 bottles of intermediate temporary strength potions in his hand, and sure enough, he only gained 5 points of strength. When the attribute exceeds 1000, even if you extract green equipment entries for enhancement, the enhancement effect will be reduced by half. It is conceivable that in the future, the attribute growth level will be higher, and the cost to continue to improve the attributes will inevitably become higher and higher. There are very few intermediate potions put out for sale in pharmacies every day, with only about 1 or 2 bottles of each potion, or sometimes even none at all. He didn't know the benefits of intermediate potions before, so he would first consume the attribute potions when he bought them, regardless of whether they were primary or intermediate. Now, he has wasted about 10 bottles of various attribute potions. This is equivalent to a loss of more than 50 points for each attribute. However, white items lost their effect on improving attributes, which completely ruined his plan of staying in the novice village for 3 to 5 months and then becoming invincible once he left the village. Jiang Hao put away his thoughts, and after raising all four-dimensional attributes to the limit, his eyes fell on the portable space. At this time, the portable space has become 152 square meters, and the extra 125 square meters are increased by the Kongming stone collected later. There aren't many things left in the portable space now, and most of them are talismans. This is because with each subsequent level up, the number of talismans required increases exponentially. After plus 13, more than 8,000 talismans are needed to upgrade one level. Swallowing these talismans for a long time cannot upgrade to the next level. Jiang Hao has lost the desire to extract these talismans. He can only wait until he is really bored and take the time to digest them slowly. Finally, Jiang Hao glanced at the panel again. After more than 10 days, Jiang Hao's panel has undergone earth-shaking changes. Chapter 51. ID, Chasing the Wind. Talent, God's Hand. God's Hand affiliated skills. Stealth plus 13, enter stealth mode after activating the skill. Activating the skill has an invincibility effect of 1.3 seconds, which is infinite. It will automatically exit stealth mode when attacked or the magic value is insufficient. It consumes 160 magic points per second and has a cooldown time of 10 seconds. After exiting stealth, you must wait at least 10 seconds before you can use the skill again. The cooldown time has reached the shortest time of the skill. In addition, stealth is strengthened, and the effect of concealing breath is improved. Cone of Ice plus 13, consumes 360 magic points and releases an icicle at the designated target, causing 240% of the magic attack's ice damage. After hitting the target, it causes the target to suffer a 26% slowness debuff that lasts for 5 seconds. The cooldown time is 2 seconds, the cooldown time has reached the shortest duration of this skill. Fireball plus 13, consumes 360 magic points, releases a fireball at the designated target, causing 240% of the magic attack's fire damage, and adds a burning state for 5 seconds. In the burning state, the fire damage effect is increased by 50%, and the cooldown time is 2 seconds, the cooldown time has reached the shortest time of this skill. In addition, can fire continuously, the maximum number of continuous shots is 8, and the magic points consumed are related to the number of continuous shots. Poisoning plus 3, consumes 250 magic points. After activating the skill, after the physical attack hits the target, it will cause additional poison damage of 160 plus 16% of physical attack per second, lasting for 1 minute and 30 seconds, cannot be stacked, and the cooling time is 1 minute and 30 seconds. Rejuvenation plus 13, consumes 1600 magic points, instantly restores 1200 health points of the designated target, and restores 4% of the health limit per second, lasts for 13 seconds, and has a cooldown of 1 minute. The cooldown has reached the shortest duration of this skill. Thunderbolt plus 13, consumes 360 magic points and releases a bolt of lightning to the designated target, causing 260% of the magic attack's lightning damage. After hitting the target, there is a 10% chance of stunning the target. The cooling time is 2 seconds, the cooling time has reached the shortest duration of this skill. Pyroblast plus 11, consumes 2200 magic points to release a large fireball, causing 200% fire damage to all enemy units within a radius of 25 meters, and adding a burning state for 12 seconds. In the burning state, all health recovery effects are cleared, and a cooling time of 1 minute. The attack range has reached the limit of this skill, and the cooling time has reached the shortest duration of this skill. Immortal Body, consumes 500 magic points, instantly restores 20% of the maximum health value, and triggers the immortal state, immune to all damage below 5000 for 10 seconds, and the cooldown time is 5 minutes. Windblade plus 13, consumes 360 magic points and releases a windblade to the designated target, causing 280% of the magic attack's wind damage. The cooldown time is 2 seconds, the cooldown time has reached the shortest duration of this skill. Holy Shield plus 12, consumes 1400 magic points, releases a 4600 plus Constitution * 14 point defense Holy Light Shield to the designated target, and dispels all dark debuffs. The cooling time is 10 seconds, the cooling time has reached the shortest duration of this skill. Swamp plus 12, consumes 2200 magic points and releases a swamp within a 12-meter radius of the designated area, reducing the movement speed of enemy units entering the swamp by 60% and causing them to receive 20% earth damage per second. This lasts for 22 seconds and has a cooldown of 1 minute, the cooldown has reached the shortest duration of this skill. Extreme Speed plus 12, consumes 2400 magic points, increases speed by 460%, lasts for 30 seconds, and adds a 3-second dominance state, with a cooldown of 1 minute, the cooldown has reached the shortest duration of this skill. Frostfall plus 10, consumes 3000 magic points, reduces the speed of enemy units within a 60-meter radius of the designated target by 60%, and adds a 5% freezing judgment once per second, lasting for 20 seconds, with a cooling time of 1 minute, the attack range has reached the maximum range of this skill, and the cooling time has reached the shortest duration of this skill. Level 10. Experience 5480/5500. Reputation 12210. HP 75750. Mana 22890. Physical attack 10490. Magic attack 11500. Armor 180. Magic resist 260. Strength 1040. Mental strength 1150. Physical fitness 1020. Agility 1135. Lucky 393. Free attribute points 1000. HP plus 1800 per second, Mana plus 1000 per second, Movement speed plus 15%, Attack speed plus 8%, Damage reduction plus 20%, Casting speed plus 12%. Equipment, Blood Python Longbow, no grade, Wolf King's Shoes, green, Wolf King's Helmet, green, Nether Wolf King's Heart, purple, Ring of Undead Domination, purple. Skills, Purification, white, Stab, white, Dispel, white, Stealth, white, Holy Light Ball, white, Elemental Frenzy, white, Wind Walk, green, Power Secret, green, Passive, Indomitable Will, green, Meteor Rain, green, Vampiric Aura, green, Shadow Strike, green, Violent Shock, blue, Summon the Undead, Ring of Undead Domination, Wolf King's Roar, Heart of the Nether Wolf King. Purification, white consumes 50 magic points and randomly dispels one negative state of the target such as dizziness, paralysis, poisoning, frenzy, blindness, stiffness, etc. The cooling time is 1 minute. Stab, white consumes 50 magic points, instantly dashes forward, with a maximum impact distance of 20 meters, causes 150% physical damage to the first enemy in the target direction, and makes it fall into a short state of dizziness, which lasts for 1 second, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Dispel, white consumes 100 magic points and releases a powerful wave of purifying energy centered on itself, randomly removing one negative effect from all friendly units within a radius of 10 meters. The cooldown time is 2 minutes. Stealth, white consumes 50 magic points to make yourself invisible for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Holy Light Ball, white consumes 100 magic points, condenses the divine power to release a floating energy ball that shines with bright light. The energy ball can provide lighting and make stealth targets appear. The energy ball lasts for 30 seconds and has a cooldown of 1 minute. Elemental Frenzy, white consumes 100 mana points, increases elemental spell power by 10% for 10 seconds, cooldown time 1 minute. Wind walk, green consumes 200 magic points, increases movement speed by 50%, lasts for 10 seconds, cooldown time is 2 minutes. Strength secret, green passive skill, increases physical attack power by 10%. Unyielding will, green passive skill. When health is below 30%, unyielding will is automatically activated, reducing damage taken by 10% and increasing resistance to control effects, such as stun, paralysis, freezing, etc., by 30%. Blood-sucking aura, green, a passive skill that converts 5% of the damage received into health after learning it. Shadow strike, green consumes 30 magic points. The player will enter a brief invisible state, during which the movement speed is increased by 100%, and a sneak attack is launched on the target, causing 80% dark damage, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Violent shock, blue consumes 100 magic points, leaps into the air and steps on the ground, causing violent vibrations on the surrounding ground, causing 80% damage to enemies within a 10-meter range, and adding a stun effect based on strength, which lasts for 2 seconds. Summon the Undead, Ring of Undead command. Summon the Undead, consumes 200 magic points and summons a level 10 Nether zombie leader to assist in battle. Wolf King's Roar, Heart of the Nether Wolf King consumes 100 magic points, launches a range attack covering a 50-meter radius, causes 80% sonic damage, and adds a fear debuff, making the opponent unable to move for a short period of time. The duration is related to the difference in mental strength between the two sides. Game coins, 738 gold coins, 4,875 copper coins. Looking at my current panel, I can describe it as a complete transformation. The four-dimensional attributes have exceeded 1,000. Skills have also been greatly supplemented and improved. Because I have collected quite a lot of talismans, such as Fireball Talisman, Ice Cone Talisman, Thunderbolt Talisman, Wind Blade Talisman, and Rejuvenation Talisman, the total number of each during this period of time exceeds 10,000. The most Fireball Talisman and Ice Cone Talisman even reach more than 13,000. Therefore, even after these two skills are upgraded to plus 13, there are still nearly 5,000 remaining. 5,000 may seem like a lot, but to upgrade to plus 14, more than 8,200 talismans are needed, which instantly made Jiang Hao lose the desire to continue swallowing talismans to upgrade. I worked tirelessly to extract entries, and it took more than 10 hours to extract more than 8,000 entries. What surprised Jiang Hao was that when the skills were upgraded to plus 10, special effects emerged. For example, the stealth activation skill grants an invincibility effect. Fireball adds burning status. Cone of Ice greatly increases the effect of the slow debuff, etc. Some additional effects directly transform skills, such as Rejuvenation. After Rejuvenation plus 10, an additional special effect of restoring health according to the upper limit of health is added. Rejuvenation plus 13 can restore 4% of the upper limit of health per second, which lasts for 13 seconds. Casting Rejuvenation spell once can restore half of your health. The later the game progresses and the more health you have, the more terrifying this skill becomes. More importantly, these are relatively basic skills with extremely short cooldown times. Combined with Jiang Hao's terrifying mana recovery speed, he can basically support unlimited use of magic. Now he is simply a walking infinite turret. Of course, this is only enough for him to dominate in the early stage. In the later stage, if he encounters those 80 or 90 Lord-level bosses, he can be easily killed in seconds with a normal attack. I had planned to stay in the novice village for a while, build up my attributes to the point where I could withstand a level 100 Overlord attack without dying, and then execute the last plan for the novice village. However, due to the attribute cap, swallowing white items could not continue to improve the attributes, and waiting for green items every day took too long, so he could only do it in advance. If this plan succeeds, he might be able to gain a firm foothold in the real world and solve Jiang Ling's physical problems. Chapter 52. After Jiang Hao carefully sorted out his next plan, the message column received news about a promising future. Qinta Wu Yang, boss, the auction has ended successfully. 32 pieces of green equipment were sold for a total of 1,340 gold coins. Where are you? If it's convenient, I'll go over and give you the money first. Zhu Feng, I'll leave the money with you. I'll probably be gone for a month or two. All you need to do next is to help me buy all the green grade materials, talismans, and special items I told you about before. Of course, the white grade Dongtian jade, blood spirit flower, and magic flower are excluded. You can buy these 3 unlimitedly. Qianchu Wuliang, but, you are not here, and I have nowhere to put the things I bought with so many gold coins. Zhu Feng, I have a house in Niacan. I have given you permission to enter and exit Niacan. When you receive something in the future, just put it in my house. Qiantu Wuliang, I see. What if you don't come back for too long and I leave the novice village? Zhu Feng, there are indeed various opportunities outside the novice village, but it is not so easy to defeat the gatekeeper boss. If you want to leave the novice village on a large scale, I estimate that you will have to wait for 2 or 3 months. As a pure businessman, you will naturally have business opportunities in places with many people. Believe me, just stay in the novice village for another 2 months, and you will definitely earn more money than if you leave the village. Qianchu Wuliang, okay. I'll listen to you. Thanks for the advice. Zhu Feng, you're welcome. After explaining that there was a bright future ahead for him, Jiang Hao went offline. It's still early, but he has been immersed in divine breath for more than 10 days, and tomorrow he will start to implement a crucial plan. He doesn't know how long he will be immersed in it, so Jiang Hao also wants to come out and get some fresh air. I took off my helmet. It was already early morning and the sky was just getting light. Jiang Hao walked out of the room and onto the balcony. He took a deep breath of the fresh air and stretched himself, feeling the stiffness in his body slowly relaxing from long hours of gaming. Oh, it would be great if I could manifest the art of rejuvenation. There is no physical discomfort that cannot be solved by a rejuvenation art. Jiang Hao thought secretly. After stretching his muscles, Jiang Hao glanced at Zhang Ling's room. As usual, she would probably take another hour or so to exit divine breath, so he simply washed up and went downstairs to have breakfast. When I walked out of the house, perhaps because everyone had entered divine breath, the streets seemed extremely quiet. Apart from some breakfast shops where people occasionally came in and out, there was no other people around. This is the change brought about by divine breath. Jiang Hao walked into the breakfast shop. Inside the store, the boss and his wife were busy preparing various breakfasts. When they saw Jiang Hao coming in, the boss wife quickly put down her work and smiled warmly, "Young man, what do you want to eat? Give me a tray of steamed dumplings, a deep-fried dough stick and a cup of soy milk." Jiang Hao said. "Okay. Please wait a moment," the proprietress said and quickly started to prepare. After a while, the steaming hot breakfast was served to Jiang Hao. The Xiaolong Bao has a thin skin and large fillings. With a light bite, the delicious soup bursts in your mouth, the fried dough sticks are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and paired with the fragrance of soy milk, Jiang Hao can't help but whet his appetite. "Young man, why are you up so early? People your age should be playing divine breath by now, right?" It can be seen that the proprietress is a more talkative person. "I just logged off and wanted to get some fresh air." Jiang Hao replied with a smile, "What about you? If you are so hardworking and persevering, the money you earn in divine breath will definitely be no less than selling breakfast." Hearing this, the lady boss smiled and shook her head, "Ah, we are old, fighting and killing are not suitable for us. Unless we are born in Luyuan village, the atmosphere in Luyuan village is better. I heard that people there can collect herbs and mine without any danger. You can make money there." I heard that people in Luyuan village can earn at least 1,000 yuan a day, and if they are lucky, they can make tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. The lady boss's words were filled with a hint of envy, but more of an indifferent acceptance of life. She continued, however, we old bones are used to getting up early, selling breakfast, and chatting with neighbors. We are quite content. The world in the game is great, but it always feels a little lacking in the human touch. Haha. Jiang Hao smiled and suggested, Boss lady, you will see everything, but I still suggest that even if you two elders don't enter divine breath, try to let the younger generations in your family try it out. Jiang Hao knew that if the passage to the other world was opened in 5 years, those who had not been strengthened by the game would only become blood food for the alien race. The lady boss smiled and responded, Thank you for your advice, young man. In fact, we also know that divine breath has a great influence. I bought my child a helmet from the beginning. Now I heard that she has joined a team called Mengqing Xian. Although they don't have many people, they are all very strong. No one in the village dares to provoke them. Hearing the name Mengqing Xian, Jiang Hao was stunned. You are talking about Mengqing Xian? Then what is the name of your daughter's game? Seeing Jiang Hao's big reaction to the name Mengqing Xian, the lady boss couldn't help but feel a little curious, but she still smiled and replied, Yes, it's Mengqing Xian. My daughter's game name is Jianexai. Do you know her? It's her. Jiang Hao immediately thought of Jianexai, the female warrior who was not big but had an extremely tough character and acted decisively. Her real name is Zhang Tian, and she was one of the first group of veterans who followed Sun Ji to establish the Mengqing Xian Guild. In her previous life, she also followed Sun Ji and risked her life to save him, but in the end she died before him and Sun Ji. Unexpectedly, in this life, by chance, I met her family first. Jiang Hao suppressed his excitement and asked calmly, Boss lady, is your daughter's name Zhang Tian? Haha. Yes. My daughter's name is Zhang Tian. It seems you two know each other. The proprietress said with a smile. I know someone from Meng Qingxian's team. She told me about their internal situation, among which she mentioned Jianexai, your daughter Zhang Tian. Jiang Hao found an excuse to get away with it. Then, he praised, your daughter is good and very talented. She will definitely shine in divine breath in the future. After hearing what Jiang Hao said, the lady boss couldn't stop laughing. Oh, boy, you are really good at talking. My daughter has been naughty and wild since she was little. Even though she is small, when it comes to fighting, boys of the same age are no match for her. Haha. Jiang Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. He could imagine Jianexai's unyielding spirit when she was a child, which coincided with the image of the brave female warrior in the game now. Hey young man, if you meet him in the game, you must take care of each other, said the proprietress. Of course. Jiang Hao said decisively, okay, I'm done eating too. Lady boss, please pack me another portion according to what I ordered just now. Okay. Jiang Hao took the packed lunch box and asked, how much? Young man, you are a friend of my best friend, so forget about this little money, said the proprietress with a smile. How can I do this, Madam Boss? Even brothers have to settle accounts clearly. After all, your daughter and I don't even know each other, so I can't take advantage of you. Besides, if you're like this, will I ever come to your place for breakfast in the future? Jiang Hao explained. After hearing what Jiang Hao said, the lady boss laughed even more happily. You are really honest, young man. Okay, then you can give me 20 yuan. Jiang Hao glanced at the price list on the wall. A steamed bun cost 10 yuan, a deep-fried dough stick cost 3 yuan, and soy milk cost 2 yuan. Then, he took out his mobile phone, scanned the code silently and paid 30 yuan, then picked up the lunch box and left. Finally, he turned around and said to the proprietress, Auntie, thank you for the breakfast. I will come again in the future. This young man. The proprietress Qin Shufen couldn't help but smile as she watched Jiang Hao leaving. Then, she turned to her husband Zhang Xuan, who was busy kneading dough, and said, "Old Zhang, what do you think of this young man just now?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Xuan glanced at her and immediately understood what she meant. "Our daughter is still young. He's already 22, how can he be young? That boy is so gentle and handsome, and he doesn't try to take advantage of others." Chapter 53. After going out for breakfast, Jiang Hao was in a very good mood when he heard the news about Meng Qingxian. When he returned home, Zhang Ling also recovered. Seeing Zhang Ling's increasingly worse complexion, Jiang Hao's heart couldn't help but tighten. "Brother, why did you get up so early today?" Zhang Ling asked cheerfully. "I have an important mission tonight. The next few days will be very busy. I have to immerse myself in divine breath day and night. Now that I still have some time, I went out for some fresh air and brought you breakfast," Jiang Hao said. Zhang Ling took the lunch box and said in surprise, "Wow! These are all my favorite foods." "Thank you, brother. Go wash up quickly," Jiang Hao urged, his eyes full of doting. "Okay." Zhang Ling went to the bathroom happily. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Ling suggested, "Brother, how about we go out for a walk?" Jiang Hao thought about it and realized that they had rarely had the opportunity to go out for a walk together during this period of time in order to improve their lives and careers, so he nodded in agreement. "Okay. Where do you want to go?" "How about the Imperial Garden?" Zhang Ling asked. The Imperial Garden is a former royal garden that has now been transformed into a national 5A scenic spot. The park has towering ancient trees, clear lakes, and various pavilions. It has a strong historical heritage and is a great place to relax. "Imperial Garden, it's really nice there. Let's go and have a look," Jiang Hao responded with a smile. "Okay," Zhang Ling said. Imperial Garden. Jiang Hao watched Zhang Ling jumping forward on the path of the Imperial Garden with cheerful steps. Her laughter as clear as silver bells came out from time to time, which made his thoughts drift to his previous life. In his previous life, at this time, Zhang Ling's illness had already broken out, but at that time his attention was almost entirely on Su Qing. He was worried about why Su Qing ignored him, so much so that he ignored his sister's abnormality. He remembered that Zhang Ling had called him and inexplicably told him to live a good life. He thought at the time that his sister was persuading him to leave Su Qing, so he hung up the phone in anger. It turned out that she was giving him her last words at that time. But this life is different. Because the disease was discovered early, Jiang Hao arranged the best medicine for her regardless of the cost. Now, the disease is under control before it even breaks out. In another 10 days or so, if the chemotherapy goes well, she can basically buy 3 to 5 years, which will be enough for him to materialize the rejuvenation technique. If tonight's mission goes smoothly, Zhang Ling won't even have to go through the pain of chemotherapy and will be able to get rid of the disease. Jiang Hao secretly swore that his sister would never leave alone like in the previous life. "Brother! Hurry up! I want to go on a boat trip." Zhang Ling looked back at Jiang Hao who was lagging behind and said. Jiang Hao immediately put away his thoughts, quickened his pace, and followed Zhang Ling. "Okay." The two bought tickets and rented an electric boat. Once on the cruise ship, the lake was sparkling, reflecting the lush trees and quaint buildings on both sides, like a flowing painting. Zhang Ling sat excitedly at the bow, her hands gently stroking the water, splashing strings of crystal water droplets. Her laughter echoed on the lake, infecting everyone around her. Jiang Hao sat behind Zhang Ling, looking at her happy appearance. His heart was filled with warmth and satisfaction. An hour had passed since they got off the cruise ship. The two of them visited the main pavilions and terraces in the Imperial Garden again, and it was already noon. Jiang Hao looked at Zhang Ling, whose forehead was slightly covered with sweat, and handed her a tissue. "Wipe the sweat first, shall we go to Yuzhisha for lunch?" Yuzhishu is a restaurant in Yuyuan that is famous for its antique flavor. It specializes in providing a variety of traditional dishes. Not only are the flavors authentic, but the environment is also extremely elegant. Of course, the price is naturally very expensive. Zhang Ling took the tissue and gently wiped the sweat off her forehead. A hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. Forget it. Eating at Yuzhishu is too expensive. Let's just find a small restaurant to eat. We don't have to spend so much. Jiang Hao looked at his sister's distressed look and chuckled, I have enough money now, don't worry about it. I will take you to eat all the delicacies in the country in the future. Don't you have a lot of blood medicine in your divine breath? Sell it in a few days and you can make 1 or 2 million. So, don't worry about the money. After hearing this analysis, Zhang Ling realized that the price of the blood medicine in divine breath had increased 2 or 3 times, and even if she sold it, she could still make hundreds of thousands. If it could increase tenfold as Jiang Hao estimated, she could easily make 1 or 2 million. And this was just a small strategy that Jiang Hao provided her. God knows how much money he has already made? Thinking of this, Zhang Ling's worries suddenly disappeared, and she nodded with a smile, okay. Then I will enjoy the good life with my brother today and have a good meal. So, the two of them walked into Yuzhishu. The antique decoration made them feel as if they had traveled back to ancient times. The waiter was dressed in hanfu and had elegant manners. He led them to a private seat by the window. The scenery outside the window is pleasant. The sunlight shines through the gaps between the leaves and onto the table, giving people a warm and peaceful feeling. Jiang Hao took the menu and ordered a few of Zhang Ling's favorite dishes, 3 dishes and 1 soup, which cost more than 2,800 yuan in total. For ordinary people, spending half a month's salary on a meal is indeed very expensive. In the past, Jiang Hao brought Su Qing here once with great reluctance in order to please her. Thinking of his own behavior as a bootlicker in his previous life, Jiang Hao couldn't help but secretly curse himself for being stupid. He would never waste a penny on unworthy people again, and he would make that BCH pay a heavy price. And whatever he thought about, happened. A Maybach slowly drove in from the gate of the Imperial Garden, with a sturdy off-road vehicle guarding it in front and behind. It looked very imposing, attracting the attention of people around. The car door opened, and under the protection of the guards, Su Qing, wearing a high-end suit, walked out of the car gracefully, and then naturally took the arm of Wang Alii who was standing beside her. Wang Alii had a proud look on his face as he walked side by side with Su Qing and entered Yuzhishu under the protection of bodyguards. When passing through the hall, Su Qing's gaze inadvertently swept across the restaurant, but suddenly froze at that moment. She saw Jiang Hao sitting by the window, chatting and laughing with Zhang Ling. At the same time, Jiang Hao also turned his head and his eyes met hers. This was the first time that Jiang Hao faced Su Qing face to face after his rebirth. Unlike Jiang Hao's indifferent expression, Su Qing's heart suddenly tightened. She knew Jiang Hao's obsession with her and was afraid that he would run up to question her regardless of the consequences. No matter what the result was, her image in Wang Alii's heart would inevitably plummet. After a period of contact, even if she only knew the tip of the iceberg, she could judge how terrifying the background of the Kyoto royal family was. If she hadn't activated her holy talent in divine breath, she would never have had any contact with the young master of such a noble family. And she would never let Jiang Hao, a suck-up, ruin this opportunity that would allow her to climb the ladder. Chapter 54. Although Su Qing was confused, she did not show it on her face and kept thinking of countermeasures in her mind. She gently tucked the hair around her ears, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes, and she decided to take the initiative to maintain her image in front of Wang Alii. The corners of her mouth curled up into a perfect smile, she pointed at Zhang Ling, and whispered to Wang Alii, "Mr. Wang, there is a friend over there. I'll go say hello and be back soon." Wang Alii followed Su Qing's direction, and his eyes froze for a moment when they touched Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling sat there, The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, dappled onto her body, adding a bit of fairy spirit to her. Her smile was pure and lively, like a clear mountain stream, washing away the dust in people's hearts, making people want to get closer and explore that unique innocence. "Oh? Is that lady your friend? She looks very special." Wang Ali's eyes were fixed on Zhang Ling, and his tone was filled with amazement that was hard to conceal. Su Qing's heart tightened. She didn't expect Wang Ali to be so interested in Zhang Ling, but she quickly adjusted her mood and raised a gentle smile. "Yes, she is my friend. A very pure and lovely girl. If Wang Xiao likes her, I can introduce you to her when I have the chance. But now there is a misunderstanding between her and me, so it is not appropriate to take you there for the time being." Hearing this, Wang Ali's eyes flashed with disappointment. "Okay. Then go and say hello to her. Remember to introduce me to her in the future. I'll go in first." Su Qing was secretly delighted, as his taking the initiative to leave was exactly what she wanted. After watching Wang Ali go upstairs, Su Qing walked towards where Jiang Hao and Zhang Ling were with a haughty look. Zhang Ling also recognized Su Qing. Zhang Ling had no good feelings towards this girlfriend whom his elder brother had been pursuing for several years. Now seeing her walking towards this side, Zhang Ling looked at Jiang Hao with concern. Su Qing stood in front of Jiang Hao and the other man with an arrogant look on her face, and said to Jiang Hao contemptuously, "Jiang Hao, we are over now. Don't bother me again in the future. Just treat me as a stranger when you see me." "What?" Zhang Ling was the first to get anxious. She knew how much thought her brother had put into this woman, and she had also seen with her own eyes how miserable Jiang Hao was because of Su Qing's indifference. At this moment, hearing Su Qing's resolute words, Zhang Ling's anger was instantly ignited. "Su Qing, don't go too far. My brother has given so much to you, why do you treat him like this?" Su Qing glanced at the angry Zhang Ling, and a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth, her eyes full of disdain. "Okay? I'll tell you the truth. His so-called dedication is endless and worthless entanglement. Jiang Hao, wake up, it's over between us. Now I am an existence that you can't reach. Please don't disturb my life anymore in the future. You." Zhang Ling was so angry that she couldn't speak, her eyes were red. Jiang Hao gently patted the back of Zhang Ling's hand to comfort her. Then he raised his head and looked at Su Qing with calm and deep eyes, his tone was unprecedentedly cold and distant. "Su Qing, you're right. Our relationship has indeed ended a long time ago. Go away. Don't stand here and affect our appetite. The relationship is over, but the hatred is not." This is what Jiang Hao thought. Although he wanted to tear this BCH into pieces now, he knew that now was not the right time. He had more important things to do and could not offend Wang Ali because of his momentary anger, otherwise Wang Ali's thought would completely disrupt his plans. Su Qing obviously didn't expect Jiang Hao to be so straightforward. She was stunned for a moment, and then she was ecstatic again. As long as he doesn't cause trouble for her and Wang Ali's relationship. "Humph, you're smart." Su Qing snorted contemptuously, turned around and was about to leave, but seemed to have thought of something, stopped, turned back to look at Jiang Hao, a hint of amusement flashed in her eyes. "Jiang Hao, I don't know if you are playing Divine Breath? What I want to tell you is that I activated the holy talent in Divine Breath, joined Aotian Pavilion, and became a senior member of Aotian Pavilion. You will never catch up with my pace. I advise you to completely give up your fantasy about me." After saying that, she smiled triumphantly, turned around and left, leaving behind a series of crisp high heel sounds echoing in the restaurant. Zhang Ling was so angry that she was shaking all over. She held Jiang Hao's hand tightly, her eyes full of worry and anger. "Brother, she is too much. You have paid so much for so many years, and this woman left with just one word. I will go and settle the score with her." Jiang Hao pulled her, without any anger on his face, and looked at Zhang Ling and asked, Do you want me to be with her? No. Of course not. This woman doesn't deserve you to be so nice to her, brother. Jiang Ling quickly shook her head. That's all. Jiang Hao chuckled, his eyes gently comforting his sister. Her words, to me, are like the wind blowing through the leaves, forgotten once they sound. Whoever wants this BCH can have her. Jiang Ling gradually calmed down after hearing this, and after a while she confirmed, brother, have you really let her go? Okay. Jiang Hao's tone was calm and firm, his eyes revealed a kind of indifference after experiencing vicissitudes of life. The emergence of divine breath has allowed me to see a wider world. It also made me understand that there are many things in life that are worth pursuing and cherishing. Su Qing, now in my eyes, is garbage. When Jiang Ling heard him describe Su Qing like this, she finally felt relieved. Come, let's eat, said Jiang Hao. Yeah. Jiang Ling nodded heavily. After they finished their meal at the imperial kitchen, the two of them played in the imperial garden until dusk before returning home. When I logged into the game again, it was just daybreak. Jiang Hao checked his condition and belongings, confirmed that everything was fine, and walked out of the room. This is Niakan of Luyuan village. Since he became old Li's apprentice, he is qualified to own a house in Niakan. Half an hour later, Jiang Hao came to the path of trial. This is the only passage leading to the outside world in the north of Luyuan village. Under the influence of the power of rules, this is equivalent to a copy. Each person or team faces an independent scene. Only after clearing the entire dungeon will you have the opportunity to leave the novice village and step into the outside world. When Jiang Hao arrived at the trial path, quite a few people had already gathered there. There were two teams standing in front of the crowd. One is a team composed of the elites of Aotian Pavilion, and the other is a team formed by DS Shenshi and Yu Huixuan. No need to guess, these two teams came here to become the first to walk out of the novice village in Huaxia district. Jiang Hao knew that it was precisely because of the competition between the two parties that the green equipment auctioned yesterday was sold at such a high price. However, when the two groups saw Jiang Hao appear here, their faces suddenly turned ugly. You have to know that Jiang Hao is the one who got the first kill of the king-level boss. If he really wants to create the path of trial, the Lord-level boss in the third level can't stop him at all. Then what was the point of them spending such a high price to buy those green equipment yesterday? Chapter 55. Jiang Hao saw their unfriendly looks and went straight to the trial path without explaining. Hong Yi Tianxiang saw that Jiang Hao was really competing with them for the triple kill of the Lord-level boss, and he could no longer hold back his anger, and ordered in a deep voice, "Let's go." After saying that, Hong Yi Tianxiang led the remaining 99 people into the path of trial. In team mode, a maximum of 100 people can form a team to challenge. On the other side, the team led by the owner of Peach Blossom Island and Ziwalang Qingcheng also followed closely and entered the trial path. Seeing Zhu Feng and the two guild teams entering the trial path one after another, this added more uncertainty to the first team in the Huaxia area to step out of the novice village. When the news spread to the internet, more netizens tended to believe that Zhu Feng would get a triple kill on the Lord-level boss and become the first person in the Huaxia district to step out of the novice village. The top leaders of Aotian Pavilion, DS Shenshi and Yu Huixuan Guild also held a meeting specifically for this purpose. Internal meeting of the core team of Aotian Pavilion. This Feng Zui is such a FG inhuman. He sells his equipment at a high price, and then grabs a triple kill at the last minute. How abominable! Thor, who has a more explosive temper, spoke first. Aoshi Kengqiang had a calm expression, but a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He then turned his head and looked at Ao Guiyiju Wang Aoju below, and said, "Aoju, have you found out the real information about Zhu Feng?" Wang Aoju shook his head, looking somewhat apprehensive. No, his account has no connection with a real bank account, and the service area of Tianxing technology cannot be invaded at all, so his IP address cannot be traced. Zhu Feng seems to know how to protect himself very well, and he did not leave any traceable traces. After hearing this, Aoshi Kengqiang asked in silence, "What about his appearance?" Wang Aiju replied, "Based on his appearance in the game, we found more than 8,000 similar people in Huaxia, but our people checked them one by one and confirmed that none of them was Zhu Feng. It is estimated that his appearance has been adjusted to a large extent, and the possibility of finding him by his appearance is very small." Aoshi Kengqiang frowned, tapping his fingers on the table, as if thinking about something. After a moment, he slowly spoke, "Since direct tracking is hopeless, let's start from the game. All members of Ao Tian Pavilion should be mobilized to pay close attention to Zhu Feng's movements. Once he reveals a flaw, we will act immediately." "Yes," everyone answered in unison. Although DS Shenxi and Yu Huixuan guilds were not as extreme as Ao Tian Pavilion, they were also dissatisfied and angry about Zhu Feng's behavior of first selling them equipment at a high price and then trying to snatch a triple kill from the Lord-level boss at the critical moment. Jiang Hao didn't know about this, and even if he knew he wouldn't care. At this moment, he had passed the first level with ease. There were already a large number of monster corpses lying next to him, more than 1,000 of them. Jiang Hao did not despise him and dismembered the bodies one by one. "We harvested about 50,000 copper coins and a large amount of materials." Jiang Hao put all these materials into the system package. After a while, the system package was filled up. He filled the system package not because the materials were precious, but to prepare for reducing losses in the future. After passing the first level, Jiang Hao continued to walk deeper into the trial path. The second level is a maze, which is an area shrouded in a maze. The space was thick with fog, visibility was no more than 20 to 30 meters, and the area was intricately divided by walls of rock so high that the top was invisible. When players walk into it, sense of direction becomes meaningless. There is no trick to passing this level, just keep testing and try each channel. Of course, there are some tricks to get through quickly. Jiang Hao took out fluorescent powder, and every time he came to a fork in the road, he would use the fluorescent powder to mark the intersection. Only half an hour passed from the time he entered the maze to the time he found the exit. But when he stood in front of the exit, he did not walk out and enter the third level. Instead, he turned around and walked back, then found a fork in the road that he had not walked through before and searched inside. That's right, the place he was looking for was not the exit, but a special place, a spatial node between realms. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Hao stood in front of a void. The empty space ahead is the most vulnerable part of the realm, and the realm barrier is directly exposed. The boundary barrier is the final barrier separating the first and second layers of the Divine Breath continent. Under normal circumstances, the boundary barrier will not be exposed to the outside world. This is only the case in special space nodes. The place in front of us is such a special place. Under normal circumstances, the boundary barrier is extremely solid. Even if it is damaged, it will repair itself quickly and it is extremely difficult to cross it. But there is one exception, the boundary breaking stone. The boundary breaking stone can open the barrier for a period of time. In later generations, someone specifically analyzed how to enter the second level of Shenkai continent in the novice village. The only chance was to first pass through the netherworld cave to get the boundary breaking stone, then go to the trial path to use the boundary breaking stone to open the barrier and enter the second level of Shenkai continent. This boring post happened to be seen by Jiang Hao. He just sneered after reading it at first, but he didn't expect that it would become his opportunity after his rebirth. Jiang Hao took out the boundary breaking stone, and when he was about to use it to open the boundary channel, he suddenly paused. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind. Is it possible to extract the entries from the boundary breaking stone? Whenever he got the unidentified Kongming stone before, he could directly extract the spatial entries from it. Then can the entries in this boundary breaking stone also be extracted? Once the idea came up, Jiang Hao couldn't help but want to try it. Activate Talent Hand of God. Extracted the entry successfully, gained the skill Void Travel. Do you want to extract it? It really works. And it is an extremely precious spatial skill. Extract. Jiang Hao's hesitation for even a second would be disrespectful to this skill. Void Shuttle consumes 1000 magic points to activate the skill of Void Shuttle, and consumes different amounts of magic points depending on the distance traveled and the strength of the space barrier and barrier traversed. The cooldown time is 3 days. Hiss. A skill with a cooldown period of up to 1 day. There is a common sense in Divine Breath, the longer the cooldown time, the more powerful the skill. The cooldown time for forbidden spells or secret skills is usually a few hours to a day. In his previous life, Jiang Hao had never seen a skill with a cooldown time of more than a day. But the cooling time for Void Travel is as long as 3 days. This means that Void Travel is a powerful skill that surpasses forbidden spells or secret techniques. This made Jiang Hao further realize the power of the rule-based talent God's Hand, which could even extract skills above the forbidden spell. Now that it has become a skill, Jiang Hao has nothing to hesitate about. He immediately activated his skill. Traveling through the void. When the skill was activated, his figure instantly turned into nothingness. In fact, Jiang Hao felt that he should be in a dimensional space at this moment. This feeling was very magical. But he didn't realize it for long. Seeing the rapidly decreasing magic value, he no longer hesitated and immediately shuttled to the other direction of the boundary. Chapter 56. Jiang Hao only felt that the scene was changing rapidly, and his magic value was dropping rapidly like a waterfall. Just when his magic points were about to run out, a light flashed before Jiang Hao's eyes. He knew that he had passed through the barrier. Swish! As soon as Jiang Hao landed on the ground, before he could even catch his breath, he subconsciously activated his skill. Invisible. Plus 13 invisibility comes with a 1.3 second invincibility effect, which gives him some reaction time even when he encounters fatal danger. Fortunately, he was lucky and landed in a barren wasteland with no monsters around. But Jiang Hao did not cancel the stealth skill. Anyway, the mana consumed per second is not as fast as the mana recovery rate, so he will be safer if he stays invisible. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise behind him. Jiang Hao turned around and saw that the boundary barrier he had just passed through was being repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, the void space quickly faded away until it disappeared. In other words, the spatial node that exposed the boundary barrier has disappeared. Even if Jiang Hao is resurrected in the novice village, he cannot use the void shuttle to travel through again. Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, his magic value is high enough. If he ran out of mana halfway and fell into the space rift and died, he would not be able to enter the second level of the Divine Breath continent. Not long after, Jiang Hao recovered to his peak condition and began to explore the surroundings. Naturally, he had no direction at the beginning. He had to find a landmark location first, and then he could go to the target location after positioning himself. Jiang Hao walked aimlessly in the wilderness until he saw a towering mountain in the distance. The top of the mountain was shrouded in clouds and mist, and the outlines of some strange buildings could be vaguely seen. Jiang Hao immediately thought of a place called Union Peak, where an alien race called the Tianyi tribe lived. The Skywings are humanoids with wings on their backs. They are good at using wind magic. They are fast and can fly, making them an extremely difficult race. Jiang Hao only observed for a short while at the foot of the mountain when he saw many Tianyi people coming in and out. He knew that this was most likely Union Peak. After determining the location, Jiang Hao's face did not look very good. Because the place he was going to was Blazing Valley. The Blazing Valley is a full 100,000 kilometers away from here. Even if he tried his best, it would probably take more than a month to get there. This is the case when he is still in the player panel of the novice village, and there is no fatigue value or physical strength value. If there were limits on physical strength or fatigue, he would need even more time. But 1 month was still too long for him. However, thinking that he had the skill of void travel, which should be able to buy him a considerable amount of time, Jiang Hao finally suppressed his restless heart. Jiang Hao carefully avoided Union Peak. Aliens are not monsters, their intelligence is no less than that of humans. Even though this is a barren area and the Tianyi tribe is basically the lowest level alien race, it is still not something Jiang Hao can handle now. You should know that the alien races that can gain a foothold in the second level of Shengzi continent are all over level 100 when they are adults. Jiang Hao moved away from Union Peak and made sure that he would not be discovered by the Tianyi clan. Then he identified the direction and started heading towards the Xian Valley in the southeast direction. Now that the direction was clear, Jiang Hao slowed down and moved forward at full speed. If he encounters a relatively flat place without any danger, he will directly activate his speed skill. His agility was already high, and his speed increased by 460%. His figure was like an arrow shot from a bow, leaving only a trail of afterimages and the sound of whistling wind. Just as Jiang Hao was rushing on the road at full speed, on the other side, in the trial path of Luyuan village, the two teams passed the second level one after another and came to the boss guarding the third level. This is a bear-like monster with a huge body, covered with brown-black hair, and eyes flashing with lightning. Thunder Bear, Lord Level Boss. Level, 10. HP, 600,000. Armor, 180. Attack, 2,500. Skills, Lightning Slash, Lightning Shield, Lightning Chain, Furious Rage, Thunder Shock. Lightning Slash, swings its huge bear paw at an astonishing speed, instantly releasing a lightning-like slash, causing 120% damage to the first target in the straight line ahead. Lightning Shield, summons a shield made of lightning that surrounds the Thunder Bear's body, absorbing 50% of physical and magical damage, while making the Thunder Bear immune to all interruption and stun effects. Lightning Chain, spits out a lightning chain from the mouth, causing 120% lightning damage and jumping between targets. The damage decreases by 20% each time. Berserker Rage, when the war bear's health drops below 20%, it will enter a berserk state, increasing its attack power by 50%, its attack speed by 20%, but reducing its defense by 20%, which lasts until the end of the battle. Thunder Shock, the war bear stomps the ground hard, triggering a strong thunder shock wave, causing 80% damage to all enemies within a 20-meter radius, and has a certain chance of paralyzing the enemy, making it unable to move or cast spells for 3 seconds. This is not the first time that both teams have faced the Thunder Bears. They also knew that Zhu Feng was competing with them for the triple kill. Both teams attacked the Thunder War Bear without any hesitation. The Thunder War Bear has an attack power of 2,500, and only the man from the DS Shenchi and Yu Huaxun joint team who is holding the nether shield and wearing full green equipment can withstand it. But even so, after he was hit by an attack, he had to retreat and then take a long time to recover. And in this process, other people have to go up one by one and die, delaying time. In addition, DS Shenchi and Yi Huaxun also made a lot of preparations. Each of them carried a lot of talismans. As long as the person was not dead, they would throw them at the Thunder War Bear as if they were free. Although the attack power of these low-level talismans is not very high, each one can only cause dozens or hundreds of points of damage, but they can't withstand the large number. Under the attack of the talisman, the Thunder War Bear's health soon dropped below 50%. Lu Fengzi, go up and entangle it. Everyone else, step back, the owner of Peach Blossom Island ordered. Lu Fengzi is the person in their team who has activated the B-level speed talent, and he is the only one who can entangle the Thunder War Bear for a while. This short moment gave most of the team a chance to escape. Thunder strikes. The thunder shock wave swept around. Lu Fengzi, who was at the center, was naturally not spared. Even those who were slower were killed instantly when they were hit by the shock wave. Seeing that there were still more than 70 people left on the field, the owner of Peach Blossom Island breathed a sigh of relief. Bumi. It's your turn, the owner of Peach Blossom Island continued to order. The immortal god of war is the man holding the netherworld shield. In addition, he was wearing a full set of green equipment, which almost combined the strongest equipment of the two guilds in one. The moment he stepped onto the battlefield, 3 more defense-enhancing buffs were bestowed upon him. In this extreme state, he can probably withstand 2 attacks from the Thunder War Bear without dying. The immortal god of war was at the front, and after fighting with the Thunder War Bear for 4 or 5 rounds, he dodged its instant lightning strike, and was slapped away by the Thunder War Bear's giant palm with a bang. Chapter 57. In an instant, his health dropped by half. He immediately took out a bottle of intermediate blood recovery reagent and swallowed it. At the same time, several recovery skills fell on him from behind. Now the recovery power of these skills and potions is not strong. After a series of operations, the health of the immortal god of war can only be increased to 60%. If he takes one more normal attack, he will be left with little health. If he is attacked by a weak point, he may even die. And now has come the critical moment. Even as the people behind him were consuming talismans at all costs, the Thunder War Bear's health was still dropping rapidly. Time is running out, and the immortal god of war continues to move forward with his shield. This time, the immortal god of war and the Thunder War Bear fought for 7 or 8 rounds before they were finally knocked to the ground by a heavy blow. Don't worry about me. I'll deal with it for a while, you guys just go all out, the immortal god of war shouted urgently. At this time, the Thunder War Bear's health has dropped to around 20%. Sure enough, when several talisman attacks fell on it, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from the Thunder War Bear. Violent rage. The attack power surged by 50%. Unless the immortal god of war filled up his health, he would no longer be able to withstand the attack of the Thunder War Bear. In addition, the Thunder War Bear's attack speed also increased by 20%. This time, the immortal god of war only fought with it for 2 or 3 rounds before he was instantly smashed to pieces by the Thunder War Bear's giant palm. Even if it was only 10% of the senses, it almost caused the immortal god of war's soul to collapse. This extreme pain is not something that ordinary people can endure. The death of the immortal god of war made the Peach Blossom Island master look grim in an instant, but the situation was urgent, so he immediately ordered, "Execute Plan B." The rest of the people began to move in an orderly manner. 2 people in a group entangled the Thunder War Bear from different directions. When one group dies, the next group takes over. The continuous relay bought a lot of time for others. There is one advantage of the Thunder War Bear after going berserk, which is that its defense is reduced. Everyone's attack power increased by 20%. Although there were fewer people, the speed at which the Thunder War Bear's health was decreasing did not slow down. Time passed by second. The closer they got to the moment of success, the more nervous Peach Blossom Island Master and Ziwalang Qingchang became, fearing that a world announcement would suddenly be made at the last moment. The world announcement at this time must be that Zufeng or Aotian Pavilion will get a triple kill of the Lord-level boss. No matter which side it is what I am looking forward to. The crowd gathered outside the trial path and netizens on the forum were also nervously waiting for the results to be revealed. 3 hours have passed, why hasn't Master Zufeng cleared the trial path yet? A person who can kill a king-level boss shouldn't be stopped by a lord-level boss for so long, right? What is Master Zufeng doing? Haha. Maybe Zufeng got the first kill of the lord and king levels by cheating. Now that he is in a real fight, he may not even be able to pass the first level. What the above person said makes a lot of sense. Maybe he was just lucky enough to pick up a few low-health bosses, which is why he got the first kill. Don't make blind guesses. Master Zufeng might have his own plans. As time went by, the discussions on the forum became more intense, and the battle in the trial path entered a white-hot stage. The Lord of Peach Blossom Island and Ziwalang Qingcheng stared at the battlefield. Most of their team had been sacrificed, but the Thunder War Bear's health was finally running out. The final blow, let's get ready, shouted the owner of Peach Blossom Island. Then everyone else stopped what they were doing, leaving only the Peach Blossom Island Master and Ziwalang Qingcheng to continue activating talismans to attack, to see who would get the final blow. Finally, the Thunder War Bear let out a shrill howl, and its huge body finally fell to the ground with a loud bang. Congratulations on becoming the third player to kill a Lord-level boss. Would you like to publish your ID for announcement? The owner of Peach Blossom Island and Ziwalang Qingcheng stared at each other. But after a pause, Ziwalang Qingcheng showed an excited look, while the owner of Peach Blossom Island had regret in his eyes and gave a bitter smile. After a while, the world announcement that the entire network had been waiting for finally sounded. Ding! Congratulations to Huaxia player Ziwalang Qingcheng for becoming the third player to kill a Lord-level boss. Special rewards, 20 gold coins, 200 reputations, and 20 free attribute points. Bite! Bite! After the 3 world announcements, the dust settled and the internet instantly became boiling. DS Shenxi and Yuhuaxuan Guild officials were the first to release congratulatory announcements, and promised to release a video of killing the Guardian boss soon. Different from the excitement of DS Shenxi and Yuhuaxuan, the atmosphere in Aotian Pavilion seemed particularly heavy. In the conference room, the central screen was showing a scene of a fierce battle between the team led by Hong Ai Tianxiang and the Thunder War Bear. When the team that was fighting fiercely received the world announcement, there was an obvious pause in their movements, and this pause almost caused the team to collapse. In an instant, only 7 or 8 of the remaining 30-odd people in the team were reduced to 7 or 8. Aosi Kengkayang, who was sitting at the head of the conference table, couldn't help but frowning slightly, and his face became even gloomier. It was not until Hong Yi Tianxiang quickly dispatched the team over that he felt a little relieved. Almost a minute later, when the Thunder War Bear fell down, there were only 9 players left on the scene. After completing the kill, Hong Ai Tianxiang immediately distracted himself and entered the forum, and then projected his attention to the conference room where the top executives of Aotian Pavilion were meeting. As soon as Hong Ai Tianxiang came in, he immediately bowed and saluted, "President, we failed to successfully take down the Lord-level boss triple kill. Please punish us, President." There was a coldness in Aosi Kengkayang's eyes, while Hong Yi Tianxiang still hunched over and dared not stand up straight. After a while, Aoshi Kengkayang said in a cold voice, "Get up. Take the remaining people and establish an advantage outside the village as soon as possible." "Yes." Hong Ai Tianxiang then stood up and left the meeting room. At this time, the discussion on the internet about the triple kill of the Lord-level boss was still heated, but the focus had gradually shifted from congratulating DS Shenxi and Yuhuaxuan Guild to questioning Zhu Feng. In addition, a small number of people began to feel sorry for Aotian Pavilion. "Where is Zhu Feng? Didn't we agree to fight for the triple kill? How come there's not even a trace of him in the end? The battle at Aotian Pavilion is over, but there is still no news about Zhu Feng. The wind-chasing god may have already sneaked out of the novice village. It's a bit regrettable that Aotian Pavilion, I heard that they killed the Thunder War Bear 1 or 2 minutes slower than the DS Shenxi and Yuhuaxuan joint team. A guild has managed to challenge 2 major guilds. It's already pretty good to be able to do this. Aotian Pavilion is still the strongest guild. No one should object to this, right? Well, I don't object, but I still choose to join the Yuhuaxuan Guild." Next, as the videos of the 3 major guilds killing the Thunder War Bear were released one after another, everyone gradually realized that in addition to equipment, talismans played a vital role if the novice village wanted to pass the trial path for the first time. As a result, the price of talismans in each novice village increased from 10 copper coins per piece to 30 to 50 copper coins per piece. As more and more people leave the novice village and realize that the prices outside are dozens or hundreds of times higher than those in the novice village, the prices in the novice village also continue to rise. In addition, after leaving the novice village, the lower limit of sensory perception is increased from 10% to 20%. Being hurt makes people feel more painful and more afraid of death. And blood-restoring medicine has become a must-have medicine when going out. As a result, the price of the primary blood bottle, which was originally ignored in the novice village and only cost 2 copper coins, skyrocketed to 20 or 30 copper coins, an increase of at least 10 times, making it the item with the highest increase among all items. Chapter 58. Lingfeng Village. Inside the drugstore. When Zhang Ling finished refining another bottle of intermediate blood recovery medicine, the pharmacy owner, Old Man Zhang, narrowed his eyes and smiled, "Little Linger, not bad." The success rate of 10 portions of intermediate blood recovery medicine reached 50%. You are now considered an intermediate pharmacist. I have nothing more to teach you. You are now ready to become a master. Old Man Zhang was very impressed with Zhang Ling's talent for being able to be promoted to an intermediate alchemist in just over a month. When Zhang Ling heard that he could become a master, he immediately showed joy on his face. He turned around and bowed deeply to Old Man Zhang, saying sincerely, "Master, thank you for your cultivation of me during this period of time. I may have to leave Lingfeng village in a few days. I wonder when we can meet again." Old Man Zhang looked at Zhang Ling with a smile, his eyes full of love, and said, "Haha, go. We will meet again if we are destined. Remember to protect yourself, and at the same time, you must stick to your path of refining medicine. Don't bury your excellent talent for refining medicine." Zhang Ling nodded heavily, remember Master's teachings. After Zhang Ling left the pharmacy, she sent a message to a person named Yuezhui Qingxian. "Xiao Linger, Sister Sun Ji, I have become an intermediate alchemist. When will we leave the novice village?" "Yuezhui Qingxian, I estimate that I will have to wait for 2 more days before I can be promoted to an intermediate tailor. By the time I am promoted, I will use up all the green materials I have and make a few pieces of green leather armor. I should be able to try to break through the path of trial. It will probably take another 4 or 5 days." "Xiao Linger, okay, I will also take this opportunity to refine some more intermediate potions, so that my success rate will be higher when I challenge the levels." Yuezhui Qingxian, well. Thank you for your hard work. I will thank you very much when we leave the novice village. "Xiao Linger, you're welcome. I haven't thanked you enough for all the secret help you've given me and my brother in the past." Yuezhui Qingxian, haha, that's all in the past. Now I feel relieved to see that you are living well. "Xiao Linger, then, when will Sister Sun Ji meet us?" Yuezhui Qingxian, don't we see each other every day? "Xiao Linger, oh, I'm talking about reality. My brother and I haven't seen you for several years. Don't you want to see my brother? I'm telling you in secret, my brother has completely broken up with that scumbag." Yuezhui Qingxian, let's talk about it later. Our most important task now is to develop well in Zhenkai. "Xiao Linger, okay. By the way, Sister Sun Ji, the blood medicine we hoarded before is now at a high price. Keep the ones we will use in the near future, and the rest can be shipped." Xiao Linger, once players gain a foothold outside the village and their levels and attributes improve, the value of this low-level blood medicine will become lower and lower. Xiao Linger, on the contrary, the power of the talisman is determined by the user's magic attack and will not depreciate with increased strength. Xiao Linger, also, have you noticed that in the novice villages that have been attacked by Lord-level bosses, the production rate of talismans is getting lower and lower? Yuezhui Qingxian, I didn't notice this. Xiao Linger, it's not very obvious now, but after a while someone will probably release the statistical data, and then the whole network will know about it. Yuezhui Qingxian, if this is true, the price of talismans will become more and more expensive. In the future, they may even become a scarce resource, and be snatched by major guilds and high-end players. Because talismans do not need to be consumed and can turn the tide of battle at critical moments, their value is self-evident. Xiao Linger, so, Sister Sun Ji, I suggest that after you sell the blood medicine, you should stock up on talismans. Even if the price has doubled or tripled, you should buy them. Because there is more room for appreciation in the future. Yuezhui Qingxian, okay. If you say so, I will sell some of my stocks and assets and stock up on more resources. Xiaoling Sister Sun Ji, you have invested hundreds of millions, and now you are investing all your assets. If there are any changes or accidents in the game, the loss will be too great. Yuezhui Qingxian, Xiaoling don't worry. I am confident in the future of Shengzi. Even if there are any changes, I have a strategy to deal with it. Apart from other things, this batch of blood medicine alone has made me earn more than 1 billion. No matter how much I lose, it will never happen to me. Of course, this is all thanks to the information you provided. Xiaoling haha, I'm glad I could help you. Yuezhui Qingxian, okay, let's stop talking. I have to speed up my progress and become a mid-level tailor as soon as possible, and then make green equipment. Xiaoling yeah, come on, Sister Sun Ji. After ending the call with Sun Ji, Zhang Ling saw that it was almost time, so she simply quit the game. At dawn, Zhang Ling washed up and went out to buy breakfast. Not surprisingly, when she came back, Jiang Hao was already up. Ever since Jiang Hao said he would start a mission, he has been immersed in the game, and half a month has passed. Brother! It's time for you to get up and have breakfast. Zhang Ling said. Okay. Jiang Hao responded, washed up hurriedly, sat at the dining table and immediately picked up the buns to eat. Brother! Eat slowly. A few minutes won't make up for the rush. Zhang Ling said as she handed Jiang Hao a cup of soy milk. Jiang Hao took a bite of the bun and said vaguely, my mission is a bit special. I have to keep an eye on it all the time, otherwise it is very likely that all my efforts will be wasted. Well then. Zhang Ling shook her head helplessly, then you should also take care of your health and don't get exhausted. I'm not tired, but my body is a little stiff from lying down for too long. However, the mission will be over soon. If everything goes well, we can completely solve these problems in the future. Jiang Hao said. By the way, brother, Dr. Wang urged me to go for chemotherapy. My physical condition has now reached the standard, and he suggested that the earlier the chemotherapy is started, the better the effect will be. Zhang Ling said. Don't worry, wait for 2 or 3 days until the results of my mission come out before making a decision. Jiang Hao said. Zhang Ling thought Jiang Hao was too busy with his in-game tasks to accompany her, so she said, Brother, I can do it alone. If you are worried, you can hire a nurse. This will not affect your progress in the game. Jiang Hao knew that no matter how much he explained, it was useless, so he said seriously, listen to me, let's talk about it in 2 or 3 days. Okay. Although Zhang Ling had some doubts in her heart, she still chose to believe her brother. After quickly finishing his breakfast, Jiang Hao said hello to Zhang Ling and went online again. After traveling for half a month, Jiang Hao was not far from the Blazing Valley. However, when his consciousness returned to his body in the game, he immediately felt a strong pressure coming at him. Jiang Hao used his skills without hesitation. Invisible. Boom. Just as he activated his invisibility skill, a terrifying flame enveloped him. The flame burn is just immune to the invincibility effect that comes with invisibility. Extreme speed. Jiang Hao ran towards the cave entrance without saying a word. With the help of extreme speed, Jiang Hao quickly got rid of the monster that attacked him. He didn't expect that even though he hid his body in such a secret cave, it was still discovered by the monster. Fortunately, he came online in time, thus avoiding the tragedy of all previous efforts being wasted. Entering the second level of Shengzi continent is not like the first level. As long as you log off, your body in the game will disappear. Entering the second level, the body in the game is actually a sub-soul body. This sub-soul body will not disappear just because you go offline. It will still exist as a body. However, after going offline, this body is equivalent to a shell without consciousness. If you encounter a monster and are not online, you will be at the mercy of others. If this Dai soul body is killed, not only will his character level and attributes in the game be halved, but his spirit in reality will also be severely damaged. Moreover, if his spirit cannot be fully restored, he will not be able to log into divine breath. Therefore, the cost of death once in the second level of Shengzi continent is extremely high. Chapter 59. Hoo. After getting rid of the monster's entanglement, Jiang Hao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Hao estimated that the monster just now was an elite monster above level 100. If there is time, I can kill it. After all, with his current attributes and a number of ridiculously powerful skills, he should have no problem dealing with a level 100 elite monster. But if he makes too much noise late at night and attracts the attention of monsters around, he will be in danger. He didn't want to waste his precious time on it. Jiang Hao carefully found another shelter and waited until dawn. After confirming that there was no danger, Jiang Hao went offline, hurriedly ate and washed up, and then immediately went online again. Walking out of the shelter, Jiang Hao now found himself in a barren area, with only a few sparse drought-resistant plants growing tenaciously around him. This place is close to the Blazing Valley. There is a nest in the core of the Blazing Valley, and a level 200 holy fire dragon lives in it. Except for a few maximum level divine beasts, these beings are the most powerful ones in this world. The area around Blazing Valley naturally became the territory of this fire dragon. Every time the fire dragon wakes up from its slumber and its breath leaks out slightly, a powerful firestorm will erupt, sweeping across the entire Blazing Valley and even affecting the surrounding areas. This is why the vegetation in the surrounding area is so sparse. Jiang Hao found a hill with relatively high terrain and looked into the Blazing Valley. It is very easy to find the location of the fire dragon, just look for where the temperature is high. Jiang Hao's ultimate goal is naturally to explore the dragon's lair. Dragons have the habit of collecting all kinds of treasures, and this holy level fire dragon is no exception. There are many high-level soul crystals in its nest. Jiang Hao's target is these precious treasures in the fire dragon's lair. As long as he steals a small part, it might be enough for him to manifest his attributes and skills in the game. Jiang Hao stood on a hilltop and quickly locked onto the location of the fire dragon's lair. After taking a deep breath, he prepared for action. He knew that he had to be cautious with every step that followed, because if he took a wrong step, all his efforts would be wasted. A holy level fire dragon could blow him to death with just a light breath. Jiang Hao gradually approached the fire dragon's lair. The situation he was most looking forward to was naturally that the fire dragon was not at home. But the fire dragon usually goes out to find food once, then comes back to sleep for half a year, so the probability of encountering it away from home is extremely low. In this situation, no matter how high his luck is, he cannot influence it. After all, it is not determined by probability. Jiang Hao slowly approached the fire dragon's lair. Every step was like walking on thin ice. When he finally got close enough to peek inside the nest, he couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness. He carefully stuck his head out and looked through the space into the nest. At this moment, a hot breath rushed towards me from inside the nest. Jiang Hao quickly shrank back, but even so, there were still 2,000 or 3,000 injuries rising from above his head. Sure enough, the fire dragon did not leave its nest. The breath just now was emitted by the fire dragon turning over and exhaling air. The flames dissipated, and the damage on Jiang Hao's head was finally lower than the blood recovery rate, and his blood volume was gradually filled up. Not long after, another flame burst out from the nest. This flame was much weaker than the previous one, and was sprayed out by the fire dragon's breath. This time Jiang Hao did not shrink back. Facing the damage of 5,000 or 6,000, he finally saw the scene in the nest clearly with the help of the firelight. In the nest, a huge fire dragon was curled up on the ground and sleeping. When the flames faded, the precious light behind the fire dragon came into view. Jiang Hao's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. With a quick glance, he discovered that there were many soul crystals among them that he had always dreamed of. Jiang Hao's eyes were fixed on the pile of treasures behind the fire dragon, and he didn't notice that a stone under his feet had loosened due to excessive force. Hua wah! The stone slid down with a slight sound, and Jiang Hao's heart instantly rose to his throat. He quickly steadied his body, stared at the fire dragon, and prayed in his heart that it would not be awakened by the noise. However, the opposite happened. The huge body of the fire dragon trembled slightly, and its tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Two gazes as hot as lava instantly locked onto Jiang Hao's position. Jiang Hao felt an unprecedented sense of crisis surge in his heart. He knew that he had been discovered by the fire dragon. Roar! The fire dragon let out a deafening roar, and the entire space seemed to tremble with this roar. It opened its huge mouth and breathed out a breath of fire even more violent than before, spraying towards Jiang Hao's location. Escape! Extreme speed! Jiang Hao's speed suddenly increased significantly, and then he quickly fled out. Due to the obstruction of the mountain, the terrifying breath of fire did not fall on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was not dead, so he naturally did not escape the fire dragon's perception. The fire dragon will naturally not let it go if a tiny ant dares to covet it. It roared, and its huge body suddenly rushed out of the nest, spread its wings, set off a blazing hurricane, and chased after Jiang Hao. After only 2 or 3 breaths, Jiang Hao felt a dark curtain coming over his head. The fire dragon's huge body blocked out the sky. In front of this huge creature, Jiang Hao felt unprecedentedly small and powerless. But he is a reborn person after all. It's not like I haven't faced such terrifying existences in my previous life. Although he was shocked, he was not so frightened that he could not move. While fleeing quickly, he paid attention to the movements of the fire dragon. The fire dragon stared at this extremely weak human as if he were an ant and was not in a hurry to kill him all at once. It seemed as if it was playing with its prey and enjoying the game of chase. Treat it as a refreshment when it just wakes up. Jiang Hao didn't care, but was secretly happy in his heart. He kept walking and used his extreme speed skills to continue flying away from the fire dragon's nest. During the process, the fire dragon circled slowly in the sky, as if mocking how far the ant could escape. Finally, 30 seconds passed, the extreme speed state ended, and Jiang Hao's speed dropped significantly in an instant. The fire dragon in the sky was still looking at him with a teasing look, as if asking him, "Are you going to continue running away?" Jiang Hao saw that in just 30 seconds he was already several kilometers away from the fire dragon's lair. Instead of being in a hurry, he simply stopped, looked up at the fire dragon in the sky, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, traveling through the void. With a swish, Jiang Hao's figure instantly disappeared in front of the fire dragon. The fire dragon's huge body paused slightly in the air, and a hint of doubt flashed in its eyes as hot as lava. It looked around, but could no longer find any trace of the weak human. The fire dragon roared unwillingly, and scorching flames gushed out of its mouth, burning the surrounding rocks and vegetation black. However, all this was in vain, and the hateful human being was still not found. After venting wildly, the fire dragon paused for a moment, and suddenly looked towards its own nest, and then a boundless rage rose from the bottom of its heart. Because it sensed that human presence in his lair. Ah! Damn thief! Finally, the furious fire dragon uttered a human word. Its huge body twisted violently in the air, quickly changed direction, and rushed towards its nest. Chapter 60. The other side. After Jiang Hao awakened the fire dragon, a plan quickly came to his mind. I didn't expect the fire dragon to be so arrogant. In order to satisfy its desire to tease ants, it allowed Jiang Hao to use his extreme speed skills to get away from its nest. This gave Jiang Hao the opportunity to lure the snake out of its hole. After creating some distance, Jiang Hao activated the void shuttle skill and instantly returned to the fire dragon's lair. Just after completing the shuttle, Jiang Hao looked at the treasures that were as big as a small mountain, and without hesitation, he extended his spiritual thoughts out. Collect it for me. Receive. Receive. After Jiang Hao put most of the soul crystals into his personal space, he calmed down and began to focus his attention on the high-level items among them. What made him depressed was that the higher the level of the item, the higher the magic value consumed. This forced him to make a choice. His mind locked onto several treasures that required a great deal of magic power to be consumed. Swish! A ball of light with a lingering aura was stored in his personal space. Swish! An ordinary iron sword disappeared in an instant. Swish! 2 beautiful silk dresses disappeared. Swish! A ring engraved with complex runes was also included in Jiang Hao's personal space. When he wanted to continue collecting, he found out. Mana is running out. What is it like to look at a pile of treasures in front of you but be unable to put them in your pocket? Jiang Hao suddenly felt a little regretful now, regretting why he didn't increase his magic value a little more before trying again. His operation just now only took away 1/10 of the treasures. But he can still return to the devil. Hurry! 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 In the past, he thought that a mana recovery rate of 1000 per second was abnormal enough, but now Jiang Hao feels that it is far from enough. Too slow. Now he could only pray that the fire dragon would react a little later. The longer the time, the better it would be for him. While waiting for the magic to return, Jiang Hao's eyes were searching the nest. Suddenly his eyes fell on a giant fiery red egg in the corner of the nest. That is Fire Dragon Egg. The Fire Dragon Egg lay quietly in a corner of the nest. A holy level Fire Dragon's egg, so it should at least be holy level, right? The Fire Dragon Egg is about 1 meter tall, and the surface of the eggshell is covered with dense fiery red scales, as if it were condensed from pure flames. It emits a faint red light, blending in with the surrounding hot environment, yet it has its own majesty. Subtle energy fluctuations flow on the eggshell, and tiny flame patterns can be vaguely seen slowly moving, like a living thing, revealing the extraordinary and powerful life inside the egg. This vitality is so strong that even through the eggshell, one can feel the shock and awe coming from the ancient bloodline. Confirmed. This is at least a holy dragon egg. It might even be a god level one. There is a circle of fire gems around the fire dragon egg. Jiang Hao knows that this was arranged by the fire dragon to assist in the growth of the fire dragon egg. Seeing this, Jiang Hao's heartbeat accelerated again. He realized that the value of this fire dragon egg might far exceed the sum of all the treasures he had collected before. I want it. Jiang Hao couldn't help but cover it with his divine thoughts. Magic power is lacking. Recover quickly for me. Jiang Hao vaguely heard a loud rumbling noise coming from outside. He knew that he didn't have much time left. Once the fire dragon had vented its anger, it would probably return to its nest. Time passes by second. Finally, when Jiang Hao's magic value recovered more than half. Receive. The fire dragon egg disappeared from sight in a flash. At the same time, a loud roar suddenly came from outside. Jiang Hao knew that he was discovered by the fire dragon. Now that he was discovered, he had no scruples this time. He is still on the novice panel. He also has a system package. And there is no need to consume magic points to receive items from the system package. Receive. Receive. Fill up all the system packages for me. The first thing he collected was naturally the circle of fire gems next to the fire dragon egg. The same items can be stacked together in the system package, with a maximum quantity of 100. After collecting that circle of gems, it only takes up 2 grids. He still has 38 squares. Jiang Hao's eyes turned to the hill of treasures. Time was running out and he couldn't choose. In short, there is only one principle. Take whichever one shines brightly. When he had almost filled the system package, the light in the nest dimmed. The fire dragon is back. Jiang Hao turned a blind eye and continued to collect treasures calmly. As soon as the fire dragon came back, his eyes instantly fell on the place where the fire dragon egg was originally. Finding it empty, he immediately became furious. With a boom, a violent flame instantly broke out. In just a moment, Jiang Hao's health dropped to 0. Just when Jiang Hao's health was about to drop to 0, the fire dragon seemed to have thought of something and instantly retracted the flames. Jiang Hao, who had a little blood left, had 1800 HP, which was constantly recovering. You despicable human, how dare you steal my offspring and treasure? Release my offspring, and I will let you die quickly. The dragon's voice roared in the nest, with unquestionable majesty and anger. Jiang Hao raised a faint smile. You should be able to sense that I don't have the aura of your offspring. It has been sacrificed by me. Sacrifice? How dare you sacrifice my offspring? Ah! Unforgivable! The fire dragon's angry roar shook the entire nest, and its eyes, as hot as lava, burned with endless anger and sorrow. How dare you, lowly human, treat my offspring like this? I will tear you into pieces to vent my hatred. The fire dragon roared and grabbed half of Jiang Hao's body with its 2 claws. Shh! Jiang Hao was torn in half in an instant. What the fire dragon didn't know was that when Jiang Hao's health points were reduced to 0, there was still a smile on his face. Jiang Hao provoked him just for this moment. If the fire dragon was smarter, it could have trapped Jiang Hao here and tortured him endlessly. That would have been Jiang Hao's nightmare. Pity. It missed this opportunity. The fire dragon naturally didn't know about this. It seemed that it was still not satisfied. It used its claws to clench Jiang Hao's body into pieces. Then, with a boom, a violent flame swept through, and Jiang Hao's body was instantly turned into ashes. Ah! In reality, Jiang Hao's face turned pale instantly. He jumped up from the bed, and then immediately took off his helmet. Then, he held his head tightly with both hands and curled up back on the bed. Veins bulged on his forehead, as if he was suffering from unspeakable pain. I don't know how long it was before Jiang Hao was exhausted by the pain and fell asleep. Chapter 61. Brother? Brother! What's wrong with you? Brother! Don't scare me! Woo-woo, brother! I'll take you to the hospital. Faintly, Jiang Hao seemed to hear Zhang Ling's crying voice. He suddenly grabbed her hand and opened his eyes with all his strength. A weak voice came, Ling. Linger, I'm fine. Don't go to the hospital. Brother! Are you really okay? You looked so scary just now, holding your head all the time, and your face was frighteningly pale. Zhang Ling's voice was tearful and her eyes were red. She was obviously frightened by Jiang Hao's appearance just now. Jiang Hao forced a comforting smile, even though it was full of fatigue. I'm really fine, it's just a small accident in the game that gave me a headache. I'll be fine after a rest. Zhang Ling was skeptical, but nodded. She helped Jiang Hao adjust the pillows so that he could lie more comfortably. Then you take a rest first. I'll get you some hot milk. Drinking it will calm your nerves. Okay, thank you, Linger. Jiang Hao said, and then felt sleepy and wanted to close his eyes. After breakfast, he drank a cup of hot milk under Zhang Ling's supervision. Finally, Zhang Ling reminded him, Brother, if you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me. Yeah. Jiang Hao nodded and said, Linger, don't worry, I know my own situation, I'm really fine. Go and do your thing, I'll be able to accompany you to the hospital for a follow-up examination tomorrow. Zhang Ling looked at her brother who was tired but trying to be calm, and her heart was full of worry, but she nodded gently, then returned to her room and continued to refine medicine in Chenkai. After watching Zhang Ling leave, Jiang Hao finally had the energy to recall the moment of his final death. Even though he had experienced it several times in his previous life, the feeling of death still left him with lingering fears. After Jiang Hao calmed down his inner turmoil, he continued to rest. He was mentally traumatized, and sleeping could speed up his recovery. He slept until night. Seeing that Jiang Hao was sleeping so soundly, Zhang Ling didn't even wake him up for lunch. Now that dinner is ready, she stands at the door of Jiang Hao's room, constantly weighing whether to let her brother continue to rest or call him to eat first. At this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly moved and opened his eyes. Since her brother had woken up, Zhang Ling stopped worrying and walked in, asking with a worried look, "Brother, are you feeling better?" Jiang Hao sat up, stretched, and a look of relief appeared on his face. "Well, much better, Ling. I feel more energetic after a good sleep." Seeing that he was still extremely pale, Zhang Ling still worriedly asked, "Brother, dinner is ready. Do you want me to bring it in for you?" Jiang Hao shook his head and smiled, "Not really. I'm really fine now, let's go out to eat together." Hearing her brother say this, Zhang Ling had no choice but to nod and help Jiang Hao walk out of the room. The mental trauma made him lose interest in everything. Jiang Hao didn't eat much for dinner. He ate a little in a hurry, washed up quickly, and lay back on the bed to continue resting. The next day, after another night's sleep, Jiang Hao finally no longer had any problems with his movements. After Zhang Ling woke up, the two of them had breakfast and went to the hospital. In the afternoon, after getting all the reports, Jiang Hao and Zhang Ling came to Dr. Wang's office. After reading the report, Dr. Wang said, "Your current indicators all meet the criteria for chemotherapy. It seems that the previous treatment plan and effect were good." After a pause, Dr. Wang continued, "With such good conditions, are you sure you want to give up chemotherapy?" Zhang Ling looked at Jiang Hao, waiting for him to make a decision. Jiang Hao did not answer his question, but asked, "Within a month, my sister will not have any life-threatening conditions, right?" Dr. Wang replied, "No, I can't say how long it will take, but I am sure it won't break out within 3 to 5 months, and it will be even better within a month. But I have to tell you that the effect of chemotherapy now is much different from that of chemotherapy 1 month later. If it weren't for the money, I would suggest that you get chemotherapy as soon as possible." Jiang Hao said, "That's good, let's talk about it in a month." "Thank you, Dr. Wang." Dr. Wang sighed as he watched the two people leave, and looked at Zhang Ling with sympathy. Such a good child has to face this kind of predicament. Back home, Jiang Hao guessed that Zhang Ling must have a lot of concerns in his heart, but she didn't see what happened later with her own eyes. Even if he told her, she might not believe it, and she would have more concerns, so she asked, "Ling, do you believe me?" Zhang Ling blinked her big, watery eyes and nodded vigorously, "Brother, don't worry about me. I believe you. You must have your considerations. No matter what you do, it is definitely for my own good. You don't have to have any psychological burden. I support you." Jiang Hao touched her head, his eyes full of tenderness and determination. "Ling, don't worry, I will never let anything happen to you." "Yet," Zhang Ling responded, and then said, "I'm going to cook." 1 month later. During this month, the development of divine breath has been changing with each passing day. The highest level has already exceeded level 50. Of course, what people talk about most is that after leaving the novice village, all kinds of new opportunities and challenges emerge in an endless stream, allowing players' strength to achieve a qualitative leap. Some people are lucky enough to find a top-grade treasure in the wild. After picking it and taking it, they increase their free attribute points by more than 300 points and their strength soars on the spot. Some people explored the mysterious cave and obtained a large amount of gold coins and rare materials. Someone completed the adventure mission and was rewarded with a growth-type spiritual weapon. The development of major guilds is also in full swing. Not only do they compete for resources in the new map, they also establish their own territories and recruit more players to join, forming an intricate pattern of power. Of course, these territories are not blessed by the heart of the territory, and are not protected by rules. They can only be regarded as temporary settlements and may be breached by monsters at any time. But it is undeniable that by bringing more people together, the strength of these large guilds has been unprecedentedly enhanced. This makes it easier and simpler for them to compete for resources in new maps and defeat bosses. With the support of a large amount of resources, they will in turn be able to improve their strength. The 10 major guilds of later generations also gradually took shape during this stage. After a month of adjustment, Jiang Hao's spirit finally recovered completely, and he was finally able to enter Divine Breath again. Re-entering Divine Breath, Jiang Hao's figure appeared at the Resurrection Fountain in the Novice Village. As soon as Jiang Hao appeared, he couldn't help but look at his system package. This sight immediately made him happy. After all, luck came into play at the last moment. The system package has 40 grids, but after being killed, only a few pieces of materials in a certain grid were dropped. The loss is minimal. This made Jiang Hao feel relieved. He quickly composed himself and headed towards his room in the inner village. He did not leave the Novice Village, and the room that belonged to him in the inner village was not taken back by the village. After entering the room, he could finally take stock of his harvest. I wonder what surprises the treasure house of the top saint-level boss on the second floor can bring him. Chapter 62. His attention first fell on the pile of soul crystals, which was also what he was most concerned about. There are 1,208 soul crystals in total. All of them are purple or above. Among them, there are 358 purple ones, 688 golden ones, 135 spiritual ones, and 27 holy ones. The fire dragon is worthy of being a saint-level boss. It doesn't even look at the lower-level ones, and even the purple ones are rare. The golden ones are easier to obtain and are relatively high level, so they are the most numerous. Soul crystals are divided into grades such as white, green, blue, purple, gold, spiritual, holy and divine. White soul crystals can provide 1 point of soul source, green 2 points, blue 10 points, purple 100 points, gold 1000 points, spiritual quality 10,000 points, holy quality 100,000 points, and divine quality 1,000,000 points. With this calculation, Jiang Hao has a total of 4,777,800 soul sources. What is the concept? It only takes one soul source to withdraw one attribute point. If Jiang Hao uses all the soul sources to withdraw attribute points, it will be enough for him to withdraw more than 4.77 million points. In addition, when withdrawing talents, skills, or equipment, the amount of soul power required will vary depending on the grade or level requirements. Now after Jiang Hao died once on the second floor, his level and attributes were reduced by half. Now all his attributes added up to only more than 2,000 points. Even if all the current attributes were brought out, it would only be a drop in the bucket. Therefore, this time, not to mention other things, this soul source alone is an unlimited wealth, which shows how rich the harvest is. But now Jiang Hao can only watch and do nothing. Because only after leaving the Novice Village, updating the panel, and opening the soul source attributes, can soul crystals be converted into soul source points, and then the soul source points can be used to withdraw cash. There is no rush for this. Jiang Hao continues to sort out the spoils. In addition to soul crystals, Jiang Hao also obtained a large number of attribute gems, thousands of which were of purple grade or above. A purple attribute gem added at least 100 attribute points and some of the best ones reached 300 or 400. Others can only use these attribute gems for inlay, but Jiang Hao can use his talent to directly extract their attributes and strengthen himself. If he wanted to, he could completely digest these attribute gems and then push his own attributes to an extremely terrifying level, but he suppressed this idea. Because, when the attribute reached 1000, he knew that there were hierarchical barriers, and high-level treasures could naturally be used to improve low-level attributes. But this would be a waste. When he is upgraded to the corresponding level in the future, he will not be able to improve his attributes without high-level treasures. And these advanced attribute gems are not ordinary things. It will be extremely difficult to obtain one in the future. For the sake of long-term development, he does not want to waste it at this stage. Of course, he is not a pedantic person. If he really encounters any danger, it will not be too late to devour it then. Most of the rest are various high-level materials. He naturally will not sell these high-level materials. When his forging skills improve in the future, he will transform them into equipment, which will be more valuable. Skipping the gems and materials, there are only 12 items left. In addition to the light ball with a lingering misty aura that he had collected before, an ordinary iron sword, 2 beautiful silk dresses and a ring engraved with complex runes, there are also an old-fashioned book, a bottle of crystal clear unknown spiritual liquid, an ancient and dilapidated secret scroll, a pair of exquisite earrings, a small jade pendant, an ordinary-looking dagger, a jade seal with a dragon pattern carved on it, iron sword, 2 long skirts, rings, earrings, jade pendant and dagger are all equipment. The ring is a holy weapon, the iron sword and 2 long skirts are spiritual weapons, and the earrings, jade pendant and dagger are all golden equipment. These all need to be identified in order to truly unleash their true effects. The simple book is a collection of experiences on forging tools, OUI's secret records of forging tools. It records the lifelong experience and insights of a master craftsman named OUI's in forging tools. Jiang Hao can quickly improve his forging skills by reading it in the future. Its value is immeasurable. Everything in the hazy light is unknown. No one knows what the broken secret scroll is. I guess we need to collect all the other fragments to reveal its true appearance. The crystal clear spiritual liquid is a gold-grade reagent with unknown properties and effects, and it also needs to be identified. There is only one clue for the final jade seal, a god-level item. It also requires identification to stimulate its effectiveness. Jiang Hao never thought that the treasure he received through the system package actually contained a god-level item. This is really a lucrative deal. God-level items are extremely rare and powerful in the game, and each one contains earth-shaking power. He didn't expect that he would be so lucky to get one this time. Putting away his thoughts, Jiang Hao's eyes finally fell on the fire dragon egg. He opened up a space in his portable space according to the appearance of a fire dragon's nest and arranged those fire gems around the fire dragon egg. At this moment, he had no idea when the fire dragon egg would hatch. Looking at the huge pile of top-grade equipment materials and props, Jiang Hao could only wail in his heart, which finally turned into a sigh. Let alone divine or holy items, it is not easy to identify spiritual weapons. Therefore, in the short term, these top-quality equipment are destined to be only for viewing and not for use. Jiang Hao shifted his attention away from his personal space and began to check the situation inside the house. A large amount of resources are piled up here in different categories. These resources are mainly talismans, and the rest are mostly potions. These were all collected for him by Qiantu Wuliang. After putting away everything in the room, he opened the system panel and opened the chat window of Qiantu Wuliang. Zufeng, I'm back. Qiantu Wuliang, wow, ha ha ha. Boss, you are finally back. Where are you? I will come to find you. Zufeng, I'm in the inner village, planning to go out and level up for a while, and then I plan to leave the novice village. If you're ready, I'll take you with me. Qiantu Wuliang, haha. With the boss here, I can save a lot of money on training. Let me know when you leave. Wind Chaser, see you at the entrance of the Path of Trials in 3 hours. Okay. After folding the panel, Jiang Hao extracted the potion entries while hurried on his way. The place we are heading to for leveling up this time is naturally the territory of the corrupted demon spiders in the Shadow Forest, where no one disturbs us. What surprised Jiang Hao a little was that there were actually a large number of people leveling up outside the territory of the corrupt demon spider. These people often form teams of 4 or 5, and then one of them takes turns entering the territory of the corrupted demon spider to lure out a corrupted demon spider, and then work together to kill it. Because the territory of the corrupt demon spider is extremely poisonous, the -50 poison damage per second is not something that ordinary people can withstand. People who enter to lure the monsters may not be able to get out if they are not careful. Even if you successfully lure the monster, you still have to spend a lot of time repairing and recovering after killing it together. It can be said that this is not a good leveling point. Jiang Hao accidentally heard what everyone said next and finally understood why so many people came here to level up. Chapter 63. It turns out that these players are all ordinary players, most of whom are full-time miners and herbalists. They are the first group of people to enjoy the dividends brought by Jiang Hao. But now, several major resource points have been divided up by several major guilds, leaving no place for these ordinary people to stay. Even the good leveling spots were occupied by them. Ordinary people who wanted to level up could only come to dangerous and inefficient places like the corrupted demon spiders. After Jiang Hao sorted out the context of the incident, he realized that he had participated in the trial that day and had not been heard from since. Fortunately, these big guilds still maintained a certain degree of restraint in the past few days. But as time went by, there was no news of Zhu Feng in the village. These big guilds also gradually confirmed that Zhu Feng might have left the novice village, so they became bolder in their actions and no longer had any scruples. They began to wantonly occupy resource points and leveling points, squeezing the living space of ordinary players. After Jiang Hao understood the whole story, his eyes narrowed slightly. But he was in no rush to do anything. Nothing is more important than leveling yourself now. With a few quick leaps, he penetrated deep into the territory of the poisonous spider. Basically no players dare to go deep here, so no one disturbs Jiang Hao from leveling up. This time Jiang Hao didn't even bother to pick up his weapon. When he saw a monster, he would just cast a fireball, ice cone, lightning strike, or wind blade at it. If he encountered a group of 3 or 5, he would cast pyroblast or frostfall. Without exception, as long as the monster was hit by Jiang Hao's magic, it would be killed instantly. Jiang Hao advanced very quickly. In less than an hour, he had swept through most of the territory of the corrupted demon spiders, and his level reached 8. With only 1.5 levels of experience left, Jiang Hao left the shadow forest without delay and headed towards the dark forest. There is also a leveling point deep in the dark forest, which is also the best leveling point for reaching level 10 in the novice village, the King Kong Ape territory. The King Kong Ape is a level 9 to 10 tribe territory. The population is huge and the experience is rich, making it the first choice for many players when they reach level 10. When Jiang Hao arrived at the entrance of the King Kong Ape territory, he was stopped. "Kid, the ticket is 10 copper coins. Otherwise, get out," said the leading player with contempt in his tone. Jiang Hao glanced at his guild badge. Well, an old enemy from Aotian Pavilion. Then there's nothing much to say. Pyroblast. With a loud boom, the exploding fireball fell among the crowd like a meteorite, with flames splashing and heat waves rolling. Ah! No! Hot! These people only had time to utter a word before they were instantly burned to death. Even if it's just 10% of the senses, the pain that can burn a person to death is not something these ordinary people can endure. Jiang Hao instantly wiped out all the people from Aotian Pavilion who were blocking his way. This scene was seen by the people behind him who were waiting to enter the King Kong Ape territory, and there was an uproar. Who is this guy? So fierce? He even dares to destroy the Aotian Pavilion. Hee, putting aside other things, I feel great just seeing him blow up those bastards from Aotian Pavilion with just one fireball. Do you think he looks familiar? Isn't he the Wind Chaser? It seems so. Is the Wind Chaser back? Did anyone record the video just now? Send it to me to play it back. Hee, I'm sure it's the great god Zhu Feng. He's the only one who's not afraid of these big guilds. Then, if Master Zhu Feng comes back, will all the resource points and leveling points be opened? Hey, I've uploaded the video to the forum. I feel like the weather in Luyuan village is going to change. Jiang Hao ignored the heated discussions behind him. Not long after he entered the territory of the King Kong apes, he encountered a team of dozens of people hunting a small group of King Kong apes. Before Jiang Hao got close, someone warned him sternly, "Aotian Pavilion is doing business here, all outsiders please leave immediately." What a fate, it's Aotian Pavilion again. Jiang Hao sneered in his heart. Fireball. With a boom, the man was swallowed by the fireball, turned into a ball of flame, and reduced to ashes in full view of everyone. This scene made the dozens of people stunned for a moment, and then they looked at Jiang Hao in horror, as if they had seen the god of death. "You, who are you? How dare you act so wildly in the territory of Aotian Pavilion?" one of them shouted in a timid manner. Jiang Hao smiled coldly and did not answer, but instead cast a pyroblast. The attack range with a radius of 25 meters almost covered the dozens of people and the King Kong ape. Boom! A huge explosion resounded throughout the King Kong ape's territory, and flames swept out like a raging wave, engulfing everything around it. With heat waves rolling and smoke rising, the whole scene looked like the end of the world. Anyone covered by flames, whether a player or a King Kong ape, will be killed instantly. Although Jiang Hao's attributes were reduced by half, his magic attack was still as high as 5,000 to 6,000, which was totally beyond the ability of the players and monsters in the novice village to resist. As the flames gradually dissipated, what was revealed was a scorched earth and equipment and items scattered on the ground. Among the dozens of people in Aotian Pavilion, only a few were lucky enough not to be affected by the flames and escaped with their lives. At this moment, they were all terrified, looking at Jiang Hao as if they had seen a ghost, fearing that he would send them all away with another fireball. You are Zifeng." Finally, one of them asked in a trembling voice, as if he had thought of something, his eyes full of disbelief. Jiang Hao glanced at them coldly, without denying or admitting, and just said lightly, "Go back and tell your guild leader to wait at the base. It's best to call all of you back. Get lost." Those people acted as if they had been pardoned. They didn't even pick up the equipment on the ground and fled from the King Kong ape's territory in a panic. The equipment on the ground are all white or of no grade. Jiang Hao doesn't mind collecting them all and extracting their attributes when he has time. The attributes of the equipment are still more than those of the primary potion. After cleaning up the scene, Jiang Hao began to search the territory of the King Kong ape. King Kong apes are social monsters, and you often encounter several or even more than a dozen of them together. But for Jiang Hao, this is not a problem. Instead, it speeds up the monster killing efficiency. After less than an hour of grinding, Jiang Hao killed more than 200 King Kong apes, and his level finally returned to level 10 as he wished. While collecting the spoils, Jiang Hao finally felt something different. After killing 200 King Kong apes, he got 8 pieces of equipment. This explosion rate has never been seen before. In the end, he attributed it to the luck attribute playing a role. It seems that it was a wise move to collect Dongtian Jade to refine the lucky bracelet to improve the luck attribute. Jiang Hao thought to himself. The luck attribute is high, and the biggest benefit is naturally that when you are killed by a fire dragon, basically nothing is dropped. The main purpose of improving the luck attribute was for that moment, hoping to obtain as many soul crystals as possible when stealing the fire dragon's treasure. Who would have thought that later on, by chance, he would obtain a space ring and a piece of Kongming stone, which activated and upgraded his portable space, and that was why he gained so much in the second level of Shengzi continent. But I don't know how the effect of luck value will be reflected after leaving the novice village and without the novice panel. Jiang Hao thought so, and he became more determined to continue improving his luck attribute if he had the chance. Chapter 64. Luyuan Village. Aotian Pavilion's headquarters. This is the flattest and most open terrain outside the village. A simple wooden fence was made around it, and several wooden houses were built in the middle. This was the residence of Aotian Pavilion in Luyuan village. At this time, the headquarters of Aotian Pavilion was full of people. More than 2,000 people stood in the open space in the center of the base, and the atmosphere was tense and solemn. They all received the call from the branch president, Monk Juru, and hurried back from various resource points and leveling points. The purpose is naturally to deal with the threat released by Zhu Feng. On the high platform in the center of the base, Monk Juru said loudly to the crowd below, "Brothers, we are gathered here today for no other reason than the extremely arrogant Zhu Feng. He actually dared to openly kill members of our Aotian Pavilion and threatened to make us wait here. He is really arrogant to the extreme. What should we do in the face of Zhu Feng's provocation?" Faced with Monk Juru's questions, the emotions in the crowd were instantly ignited. Fight! 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 Kill! 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 The dignity of Aotian Pavilion cannot be trampled upon, and the glory of Aotian Pavilion cannot be tarnished. Monk Juru stretched out his hand to suppress the crowd, and the crowd instantly quieted down. He continued, "Good. Very good. Zhu Feng, who does he think he is? Are we at Aotian Pavilion afraid of him alone? Today, if he dares to come, we will let him know what true fear is. We will use our strength and actions to tell him the price of provoking Aotian Pavilion." Outside the Aotian Pavilion headquarters, many people gathered at this time, some from other guilds, but most of them were ordinary players. "Hey, Feng Zhu is here to uphold justice for us. Didn't Zhu Feng leave the novice village a long time ago? So many people saw him enter the trial path more than a month ago, and he has never come out. If he didn't leave the novice village, then where did he go? I don't know where he went, but I saw him with my own eyes in the King Kong ape territory. I saw it too. Wind Chaser really didn't leave. I just don't know what he was doing in the King Kong ape territory. Why are you still guessing? Go level up. I saw from afar that he killed those King Kong apes and then absorbed the spiritual energy that exploded from them. No way. Wasn't he already level 10 a long time ago? Why is he still absorbing spiritual energy? With his strength, it would only take a few minutes for him to leave the village. Then there is only one possibility: he was demoted. He needs to recover to level 10 before he can enter the trial path and leave the novice village. Hee. Now I just want to know if Master Zhu Feng can take on the entire Aotian Pavilion alone. I think it's difficult. Yes. The current Aotian Pavilion is not the same as before. If they get ruthless and throw a few talismans at us, even if Master Zhu Feng has a lot of health, he won't be able to withstand it. Let's wait and see. Anyway, I hope Master Zhu Feng wins. I really miss the days when I could earn 1,000 or 2,000 a day just by mining. Who isn't? Ever since the mine was divided up by the big guilds, those days are gone forever. Ordinary players around were whispering, while those players from big guilds had serious expressions. They all knew that today's battle would most likely completely change the situation in Luyuan village. Here it comes. The Wind Chaser god has really arrived. I saw a dark shadow approaching rapidly in the distance. Everyone recognized at a glance that this was Jiang Hao's usual outfit. The level was restored and the previous equipment was put on again. Everyone retreated and made way for a passage. Jiang Hao walked into the Aotian Pavilion's residence with steady steps without any hesitation. His arrival made the originally noisy station instantly quiet. Monk Juru entered the game later, and the members of Aotian Pavilion who were in the same batch as Jiang Hao have basically left the novice village. He had never competed with Jiang Hao of the same generation. Although he had heard of Jiang Hao's reputation, he had never seen Jiang Hao's strength with his own eyes, so he couldn't help but look down on him. At this moment, seeing Jiang Hao coming alone, Monk Juru sneered and said, "Zhu Feng, you are quite courageous. You dare to break into our Aotian Pavilion alone. Do you really think that we can let you bully us in Aotian Pavilion?" Jiang Hao looked calm and said calmly, "It's okay if you think so. I came here today just to express my attitude. I said before that the village's resource points and leveling points are open to all players and no guild is allowed to occupy them. Now only a month has passed, and you seem to have turned a deaf ear to my words. Monk Juru's face darkened and he said angrily, Zhu Feng, don't take yourself too seriously. In Luyuan village, and even in the entire game world, strength speaks. Why do you think you can dominate everything? Jiang Hao nodded, his voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the station. You are right, strength is the key here, so I will make sure you remember what I said next. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Hao moved like a black lightning. Extreme speed. The speed increased by nearly 5 times, allowing Jiang Hao to appear in front of Monk Juru almost in the blink of an eye. Then he put his hand directly on Monk Juru's neck. Now, do you remember? Monk Juru only felt an irresistible force strangling his throat, his face instantly flushed, and after suppressing the fear in his heart, he said, if you have the guts, kill me now. Aotian Pavilion will never surrender. If I die, all members of Aotian Pavilion will definitely drag you to be buried with me. That's a good suggestion. I really want to see how you guys will drag me to be buried with you. Jiang Hao said and then twisted his neck. Flash sale. Jiang Hao's physical attack is now around 5,000 to 6,000. Even if his unarmed attack power is discounted, it is still around 2,000 to 3,000, enough to kill most of the players in the novice village in seconds. He killed our president. Revenge for the president. Kill Zhu Feng. Don't be stingy, use the talisman. The members of Aotian Pavilion roared. Talismans were activated in the hands of the crowd. Suddenly, the base was filled with light and the power of the talismans overflowed. Fireball talismans, ice cone talismans, thunder talismans, all kinds of talismans poured down on Jiang Hao like raindrops, and the entire garrison seemed to have turned into a gorgeous battlefield. Jiang Hao faced the overwhelming attack of talismans but did not show any panic. When most of the magic was about to fall on him. Immortal body. Immune to all damage below 5,000 for 10 seconds. Even if there are many spells, they can only cause him 1 point of forced damage. Thousands of -1 damage floated up, but this amount of health was pulled back in just 1 second. So, in the eyes of outsiders, when countless gorgeous spells were cast on him, Jiang Hao's health bar only moved slightly, and finally remained steadily at the full value. How is this possible? Why didn't his health drop? What skill is this? Is this an invincible skill? Have you ever seen an invincible skill being forced to reduce health? So, is this his own defense? Isn't this too much? The members of Aotian Pavilion were stunned with shock. They had never seen such a strange scene. According to their expectations, even if the monster had as much health as the leader, it would be seriously injured if not killed in this round of attacks, but Jiang Hao was hardly affected. Come again. He must have used some powerful skill, there must be a time limit. However, Jiang Hao did not stand still and let them attack. Chapter 65. Pyroblast. Swamp Magic. Frost Fall. The 3 major group attack skills are respectively deployed in areas where the crowd is most densely populated. In an instant, 600 or 700 people died. This is not over yet. Summoning of the undead. A zombie leader suddenly emerged from the ground. Then Jiang Hao started to move, quickly moving to the most secret place among the remaining people. The Wolf King roars. A sound wave covering an area of 50 meters exploded. At this moment, more than 300 people died. When the others saw this, they were all shocked beyond words, as if they had witnessed an unbelievable disaster. How can he be so strong? How strong is his attack power? How come everyone dies immediately after being touched by him? Is this the true strength of Mount Everest? It's terrifying. Incredible. Haha. Wind-chasing God is still my God. What's the point of having more people in Aotian Pavilion? Almost half of them were killed or injured in just a few seconds. Good job! We are trying to dampen the morale of these big guilds. After Jiang Hao finished using the group attack skill, he started to launch another pseudo-group attack skill. Continuous fireballs. Under his control, 8 fireballs attacked different people. After the continuous firing of fireballs, 2 other spells were connected, and the cooldown of the fireball spell ended. Then naturally, another 8 consecutive fireballs fell into the crowd. You will definitely win. Send Fa to kill 1 person in seconds. On average, 10 people were killed every 3 seconds. This efficiency was terrifying. After being shocked, the representatives of the big guilds immediately forwarded the video of the scene to the branch presidents of their guilds. As they watched their companions being burned to ashes by the horrific flames, the people of Aotian Pavilion gradually lost the will to fight. Although dying in battle is not true death, no one wants to feel the pain of death. Even Aotian Pavilion in its heyday couldn't do anything to Jiang Hao. Now the remaining people in Aotian Pavilion have only one emotion: despair. Escape. This is the devil. It's so scary. The members of Aotian Pavilion began to flee in all directions. Their former pride and glory were replaced by fear at this moment. After everyone had escaped, Jiang Hao fired several fireballs to destroy the wooden house in the middle. Finally, Jiang Hao walked towards the crowd outside the base with the blazing fire on his back. He knew that someone must be recording or live streaming the video. Jiang Hao came to the crowd and said to those holding props, "Please help me spread a few words. I reiterate once again, all resource points and leveling points in Luyuan village are open to everyone, and no guild may monopolize them. Otherwise, if anyone dares to disobey me again, this will be your fate. Also, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because I leave the novice village. Don't forget that your guild also has a base outside." After saying that, Jiang Hao left gracefully. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the trial path. Here, he finally met Jian Wu Yang. After the two exchanged pleasantries, Jian Wu Yang said, "Boss, the money you left with me before is still over 800 gold coins. I will transfer it to you now." Good. Seeing that there were still more than 800 gold coins, Jiang Hao showed helplessness on his face. Over the past month, because major guilds have controlled resource points and leveling points, it has become extremely difficult for ordinary players to obtain resources. This is why Jian Wu Yang still has so much money left. Jiang Hao didn't care too much about other resources, but Dongtian Jade was related to the growth of his luck attribute, and he must not let the resource points of Luyuan village be monopolized by the big guild. This is why Jiang Hao used Aotian Pavilion as an example to warn all the major guilds. There is another reason why he is so tough. Dongtian Jade is a specialty of Luyuan village. Although it is produced in other places, the quantity is very small. After Jiang Hao accepted the money, he said, "Have you arranged everything here? Don't let anything go wrong with the collection of Dongtian Jade." Jian Wu Yang replied, "Don't worry, boss, someone will inherit this business even if I'm not here. After all, who wouldn't want to make money?" Previously, due to the monopoly of the guild, the amount of Dongtian Jade received was relatively small. After your warning, I guess no guild would dare to mess with you. As long as the Dongtian Jade mine is opened, a large number of ordinary players will go into mine. It's a fair purchase, no one can bid higher than us, and the amount of Dongtian Jade we receive will increase. I will keep an eye on it for you, and when my people leave the novice village, I will send the Dongtian Jade over." Jiang Hao said, "That's good. Let's go. I'll take you out of the village." Okay. An hour later. After Jiang Hao killed the leader guarding the gate with several consecutive skills, Jiang Hao finally walked out of the novice village as he wished. Jiang Hao also received a series of system prompts. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully exited the novice village. The new environment will make the following adjustments. 1. The lower limit of sensory setting is increased from 10% to 20%. 2. Add physical strength attribute. Physical strength is related to physical fitness. 1 physical fitness equals 10 physical strength. If the physical strength is lower than 50, the player's strength will be weakened to a certain extent. If the physical strength is lower than 20%, the player will fall into a weak state. If the physical strength is lower than 10%, the player will lose the ability to move. If the physical strength reaches 0, the player will die. 3. Added fatigue value attribute. Fatigue value is related to mental strength. 1 mental strength equals 10 fatigue value. When the fatigue value is lower than 50, the player's reaction ability will be weakened to a certain extent. When the fatigue value is lower than 20%, the player will fall into a sluggish state. When the fatigue value is lower than 10%, the player will fall into a trance state. When the fatigue value reaches 0, the player will die. 4. Increase soul source points. Killing monsters of level 100 or above can obtain soul crystals from the monsters. Absorbing soul crystal energy can gain soul source points. 5. Cancel the system package. 6. Cancel the monsters directly dropping equipment, props, and other finished items. 7. Open the life skill system. Players can improve life skills such as gathering, medicine making, forging, talisman making, tailoring, cooking, etc. through learning and practice, and make potions, equipment, talismans, potions, and other props by themselves. The 7 points for adjustment are the same as in the previous life. What Jiang Hao cares most about is the soul source points. Turning this on means that he can convert soul crystals into soul source points, and then cash out the attributes, skills, equipment, props, etc. in the game. Jiang Hao soon arrived at the nearest town, Guxi Town, with a lot of money. Jiang Hao was not too familiar with Guxi Town. After all, he entered the game relatively late in his previous life, and the novice village he landed in was not Luyuan village. However, he was not in a hurry to explore. After arriving in Guxi Town, Jiang Hao said goodbye to Jian Tu Wuliang directly, then found an inn and booked a room. Spending some money to rent a room is to ensure privacy without being disturbed. Next, Jiang Hao began to continuously activate his talent to extract potions and improve his attributes. It took him 2 hours to finally restore his attributes to their peak state. Then it began to absorb soul crystals continuously. As the soul crystals were consumed, his soul source points continued to increase. Jiang Hao stopped when he converted 1.2 million soul points. He first looked at the panel. ID, Chasing the Wind. Talent, God's Hand. God's Hand affiliated skills. Rejuvenation plus 13, consumes 1600 magic points to instantly restore 1200 health points of the designated target, and restores 4% of the upper limit of health, fatigue value, physical strength, per second, lasts for 13 seconds, and has a cooling time of 1 minute. The cooling time has reached the shortest duration of this skill. Level 10. Experience 0/5500. Reputation 12,210. HP 87,380. Mana 29,720. Physical attack 11,281. Magic attack 11,585. Stamina 10,200. Fatigue value 11,500. Armor 320. Magic resist 465. Strength 1040. Mental strength 1150. Physical fitness 1020. Agility 1135. Lucky 393. Soul source points 1.2 million. Free attribute points 1000. HP plus 2000 per second, Mana plus 1200 per second, Movement speed plus 15%, Attack speed plus 8%, damage reduction plus 20%, casting speed plus 12%. Equipment. Skill. Game coins, 1,560 gold coins, 6,641 copper coins. What surprised Jiang Hao was that after leaving the novice village and updating the attribute panel, the effect of rejuvenation was also adjusted accordingly. Rejuvenation can not only restore health, but also restore physical strength and fatigue values. This is definitely a little magical skill. Everything is ready, so the next step is to withdraw cash. Chapter 66. Jiang Hao's thoughts started to flow, and the system sound continued to sound. Withdrawing 1000 points of strength requires 1000 points of soul source. Do you want to withdraw? Yes. Withdrawing 1000 points of spiritual power requires 1000 points of soul energy. Do you want to withdraw it? Yes. To withdraw 1000 points of physical fitness, you need to consume 1000 points of soul energy. Do you want to withdraw? Yes. To withdraw 1000 points of agility, you need to consume 1000 soul points. Do you want to withdraw? Yes. Ding. Lucky points, no need to withdraw cash. To withdraw the God's Hand talent, you need to consume 1,000,000 soul points. Do you want to withdraw it? The cost of raising the talent for rules is so terrifying. But this is just the price of upgrading your God level talent. The soul source points required to withdraw talents are F level, 10 points, E level, 20 points, D level, 50 points, C level, 100 points, B level, 500 points, A level, 1000 points, spiritual level, 10,000 points, holy level, 100,000 points, divine level, 1,000,000 points. A strong rule talent must be at least one level higher than a divine talent. According to this rule, if the talent of the withdrawal rule is 10 times higher than the talent of the divine grade, then Jiang Hao will not be able to collect the soul source points required for the talent to materialize even if he spends all his money. Perhaps the system did not separate the rule talents and classified it as divine talents, so it only required 1,000,000 soul sources, which meant that Jiang Hao had picked up a great bargain. Then there is no hesitation. Withdraw cash. After withdrawing talents, you can also withdraw the skills attached to the talents. The first thing Jiang Hao wants to mention is the rejuvenation technique. Withdrawal of rejuvenation plus 13 requires 409,600 soul points. Insufficient soul points, withdrawal failed. Oh my god! Jiang Hao couldn't help but spit. Isn't this consumption too horrible? But no matter how scary it is, you still have to withdraw cash. Jiang Hao took out another soul crystal and converted 2,000,000 soul sources before continuing to withdraw cash. Withdrawing rejuvenation plus 13 will consume 409,600 soul points. Do you want to withdraw? Yes. Withdrawing invisibility plus 13 will consume 40,960 soul points. Do you want to withdraw? Yes. The price of the upgrade was only 1/10 of the rejuvenation technique. Jiang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Later, Jiang Hao tried other skills one by one. Pyroblast, Divine Shield, Quagmire, Haste, and Frostfall are of the same level as rejuvenation. At the same level, the soul sources required for withdrawal are the same. Fireball, Ice Cone, Thunderbolt, Wind Blade, and Invisibility are of the same grade and have a lower upgrade cost. Jiang Hao thought about it, and except for Poison Tempering and Void Travel, all other talent-attached skills were brought out. The reason for poisoning is that my level is still low now, and it would be a bit of a waste to withdraw it later. Besides, this skill is not indispensable in reality. The reason for Void Travel is simply because it is too expensive. When withdrawing Void Shuttle, it actually prompts that 10,000,000 soul points are required. It is equivalent to the most advanced God-level skills. Jiang Hao can't withdraw cash even if he loses everything he has. In addition, the immortal body used 1,000 soul points, and 1 cubic meter of portable space requires 10,000 soul points. Jiang Hao exchanged 20 cubic meters, which should be enough in reality. After the final calculation, the withdrawal of talent and auxiliary skills consumed 1,583,400 soul points. Skills alone are not enough, other attributes are also crucial, such as health recovery speed, mana recovery speed, etc. Jiang Hao actually wanted to increase the thickness of his health in reality, but 1 point of health required 10 soul points, which was much more expensive than withdrawing physical attributes. But it's understandable when you think about the fact that this is used to raise the health limit. He has just withdrawn 1,000 points of physical attributes, which means he has 10,000 health points. This should be more than enough to deal with real-life problems. The speed of restoring health and mana is more expensive, and 1 point of health or mana restoration requires 100 soul points. Jiang Hao thought about it and decided to spend 320,000 soul points to cash out the health recovery plus 2,000 and mana recovery plus 1,200. This way he has enough life protection and endurance. With his current attributes and skills, Jiang Hao estimated that unless a high explosive missile exploded next to him, he would not be able to be killed instantly. As long as he cannot be killed instantly, he can recover with his super fast blood recovery speed, which makes him quite invincible in reality. Of course, this is only at this stage. With enough life-saving ability, Jiang Hao turned his attention to other props. The intermediate blood recovery potion had little effect on him, but it might be a life-saving medicine for others. Jiang Hao spent 20 soul points to exchange for 10 bottles. When he confirmed the withdrawal, the 10 bottles of intermediate blood recovery potions instantly disappeared from the game. Jiang Hao knew that these disappeared items had reappeared next to him in reality. Finally, Jiang Hao's eyes fell on the Lord's Heart. To withdraw the Lord's Heart, you need to consume 1 million soul points. The soul points are insufficient, and the withdrawal fails. Jiang Hao looked at the remaining 290,000 points, so he had to take out some soul crystals and add 800,000 soul points. To withdraw the Lord's Heart, 1 million soul points will be consumed. Do you want to withdraw it? Extract. If his own attributes can ensure his personal safety, then the Lord's Heart can ensure the safety of those around him to a great extent. Therefore, even if the price of the Lord's Heart is high, he will not hesitate. With this calculation, Jiang Hao has converted a total of 4 million soul points, but now only 92,580 points are left. In addition, there are 777,800 soul crystals. These soul crystals are not planned to be used for the time being. They will be given to Zhongling, Sun Ji, and others after a chance to reunite with them. This will allow them to manifest some attributes and skills and enhance their strength in reality. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief after finally settling the cash withdrawal issue. Although it is still a little early now, Jiang Hao is already eager to feel his own rapidly increasing strength in reality. After exiting the game, he still lay quietly on the bed. After a while, Jiang Hao slowly raised his hand. He clenched his fists and stretched them several times in a row. After making sure that he would not cause any damage due to excessive force, he slowly sat up and gently took off his helmet. After putting away the fragile gaming helmet, he also found 10 bottles of intermediate blood recovery reagents around him. As soon as he thought of it, the intermediate blood recovery reagent was instantly put into his personal space. His consciousness sank into the portable space, which was now divided into 2 parts. One part is real, and it only contains 10 newly collected intermediate blood bottles. The other part of the space is larger, and various props and gems in the game as well as the fire dragon egg are stored in it. This part of the space is in a virtual state and he cannot move it at all. Jiang Hao looked at the sky. It was only about 4 in the morning and it was pitch black outside. After adjusting his body a little, Jiang Hao left home quietly and went to the nearby Zishan Park. Chapter 67. Zishan Park was built on Zishan Mountain and its overall area is not small. It is now early in the morning. In order to save electricity, even the street lights in the park are not turned on. There is no moon today, and the surrounding environment can be described as pitch dark. However, perhaps because Jiang Hao's physical fitness has been comprehensively enhanced after his attributes were withdrawn, his perception has also become much stronger. As far as he could see, he could still make out the shapes of various objects in the darkness. Jiang Hao ran toward the top of the mountain along the winding mountain road. As his body adapted more, his speed gradually increased. Whoosh! Jiang Hao was like a black shadow, speeding along the winding mountain road. His speed was far beyond the limits of ordinary people. However, this is not Jiang Hao's limit. Jiang Hao is getting faster and faster. But because the mountain road was winding, he couldn't fully unleash his speed. But even so, Jiang Hao feels that his current speed can easily reach more than 10 meters per second. If he were to use his extreme speed skills, his maximum speed would probably exceed 100 meters per second. The fastest sports car in the world can only go this fast. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Jiang Hao reached the top of Zishan Mountain. Jiang Hao looked down and saw that he was surrounded by tall buildings. Any noise he made would be heard far away. Not to mention skills, Jiang Hao now doesn't even dare to fully unleash his physical strength. Not fun. Very unsatisfying. Now, Jiang Hao began to desire to have a piece of territory of his own on the earth. Once he has a territory and activates the heart of the territory, as long as he invests enough spiritual energy, he can transform the territory according to his own wishes. Territory. Spiritual source. These all cost money. Gurgle. Just as Jiang Hao was imagining a bright future, his stomach protested at the right time, interrupting his thoughts. Only then did he realize that he had not eaten all night and had just done some high-intensity exercise, so his stomach was already empty. Lao Zheng Breakfast Shop. When Jiang Hao arrived here, the sky was bright. The breakfast shop was not open yet, but Jiang Hao knew that Mr. and Mrs. Zheng were already busy in the shop. So he walked forward and tapped on the rolling shutter. After a while, Qin Shufen's voice came from the store. "Who is it?" Jiang Hao replied, "Aunt Qin, it's me, Xiao Zhang." The shutter door opened, and Qin Shufen was startled. "Hey Xiao Zhang, why are you here so early today?" Jiang Hao said, "I got up early today and did some exercise. I was really hungry. I guess you guys were busy inside, so I knocked on the door. Did I disturb you?" Qin Shufen smiled and said, "What's the bother, kid? Come in, I'll get you something to eat." Jiang Hao followed Qin Shufen into the store, and a familiar and warm atmosphere hit him. In the breakfast shop, Lao Zheng was busy preparing ingredients. When he saw Jiang Hao coming in, he smiled and greeted him. "Xiao Zhang is here, what do you want to eat today?" Jiang Hao sniffed the aroma in the air and said with a smile, "I'm hungry now, so hungry. Give me some meat, the more the better." Qin Shufen laughed, "Okay, today I will give Xiao Zhang a special large-sized Regeneration, and pair it with hot soy milk, I guarantee you will be satisfied." After saying that, Qin Shufen went to work. Qin Shufen skillfully made the pancakes, while Lao Zheng was responsible for cutting the braised meat. The two worked in perfect harmony, and soon a Regeneration that was several times larger than usual and filled with meat filling came out of the oven. Jiang Hao took the Regeneration and took a bite. The skin was crispy and the meat inside was tender and juicy. However, he was too hungry to savor it properly. He swallowed the Regeneration in a few bites, drank a big gulp of soy milk, and then said to Zheng Sun and his wife, "Uncle Zheng, Aunt Qin, give me some more meat. I feel I can still eat 10 kilograms of meat. Don't save it for me." Okay." Seeing Jiang Hao wolfing down the food, they didn't say much and started to prepare. When a large plate of various braised meats was placed in front of Jiang Hao, he didn't even use chopsticks. He just put on gloves and stuffed the meat directly into his mouth. After eating a large plate of meat weighing no less than 10 kilograms, Jiang Hao finally felt a little fuller. This is just the body's organs feeling full, but Jiang Hao knows that his body is still in a state of hunger. As a last resort, he secretly took out a bottle of intermediate blood and swallowed it. The pure energy essence was quickly absorbed by him as soon as it entered his body. Only then did Jiang Hao finally feel a sense of fulfillment from the inside out. Potions can only temporarily solve the problem of hunger in reality. The best solution is naturally to materialize high-energy food in the game. After eating and drinking, Jiang Hao paid the bill, picked up the breakfast he brought for Zhang Ling and rushed home. It was only 6 o'clock when I got home. Jiang Hao reminded Zhang Ling, and she quit the game soon after. Zhang Ling looked at Jiang Hao in confusion and asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" Jiang Hao smiled and said, "Good. Wash up, I'll give you a big surprise later." What's good? You'll find out soon." "Okay." Zhang Ling suppressed her curiosity and rushed to the bathroom. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Zhang Ling came to the living room. "Brother, tell me, what's the big surprise?" "Sit still and don't be too surprised no matter what happens later," Jiang Hao reminded. "Yeah." Zhang Ling nodded and sat on the sofa. "Do you need me to close my eyes?" "No need." Jiang Hao said, then he made some hand gestures, muttered something, and pointed a finger at Zhang Ling. Suddenly, a light green light followed the direction of Jiang Hao's fingertips and instantly fell on Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling only felt a warm and gentle force gently brushing across her body, bringing her an unprecedented sense of comfort, as if all the fatigue and discomfort accumulated in her body were gently soothed. She couldn't help but close her eyes and enjoy it. Jiang Hao looked at Zhang Ling, whose face was filled with comfort and enjoyment, shrouded in the soft light. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. He knew that the rejuvenation technique was working. As the light green light gradually dissipated, Zhang Ling's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She opened her eyes, looked at Jiang Hao, and asked in disbelief, "Brother, what did you do to me just now? I feel so comfortable all over my body now, an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort, I like it so much." "What did you do? Aren't you familiar with it at all?" Jiang Hao asked with a smile. When Zhang Ling heard this, an idea suddenly flashed through her mind. When she entered Divine Breath, she adopted the free mode from the beginning according to Jiang Hao's suggestion. She said her judgment in disbelief, "I feel like you just used the skills in Divine Breath. Is that right?" "Haha. That's right." Jiang Hao did not deny it. "What I just performed on you was a rejuvenation technique. And it was a rejuvenation technique of a fairly high level. How do you feel now?" Chapter 68. Very comfortable. I feel more relaxed than ever before. Zhang Ling replied truthfully. "Well, if my guess is correct, your illness should be cured," Jiang Hao said. "Really, really?" Zhang Ling asked with eyes wide open. "I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup later and you'll know. But don't go to the third hospital, let's go to another hospital for a checkup," Jiang Hao said. Zhang Ling naturally knew the purpose of his doing this and did not object. "Okay." Jiang Hao and Zhang Ling spent the whole day in anxiety. When they got the test results in the afternoon, their hearts were in their throats. When they saw that Zhang Ling's various indicators had returned to normal levels and her previous symptoms had completely disappeared, both of them couldn't help but become moist in their eyes. "Brother! Am I really okay? Am I dreaming? Haha! How can this be wrong? If you don't believe me, let's go to another hospital for another checkup." "No need. I know my body, but this all feels too fantastic and unreal." Jiang Hao patted the back of her hand gently. "Hey, come on, I'll take you to a big meal to celebrate your recovery from the disease and your new life." "Yeah." Zhang Ling also nodded vigorously. The plan was set, and the two of them took a taxi and headed straight to the most upscale Huxia restaurant in the city, Gentang Ye Wan. Located in the heart of the city, this restaurant is renowned for its exquisite cuisine, elegant environment, and first-class service. Of course, the price of 5,000 per person was a luxury that Jiang Hao and Jiang Ling could never even imagine. So the two siblings had only heard of the restaurant before but had never eaten it. They were happy today and they were not short of money, so they decided to go to Gentaying Garden to celebrate. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when I came back from dinner. It was 9 o'clock when Jiang Hao entered the game again, and it was already bright in the game. Having completely resolved his sister's crisis and having gained the ability to protect himself in reality, Jiang Hao's main task now is to make money. Not only to earn more game coins, but also to earn more real money. Jiang Hao has a lot of ideas to make money in his mind. But none of these ideas are in Guxi town. His most important task now is naturally to upgrade to level 30 as soon as possible, obtain the qualification to teleport to the second level main city, Anning City, and then teleport to other towns through Anning City. Because there is a very profitable business opportunity in Huaifeng town, which is under the same second level main city, Anning City. With a plan in mind, Jiang Hao walked out of the inn. Seeing Jiang Hao's figure, Jian Tu Wuliang immediately came up to him. "Boss, you are finally online. I was delayed for a while because of something in real life." Jiang Hao replied, "How is it? How is the information I asked you to collect yesterday?" Futureless replied, "Guxi town has 3 major leveling points, 2 high-value resource points, and 7 or 8 medium and low-value resource points. These places have been divided up by the major guilds. The 3 major leveling points are: 1. The Troll Forest is located in the east of the town. It is a vast area covered with dense trees. In addition to countless monsters and beasts, there is also a kind of low-intelligence monster, the Troll. 2. Xian Canyon, located in the south of Guxi town, is a dangerous place full of fire energy. The monsters here are mainly fire attributed, such as fire lizards and lava monsters. 3. Yunmuz, located to the west of Guxi town, is a wetland covered by thick fog. The monsters in the misty swamp are mainly water and poisonous. The environment here is complex and it is easy to get lost, but because of this, the monsters here are rarely visited, so it is a good choice for players who are looking for a quiet leveling environment." After a pause, Jian Tu Wuliang said, "The 2 high-value resource points are: 1. Feather gold, which is produced in a mine in the Troll Forest. Feather gold is a relatively precious mineral. Adding a little when forging can improve the quality. It is produced in very small quantities in other places, and it is considered a specialty of Guxi town. The mine is currently controlled by DS Shenxi and Yuhuaxuan guilds. 2. Blazing stone, this is a unique ore in the Red Flame Canyon, which contains rich fire energy. It can be used to make a one-time item, blazing bomb, and is also a key material for making fire equipment and potions. It is also of high value. Currently, the resource point is in Aotian Pavilion. The remaining small and medium value resource points were also divided up by other guilds. This is roughly the situation in Guxi town. What do you think we should do next?" Jian Tu Wuliang asked. "Yujin is not bad." Jiang Hao pondered, "Unfortunately it is in the hands of DS Shenxi and Yuhuaxuan. If it was in the hands of Aotian Pavilion, he would have to fight hard to snatch it." "Hehe, boss, if you want to get involved in the Yuzhujin business, now is an opportunity," Qianchu Wuliang said. "Oh? What chance?" Jian Tu Wuliang explained, "I heard that the Yujin mine is now under threat from trolls. We have fought off 3 troll attacks in a row in the past few days, but DS Shenxi and Yuhuaxuan have also suffered huge losses. If they continue to be attacked by trolls today and tomorrow, DS Shenxi and Yuhuaxuan guilds may not be able to survive. Many guilds are eyeing this piece of fat meat now. If you, boss, take action to solve the problem, I'm sure they will be happy to share a piece of the pie with you." When Jiang Hao heard this, he was inspired and thought this was indeed a good opportunity. But he was not in charge of this matter. He turned to Jianlu Wuliang and said, "Okay, next, help me keep an eye out for feather gold as long as the price is not higher than 1 gold coin per piece, and blazing stone as long as the price is not higher than 200 copper coins per piece. I can buy as much as I want." "Okay." After the two parted, Jiang Hao started heading towards the troll forest. Outside the Yuzha gold mine, members of the DS Shenxi and Yuhuaxuan guilds were on high alert, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Ziwalang Qingcheng looked at the owner of Dahua Island and said, "Island owner, how long will it take for your people to arrive? How many people can come?" The Dahua Island master frowned and quickly operated the panel, then replied, "Qingcheng, our guild can provide immediate support with about 15 people, and their levels are only in the early 30s. In the Anning City area, our guild is not very strong, and this is the number of people we have gathered with great difficulty." Ziwalang Qingcheng sighed, "It's almost the same here. The main force is not in Anning City, and there are only about 10 people who can come to support us. Judging from the intensity of yesterday's attack, if the trolls come 1 or 2 more times, we may not be able to hold on," said the owner of Peach Blossom Island a little anxiously. Ziwalang Qingcheng was silent for a while, then said, "More than 500 people have died in the past few days. This group of people are still receiving psychological counseling offline and cannot go online in the short term. If the troll attacks again today, we may not be able to defend ourselves." After a pause, Ziwalang Qingcheng said again, "How about we ask for help?" Chapter 69. Ask for help? Who can we ask for help? Other guilds are eager for us to withdraw from the feather gold mines so that they can take over. The Peach Blossom Island master smiled bitterly. "Besides, even if we ask for help, we must have bargaining chips that can impress them. Then, what should we do? We can't just watch the mine being breached by the trolls, all our previous efforts will be wasted." Ziwalang Qingcheng said anxiously. The Peach Blossom Island master took a deep breath, his eyes firm. "We can only do our best. At the same time, we must also prepare for the worst. If we really can't hold on, at least we must ensure the safety of the guild members. Resources can be lost, but no one can get hurt." While the two were discussing, a man came running to report, "President Qingcheng, Island Master, the trolls are gathering again. According to the frontline scouts, there are now 500 trolls gathered." "So many?" The face of the Peach Blossom Island master changed. The trolls that attacked the day before were no bigger than this. If things continue like this, today's scale will definitely be even bigger than the day before. "Island Master, I have something to say but I'm not sure whether I should say it or not," the man said. "Speak," the owner of Peach Blossom Island responded. "Island Master, President Qingcheng, you may have been focusing all your attention here these past 2 days. You may not have noticed that Zhu Feng has returned and left the novice village yesterday. Someone just spotted him in Guxi town. Don't you have a good friend named Zhu Feng? If you can ask him to help, maybe we can solve the troll crisis." "What? Zhu Feng is back?" The owner of Peach Blossom Island looked at Ziwalang Qingcheng in astonishment. "I didn't notice." Ziwalang Qingcheng replied. "You can find out by searching online. Yesterday, he massacred the people of Aotian Pavilion in Luyuan village. Nearly 1,000 people died in his hands. This news has spread all over the internet." The two of them immediately logged into the forum and took a look. The news that Zhu Feng massacred the Aotian Pavilion territory and defeated nearly 1,000 people was indeed at the top of the forum's hot search list. The owner of Peach Blossom Island also realized that this might be a turning point, and quickly said, "Qingcheng, if we ask Zhu Feng to help, how much do you think is a suitable price to give up?" Ziwalang Qingcheng's eyes lit up as well. "If we can resolve the troll crisis and allow us to completely secure the Yujin mine, it will be worth it even if we have to give up half of our profits." "But..." Ziwalang Qingcheng's expression suddenly became worried. "We are facing a troll of at least level 25. It is not comparable to those players in the novice village. Can Zufeng handle it? We'll know if we can handle it if we ask, said the Peach Blossom Island master. Could our situation get any worse? That's true. Ziwalang Qingcheng said, then I'll send him a message and ask him. Good. The other side. Jiang Hao, who was on his way to the troll forest, suddenly received a message. He doesn't have many friends. Apart from Jian Tu Wulian, the only friends left are the leaders of the major guilds in Luyuan village. When I opened the message, I saw it was from Ziwalang Qingcheng. The content was concise, clear, and straightforward. Ziwalang Qingcheng, Zufeng, help us resolve the troll threat in the Yuding gold mine and I will give you 50% of the profits. What do you think? After reading the message, Jiang Hao couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. He was thinking about how to find a breakthrough point when the other party took the initiative to extend an invitation. Feather-plated gold can be used in the middle and late stages. This vein of minerals is of great value and he doesn't want to miss it. Jiang Hao quickly replied to Ziwalang Qingcheng's message, expressing his interest in the proposal and asking for more specific details. Ziwalang Qingcheng received the reply, breathed a sigh of relief, and then sent the specific message. After receiving it, Jiang Hao immediately rushed towards the mine. About 10 minutes. Zufeng's arrival instantly excited the people from DS Shenqi and Yuhuaxuan guilds. At the same time, the faces of those guilds that secretly coveted the feather gold mine turned ugly. The day before, Zufeng had just killed nearly 1,000 people from Aotian Pavilion in Luyuan village. Although the people in the novice village cannot compare with the trolls who are at least level 25. But you also have to know that Zhu Feng's battle in Luyuan village did not show his ceiling at all. Anyone who was attacked was killed instantly. His arrival may really help DS Shenqi and Yuhuaxuan solve the troll crisis. After Jiang Hao arrived at the mine, he quickly finalized the contract with the owner of Peach Blossom Island and Ziwalang Qingcheng without any unnecessary formalities. The share in the contract was not the 50% profit as Ziwalang Qingcheng had said before. Jiang Hao didn't care about their costs or profits, but directly took 30% of the mineral output. If 1,000 pieces of Yuzhujin can be produced in a day, Jiang Hao will directly take 300. As for how the remaining costs are calculated and how they are divided between DS Shenqi and Yuhuaxuan, Jiang Hao doesn't care. After finalizing the cooperation, Jiang Hao directly entrusted Qin to Wu Yang as his agent, and he would be in charge of the connection in the future. After receiving the message from Jiang Hao, Qian Tu Wu Yang also gladly accepted it. At this point, the tripartite cooperation was formally reached. Although we know that the agreement has been signed, implementation is another matter. But as long as Jiang Hao maintains his absolute strength, the other party will not dare to do anything secretly. Of course, if you can set up a guild and build your own power, you won't have to worry about these problems. However, if you want to form a guild in the game, you need to break through level 60, open the first level main city teleportation permission, and reach the first level main city before you can register. To put it bluntly, today's guilds are all spontaneously organized groups. They are not officially recognized and supported in Chenkai, and naturally they have not been granted relevant permissions and functions. It can be said that such an organization in Chenkai has no binding force. Therefore, the core members and important members of each guild generally sign contracts in reality, and may even have corresponding requirements for the work location. Jiang Hao also knew that since the last time he met Suqing in Yu Garden, she might have been taken to the headquarters of Aotian Pavilion. Otherwise, after demonstrating his strength yesterday, he wouldn't mind killing this woman who had caused him to fall into an irretrievable situation in his previous life in advance. But he believed that they would meet again in the future. Oh no! After the three of them finalized the cooperation plan, someone suddenly broke in. What's the matter? The owner of Peach Blossom Island probably guessed something. The trolls are coming. So fast? A few hours earlier than expected. What exactly happened? Zy Lang Cheng asked. According to the news from the front, another troll tribe has gathered, causing the number of trolls to exceed 1,000 at once. They can't wait to launch an attack. It is estimated that they will reach us in another 20 minutes. 1,000 trolls. The owner of Peach Blossom Island and Zy Lang Cheng looked at each other, their hearts sinking. This number far exceeded their expectations. They originally thought that with the existing defensive force, plus the addition of Zhu Feng, they should be able to fight against the 500 or 600 trolls. But now the number of trolls has doubled, and the situation has instantly become critical. Zhu Feng, look! Zy Lang Cheng looked at Jiang Hao, with some expectation in his eyes, but more of worry. Chapter 70. It's okay. I can handle it. Jiang Hao said confidently, I will help you solve the troll crisis. You just need to provide me with feather gold regularly according to the contract. Haha. Don't worry, as long as Great God Zhu Feng can resolve this crisis, we will definitely pay the feather gold in full and on time, and will never default on it, said the owner of Peach Blossom Island. Yet. Jiang Hao nodded, then said, do you have any books or scrolls on you for the skill of detection? I was in a hurry to go out just now and didn't have time to buy any. The owner of Peach Blossom Island and Zy Lang Cheng both shook their heads, then turned to look at their companions behind them. They had already learned the art of detection, so naturally they would not carry this type of skill book or scroll. I have 12 scrolls of detection here, said a person next to the owner of Peach Blossom Island. I have 8 too, said another. Give it all to me. How much is it? I'll transfer it to you. Jiang Hao said. The owner of Peach Blossom Island immediately said, Great God Zhu Feng, aren't you looking down on us? This little thing is worthless, but we are still charging you money. Isn't this a slap in our face? Haha. Okay, then I won't be polite with you either. After saying that, Jiang Hao took the detection scrolls from the two people's hands. Once you leave the novice village, if you want to find out information about the target, you can only use the detection technique. This is also one of the essential props or skills for outdoor adventures. Scrolls of detection and skill books can be purchased from the native shops in the town. The price is not cheap. A disposable scroll costs 1,000 copper coins each, and a skill book costs 100 times more, 10 gold coins each. Although skill books are hundreds of times more expensive, they cannot be bought with money. The number of skill books sold by the indigenous people every day is very limited. In the early stages when there are no skill books, you can only prepare a few scrolls. Jiang Hao used his talent to extract all 20 scrolls of detection and comprehended the detection plus 4. Detection plus 4, consumes 60 magic points, detects specific information of targets not exceeding 30 levels of your own, cooldown time 0. Ordinary scrolls or skills can only detect information about monsters that are no higher than 5 levels of your own level. The plus 4 detection skill allows him to detect information about monsters up to level 40, which is quite effective. But the plus 4 detection skill naturally could not meet Jiang Hao's needs. Before this, he had already asked Jian Tu Wuliang to help him collect at least 1,000 detection skill scrolls. Extracting another 1,000 detection scrolls would allow his detection skill to be raised to plus 10, a level worthy of his talent. Only he who possesses the talent of God's hand dares to do this. 1,000 scrolls of exploration are worth at least 100 gold coins. Others need to consume skill books to improve their skill levels, and skill books are 100 times more expensive than scrolls. I believe that at this stage no one is willing to spend tens of thousands of gold coins to buy a skill book to increase the detection skill to plus 10. While Jiang Hao was extracting entries to improve his exploration skills, the situation outside the mine was quietly attracting the close attention of all major guilds. Feng Lingtiangxia listened to the report from the people below, his eyes flashed with sharpness, and he whispered to himself, Zhu Feng. Humph, I want to see how strong he is. Feng Lingtiangxia's real name is Wang Aofeng, a disciple of the Wang family and Wang Aotian's cousin. He is currently the vice president of Aotian Pavilion because of his activated spiritual talent. His level has just reached level 60, and he came here from other first-level main cities to help Aotian Pavilion seize the Yujin mine. Hong I Tianxiang on the side said, Vice President, Zhu Feng's intervention may disrupt our plan. Feng Lingtian narrowed his eyes and stared at him with cold eyes. Are you so afraid of him? Hong Yi Tianxiang quickly explained, Vice President, I'm not afraid of him, but I've dealt with him a few times before. To be honest, this Zhu Feng is a bit unfathomable. Now that he's involved, even 1,000 trolls may not be able to defeat him. We may have to make another plan. Humph! Feng Lingtian glared at him angrily. Don't be so arrogant. No matter how strong Zhu Feng is, he is just a level 10 kid who just left the novice village. Why should we in Aotian Pavilion be afraid of him? Feng Lingtian said disdainfully, with a trace of contempt in his eyes, don't forget, our Aotian Pavilion is the top guild on this continent, powerful and full of talents. Even if Zhu Feng has some ability, he can never be our opponent. We won't have a second choice today. Those 1,000 trolls are enough to give them a hard time. It's hard to say whether they can kill them all. Even if they can kill them all, their fatigue and stamina will probably run out by then. They will be exhausted to death. How can they have the energy to deal with us? Go and make arrangements. We must take over the UTI gold mine. Seeing Feng Lingtiangzi is so confident, Hong Yi Tianxiang didn't say anything more and focused on gathering other members. Aotian Pavilion is the second team in Huaxia district to move out of the novice village. In addition to the foundation accumulated in Luyuan village, there are many members gathered in Guxi town. In addition to a part of them to guard the Xian Valley, the number of people who can be summoned has reached as many as 800. There are 200 more people than DS Shenxi and Yu Huaxun on the other side. Similarly, guilds such as 0 Degree, Tianyuan, and Fushuan are also paying close attention to the movements in the mine, and each is gathering people and preparing to take action at the critical moment. They also knew that Aotian Pavilion had the greatest influence in Anning City, and it was not easy to get a piece of the pie. Therefore, the three major guilds, Lingdu, Tianyuan, and Fushuan, began secret negotiations and decided to unite to fight against Aotian Pavilion and compete for the Yujin gold mine. Jiang Hao was unaware of the situation outside. When he returned after swallowing the detection scroll, the faces of Peach Blossom Island Master and Zy Lang Qingchang became even uglier. Why do you have that expression? Jiang Hao asked. The two of them told Jiang Hao that the Aotian Pavilion, Tianyuan, Lingdu, Fushuan and other guilds were gathering people to compete for the Yuding gold vein. Jiang Hao didn't show any emotion when he heard this. Instead, he looked at them with a smile. If I take down Blazing Valley again, can you defend it? Do you dare to defend it? Upon hearing this, the owner of Peach Blossom Island and Zy Lang Qingchang looked at each other, with a hint of surprise and hesitation in their eyes. The Blazing Valley is rich in blazing stone. Although its value cannot be compared with feather gold, it is also a relatively precious mineral and is currently occupied by Aotian Pavilion. Zhu Feng shot it down. If they dared to take over, it would undoubtedly push them to the opposite side of Aotian Pavilion. From the performance of Luyuan village, they also guessed that Zhu Feng seemed to be naturally incompatible with Aotian Pavilion. Now they invited Zhu Feng to solve the troll crisis. In fact, they had already tied themselves to Zhu Feng's worship. Whether they were willing or not, they had been involved in this potential conflict with Aotian Pavilion. The owner of Peach Blossom Island and Zy Lang Qingchang looked at each other. They both understood the meaning in each other's eyes, so they nodded almost at the same time. The owner of Peach Blossom Island said, Great God Zhu Feng, if you can really conquer Blazing Flame Valley, we will naturally dare to take over. But you also know that although we have not had a direct conflict with Aotian Pavilion, you also know that as long as we take over, we will have to spend more to deal with Aotian Pavilion's targeting, so. Chapter 71. The Dahua Island Master paused for a moment, and Jiang Hao naturally understood what he meant. He said, I understand your concerns. In fact, you don't need to send heavy troops to guard the blazing flame valley like Yuzhuajin does all the time. My idea is to open it to all players after we conquer it, just like we did with Luyuan village. The only difference from Luyuan village is that it is no longer completely free. If you want to enter Blazing Valley to kill monsters or mine, you need to pay a certain fee. You guys can decide the exact amount when the time comes. Don't squeeze too hard. Haha. After hearing Jiang Hao's suggestion, Ziwalang Qingcheng immediately laughed. This is a good method. Bringing in all the players will not only greatly reduce the management costs, but if Aotian Pavilion wants to continue to monopolize it, it will be equivalent to making an enemy of the entire player group. They will have to think about it. In addition, with your reputation, Zufeng, I believe they will not dare to provoke you easily before they completely subdue you. The owner of Peach Blossom Island also smiled and agreed with Jiang Hao's proposal. Qingcheng is right. Although we earn less, the risk is greatly reduced. Besides, our focus still has to be on the U Gold mine. We can use the power of the players to check and balance Aotian Pavilion. It's really killing two birds with one stone. Since you all agree, I will go to Blazing Valley again after things here are resolved. Jiang Hao said. Time passes quickly. 20 minutes later, noisy sounds were heard outside the mine. Here they come, said the owner of Peach Blossom Island. Walk. Jiang Hao came to the simple earth wall outside the mine, looked around, and saw huge trolls approaching quickly in the distance. They are several feet tall, with skin as hard as rock, eyes flashing with bloodthirsty red light, and deafening roars coming out of their mouths from time to time. Jiang Hao released one detection technique after another. Troll. Level, 26. HP, 3600. Armor, 320. Attack, 1400. Skill, boulder throwing. Troll Elite. Level, 28. HP, 20,000. Armor, 400. Attack, 2,300. Skills, boulder throw, violent charge. Troll Chief. Level, 30. HP, 210,000. Armor, 600. Attack, 4,800. Skills, boulder throw, furious charge, war stomp, avenging wrath. Among the group of trolls, the only ones that gave Jiang Hao a bit of difficulty were the two troll leaders. Thousands of trolls filled the open space in front of the mine, and their roars merged into a heart-pounding roar. DS Shenxi and Yu Huixun have about 600 or 700 people on their side, but their momentum is far inferior to that of the troll group. In terms of attributes, ordinary players, unless they have a full set of green-grade equipment, are no better than an ordinary troll. The day before, 1,200 of them faced a group of 500 trolls. After suffering 500 heavy casualties, they finally managed to repel them. But now, the numerical situation has reversed. Even though they know they have Zufeng's support, the crowd is still filled with despair. Everyone, prepare for battle. With the great god Zufeng here, we will surely win. The Peach Blossom Island Lord gave an order, and his voice penetrated the panic and despair of the crowd, lifting their spirits a little. Warriors with high defense and thick blood stood at the front of the team. They held their shields and swords tightly in their hands, ready to meet the coming attack. The archers and sorcerers behind him also drew their weapons. As soon as the human formation was established, the leader of the troll group suddenly let out a loud roar. Ouch! Kill! Then, the entire group of trolls rushed towards the human players' positions like an enraged tide. The earth shook and dust flew. With every step the trolls took closer, people's hearts beat faster. Standing on the earth wall, Jiang Hao looked down and saw that although panic and fear were spreading, the crowd did not retreat. He couldn't help but nod secretly in his heart, thinking that these two guilds were quite capable of controlling their subordinates. If you die in battle, Losing at least 20% of your senses is a heavy blow to any player. Seeing the trolls getting closer and closer, Ziwuleng Qingcheng couldn't help but look at Jiang Hao nervously and reminded him, Master Zhu Feng. Jiang Hao nodded to him, and then began to condense magic in his hands. Frost Fall. Swamp Magic. 2 large range debuff skills fall on the left and right sides of the crowd. The speed of the trolls at the front dropped suddenly, and their originally surging momentum was greatly weakened. The trolls that entered the range of the quagmire would suffer 2,000 to 3,000 damages on their heads, and ordinary trolls would fall to the ground in just 2 or 3 seconds. Even elite monsters can only last a few more seconds. On the other side, although the trolls that entered the range of Frostfall did not suffer general damage, as long as they were judged to be frozen, they would suffer more than 10,000 damage instantly once they were frozen. The ordinary trolls turned into a pile of ice chips with a bang. The trolls who walked into the range of Frostfall had no idea when the freezing judgment would fall on their heads, so although they did not fall as quickly as their companions who were stuck in the quagmire, they became more confused due to fear and anxiety, and the charging formation became disorganized. Ah! Rush to the middle, the troll leader behind him immediately gave the order. The trolls began to swarm into the central passage. Jiang Hao on the earth wall instantly smiled. Pyroblast. A huge fireball exploded in the middle of the troll group. The attack range with a radius of 25 meters instantly covered more than 50 trolls. 200% fire damage, even the troll elite can't withstand a single blow. And this is not the end. Continuous fireballs. Thunderfall technique. Wind blade. Continuous fireballs. Ice cone technique. Thunderfall technique. Continuous fireballs. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Jiang Hao seemed to have transformed into a messenger of elements, casting all kinds of spells effortlessly and continuously, and not a single troll could reach the human defense line. Anyone who has anything to do with magic will be killed instantly. Because Jiang Hao's attack was so violent, those ordinary trolls were directly blown to pieces, without even a complete corpse left. This shocking scene left all the players present dumbfounded and they forgot to attack. What are you standing there for? Kill them! The owner of Peach Blossom Island roared, waking everyone from their shock. The archers and sorcerers at the back of the team immediately came to their senses and joined the battle, coordinating with Jiang Hao's spells and launching a fierce attack on the group of trolls. In the blink of an eye, 20 seconds passed, Frost and Quagmire disappeared one after another, more than 200 trolls on the field died, while the humans were unharmed, which made the troll leader in the back very angry. Kill! Charge them all, the troll leader roared angrily. Can he still kill? Feng Lingtiangxia and others who were watching the battle outside couldn't help but put away their contempt and became focused. Chapter 72. Soon the group of trolls came into close combat with the human players. The sounds of bang bang came one after another. That was the sound of the troll picking up a huge rock and throwing it at the crowd. After just a moment of contact, the human defense line was shaken. Several soldiers were hit directly by the boulders, their shields were broken, they vomited blood, and flew backwards. Seeing a gap in the human defense line. Violent charge. The troll elite quickly launched a charge skill, and its huge body rushed straight to the weak point of the human defense line with an unstoppable momentum like an out-of-control bison. Bang, bang, bang. Another dozen human warriors were knocked out. Finally, a troll rushed into the crowd at the back. Defense. Block the gap first, then work together to kill those trolls. The owner of Peach Blossom Island shouted urgently. However, the power of the troll elites is so strong that even well-equipped warriors seem vulnerable in front of them. The gap that had just been blocked was broken again in a short while. After several rounds, the human defense line was already shaky. Jiang Hao kept shooting at the trolls that rushed into the crowd, which greatly affected his efficiency in killing monsters. So he turned to the owner of Peach Blossom Island and said, "Quick! You guys retreat back to the defense line first. In just this confrontation, more than 200 human players have died. If they continue to fight, these few people will not be able to hold out for long. Therefore, the owner of Peach Blossom Island replied, "Okay." The human team began to retreat back to the defense line in an orderly manner. Watching the humans retreat, the trolls followed closely behind, getting closer and closer. The two troll leaders had also entered the attack range of Jiang Hao's bow and arrow. Jiang Hao took out his longbow. Poisoned. Then, draw the bow and arrow. Whoosh! Whoosh! After confirming that the two troll leaders were poisoned, Jiang Hao instantly put away his longbow and then cast his magic under the earth wall to help humans retreat back to the defense line. When all the humans retreated back into the earth wall, Jiang Hao jumped high from the earth wall. Violent shock. His figure suddenly fell to the ground. Boom! A shock wave spread out from his landing point. Because the trolls were too dense, the 10-meter attack radius covered 30 or 40 trolls. In an instant, except for a few elites, all other ordinary trolls were shocked to death. Shadow attack. Jiang Hao's figure flashed away in an instant, and when he reappeared, he had already disappeared into the densest area of the troll group. Then, the Wolf King roars. 80% sonic damage is enough to kill ordinary trolls instantly. There are more than 300 trolls covering an area of 50 meters in radius. In just a moment, nearly 300 ordinary trolls bled from all 7 orifices and fell to the ground dead. Fear. Jiang Hao's attack has not stopped yet. Continuous fireballs. 8 exploding fireballs rushed towards the remaining troll elites at the scene. Boom boom. The fireball can trigger 240% of Jiang Hao's magic damage. Even if the troll elite is at full health, it cannot withstand the bombardment of a fireball. Not to mention those troll elites whose health had been reduced by half and whose minds were still in a state of fear, and who had no time to defend themselves at all. After being hit by the fireball, they didn't even have time to let out a painful roar before their bodies were engulfed by flames and turned into charcoal in an instant. A large area was cleared out at once, and the group of trolls fell into chaos. Those surviving trolls seemed a little panicked. They had never seen such a powerful enemy that could cause such great damage alone. Ah! The troll looked at the chaotic battlefield and let out an angry roar. Most of the trolls woke up in an instant, and then, at the troll's call, they besieged Jiang Hao's location. Seeing this, Jiang Hao not only did not retreat, but was delighted. He was afraid that more than half of these trolls would be killed or wounded. If they chose to retreat, it would be too troublesome to chase them. Jiang Hao was about to cast a skill, then pretended to be out of strength, and the ice cone that was just about to condense instantly exploded. When the two troll leaders saw this scene, they thought Jiang Hao was exhausted and a cruel light flashed in their eyes. Ao ao! The two troll leaders roared excitedly, waving the huge weapons in their hands and personally leading the remaining trolls to rush towards Jiang Hao. Hee hee! Jiang Hao sneered to himself and supported his body with difficulty. He seemed to be shaky, but he was actually accumulating strength secretly. Seeing that the two troll leaders had already passed the other trolls and rushed forward, the corners of his mouth finally couldn't suppress it and revealed a smile. Swamp magic! The debuff skill instantly enveloped both leaders. Then 2 or 3 seconds later, those ordinary trolls fell one after another. The two troll leaders were still walking towards Jiang Hao with difficulty. Although the 60% slowing effect of the quagmire technique is very significant, the coverage area is only several dozen meters, and it only takes a few breaths for them to get out of the quagmire. Continuous fireballs. This time, 8 fireballs poured directly onto one of the troll leaders. Trolls have no magic resistance, so all spell damage is real. Minus 27,880. Minus 27,792. One by one, damage as high as 27,000 or 28,000 appeared on its head. The troll leader fell down after suffering only 6 fireballs of damage. Instant kill. That fireball is too scary, isn't it? Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. Hiding in the jungle and watching the battle, Feng Lingtiangxia, who has reached level 60, couldn't help but secretly evaluate whether he would have a chance of survival if he faced that series of fireballs. During the nearly 2 months that Jiang Hao disappeared, Aotian Pavilion developed by leaps and bounds, and they obtained a lot of rare treasures in the process of opening up new land. Feng Lingtiangxia also benefited a lot, taking a lot of rare and precious medicines. His main attributes of strength and physique have exceeded 1,000. With the bonus of equipment, his health has risen to 40,000. However, even with magic resistance and all other means taken into account, he can only withstand the damage of 4 fireballs at most, and the 5th one will definitely take his life. This means that Zhu Feng has the ability to kill him instantly. He just couldn't understand how a level 10 wind chaser could have such terrible damage. A hint of solemnity flashed across Feng Lingtian's eyes. At this moment, he was a little hesitant and didn't want to provoke such a terrifying existence. However, when he thought about the existence of such a person in their guild, he felt more confident. Hong Yi Tianxiang, who was standing by, watched as his brows furrowed and then relaxed, and finally he looked at Zhu Feng with an extremely aggressive gaze. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat, and he asked cautiously, "President Feng, are you still going to attack Zhu Feng?" Chapter 73. Under Hong Yi Tianxiang's horrified gaze, Feng Lingtian nodded, "What are you afraid of? He is alone, and this is not a novice village. With fatigue and stamina, even if he is strong, he will be exhausted to death by facing the human wave tactics. If Zhu Feng is wise enough, he will not dare to confront us Aotian Pavilion head-on. Hong Yi Tianxiang doesn't think so. Would Zhu Feng stand and fight against thousands or tens of thousands of you? Won't they run away? Besides, Zhu Feng's damage is so terrible that he can kill a lot of people with one smash. Who would dare to get close to him easily? Not everyone can tolerate a sensory lower limit of 20%. He was very much against confronting Zhu Feng right now, as that might greatly slow down the development of the entire guild. But now his power and prestige are far less than Feng Lingtiangxia's, so he can only choose to reserve his opinion for the time being. On the scene. After Jiang Hao fired a series of fireballs, he seemed to be exhausted and sat down on the ground. Finally, the troll leader, who had witnessed the horror of Jiang Hao's attack, wanted to turn around and run away, but immediately stopped. After a loud roar, the troll leader ordered the other trolls to attack Jiang Hao quickly. Pyroblast. Just as the trolls approached Jiang Hao, another huge fireball fell into the group of trolls and exploded. Another 40 or 50 trolls died in this explosion. Violent shock. Then, Jiang Hao used another group attack skill. Frost Fall. The debuff skill with the maximum attack range instantly enveloped more than 300 trolls. After doing all this, continuous fireballs. A series of fireballs headed straight for the troll leader. Flash sale. Both leaders were killed, and the remaining trolls had no fighting spirit anymore and fled in all directions. Jiang Hao knew this was the situation, so he tried to trap as many trolls as possible before killing the last troll leader. The trolls collapsed, and Jiang Hao cast his spells one by one, focusing on killing the elite monsters. Only after they ran away did Jiang Hao turn around and kill the trolls within the range of Frost Fall one by one. Only after killing the last troll did Jiang Hao begin to absorb psychic energy. In this battle, there were nearly 1,000 trolls attacking, but less than 100 managed to escape. Nearly 900 troll corpses were lying on the ground, which was extremely spectacular and shocking. At the same time, next to the corpse of each troll there is a group of Shinik balls of varying sizes. These are monsters of at least level 25. Ordinary monsters can provide about 500 points of psychic energy after death, elite monsters have about 800 points, and troll leaders have a terrifying 6,000 points. However, the Jiang Hao grade is too far apart, and the absorption rate is only about 30%. But even so, with a large amount of spiritual energy replenishment, Jiang Hao's level is soaring rapidly. Just as Jiang Hao was immersed in the joy of rapid upgrade, a burst of hurried and noisy footsteps broke the tranquility. In the jungle, a large number of players from Aotian Pavilion approached rapidly, their eyes flashing with greed and excitement, and they were obviously salivating over the rich spoils left behind by the trolls on the scene. Troll leg bones and hearts are good stuff. Leg bones can be used to make staffs, and the heart is the main material for refining rage potions. They are worth a lot of money if collected and sold to the natives. Seeing the people from Aotian Pavilion coming, the owner of Peach Blossom Island and Ziwalang Qingcheng also led their teams out. There were still many psychic groups at the scene that had not been absorbed in time, but the people from DS Shenxi and Yuhuaxun had no intention of snatching them away. Because most of these trolls were killed by Jiang Hao, and Jiang Hao came to help them solve the crisis, there was no reason to snatch the spoils from him. But the people from Aotian Pavilion on the opposite side are different. As they passed by several trolls, some of them absorbed the spiritual energy floating next to the corpses without any scruples. This scene naturally did not escape Jiang Hao's perception. Continuous fireballs. A series of fireballs flew straight towards the Aotian Pavilion players who had just absorbed the spiritual energy. With a few bangs, those players were blown to pieces by the fireballs in full view of everyone. Flash sale. Jiang Hao's decisive move immediately slowed down the actions of the Aotian Pavilion team. Although Feng Lingtian didn't like those people who stole spiritual energy privately, he still thought that Zhu Feng killed his people right under his nose, which was too disrespectful to Aotian Pavilion. His face darkened and he glared at Jiang Hao. Zhu Feng? You are so brave. You dared to kill our Aotian Pavilion people in front of me. Are you tired of living? Jiang Hao remained calm and looked back at Feng Lingtianxia coldly. No one noticed the resentment deep in his eyes. Feng Lingtianxia, he knows him. In his previous life, from the game to reality, among the people who hunted him and his brothers most fervently was Feng Lingtianxia Wang Feng. Jiang Hao would recognize him even if he turned into ashes. But now Jiang Hao still pretended not to know him, looked at Hong Yi Tianxiang with cold eyes, and asked, who is this person who speaks like he has eaten shit and spews shit all the time when he opens his mouth? Hong Yi Tianxiang's expression changed slightly. He really didn't want to answer this question. But before he could answer, Feng Lingtianxia said angrily, who am I? You don't deserve to know. We are here today for only one purpose, to give up the U gold mine. Humph! What a big tone! The Peach Blossom Island master snorted coldly and stood beside Jiang Hao. Do you think our DS Shenxi and Yuhuaxun don't exist? We were the first to discover and occupy the Yuzha gold mine. Why do you, Aotian Pavilion, take it just like that? Ziwalang Qingcheng was not to be outdone. If you want the mineral vein, first ask our Yuhuaxun sword if it agrees. Feng Lingtian sneered, with a flash of disdain in his eyes. Haha. If it was any other main city, we might still have some concerns, but in Anning City, you are really not worthy of competing with our Aotian Pavilion. I tell you, today this feather gold vein is the one that our Aotian Pavilion is determined to take. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the players of Aotian Pavilion immediately became restless. As long as Feng Lingtian gave the order, they would immediately rush forward and tear the players of DS Shenxi and Yuhuaxun into pieces. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly stood up. He looked at Feng Lingtianxia coldly and said in a low and powerful voice, Aotian Pavilion is so powerful. Since you are so unruly and unreasonable, I will have nothing to worry about when I meet people from your Aotian Pavilion in the future. Feng Lingtianxia raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Zhu Feng, are you declaring war on our Aotian Pavilion? Do you think you can fight against our entire guild by yourself? Jiang Hao looked cold. You may think so. Today, I will let you in Aotian Pavilion know that my things are not something you can touch casually, and your things, I can take them whenever I want." After saying that, Jiang Hao's body shook, and he suddenly leaped into the air. Violent shock. Chapter 74. Jiang Hao's figure instantly landed beside Feng Lingtianxia. Except for Hong Ai Tianxiang, who was well prepared and activated the acceleration skill to leave quickly when Jiang Hao launched the attack, and Feng Lingtianxia, who was relatively strong, no one survived within a radius of 10 meters. Although Feng Lingtianxia withstood the impact of Jiang Hao's skills, unfortunately the stun effect was triggered. At this moment, Jiang Hao wished so much that he could master a confinement skill so that he could torture Feng Lingtianxia. But now he had no choice but to let him have the chance. Continuous fireballs. Jiang Hao estimated his health and threw 4 fireballs at him at once. At this moment, Feng Lingtianxia was already in a state of low health. Finally, Jiang Hao activated the most powerful skill he had at the moment. Wind Blade. The huge wind blade cut through the air with a sharp whistling sound, like a real sharp blade, instantly tearing the surrounding space and heading straight for Feng Lingtianxia. Puff! The wind blade accurately cut Feng Lingtianxia in half from head to abdomen. As the light flickered, blood mist filled the air and the scene was horrifying. In a state of low health, he was also hit by a wind attack with a damage of up to 30,000. The pain can be imagined. The moment Feng Lingtian died, the shadow of his soul collapsed directly. It was obvious that he had suffered a severe mental trauma and was forced offline by the system. Seeing this result, Jiang Hao's violent anger subsided a little, and then his gaze shifted to the crowd in Aotian Pavilion. Jiang Hao's knife-like gaze swept through everyone in Aotian Pavilion one by one. The faces of those players in Aotian Pavilion who were originally arrogant and self-righteous were now filled with fear and shock. Isn't he exhausted? Isn't he already at the end of his rope? Why are you still so strong? At this time, Jiang Hao's voice sounded. The cold voice sounded like the devil's whisper to Aotianj. Since Aotianj likes to rob things so much, you should prepare well in Blazing Valley tomorrow. Tomorrow Blazing Valley will change its owner. Hearing this, Hong Yi Tianxiang's face looked extremely ugly. Zhu Feng's fighting power is clear before our eyes. Even 1,000 trolls cannot do anything to him. Even if Aotian Pavilion has more people, they will probably not be able to gain any advantage in the face of Zhu Feng's terrifying strength. From the very beginning he did not suggest making an enemy of Zhu Feng, but now it has come to this point. Hong Ai Tianxiang knows very well that the honor and dignity of Aotian Pavilion cannot be trampled upon, and he can only fight Zhu Feng to the end. Brother Hong, since he doesn't take our Aotian Pavilion seriously, why don't we take this opportunity to kill him first? Someone next to Hong Yi Tianxiang suggested. Even if that person didn't say it, Hong Ai Tianxiang also had this plan. After all, Feng Lingtianxia was slaughtered right in front of them. If they did nothing, they would definitely not escape the accountability of Aotian Pavilion. Aotian Pavilion will not tolerate provocation, even from Zhu Feng. Everyone keep your distance, and then charge forward in batches. If you die in battle, your pension will be increased by 20%. Anyone who can kill Zhu Feng will receive another 100,000. Kill him. At Hong Ai Tianxiang's command, stimulated by the reward, the members of Aotian Pavilion instantly aroused their fighting spirit. They quickly dispersed, forming a huge encirclement, trapping Jiang Hao in the center. Then keep pressing on. Men of DS Shenxi, Aotian Pavilion has bullied us to the door, what should we do? The Lord of Peach Blossom Island shouted. Kill! Kill! Yu Huaxun is not a coward, so we will kill him. We will protect Zhu Feng to the death. Ziwalang Qingcheng said. For a moment, the remaining 300 people from DS Shenxi and Yi Huaxun rushed towards the crowd of Aotian Pavilion fearlessly. Aotian Pavilion is worthy of being known as the largest guild in Chengxi. In a short period of time, it has gathered more than 800 people with levels above 30. Island Master, Qingcheng, your people should not be too scattered, and be careful to preserve their strength. Don't let too many die, we still need you to guard the mine. Jiang Hao said. Then can you still hold on despite the physical strength and fatigue? Ziwalang Qingcheng asked. Haha. Jiang Hao smiled at him, then recited a mantra, and a ball of green energy gathered in his hands. Rejuvenation. In an instant, the physical strength and fatigue values that had just been consumed by half were immediately raised to more than 50%. In the next 13 seconds, they could be restored by 4% per second. Thinking of exhausting Jiang Hao's fatigue and physical strength is probably too much. Jiang Hao swept away his previous dejection and instantly became full of energy. This time, Jiang Hao took out a novice sword. Shadow attack. In an instant, Jiang Hao fell into the crowd of Aotian pavilion, and the long sword in his hand pierced a man's chest. Flash sale! Retreat quickly! Hong Ai Tianxiang shouted. But as soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying sound wave quickly spread out from Jiang Hao's body. The Wolf King roars. The people in Aotian pavilion were scattered, and the 50-meter radius only covered about 20 to 30 people. The attack is over, and there are 4 people left on the field within the attack coverage area. Among these 4 people, 2 had relatively high health and were not killed instantly. The other 2 were protected by a dim shield, and it was obvious that they used life-saving skills at the critical moment to escape the disaster. Jiang Hao didn't care either. Wind step. In an instant, his feet became like the wind, his speed suddenly increased, and then he rushed directly into the crowd. With his sword raised and falling, as long as he hit the target, there was almost no escape from the fate of being killed instantly. Every sword is deadly. Jiang Hao really likes the pleasure of killing his enemies with his own hands. It turns out that the anger provoked by Feng Ling Tianxia has not yet been vented. Brother Hong, we can't go on like this. Our people can't stop him at all. A member of Aotian Pavilion shouted to Hong Ai Tianxiang anxiously. Hong Ai Tianxiang did not expect that Jiang Hao still had so much physical strength. On the other side, the people of DS Shenxi and Yuhuaxun contracted their defense line and gathered together, while the people of Aotian Pavilion were relatively scattered. When the two sides fought, Aotian Pavilion was obviously at a disadvantage and suffered heavy losses. If this continued, even if all the people of Aotian Pavilion died, they might not be able to outlast the people of DS Shenxi and Yuhuaxun. The 800 people of Aotian Pavilion were unable to kill the other 300 people. If this matter were to get out, how would Aotian Pavilion maintain its dignity? But their people did not dare to gather together, otherwise Zhu Feng would use his group attack skill and Aotian Pavilion would lose another group of people. Chase the wind. The key is to chase the wind. Neither Feng Lingtianxia nor he had expected that Zhu Feng's physical strength would be so strong and his fighting power would be so enduring and powerful. They originally thought that after the previous battle with the trolls, Zhu Feng's physical strength and fatigue had been almost exhausted, but now it seems that they obviously underestimated Zhu Feng, which led to the current situation where they are in a dilemma. Hong Yi Tianxiang's eyes flickered, and he quickly thought of a countermeasure in his mind. He knew that if they continued to fight like this, Aotian Pavilion would not only suffer heavy losses, but might even be completely defeated. After thinking hard for a long time and finding no way out of the situation, Hong Ai Tianxiang finally gritted his teeth and made a decision: retreat. When the people of Aotian Pavilion, who had suffered heavy casualties, heard the order, they felt as if they had been pardoned and retreated quickly without any hesitation. After defeating Aotian Pavilion, DS Shenxi and Yuhuaxun cheered in victory. Jiang Hao stood there, watching the people from Aotian Pavilion gradually go away, with a cold look in his eyes. Chapter 75. In the jungle, the scene of mutual destruction that Ling Du, Tian Yuan and Fu Shihuan Guild expected did not occur. The Aotian Pavilion with more than 800 people was defeated by the DS Shenxi team with only 300 people and paid a heavy price, ending up in defeat. Seeing this situation, they naturally gave up the plan to continue attacking. After all, if you join the battle at this time,
not only will you not be able to gain any benefits, but you may also offend DS Shenxi and Yi Huaxun, and even anger the terrifying Zhu Feng. The three major guilds reached a consensus with almost no discussion. After seeing the people from Aotian Pavilion retreat, their people also retreated quickly. Jiang Hao didn't retract his gaze until the jungle returned to peace. Okay. Everyone help God Zufeng to dig up the spoils, ordered the owner of Peach Blossom Island. Yes, everyone answered in unison. Jiang Hao was not polite and let them busy while he continued to absorb spiritual energy. A lot of time has passed now, and a lot of spiritual energy has actually dissipated. But Jiang Hao's level is low, so even if half of it disperses, it won't have much impact on him. When he had absorbed all the spiritual energy, Jiang Hao's level had been raised to level 18. Jiang Hao had no intention of using the 40 free attribute points gained from the upgrade. After reaching level 10, the free attribute points gained for each level up becomes 5 points. Free attribute points are not like attribute points extracted from other items. They will not be discounted and have no grade restrictions. Recalling his past life experience, Jiang Hao thought of a possibility and decided to accumulate all the free attribute points and save them for last. Maybe I will give him an unexpected surprise at that time. At this time, all the valuable things on the troll were collected. The most valuable one is naturally the troll's leg bone. Each troll has a leg bone that contains a large amount of magic power, making it an excellent material for making a staff. A white grade leg bone can be sold for 500 copper coins, a green grade one is worth 10 times as much, worth 5,000 copper coins, and a blue one is worth a whopping 5 gold coins. The second is the heart, which is the material for making the rage potion, but its value is much lower than the leg bone. The white grade can only be sold for 100 copper coins, and the value increases tenfold with each higher grade. It's a pity that many trolls were smashed to pieces under Jiang Hao's violent attack, and their leg bones and hearts were naturally not preserved. After collecting all of them, the total amount is blue grade leg bones 2, green grade leg bones 76, white grade leg bones * 439. Blue grade heart 2, green grade heart 48, white grade heart * 299. I want the blue and green grade leg bones, and you can deal with the rest. Jiang Hao said to the owner of Peach Blossom Island. How can we do this? You are the one who killed most of these trolls, and you also helped us guard the mineral veins. These materials should all belong to you, and we can't embezzle your things. The owner of Peach Blossom Island replied immediately. All right. I'm not helping you for nothing. You've killed quite a few trolls, and I've absorbed all their spiritual energy. You can't take all the things. You can keep the rest and share them with your brothers. We can't let them work in vain and disappoint them. Jiang Hao said. Jiang Hao said so, and the owner of Peach Blossom Island couldn't refuse. Then, we will be disrespectful to refuse. Everyone at the scene couldn't help but be slightly moved. This batch of materials is worth at least 30 gold coins. Based on the current market price of 150, this is equivalent to 15 million Huaxia coins. After the distribution, they will all get a considerable bonus. And Zhu Feng gave it away as soon as he said so. You know, Feng Zui was not from their guild, but he not only helped them to defend the mine, but was also willing to share the spoils with them. Such behavior immediately won him respect and admiration from the members of the two guilds. Jiang Hao no longer interfered in the matter of the Yuli gold vein. From now on, he only needed to wait to receive his share of the profits regularly. It was still a little early, so Jiang Hao was not in a hurry to go back, but walked alone into the depths of the troll forest. Jiang Hao has already witnessed a series of fireballs that instantly killed a troll leader. He can imagine how spectacular the scene would be if more fireballs could be fired in succession. If 100 fireballs could be fired in succession, would it be possible to kill even a Lord-level boss instantly? And now he has 76 green grade leg bones in his hands. According to 60% of the previous power, he can forge at least 45 continuous fireball bone staffs, which is more than halfway to 100 continuous fireballs. Only after leaving the novice village can you have the opportunity to obtain so many resources. Of course, this also depends on one's strength. Ordinary players don't have such abnormal talents as Jiang Hao, who can stack attributes and skills to such a terrifying level at such a low level. Jiang Hao traveled through the troll forest. According to the map he got from the owner of Peach Blossom Island, he was heading to the largest troll camp nearby, Black Demon Ridge. It is said that there is a group of trolls with a size of over 3,000 lurking here, and the leader is a level 40 Lord level boss. Trolls are not like ordinary monsters. Ordinary monsters have monster nests. As long as the monsters are cleared out after a period of time, the monster nests will breed a new batch of monsters to replenish them. Trolls are more like a race. Their reproduction follows natural laws, and their population grows very slowly. If monsters are a renewable resource, then trolls are a non-renewable resource. So this troll camp will be gone after you finish clearing it. Who would be coveting a lord-level boss? However, with the size of the troll tribe, no guild could gather enough people to attack it. But Jiang Hao didn't have this concern. Instead, this was a good opportunity for him to quickly level up. Arriving at Black Demon Ridge, Jiang Hao saw from afar a tall mountain with many caves carved out of it. This is the troll camp. Jiang Hao had no intention of hiding anything and walked straight towards the troll camp. Swoosh! Before they could get close, a series of fireballs flew straight towards the nearest trolls. Jiang Hao has mastered the fireball technique and can use it with ease. The trolls that were hit were instantly ignited, and they only had time to let out a howl before falling to the ground and losing their voice. This scene seemed like a provocation to the troll camp. Suddenly, the entire troll camp was like a lit powder keg, and anger and chaos spread rapidly. Boom boom boom! Heavy footsteps and angry roars accompanied them as burly trolls rushed out of the caves one after another. They held crude but powerful weapons and fixed their eyes fiercely on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao had a faint smile on his face. Facing the trolls that were rushing towards him, instead of retreating, he became even more excited. After using a few single target spells to instantly kill a few elite trolls, Jiang Hao finally couldn't hold back and used a group attack skill as he saw more and more trolls gathering. Pyroblast. Swamp Magic. Frost Fall. Then he connected with a shadow attack and plunged directly into the group of trolls. The Wolf King roars. Finally, he fired 8 fireballs and killed one of the troll leaders before he activated the wind step and retreated calmly. Chapter 76. This round of attack just now wiped out 400 or 500 trolls in one fell swoop. This efficiency is shocking enough to be told to others. After Jiang Hao retreated for a distance, he did not move away immediately. Instead, he kited the group of trolls, killing them one by one while waiting for the group attack skill to cool down. At the same time, he was also closely monitoring the movements in the troll camp, trying to find the level 40 Lord level boss. Finally, 1 minute later, Jiang Hao's group attack skills cooled down one after another. After another round of group attack skills, another 400 or 500 trolls died. 1/3 of the trolls in the entire tribe were killed, and finally a terrifying roar was heard in the cave. Immediately afterwards, a huge troll walked out slowly. Its size was almost twice that of an ordinary troll. Its muscles were as hard as rocks, and its skin glowed with a dark green luster, revealing a heart-pounding sense of power. Jiang Hao threw a detection spell over. Dark Troll, Lord level boss. Level, 40. HP, 385,000. Armor, 2500. Magic Resist, 1800. Attack Power, 18,000. Skills, Boulder Throw, War Stomp, Rockfall, Furious Assault, Troll Might, Shadow Blade Storm. It's finally out. Facing the Lord level boss with 3.85 million health points, Jiang Hao did not show any fear. Instead, a fiery light flashed in his eyes. Continuous fireballs. 8 fireballs immediately attacked the dark troll. However, the dark troll seemed to have sensed Jiang Hao's intention, and its eyes, flashing with ferocious light, locked onto the incoming fireball. Just as the fireball was about to hit it, it suddenly roared, and its muscles trembled violently as if stimulated by an electric current, and it instantly burst out at an astonishing speed. Violent attack. Its figure was like a black lightning, rushing forward at an incredible speed, easily avoiding the attack path of all fireballs. After closing the distance with Jiang Hao, his huge figure suddenly jumped high up. War tramples. The dark troll's war stomp shockwave can cover a 100-meter radius. Jiang Hao knew that even if he used his extreme speed skill, he would not be able to leave the attack range at the moment when the opponent's skill was activated. But he was not panicked at all, as he had several ways to deal with this attack. He could use the invincibility effect of invisibility, he could also use violent shock to avoid it, and finally, he could use void teleportation. Furious shock is on cooldown, and void shift has a long cooldown, so using them now is a bit of an overkill. Seeing the opponent's figure begin to fall to the ground, Jiang Hao also activated his skills. Invisible. A terrifying shock wave swept across his body, and a striking word miss floated over his head. Jiang Hao was unharmed. After the troll uses war trample, it will be in a state of stiffness for a short time. Jiang Hao will naturally not miss the opportunity to attack. Wind blade. Thunderfall technique. After 2 consecutive single target skills. Continuous fireballs. This time the distance was so close that the dark troll could no longer react. After the boom sound, 8 damages of 25 or 26,000 floated above its head. Combined with the previous 2 single attacks, this round of attack took away 260,000 health points of the dark troll. Jiang Hao was in a good mood when he saw the dark troll's health suddenly decreased, but at this moment the other trolls also gathered around him. Wind step. After quickly creating some distance, Jiang Hao continued to attack the dark troll. After several attempts to catch up with Jiang Hao, the dark troll let out a deafening roar. Then, it slammed the huge weapon in its hand to the ground, and then raised its hands high. Streams of ochre-colored energy began to emerge around the dark troll's body, and those energies quickly gathered into huge rocks, suspended in the air. Rock fall. The dark troll roared, and the suspended boulders seemed to be summoned and suddenly smashed towards Jiang Hao's location. The huge rocks brought with them a whistling sound, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was splitting apart, shaking the entire troll forest. Jiang Hao looked up. He knew that this time he would not be able to escape the lock of the rock falling technique unless he used the void teleportation technique. But he still didn't choose to travel through the void. Holy shield. A layer of brilliant holy light instantly enveloped his entire body, forming a translucent light shield. 4600 plus physique * 14 defense instantly pushed Jiang Hao's defense to 19,200. Boom! A huge rock falls. The holy light shield is broken. Minus 16,780. This is not the end yet, unfortunately Jiang Hao triggered the stun effect. Purification. Skills such as purification and dispersal do not require chanting spells. They can be cast by secretly mobilizing energy. Even being in a debuffed state will not affect the casting of skills. However, Jiang Hao's purification skill is just a white skill, which is 3 levels lower than Rockfall. After it is released, it only shortens the stun time by half, but does not completely remove the stun state. And in these short 2 or 3 seconds, the Dark Troll cast another area skill. Shadow Blade Storm. A black storm rolled up around the Dark Troll, and countless sharp shadow blades in the storm cut around madly. Wherever they passed, trees were cut in half and deep grooves were plowed out on the ground. Although Jiang Hao recovered from his dizziness in time, facing the overwhelming storm of shadow blades, he only had time to use his immortal body to deal with it. Bang! 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 Sharp blades cut into his body. -6884. -6918. -6671. This is the damage weakened by the immortal body. If there is no immortal body, each damage is estimated to be at least 12,000 or more. Jiang Hao's health dropped gradually, and he had to use another life-saving skill. Rejuvenation. It instantly recovers a certain amount of blood, and then there is a blood recovery effect of 3,494 per second. Combined with its own 1,800 blood recovery, the blood recovery speed reaches 5,294 per second. Such a terrifying blood recovery speed only slows down the speed of blood loss. As the Dark Troll's attacks continued to fall, Jiang Hao's health continued to drop. 50%. 40%. 30%. Trigger the unyielding will and reduce the damage taken by 10%. 25%. 20%. Jiang Hao kept a close eye on his health. If his life was in danger, he would have no choice but to activate the Void Shuttle to temporarily escape from danger. Fortunately, when Jiang Hao's health remained at 10%, the Shadow Blade Storm finally passed and Jiang Hao was pulled back from the brink of life and death. The Shadow Blade Storm passed and the sky became clear again. But at this time, other trolls also began to attack him, and dozens of huge rocks came towards him. Extreme speed. Jiang Hao's figure turned into an afterimage, leaving the boulders behind him and narrowly avoiding all attacks. In fact, Jiang Hao doesn't have to worry at all, because the effect of his immortality has not yet worn off. These boulders were thrown from ordinary trolls and troll elites, and their attack power did not exceed 5,000, so naturally they could not cause any damage to him. He just took evasive action out of instinct.